Chapter 1. Start with Big Mom's Talent. 1510 of the Haiyuan calendar. Marine Vando Naval Headquarters, a place that symbolizes justice and power, is located in the center of the great shipping route and is a holy place in the hearts of all navies in the world. Of course, this is not only a military fortress but also many residents. Most of these people are family members of the Navy, which also makes a large number of young people with clean backgrounds join the Navy industry every year. At this time, on an open space in the Naval Academy, a sweaty boy wearing a sailor suit and a few young girls were gathering together, each with a weight on his body, to complete various training subjects there. Among them, the most prominent one is the young man standing at the front of the queue. His name is Luo Shu, and he is 15 years old this year, but he is not a native of this world but travels from a water blue planet. That's right, it has been more than a month since he came to this world. From the panic and excitement at the beginning to the awakening of Golden Finger and joining the Navy, he has undergone a profound transformation in both his mind and his own strength. Because the novice gift package presented by the system is Charlotte Lingling's talent. As we all know, in the One Piece world, among the characters that have appeared, no one's talent can surpass Charlotte Lingling. This is a real monster, no matter how ugly she looks or how cruel her personality is. But just think about it, a 5-year-old has the strength to kill an adult giant clan with bare hands. How terrifying this is. And now Luo Shu, who has already integrated that perverted talent, has naturally become a monster in the eyes of others. He is invulnerable and powerful. Even after entering the Naval Academy, he defeated an instructor with the rank of colonel and directly acted as a Cha class student, joined the elite class taught by Zephyr, a former admiral of the Navy headquarters. This incident also caused a stir among all the high-level officials of the Navy headquarters, and they all turned their attention to Luo Shu, especially the Navy headquarters Marshal Warring State. After learning about Luo Shu's existence, the smile on his face did not go down for a few days past. Yes, this made the Warring State, who wanted to end the era of the great pirates, saw hope. He did not doubt that if Luo Shu was given a few more years, the opponent would definitely grow to the level of the highest combat power of the Navy headquarters, and the overall strength of the Navy at that time, it will also skyrocket. Now, 3 emperors are in the New World, and the red-haired pirates are unprecedentedly powerful. Not long ago, they even escaped under the siege of Kasaragi and several lieutenants, but because of this, no one dared to underestimate the strength of the red-hair pirate. As for the Navy, it is in an extremely embarrassing situation. In addition to being able to control the 4 seas, it does appear to be somewhat incompetent. 10 minutes to rest in place. Standing on the high platform, a burly old man with purple hair, wearing a cloak of justice, said loudly to the student. He is known as the Black Arm. Zephyr, the former general of the Navy headquarters, now serves as the chief instructor of the Naval Academy. His life is also extremely brilliant. How outstanding! If it weren't for the tragic death of his wife and children at the hands of the pirate, which seriously affected his will and made him disheartened, his strength would never have stopped at the current level. Even catching up to Mancha D. Garp is promising. I can finally rest. I'm so tired. Yeah, I'm so weak right now. I really want to go back to the dormitory and lie down on the bed to sleep. Although I am very proud to be able to join the elite class, does this kind of training intensity really not make people bad? Look, that guy didn't even sweat. That's the difference between us and him, right? As expected of an existence that can defeat Instructor Kate, in the face of this kind of high-intensity training, he will behave so easily, it seems that he will never have a chance to surpass him in this life. Quote. After hearing Zephyr's words, all the elite class students showed a look of relief. They sat on the ground in a twisted manner, and a few of them were lying there directly. Zui also began to complain softly, but after they saw Luo Shu standing there as if nothing was happening, they couldn't help but exclaim in amazement. Originally, when Luo Shu suddenly became a class student and entered the elite class, they were more or less disdainful, believing that he was able to defeat the instructor because the other party was careless or deliberately let out water. But after training together for a few days, their thinking changed. This peer named Luo Shu was the undisputed first place in any aspect of training. As a result, these young elite class students admire them from the bottom of their heart. It is a kind of awe that comes from the hearts of young people, and there is no dark factor in it. System, open my panel. Standing there, letting the sea breeze blow, Luo Shu seemed to be resting, but in fact he communicated with his own system in his heart. Ding! The panel is open. Host, Luo Shu. Special talent, copper skin and iron bone. Superpower, natural tyrant. Domineering, primary overlord. Physical art, getting started. Swordsmanship, no entry. Ability, none. Overall strength, S. When will I still be able to get the reward? Looking at his panel, Luo Shu was still quite happy in his heart. His chi point is so high that it can be called shocking, but he was not satisfied with it, but asked the system. Ding! After the host becomes a rear admiral of the Navy headquarters, he will be rewarded. Soon, the system's icy reminder sounded, and there was no trace of emotion in it. Rear admiral of the Navy headquarters, as As long as you graduate from the academy, it shouldn't take long before you can get this rank. A ray of light flashed in Luo Shu's eyes. Major Admiral of the Navy Headquarters. This rank is not high. It is not the backbone of the Navy. It is not difficult to be promoted out of the ordinary, so he probably guessed the system mechanism. That is, the higher the rank of his own, then you can get better rewards at the same time. S to S plus represents the lieutenant level combat power. SS to SS plus represents the replacement of the general, the powerful Chiwahai, the emperor's deputy, etc. SSS to SSS plus represents the general, the four emperors, the marshal, which is the top combat power in this world. The new book at sale. I don't want to lick dog. I don't want to be a virgin. Do you like it a lot? Collection, flowers, and evaluation ticket. I want all of them. Charlotte Lingling's talent directly gives the protagonist the strength to defeat the colonel. It's not an exaggeration at all. Even a lieutenant general can't break the protagonist's defense. When the two fight, they should be divided into 5 and 5. Even the protagonist, the odds of winning are higher. Red-haired Shang, who became the four emperors 4 years before the beginning of the plot, that is, the year before Ace went to sea, is now in the year 1510, and there are 6 more years before the red-haired top of the four emperors. Year. Chapter 2. Arrogant with strength. System, help me check Zephyr's panel. After suddenly feeling that there were eyes looking at him, Luo Shu turned his head, looked at him calmly, and gave an order to the system at the same time. Ding! The other party's panel is opening. Name: Zephyr. Special talent: top arm strength, domineering, advanced armed color, advanced knowledge color, physical fitness, top swordsmanship, advanced swordsman, ability, none, comprehensive strength, SSS. Zephyr's comprehensive strength is evaluated as SSS, and the general level powerhouse is really terrifying. Perhaps because his arm has not been cut off by Edward Wabel, so the strength has not declined too much. Although this was not the first time Luo Shu saw Zephyr's panel, he was still a little shocked, and he couldn't help feeling a little emotional. If he didn't have a system and no other golden fingers, he really wouldn't choose to join the Navy, but would honestly hide in a small town and live a stable life. Because of the weak physique that is a specialty of the water blue planet, even if he is exhausted, it is impossible to grow into a strong man. No matter how he trained, compared with the local people in this world, he is like scum, and his body is completely destroyed. After awakening the system, the first thing he considered was to join the Navy. There were not many reasons. In his word, he was not qualified to be an official in his previous life, and he had never enjoyed it. Power, a desirable thing, now has the opportunity in front of him. Of course, he has to experience it well. Luo Shu, you are so strong. I see that you continue to practice alone after training every day. Can I come with you? At this time, a girl with navy blue curly hair walked slowly to Luo Shu and said softly, Ain, as long as you complete the training task given by teacher Zephyr every day, my practice is not suitable for you. Looking at Ain, who was a head shorter than himself, Luo Shu's mouth twitched obscurely, and then he politely refused. He has a monster-like talent. After receiving Zephyr's training every day, he would jump into the sea by himself, and use the pressure to practice physique. To describe it with a sentence from a previous life, that is, he simply does not regard himself as a people tree. If you take Ain to practice together, I am afraid that not only will you not let him grow up quickly, but he will die early. As the saying goes, no matter how big your feet are and how big your shoes are, without that kind of powerful talent, you can't support health-style cultivation at all. If you forcibly hold on, the end will definitely be very miserable. Oh, Ain nodded reluctantly, but soon, her face became very confident again. She believed that with her own effort, she could still keep up. The monsters in the elite class in front of her were the worst, and they could shorten the time by 2. Gap between people. Hey, don't bully girls. Don't think that you are powerful enough to do anything wrong. Just when Ain turned around and was about to leave, a boy who could be described as grotesque staggered over, pointed at Luo Shu and yelled, as if he was afraid that others would not hear him. His name is Bins, but it's not that he likes Ain, but that Luo Shu is simply unhappy, because before the other party didn't enter the elite class, he was the most talented existence, and now his position is a bit awkward. So after seeing this scene, he couldn't help jumping out to find trouble with Luo Shu, and at the worst he would make his popularity in the elite class ding. Bin, you didn't want to. Who are you? Before Ain could finish explaining, Luo Shu interrupted her, and asked Bins with contempt. That's right, this is his intention. As one of the few trash devil fruit users in the original book, in the One Piece world, he still knows it well. He sneered at the comment that there are no trash devil fruit, only incompetent people. The person in front of him has already eaten the superhuman type prosperous fruit. He really doesn't know that the other party can not only do greening and the like, but also what is the use? What if it developed to awakening? You. Bins's face turned red, and the hand that pointed at Luo Shu began to tremble. He was really annoyed by Luo Shu's word. If he hadn't retained a bit of reason, he would have done his best to Luo Shu. There was a voice that kept warning him not to do anything to Luo Shu, otherwise the consequences would be serious. furious. What are you two doing? The old man is still here. I'll stand up immediately. Originally, the other elite class students still wanted to watch the fun, but the reality was very skinny. Zephyr walked down from the high platform with tenacious steps and yelled at him, but he kept facing Ben, giving people he felt that his words were specifically addressed to the student who was the first to challenge him. Yes, Teacher Zephyr. If you don't agree, you can challenge me, but it's the kind that divides life and death. If you don't have the gut, you can honestly be an ostrich in the future. All the elite class students first bowed to Zephyr and said in unison, and then began to line up. But Luo Shu said something coldly to Binz when he passed by, and then he stood at the front of the line, as if nothing had happened. Quote. Damn. Binz was stunned for a moment, and then he clenched his fist, but he could only curse inwardly. In the end, he did not muster up the courage to refute Luo Shu on the spot, but chose to retreat. This is the gap in strength. No matter where the strong are, they will be in awe. Even if some people have bad intentions, they do not dare to confront them head on. You guys continue to train. Luo Shu, come with this old man. Zephyr raised his brows, and after issuing an order to the student, he left Luo Shu alone, which also caused those who continued to train to discuss in a low voice in private. But as the chief instructor, he did not the mood take care of this kind of thing. Teacher Zephyr. 10 minutes later, Luo Shu, who followed Zephyr to his office, was a little uncomfortable being stared at by the other party's gaze, so he said in a flat voice, Luo Shu, what is your dream? Zephyr, however, didn't seem to hear the unhappiness in his words. Instead, he changed the subject and asked with a serious look on his face, the new book's at sale. I don't want to lick dog. I don't want to be a virgin. Do you like it a lot? Collection, flowers, and evaluation ticket. I want all of them. Zephyr, who doesn't have a broken arm, should be rated as SSS with no problem. After the broken arm, SSS. As for the senior swordsman, it should be that he has been an instructor for all these years, and he has been involved in this aspect. Oh, I am really a genius. Please call me Fei Lu Weishan. Chapter 3. The Navy's sick forms and Zephyr's values. Open black lens bracket 3. Dream. Become the Marshal of the Navy headquarters. Lead the Navy. Clean up all the pirates in the world, and bring peace to the sea. Luo Shu was done, and then said with a serious expression, it's just that he can't tell the dream hidden in his heart. Does he want to tell Zephyr that he wants to control the Navy first, so as to overthrow the world government and destroy the Tianlong people, including Yimu, to be a world leader, the undisputed king? I am afraid that after he said it, he could scare Zephyr. This kind of dream, the whole world, plus the characters buried in history, no one has it. Maybe there are only a few top powerhouses who have similar ambition. It's an interesting dream, but it's not that simple to become a marshal of the Navy headquarters. It's not something you can do just because you have rank. You don't have the right to know the twists and turns of it. Maybe you won't want to go after you know it. Take the position of the marshal. Zephyr sighed a little, and then closed his voice in time, because Luo Shu's word caused many unbearable past events to emerge in his heart, and he almost said something that should not be said. The Marshal of the Navy headquarters, to put it nicely, is the leader of all the Navy, but not only is there the commander-in-chief of the entire army, but also the colossus of the world government, plus the self-proclaimed gods of the dragon people. After taking that position, there are countless things that cause headaches every day. When you want to make a decision, but you have to look ahead and back, and always have the mind of being rejected by the people above and giving orders. Moreover, the position of Marshal of the Navy headquarters is not for everyone. The most important thing is to be loyal to the world government, to obey the dispatch of the 5 old stars, and to be loyal to the Tianlong people, even if it is superficial allegiance. Keep playing. Don't look at the red dog in the original book. The warring states too sometimes listen to the tune, and even fight with the 5 old stars, but they have suffered so much behind their back. They are exhausted every day, and their control over the Navy has not seeing it so firmly. In the final analysis, the Navy is just a powerful force under the world government. Ha, but your last thought is very good. Pirates are the scum of the world. As the Navy, we should spare no effort to eradicate them. The old man sees that you can no longer play a role in that kind of ordinary training. From today, you will practice with the old man, and the old man will train you into a powerful Navy. This is the cultivation method of the sick form of the Navy. With your current physique, it has reached the standard of cultivation. Take it back and take a good reference. After that, the old man will personally instruct you. Seeing Luo Shu, who didn't answer, Zephyr coughed lightly, then changed the subject, took out a book from the drawer, and handed it to Luo Shu. The sick form of the Navy, as the superhuman skill in the Navy, can only be learned by the general rank and geniuses in the academy. It's impossible to get in at all. Thank you, Teacher Zephyr. After taking the training manual of the sick form of the Navy, Luo Shu thanked Zephyr from the bottom of his heart. Even though he had guessed before that Zephyr was going to open a small stove for him, he was still a little moved when this happened. No matter how realistic he is, it does not mean that he is a white-eyed wolf. If the situation allows, he will find a way to repay the kindness of Professor Zephyr in the future, but the premise is that it does not affect his life or interest. Originally, with the talent talent you showed, the headquarters could give you a devil fruit. But now, there is no powerful fruit in the Navy's treasury. If you use it at will, it may limit your own development. Hearing Luo Shu's words, Zephyr nodded, and felt satisfied for a while. Only this kind of disciple who was not afraid, not arrogant or impetuous, and had a strong talent, was qualified to make him, the chief instructor, so attentive. But at this moment, he seemed to have thought of something, and suddenly spoke to Luo Shu. Devil fruit is a special product of the One Piece world. It is known as the secret treasure of the sea. Everyone can only take one, and then they will become land ducks and be cursed by the sea. This kind of thing, in the world of One Piece, as long as anyone with some knowledge knows it. Of course, this does not include two aliens, that is, Marshal D. Tichin, one of the 4 emperors of the New World, the Beast Kaido. Therefore, some talented and powerful people will not eat devil fruits indiscriminately. This will cause their strength to not increase much, but will lower their upper limit, and the gains will outweigh the losses. It's okay, Teacher Zephyr. I don't want to be a capable person yet. Luo Shu shook his head casually. He never expected to get any powerful devil fruit from the Navy, and most importantly, he understood the power system in this world. No matter which route he took, strong physique and physical skills were the foundation. Now, under the blessing of his talent, his physique is already extremely terrifying, but he is still a novice in physique, so he puts all the emphasis on it, and this time he can be personally directed by Zephyr, so two-color domineering, maybe he can also be reached in advance. Yeah, very good. You can go back. Tomorrow morning, gather at the old man's private training ground. The more Zephyr looked at Luo Shu, the more satisfied he became. He had told the 3 generals more than once that they should not rely too much on the power of the devil fruit, but the 3 of them had high self-esteem and didn't take his words seriously at all. Although their physical skills are also very strong, they did not meet Zephyr's expectations, but the disciple in front of him is different. He has a talent stronger than the 3 generals, but he is very sensible. Zephyr Gao glammed. Yes, Teacher Zephyr. Luo Shu saluted him and left the office quickly. He couldn't wait in his heart. He wanted to study the 6 naval styles, this superhuman skill, but he didn't show it. The old man can still receive such an outstanding disciple at this age. God has eyes. If the old man's son had not died, he would have become an excellent navy by now. After Luo Shu left, Zephyr's eyes looked through the window to the sea in the distance, and he murmured in a low voice, but at the end, the corners of his eyes gradually became wet. The new book that's sale. I don't want to lick dog. I don't want to be a virgin. Do you like it a lot? Collection, flowers, and evaluation ticket. I want all of them. Chapter 4. Unreasonable Garp. Button. Teacher Zephyr. The Warring States Marshal told you to go to his office. At this moment, a young man with silver hair with 2 cigars in his mouth knocked on the door, walked in and said respectfully to Zephyr, he is Mog. Now, he has achieved the position of a major in the Navy headquarters and is about to go to Rogue Town to serve, but he was temporarily used as a messenger by the Warring State period. I understand, you are now a major in the Navy headquarters. Don't be over the top when you do things outside, and most importantly, don't rely too much on your natural smoke proof. Zephyr woke up from deep thought, whispered something when passing by Smaller, and left his office. He didn't have much comment on the disciple Smog. He could only tell him, as for the other party, how far he can go in the future is beyond his control. Quote. Smog silently watched the figure of Zephyr leaving. He didn't say anything, just nodded vaguely. There was nothing he could do. He was in the limelight now, and he didn't listen to Zephyr's word. The ability of the fruit is very optimistic, and he believes that with the natural devil fruit, he will definitely become a strong person in the future. As everyone knows, the natural system is also strong and weak. How can his fruit be compared with the devil fruit of the 3 generals? The gap is like a sky drop. I am afraid that I will never have the chance to become a general in this life. Warring State, what are you looking for with this old man? Zephyr instructed a few instructors on the road, and after continuing to train the elite class student, he soon came to the marshal's office of the Warring State period, and then, instead of talking nonsense, he went straight to the topic. It's nothing. I just wanted to ask how Luo Shu has been practicing recently. Sengoku had a smile on his face as he touched the braided beard on his chin and said to Zephyr, the old man has decided to teach him alone from tomorrow. From the current point of view, ordinary training is of no use to that kid Luo Shu. Zephyr frowned. He felt that when the Warring State came to him, he should not only ask about this kind of thing, but he didn't hide it, and he would say anything. Oh, I originally wanted you to take him to the 4 seas for a walk and fight against the pirates in advance. Wouldn't this help him grow up faster? But listening to you, he shouldn't take long. You can stand alone. Hearing Zephyr's word, the Warring State suddenly looked happy. Originally, he wanted Luo Shu to improve his strength in battle, but now his plan cannot keep up with the changes. The only people who could make Zephyr say such things were the 3 generals at the time. When the 3 of them were about to graduate, Zephyr spared time and took him to practice alone for 2 years. With the blessing, you can fight against the major generals of the headquarters, or even the weaker lieutenant general. But now, Luo Luo Shu is obviously more terrifying than when the three generals were young. After all, he is only 15 years old, and his age has a lot of advantages. His talent is much stronger than that of the three generals. If the old man is not mistaken, now he is no one in our headquarters except the lieutenant level combat power or above. If nothing else, it will take a few years. The strength can definitely grow to the level of you and me. Quote, Zephyr said with a little smugness on his face. He was not bragging, but he was talking about the facts without any trace of water. He was really proud of himself to have this kind of disciple. Quack, 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 cut. Is it as powerful as you say? Sitting on the sofa, an old man with gray hair and a burly figure swallowed the donut in his mouth and said yin and yang strangely. His words were full of sourness. Hey, Garp, you old-fashioned fellow. No one thinks you are dumb if you don't speak. After Zephyr sneered, he immediately went back. As an old friend who has worked together for decades, he naturally knew why Garp behaved like this, but if the other party dared to question his lover, he would be the first to refuse. I want to see how strong your apprentice is. Bang! After being attacked by Zephyr's word, Garp got a little anxious, stood up from the sofa, and left the marshal's office with big pride. In fact, he feels very uncomfortable now, otherwise he would not be so unreasonable. Just a few days ago, he returned to the windmill village in the East China Sea and found that he had always wanted to train him to be the grandson of the strongest navy, but he kept his mouth shut and wanted to be the grandson of the strongest navy. 1p. This made Garp, a naval hero, so angry that he could not help but reward his grandson with an iron fist of love, but instead of making him change his mind, it became more and more intense. After he investigated the situation clearly, he found out that it was the red-haired Shanks who did it. He was furious even if he wanted to go to the New World to arrest the red-haired himself, but he knew that the other party had lost his life in order to save his grandson. One arm, which made him extremely entangled, and in the end he could only return to the Navy headquarters gloomily. When I came back, I heard that there was a young man with a lot of talent in the Naval Academy. Now, under the stimulation of Zephyr, he would be so unhappy. That guy Garp can be a lot of fun. Zephyr, you'd better keep an eye on it. When the warring state saw this, he could only say to Zephyr with a wry smile. He knew Garp too well. If no one stops it, the ghost knows what will happen. If he dares to hurt Luo Shu, the old man will definitely fight with him. Zephyr's face also became ugly at this time. He said a word to warring state first, and then rushed out quickly. He was a little afraid that Garp's shot was not serious. If it was true, he would cause serious injuries to his disciple. He's bound to end up with Garp for this. Little devil Luo Shu, come out for this old man. In less than 2 minutes, Garp appeared in front of the dormitory door of the elite class student. As for the training ground, he felt it with a sense of domineering. He was very sure that there was no one he was looking for. Monkey D. Garp. What is he doing here? Luo Shu, who was studying the Navy's sick forms cultivation manual, heard the voice in his ear. Even though he hadn't seen the person yet, he had already confirmed the identity of the other person, which made him a little unable to react. As he got up and walked out, he thought secretly in his heart. He asked himself, in the 1 month since he came to this world, except for the one from the Naval Academy, the instructor with the rank of colonel, and a few elite class students, he has not offended anyone. But now Garp has come to the door, still looking angry. The new book's at sale. I don't want to lick dog. I don't want to be a virgin. Do you like it a lot? Collection, flowers, and evaluation ticket. I want all of them. Chapter 5. One punch wounds the naval hero. Boy, you are Luo Shu, who is called a monster by those guys. It's okay to grow, but I don't know how many punches you can catch from this old man. Quack, quack. Looking at a young man with a tall and straight body and a handsome face who came out of a room with a bit of domineering between his eyebrows, Garp was sure that the person in front of him was the Luo Shu he was looking for, so he carried a few, he said playfully, and at the same time folded his hands together and broke it a few times, as if he would do it at any time. System, check out Garp's panel. Ding, the bread is opening. Name, Monkey D. Garp. Special talent, super fist, domineering, top armed color, advanced knowledge color, physical fitness, top, swordsmanship, getting started, ability, none, comprehensive strength, SSS lust. Lieutenant General Garp, as a naval hero, you wantonly shot at me, a naval cadet. I'm afraid it will affect your image. After looking at Garp's panel, Luo Shu's mouth twitched involuntarily. This was the strongest person he had ever seen in this world, and it was only by virtue of his physical skills and arrogance that he stood on the pyramid. It can be said that there is no weakness in its body. No wonder the One Piece Goldie Roger, who can chase after him, runs all over the world. The opponent is like a human-shaped nuclear bomb. You have no way to take him. If you want to beat you, you can at most hold the opponent. If Roger and others are capable people, I am afraid that they will be killed by Garp before they become Pirate King, or caught in the Impelton underwater prison. He didn't know why Garp wanted to shoot at him, and he also didn't want to play against him from the bottom of his heart. He wouldn't think that with his own talent, he could compete with Garp, so it's okay to admit it a little bit. The most important thing in being a human being is being able to bend and stretch. Ahahaha. The old man just wants to give you a separate special training. As for whether or not to agree, it's not for you brat to choose. Eat the old man with an iron fist. After Garp laughed maliciously twice, he said it righteously, and then without waiting for Luo Shu to say anything, he turned into an afterimage, rushed towards it like lightning, and even lifted him up. That's a fist bigger than a sandbag. He only made 3 points of this punch. In Garp's opinion, this is enough. With his rank, even this kind of punch is enough to defeat those who are in the new world and have a bounty of over 100 million yuan. Great pirate, you forced me. If it's embarrassing, I can't blame it. Drink. At this moment, Luo Shu's complexion gradually turned cold. Facing scorching pressure, he could only stand up to resist. After scolding a few words in his heart, he let out a low roar, and the entrenched muscles on his body swelled instantly. Stand up. Boom. Bang. Woo. Just when Garp appeared in front of him, Luo Shu endured it abruptly. Not only did he not take a step back, but he threw his right fist and hit Garp chest hard. Knocked it out instantly. Boom. Garp, who realized that he was careless, was too late. Even if he regretted it, even if he wanted to control his body, he couldn't do it. After flying backwards for more than 200 meters, he stopped worthy of being it, crashed into the residence of an elite class student. Fortunately, there is no one in it now, otherwise casualties are likely to occur. Look, it's Lieutenant General Garp. He's actually injured. It can't be. I read that right. Lieutenant General Garp was kicked out. Could it be that the Warring States Marshal did it? Then, that guy, he didn't do it, did he? It's terrifying to be able to knock Lieutenant General Garp flying. Is there a mistake? I must be dreaming. Just after Garp walked out of the ruins, the elite class students who were training followed the instructor and rushed over, but they saw the most shocking scene in their lives. The mythical, and also the naval hero in their mind, Monkey D. Garp, is now in a state of embarrassment, wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth with one hand. Even the instructor who brought them here to check the situation was stunned. He swore that if he hadn't seen it with his own eye, even if Zephyr told him that Luo Shu had shot Garp, he wouldn't believe it. But this time the reality in front of him, even if he didn't want to accept it, there was no other way. Boy Luo Shu, this old man really underestimates you. Wiping the blood on his hands on the torn suit, Garp walked forward with a solemn expression, and said in a deep voice, he never imagined that Luo Shu could resist his fists and fight back. He still remembers the feeling of that huge force hitting his body even now. It was really terrifying. Even him, he couldn't rely on his physical body to fight, otherwise he wouldn't end up being beaten and spitting blood. He now felt that his internal organs were injured, and the bones in his chest were also broken. Lieutenant General Garp is joking. If it wasn't for your carelessness, I wouldn't have been injured by me. But then again, the punch you hit is quite painful. The corners of Luo Shu's mouth twitched slightly, and he didn't forget to tease a few words. He pretended to be in pain, and rubbed his unhurt abdomen with his hand. He still remembered that the other party shot him involuntarily just now, and he didn't care what the reason was. If it weren't for his strength, or his perverted talent, Garp's punch would have him lying on the bed for at least half a month, or even longer. In his previous life, he was extremely vengeful, not to mention the current one. He was definitely revengeful. If there was a chance, he would like to entertain Garp. You, Cap, do you know what you're doing? As a lieutenant general of the Navy headquarters, you attacked the disciples of this old man for no reason. Where did you put the military discipline of the Navy? Hearing Luo Shu's harsh words, the outspoken Garp immediately wanted to endure the pain and teach him a lesson, but Zephyr appeared in front of him in an instant. Regardless of Garp's injuries, he grabbed his clothes instead, and yelled at him. The new book's at sale. I don't want to lick dog. I don't want to be a virgin. Do you like it a lot? Collection, flowers, and evaluation ticket. I want all of them. Chapter 6. Heart Suspicion. Zephyr, you have accepted a good apprentice. I hope he will really achieve in the future the achievement you think in your heart. Garp, who had regained some sense of reason after being yelled at by Zephyr, took a deep look at Luo Shu and said something to Zephyr in a low voice. The Naval Academy. He knew that he was embarrassed this time, but he didn't care much. What he couldn't figure out the most was how Luo Shu could resist his iron fist without injury. He knew how heavy the fist was, and it would not be an exaggeration to describe it with a single word. Soon, Garp suddenly had an idea, and a tall and fat old woman with pink hair on his face appeared in his mind. That kid doesn't have anything to do with Charlotte Lingling, right? No, we must inform the Warring States of this. After having this idea, Garp's forehead could not help shedding a few drops of cold sweat. He had played against Charlotte Lingling several times, and he knew how strong the opponent's physique was. The trick made him feel that Luo Shu's talent is somewhat similar to that old woman, and there may be an unknown secret in it. I have to say that although Garp always gives the impression of being careless and not paying attention to anything, when he gets serious, his thinking is extremely flexible, and his mind is not general enough. What are you looking at? Go back to training. Looking at Garp angrily, Zephyr turned around, glanced at the elite class students who were still standing there, and yelled angrily, but don't look at his ugly face. But he was happy in his heart, not because Garp lost his face and was injured by his own disciple, but because he underestimated Luo Shu's talent. Yes, teacher Zephyr. The students immediately woke up from their shock. They first glanced at Luo Shu with fear, and then said in unison, and hurriedly left with the instructor who was in charge of training them. Even if this happened in front of them, they still felt extremely unreal. It was the legendary Lieutenant General Garp, known as a naval hero, who was injured by his companions who lived with them day and night, which made them unacceptable for a while. Luo Shu, are you not injured? Do you want to ask the doctor to check you? After the students of the elite class left, Zephyr walked quickly to Luo Shu's body. After looking at it carefully, he asked with great concern that he was not like an instructor or teacher at the moment, but instead showing a fatherly look. It's okay, Mr. Zephyr, but Lieutenant General Garp was injured by me accidentally. Will it be troublesome? Luo Shu shook his head. He really wasn't hurt at all, so he didn't want to pretend to be pitiful. Garp, he didn't like him very much in the anime in his previous life. The main reason is that he likes Hulai. He is now a little worried about the follow-up thing, to what extent it will ferment. Don't worry, you are the most valued disciple of my Zephyr. No one dares to target you in the naval headquarters. Besides, Garp is not the kind of person who like to use small trick behind the scene. Okay, go back and have a good rest. The old man will guide you in your practice tomorrow morning, Zephyr said quite aggressively. He didn't think it was necessary to worry about Luo Shu, and patted his shoulder with relief. He was already thinking about letting Luo Shu contact him in advance. Domineering as a means to enhance his rank. Quote. Luo Shu thought about it carefully for a while, and felt that he was thinking too much. Garp should not be calculating him behind his back, and after he came to this world, the system arranged a very reasonable identity for him. It can be said that there is no flaw. Even if the CP under the world government checks it, there is no problem. Cap, what the hell are you doing? At this time, the voice of the warring state period came from the headquarters of the Navy and the office of the Marshal. Looking at the embarrassed figure in front of him, blood on the corners of his mouth, and a fist mark on his chest, anyone with some knowledge can find that there are several broken bones there. If this kind of thing happened to the ordinary Navy, the warring states would not be so rude, but if it happened to his old friend Garp, he had to be taken seriously by the warring state. At this moment, a terrifying thought appeared in his mind. Could it be caused by the monster in the Naval Academy, including the great staff officer Crane sitting on the side, and the Admiral Aokiji of the Navy headquarters who lifted the blindfold? They all looked at Garp in shock. They even thought that Garp had just returned from the New World and was killed by the three emperors. Are under siege. Warring state, do you know the origin of that kid Luo Shu? Garp did not explain, but asked urgently. Of course, his parents were both in the Navy, but he died in the battle with the pirate, and he lived in Marin Vando from the very beginning. Why do you ask that? Sengoku was a little confused about Garp's question, but he still told what he knew. After Luo Shu joined the Navy and showed his strong talent, this information had already appeared in his hand. After all, as the Navy will focus on cultivating seeds in the future, the warring state period is very concerned about it, and will naturally check out some of the information in front of him to avoid embarrassing things. How is it possible? If the old man said that the kid had something to do with Charlotte Lingling, would you believe it? Garp looked surprised, and soon he shook his head. He expressed disbelief that Luo Shu's parents were in the Navy, so he asked again unwillingly. What are you talking about? Garp, what happened between you two? After Sengoku was stunned for a moment, he slightly supported his forehead, and said helplessly he was a little confused by Garp's words. Cap, calm down. What happened? You can say it. The crane on the side also followed closely. She knew that Garp was serious and his mind was online, so she wanted to know the basis for Garp's words. As for the green pheasant, he was sitting there obediently. He was also very curious about it. He had heard the name Luo Shu many times. Of course, he knew that the other party was the strongest genius in the Naval Academy. Question. He wanted to hear what Garp had to say. Garp has trained with Aokiji, and it is not an exaggeration to be regarded as his teacher. The new book that's sale. I don't want to lick dog. I don't want to be a virgin. Do you like it a lot? Collection, flowers, and evaluation ticket. I want all of them. Chapter 7. 2 years in a hurry. The wounds on the old man's body are all from the hands of the little devil, but I am not questioning his identity because of this. But the fist of the old man, which hit his abdomen with 30% of the force, but did not cause any injuries, not even at all. Take a step back. Instead, the old man was knocked out with a punch, and the old man can be sure that he kept his hand. Otherwise, in that case, the old man would probably die on the spot. Don't you think that strong physique and strength are very similar to Charlotte Lingling? So the old man thinks that he should have something to do with Charlotte Lingling. Garp took a deep breath and calmed his irritable heart. Then he talked freely and expressed his doubt. Until now, he still believes that there should be something hidden between Luo Shu and Charlotte Lingling. Man secret. There was no exaggeration in his word, including the phrase Luo Shu kept his hand when he beat him. That's the truth. If Luo Shu really hit him with all all his rank, he could definitely kill him with one punch, who didn't use the iron block and the armor to protect his body. You must know that although Garp's physique is strong, he can't even resist swords and guns. Don't forget that in the original book, when he was sleeping, he was cut into a deep wound by the King with an axe. With Luo Shu's divine power, killing Garp in that state really shouldn't be too easy. It's just that Luo Shu didn't do that. Whether it's for the future or his own interest, killing Garp at this stage is extremely unwise. Only a fool would do that. If that kind of thing happened, no matter how many reasons he had, the consequences would be unbearable for him. Hi, Garp, you may have guessed wrong this time. Luo Shu was born in Marin Vando, and many family members of the Navy know him, so he can't be Charlotte Lingling's son. In the office, after listening to Garp's narration, the three of them couldn't help gasping for breath. After a moment of contemplation, Sengoku said it very seriously. It's not that he doesn't trust his old friend, but the reality is in front of him. There is nothing wrong with Luo Shu's background. It is impossible for the other party to have seen Charlotte Lingling herself, let alone Luo Shuhui and Charlotte Lingling. What is the relationship? Cap, you're too much this time. Quickly find a doctor for treatment. Crane stood on the side of the warring states without exception. She didn't think Garp's suspicion could be established. Even if the talents were similar, it did not mean that there was any relationship between the two. The most important thing was that Luo Shu's background was too clean. It's useless to check. In their navy, a monster student with a top talent finally appeared. It is impossible to question him because of a little analysis of Garp. Thinking about this kind of thing will not have any selfishness, but must stand in the navy position. Even if the old man guesses wrong, but the old man can feel his ambition hidden deep in his heart. He feels more like a pirate to the old man than a navy full of justice. Mr. Garp, let me accompany you to the medical department. Seeing that no one supported him, Garp yelled a few words in a rather aura, and just when he wanted to slam the door out, Aokiji stood up and accompanied him to leave. It seems that Luo Shu's talent is more terrifying than we imagine. After the two left, he dragged his chin with one hand and said in a deep voice, I once heard a piece of news that the high-level officials of the world government have such comments on Charlotte Lingling in her childhood. If the other party joins the world government, it will become the strongest shield of the Tianlong people. If they join the navy, they will be enough to become an admiral. It can be seen how powerful that old woman's talent is. At the age of 5, she almost destroyed the entire Elbaf. Even the adult giants are not her enemy. Now in our navy, there is a monster whose talent is comparable to that of Charlotte Lingling. No matter what you say, you can't let it die before it grows up. Warring State fell into a deep thought, and when he woke up, he clenched his fists and said with a firm face, Luo Shu is the future hope of the navy, and he is very optimistic about it. I hope that Luo Shu's child is the blessing of our navy. Crane also sighed very seriously. As a navy in the same period as Warring State, Garp and others, she has selflessly dedicated most of her life to the navy. She has a very strong sense of belonging to this force, and naturally hopes that Luo Shu can give it to the navy. Brilliant. Early the next morning, Luo Shu put on the sailor suit and went to a special training ground. There was no one else here. What happened yesterday? Although the Warring State period deliberately issued an order to prohibit publicity in the headquarters, but it was almost useless, and it was still known by most of the navy, but some of them expressed disbelief. After all, Garp was an invincible existence in their mind. How could he be injured by a cadet from the Naval Academy? Here you are, Luo Shu. Do you have any understanding of the sick form of the navy this night? After a while, Zephyr, who was wearing a purple suit, came to Luo Shu. Looking at Luo Shu who was ready, he couldn't help asking aloud, Navy sick? As a superhuman skill in our navy, if you want to get started, you must not only have a matching physique but also have high requirements for your own control. At present, I have already started the iron block. Luo Shu thought for a while, and then answered without concealment. That night, he hardly rested, and has been studying the 6 naval styles. Maybe his talent is too strong, and it took him just so much time to learn one of them. Okay, your talent is powerful. As long as you cooperate with your hard work, your strength will definitely improve very quickly. Now this old man will personally guide you to practice the other styles. After you have mastered all of them, the old man will teach you domineering. Zephyr's eyes lit up immediately. He was still a little shocked that Luo Shu was able to learn iron in one night, but thinking about his own disciple, he was able to resist Garp's iron fist with his physique. Relieved. In this way, time passed quietly, and 2 years passed in a blink of an eye. During this period, Luo Shu followed Zephyr almost every day to practice physical skills and domineering, as well as experience against the enemy, and occasionally under the leadership of Zephyr, go out to sea and kill some weak pirate to accumulate merit. As for Garp, although he met several times, he never spoke, and the other party never asked Luo Shu for trouble. Now Luo Shu is very famous in the Navy headquarters. Of course, this is all thanks to his rank. With Lair, the new book at sale. I don't want to lick dog. I don't want to be a virgin. Do you like it a lot? Collection, flowers, and evaluation ticket. I want want all of them. Readers, come and see. In this One Piece Holly, the protagonist will not leave the Navy to become a pirate. Do not worry. If you have various suggestions, you can put them in the comment area, or if something is unreasonable, the author will reply one by one as long as you are not looking for trouble. At least 3 chapters per day. 5,000 VIP point plus a new chapter. The rest depends on the mood. Here, the author asks for a wave, flowers, monthly ticket, evaluation ticket, collection support. Junyang, Mountain Lacquer Lingwu Temple Lacquer. Chapter 8. Promotion to Colonel of the Navy Headquarters. Boom, boom. Teacher Zephyr, let's stop here today. On an island not far from Malin Fando, 2 figures, one tall and the other short, intertwined, and a violent sound erupted between fists and feet. Even the whole island trembled uncontrollably. Tossing, you can see how powerful the attack of the two is. Yes, as expected of the disciple that this old man is most optimistic about. Now that you, even if you go to the new world, no one can keep you, but when you are outside, you must be careful no matter what you do. This is the badge prepared for you by the Warring State period, representing your rank. From today, you are the youngest colonel in the Navy. After giving up, Zephyr patted Luo Shu on the shoulder with relief, solemnly took out a badge representing the rank of colonel from his arms, and carried it on his beloved disciple's shoulder, not forgetting in his mouth. Instructed. For the past 2 years, Luo Shu has been by his side, and his strength, state of mind, and body appearance have all changed. Now that the young eagle has grown up, it is time to soar alone. Thank you, Teacher Zephyr. Luo Shu looked calm, glanced at the badge on his shoulder, bowed to Zephyr, and said it very seriously. Starting tomorrow, you will be patrolling the first half of the Great Route. Remember to do something to stop the mouths of some people in the headquarters. Anyway, your age is a little too young, even if you have enough strength, but after all, your qualifications are too poor. You can only rely on merit to make up for this. Zephyr nodded, and while leading Luo Shu to the shore, he said, thinking that when he was Luo Shu's age, he was just a cadet in the Navy. Goods have to be thrown away. The current Navy is not the moment when Garp and others take a backseat in the face of the warring states after the war. Impossible to do. If you have the strength, you will get the corresponding military rank. Hey, don't worry, Teacher Zephyr. Those bastards who live in the first half of the Great Route will soon usher in a nightmare. Luo Shu said with a sneer. He didn't forget that as long as he became a Major Admiral of the Navy headquarters, he would be able to get rewards from the system. For now, if he wants to be promoted, he can only accumulate merit, that is, behead or arrest. Pirate. The two walked and chatted, and soon came to the shore, boarded a warship docked there, and quickly sailed to the Navy headquarters. The system opens my panel. Ding. The panel is open. Host. Luo Shu. Special talent. Copper skin and iron bone. Superpower. Natural tyrant. Domineering. Intermediate overlord color. Advanced armed color. Intermediate knowledge color. Physical skills. Advanced swordsmanship. No entry. Ability. None. Comprehensive strength. SS Lust. Looking at his own panel, Luo Shu was very satisfied. Even though his overall strength was still not up to SSS, there was no problem with fighting against a powerhouse like Zephyr. It was impossible to be defeated in a short period of time. As a result, they will only retreat, and no one can do anything about it. This is also because of his knowledge and color, which is a little worse than physical art, otherwise his strength will be stronger. Boss Luo Shu, I knew that your rank will soon surpass mine. At this time, a young man with brown hair, X-shaped marks on his chin and chest, a four-edged axe and a good knife on his waist, came to the deck and said to Luo Shu with congratulations. Drake, can you be a little bit more promising? But it's just the rank of a colonel in the Navy headquarters. If your vision is so narrow, your road will become difficult to walk in the future. Luo Shu said without turning his head. His eyes kept on the sea in the distance, as if he was in deep thought. I'm just excited to follow you out of the headquarters. If possible, I would also like to be a lieutenant general or a general. Drake scratched his head a little embarrassedly. He was convinced by Luo Shu's charm and strength a year ago, and vowed to follow him, thus getting out of his original embarrassing situation. Now he is a major in the Navy headquarters. Smog is average, but his talent and fruit ability are obviously beyond the former. In fact, half of the reason why he made such a choice was that Luo Shu didn't care about his background at all. After all, his father was a pirate and a traitor to the Navy, and he had always been ashamed of it. Don't worry, you definitely have that chance. Luo Shu turned his head slowly and looked at Drake with some playfulness. Although the voice from his mouth was small, it was extremely firm, as if he was narrating a fact. As Luo Shu, who wants to dominate the Navy in the future and has lofty goals, of course he needs a lot of subordinate, but he has to take the elite route, and he doesn't look down on the existence of garbage. And Drake, whether it is his own talent or his rare ancient species, Allosaurus root ability, is extremely outstanding. He can be sure that the upper limit of Drake will be absolutely high in the future. After all, the previous life was in the anime. The opponent's the strength is very good. This time he will personally cultivate a powerful combat power. I am really looking forward to that day. But the news you asked me to inquire inquire about has already come to fruition. That Edward Wable is now in the first half of the Great Route, but the exact location cannot be determined. Drake smiled symbolically, and then he spoke with some guilt. Very good. He's just part of the plan. It doesn't matter if he can be found or not. It's all up to fate. Luo Shu waved his hand and said, indicating that it doesn't have to be like this. He is really interested in Edward Wable, a stupid monster. If he can conquer it, it will be a big help, but if there is no chance, he will no regrets for that either. At the same time, after hearing that Luo Shu was promoted to Colonel of the Navy headquarters, Garp, who was in Marinvando, couldn't wait to rush to the Sengoku office. Although he has not troubled Luo Shu in the past 2 years, it is not that he has not paid attention to each other. He thinks that Luo Shu has been promoted too fast, and it does not match his age at all. There seems to be something wrong with the website in the past 2 days, so I can't see your comment. It should be fine in a few days. The new book is set sail. No dog licking, no Virgin Mary. Do you like it a lot? Collection, flowers, evaluation tickets, I want them all. Chapter 9. Helpless and Envy. Bang. Warring State. Did you make a mistake? Luo Shu is only 17 years old, so let him be a colonel of the Navy headquarters, and will he be given the position of general to him in another 2 years? After arriving at the marshal's office, Garp didn't knock on the door, let alone who was in the room. He slapped his hands on the table in front of Sengoku and asked loudly with a beard and staring eye, Luo Shu's strength is enough to hold this position. Besides, he has also killed a lot of pirates in the past 2 years. Even in terms of merit, he is also qualified to take that position. Sengoku frowned. He was very dissatisfied with Garp's performance. After all, he is also the marshal of the Navy headquarters. If you don't respect him, it will make him embarrassed. Fortunately, the other party is Garp, and he understands the other party's character. Sashi still explained in a deep voice, you don't know that when the kid doesn't have a rank, he will win over other geniuses in the Navy headquarters, right? And you are still indifferent to this. The old man dares to say frankly, if the Navy really falls into Luo Shu's hands in the future, then absolutely spoiled. Will not exist for justice. Garp's eyes widened in anger, staring at the warring state, and said word by word. He naturally knew about Drake following Luo Shu, and he also saw the talent of the other party, but he could not control the thoughts of others, so he could only let warring state treat it with caution. Garp, sometimes you're so naive. Not to mention, it was Drake who took the initiative to follow Luo Shu. Even if he did recruit some geniuses to be his subordinate, there would be no problem. The position will be higher in a few years, and naturally he needs a few people with strength and brains to help him. At the beginning, who among the three of Akainu, Aokiji, and Kizaru didn't win anyone over? And the most important thing, I was promoted to colonel of the Navy headquarters. Let Luo Shu's sense of belonging to the Navy strengthen. Otherwise, if the other party becomes a pirate, it must be a big trouble. Sengoku didn't seem to see Kapu's angry look. He kept talking, and even moved out of the 5 old stars. So that's the case. That is to say, when Luo Shu's strength and achievements are sufficient, those people will add the 4th general position to the Navy. Tis tis tis. It seems that the name Zephyr once won is not worth it. How long will it last? But the old man will keep an eye on him. If he betrays the Navy, the old man will definitely send him to the Impelton undersea prison. Sure enough, when he heard that the 5 old stars were involved in this matter, Garp's face returned to the same as before, but he was still a little unwilling. Become a high-level Navy, thereby affecting the development of the Navy. As for the fact that he was injured by Luo Shu 2 years ago, he has long forgotten that Garp's promotion of Luo Shu was not for the revenge of the punch. He could achieve the position of a naval hero, the kind of narrow-minded person. You have so much time to pay attention to Luo Shu. Then do you know that your good son, Mengqi Dilong, brought the revolutionary army to overthrow the regime of a country? If you have nothing to do in your spare time, can you speed it up? Arrest. Sengoku snorted heavily, took out a document from the drawer, and wrote the latest movements of the revolutionary army on it. He threw it on the table and yelled at Garp at the same time. Ahahaha, this kid is really capable. The old man in the warring state period has something to do, so he will go first. Garp glanced at the document. A look of pain flashed on his face, and then, he quickly changed, made an appearance of not caring, laughed and said something to the warring state, then rushed out of the marshal in an instant. Office. His own son, Monkey Dilong, established a revolutionary army and blatantly opposed the world government. It has always been a scar in his heart. Now that it is mentioned by the warring state period, he certainly has no intention of staying any longer. But at this moment, he suddenly thought of his own, the precious grandson Monkey D. Luffy in the East China Sea Windmill Village. Now the other party wants to be One Piece wholeheartedly, and even talks about him. There is no other way but to take more time to go back and give the opponent a few iron fists of love, trying to wake him up. Coupled with the things that Gordy Roger entrusted to his children, Portgas DAs, this made the old Garp feel helpless. He cares about too many things every day. He is now really tired. Wow, Luo Shu has been promoted to the rank of colonel of the Navy headquarters. How is it possible? He is the same age as says, is the gap really that big? Damn, why don't I have such a strong talent so that I can also become a colonel of the Navy headquarters when I return to my hometown? Who would dare to underestimate me? I am so envious. Luo Shu's strength is so strong. The high-level naval headquarters will break the convention and promote him exceptionally. It seems that his future will be bright in the future. If you want me to say, Luo Shu is already a candidate for the next Admiral of the Navy headquarters. Don't forget, he defeated the instructor 2 years ago, and even injured Lieutenant General Garp. I am afraid that his current strength is not enough. We can imagine it. I also saw that day when he fought against Teacher Zephyr. He didn't look like he was losing at all. He wouldn't already have the strength of Teacher Zephyr. That's obviously because Teacher Zephyr deliberately released water, but Luo Shu's strength is definitely much stronger than ours. Otherwise he wouldn't be promoted to Colonel of the Navy headquarters. Quote. An hour later, at the port of the naval headquarters, many naval cadets in sailor uniforms gathered, including members of the elite class. After all, Zephyr, the chief instructor of the Naval Academy, must all come out to greet him when he returned. But just after they received the news that Luo Shu had obtained the rank of Colonel of the Navy headquarters, they began to talk about it, and many of them were envious, jealous, and even cursed in their heart. The ones with the most ugly faces were the instructor with the rank of Colonel who had been defeated by Luo Shu, and Bins, who had always been against Luo Shu. The two of them kept roaring in their hearts at this moment. Why did the sky have no eyes to give Luo Shu such a powerful talent? And the two of them are afraid that they will never turn around in the future. Forgot to mention in the last chapter, the protagonist Luffy in the original work. In 2 years, I don't need to say what kind of strength the protagonist has transformed into, so the protagonist can have such strength. It is really normal, not too much. There seems to be something wrong with the website in the past 2 days, so I can't see your comment. It should be fine in a few days. The new book is set sail. No dog licking, no Virgin Mary. Do you like it a lot? Collection, flowers, evaluation tickets, I want them all. Chapter 10. Remediation and face-to-face meeting with the Warring State period. Teacher Zephyr. After Zephyr, Luo Shu, Drake, and several other troopers got off the warship, the students and instructors immediately shouted in unison, "Let's all go back to our own training." Zephyr's face was a little smug, and he waved his hand and instructed him. In fact, deep down, he still quite liked this feeling. After all, these people are all his disciples. If they are like Kizaru, wouldn't it be a joke? Tis tis. Isn't this Kate, by the way? And you, answer Colonel Ben. What's your name? Just as everyone was leaving, Luo Shu and Drake walked slowly to the front of the elite class. After that, Luo Shu deliberately blocked the road and pointed to Kate, the captain of the Navy headquarters that he had defeated. And his classmate Bin said, "Colonel Luo Shu, you'd better answer what Colonel Ben said. Otherwise by the time you graduate, maybe I'll already be a major general, a lieutenant general, and I'll arrange for you to wash the toilet." Believe it or not, Kate was very tolerant, and greeted Luo Shu with a gentle face, but Bins was still too young. He was about to get angry, but there was a sound like thunder, which exploded in his ear, and even his body couldn't help but tremble. That sentence makes a lot of sense. Now Luo Shu may have no way to take him, but after he graduate, it will not be so. He has no confidence that he can get a high-level military rank in a short time, and he will definitely be Luo Shu. Repaired badly. Colonel wrote, "My name is Bin, please advise." After thinking about the pros and cons, Bins took a deep breath, forced himself to calm down, and then saluted Luo Shu. He had been lucky before, thinking that Zephyr would come forward to stop it, but obviously he thought too much, and Zephyr didn't care at all. In his opinion, they were all his students, and the palms and backs of the hands were all Ru. The way to deal with it is to treat it as if you didn't see it. Besides, it is also a good thing to let Bins come into contact with the cruelty of this world in advance. It will save him a heavy price in the future, and at least let him understand that it is not anyone he can afford it. Louder, I can't hear very well. Luo Shu made an appearance of picking his ears, and said to Bins again that he was just in a good mood today and wanted to tease each other. Otherwise, he wouldn't even have the heart to talk to such a small character. Report. Colonel wrote, "I'm Cadet Bin." Casting some glances around, he found that the elite class students who were training with him turned their heads to other places. There was no way. Bins could only swallow this grievance in his stomach, and at the same time, he paid Luo Shu a very formal tribute. Military salute. Very good. Remember to do this the first time you see me next time, or this colonel will let you go. After suddenly feeling a little boring, Luo Shu left with Drake, but when passing by Bin, he did not carry anyone else behind his back and threatened him. That's right, it's a threat. He's not afraid that these rookies will hate him, because from the beginning to the end, he didn't feel that these students in his same class had any great achievement. At most, they were just cannon fodder for a few more years. It's his purpose to have some fun. Quack, quack, quack. However, Bins could only be forced to nod his head. Even though he wanted to get angry, he couldn't say anything. His fists were white, but he seemed so powerless. This was the suppression of power and strength, so that he wanted to straighten his waist, but it was difficult to raise his head. Boss Luo Shu, do you want to find a chance to take that kid? After a few minutes, Drake followed behind Luo Shu, asked in a low voice, and made a throat-slashing action, the meaning of which is self-evident. As a gold medal fighter under Luo Shu, his loyalty is still very high, and he really wants to eradicate the little bug who hates Luo Shu secretly. It doesn't make sense. Drake, that kind of garbage doesn't deserve to be remembered in our heart. You will pick some elite soldiers for me in a while. You don't need too many. Dozens of them are enough, and these people will accompany us to the first half of the Great Route. Quote, Luo Shu stopped, shook his head gently, and told Drake that he had already thought about sailing tomorrow. As for Bin's, I'm sorry, he has already forgotten about it, or in other words, he never put it, take it to heart. Yes, Boss Luo Shu. Hearing Luo Shu's order, Drake replied immediately, and his heart began to look forward to it. He has not been out of the naval headquarters a few times, so he is naturally yearning for the Great Route, not to mention that this voyage will accumulate a lot of money, merit, so that you can get promoted quickly. If you are an official, you will not want to have a high official position. 10 minutes later, accompanied by Drake, Luo Shu came to his new residence. The facilities here are much more advanced than the previous dormitory. There are also several Navy soldiers who are responsible for taking care of his clothing, food, housing and transportation. Really, don't enjoy it too much. Colonel Luo Shu, the Warring States Marshal, asked his subordinates to inform you that when you return, go to the Marshal's office. A handyman who looked fairly young reported to Luo Shu the first time he saw him. In this way, Luo Shu made some repairs, cleaned it, put on a black suit and a righteous cloak, matching his slender figure, heroic face, and muscles that propped up his shirt slightly. Coupled with his unique temperament, he looks quite domineering. Along the way, I don't know how many navies couldn't help but cast their eyes at him. Just like Garp or the three generals, no matter where they went, there would be a large number of navies discussing in private. It was a kind of personality charm. It also shows the reverence of the weak for the strong. As for Drake, according to Luo Shu's instruction, he went directly to the barracks, selected naval soldiers, and did not follow him. Button, come in. Marshal of the Warring State period, Lieutenant General Crane. He knocked on the door of the Marshal's office, and after hearing the word coming from inside, Luo Shu pushed open the door and said hello to Sengguo, who was sitting on the main seat, and he who was standing beside him. Thanks to the 588 VIP points rewarded by Rum Kurosawa. Everyone, although I can't see your comment, I would like to thank you for your support. You are my motivation for updating, especially for sending my evaluation tickets and flowers. I really thank you. Chapter 11. The First Solo Tour. This is our second time meeting. It seems that your strength has improved a lot in the past 2 years. Warring State put down the document in his hand and said to Luo Shu with a smile, System, open the Sengoku panel. Ding. The panel is open. Name, Warring State. Special talent, Natural Tyrant, Super Brain, Domineering, Intermediate Overlord Color, Advanced Armed Color, Advanced Knowledge Color, Physical Fitness, Top, Swordsmanship, Junior Swordsman, Ability, Renren Fruit, Demons, Buddha Form, Awaken, Comprehensive Strength, SSS. Is it because he is in a high position and has not dealt with others for many years, so his strength has declined? It's okay, there should be no problem being a lieutenant general. Looking at the comprehensive strength of the last SSS on the Warring State panel, Luo Shu muttered secretly in his heart, but he said it very calmly on the face. Of course, this was just a joke. He believed that Warring State would not have the same knowledge as him. Lieutenant General, you are only 17 years old and you are a Lieutenant General. After 2 years, I am afraid that my position will be handed over. Actually, I came to you this time because I wanted to give you something, so that when you reach the first half of the Great Route, you don't need to wander around like a headless fly, and you can quickly get your achievement. To be honest, I am the Marshal of the Navy headquarters. I still hope that you can obtain a military rank that matches your own strength, but you also know that it's unrealistic. Even if you are sitting in my position, you are not qualified to do that. Otherwise, the entire Navy will be in chaos. After all, our duty is to arrest pirates and promote justice. You must keep this in mind. Heart. After listening to Luo Shu's words, the smile on Warring State face became even stronger. He did not object to the ambitions of his subordinate. After all, he was only the bright face of the Navy. Otherwise, someone like Luo Shu would even be able to couldn't resist killing it. This is the information of several pirate groups. Their captain's bounty is relatively close to 100 million Bailey, and there are even more than 100 million. When you fight with them, you must be careful not to be careless. As soon as the words of the Warring State period fell, he took out a few documents, walked slowly to Luo Shu, handed them into the hands of the other party, and instructed them earnestly. Please rest assured, Lieutenant General Crane, Marshal of the Warring State period, after a while, all those pirates will be subdued. Luo Shu looked at the photos of the pirate captains above. They all look fierce, and they didn't appear in the original book. It's normal to think about it. After all, the world of One Piece is huge, and there are countless pirates. The pirates that appeared in the original book may be just the tip of the iceberg. Afterward, Luo Shu put the documents in his arms and spoke out to the warring state period. The crane assured, "I have helped everyone who can help you, and the rest is fine, and I believe these words. Zephyr also told you that now your rank has been directly promoted to the Colonel of the Navy headquarters, and some people are very dissatisfied as for who they are. I won't tell you, the rest is up to you. You can leave now, go back and have a good rest, and prepare for tomorrow's sailing." Warring States nodded slightly, and after supporting Qingya's glasses with his hand, he spoke earnestly. "Yes, Marshal of the Warring State period, I hope that on the day I return, you will personally bring me the badge of the Major General of the headquarters." At this moment, Luo Shu's expression became solemn. He saluted the Warring States and then left a sentence, then walked out of the Marshal's office. This kid's strength has improved so fast. It seems that Zephyr's words are not exaggerated. Now Luo Shu can already fight against the highest combat power of our navy. After Luo Shu left, the crane slowly returned to his position, and said to the Warring States with some emotion, "And he also has a tyrannical domineering look, and he is not even inferior to me. What a terrifying talent. But that guy Garp, recently his thoughts have entered the blind spot. Even if Luo Shu's ambition is bigger, what harm will it be to our navy? He still can't see through some things." Sengoku's complexion returned to his former calm. After saying a few questions about Luo Shu, he changed his words and mentioned the naval hero who had been giving him a headache, Monkey D. Garp. "I will find time to chat with him, but you also know that with his character, I am afraid we will be useless in the end. Otherwise, he would not have refused to be promoted to the Admiral of the Navy headquarters." Crane leaned on her chin with both hands and said, "She really can't do anything about that old friend." At the beginning, when Garp refused to be promoted, a few people understood the way. Of course, most of them were cannon fodders who had no strength and brain, and felt that Garp was a hero who regarded fame and fortune as dung. In fact, Garp's dream when he first entered the Navy was to become an admiral of the Navy headquarters. If those people knew about it, they would be embarrassed to death. Time flies, and in the early morning of the next day, there were still people coming and going at the port of the Navy headquarters, and there were still a large number of Navy patrols. On a major general level warship, dozens of people with guns were gathered around their waist. The burly Navy with cold weapons, they are all elites in the bottom Navy. "Luo Shu, the old man sent you here. I hope you can gain a lot from this voyage." Standing on the shore, Zephyr with purple hair and a pair of cool sunglasses said to Luo Shu with satisfaction, "Boy Luo Shu, don't overturn the boat in the gutter. Yes, the sea is full of danger, not only from people. You must always pay attention." And standing behind Zephyr go Spider and Doberman, two lieutenant admirals of the Navy headquarters. The two of them are pure hawk. They are very optimistic about Luo Shu, and many of them are deliberately attracted by the leader of the hawk, Akainu. But this does not affect the relationship between Luo Shu and the two. Now that Luo Shu is about to set sail for the first time, he will lead his men on a voyage alone, and they happen to have no mission, so they will naturally send them off in person. There were even several major admirals of the Navy headquarters, as well as school-level officials standing in the distance watching Luo Shu. As for their names, even Luo Shu couldn't name them. Obviously, they were trying to curry favor with Luo Shu, or in front of him. Show your face, but this is normal. Updated. There are two more updates. We are coding. This is a situation today. Otherwise, it will not be updated so late, and the comments seem to be able to be seen. Everyone, please show a wave of flowers as soon as possible. Monthly pass. Rating vote. Chapter 12. Pirates and Devil Fruit. In their opinion, Luo Shu's voyage this time, and when he returns, he will definitely rise step by step, and he may even become the group of people standing at the top of the pyramid of the Navy headquarters. I'm afraid there will be no chance in the future. Thank you for sending each other. I, Luo Shu, keep it in my heart. If it is useful in the future, I will not disappoint you. Luo Shu, who was standing on the deck of the warship, waved to everyone at the port, saw his appearance very clearly, and remembered Yi in his heart. If he could help him in the future, he would not refuse. This thing is a matter of courtesy, no matter what the purpose of those people. After all, they can't put on a dead face when they come to see him in person, right? As the saying goes, stretch out your hand and don't hit the smiling person. Set sail. Following Drake's order, the major general level warship slowly disappeared from everyone's sight, and headed for the first half of the Great Route. Boss Luo Shu, you are really domineering. There are so many people on this tour. When your rank is raised again, there will be more people who want to curry favor with you. After leaving the Navy headquarters, Drake said respectfully while pouring wine for Luo Shu. He now feels extremely correct about his choice, and only the mythical figure in front of him is qualified to let him follow. This all comes from strength. Drake, your talent is not bad. You must work hard to cultivate, otherwise what you have may suddenly disappear at any time. That kind of feeling, but very horrible. Luo Shu, who was leaning on a deck chair on the deck, put on a pair of beach pants, slippers, and sunglasses. With his dirty upper body naked, he picked up a glass glass of fine wine and drank it, and at the same time he was confused. Drake said he knew very well that, except for the teacher Zephyr, everyone else had some purpose. This was all because of his talent and strength, and his future prospects were limitless. Otherwise, like Bin's, the elite class students are not qualified to speak to those people, so he kept reminding himself in his heart that he had to complete a certain amount of training every day, and he could never fall behind or delay. Only in this way would his strength become stronger day by day, so that he could catch up with those earlier. The strongest in this world. Yes, boss Luo Shu. After refilling Luo Shu's drink again, Drake bowed and said he didn't think it would be shameful for him to do this, but was very happy. Isn't this just another proof that he is an important subordinate by Luo Shu's side, and he is happy to pour tea and water for Luo Shu. A few days later, in the first half of the Great Route, a small town named Camp was being invaded by pirates. No, it should be said to be a one-sided massacre. I beg you don't kill me. I haven't lived enough, and I'm old and young. Why are you fucking pirate killing me? If it for money, I'm willing to pay all my property. Yes, we have contacted the G60 branch, and there will soon be a navy sent to destroy you. I advise you to run for your life, otherwise, when the navy comes, you will all die here, or you will be caught in the big underwater prison. Ah, damn it. My son is dead, and I'm fighting with you bastard. Quote. In the small town, those civilians who have not been killed look at the pirates sharpening their knives. Some are begging for mercy, some are threatening, and some are desperately resisting, but their end is very tragic. After all, their weapons it is not sophisticated and the strength is still low. What can I use to fight against the pirate? I don't know why. How could the captain give such an order, leaving those riches alone, and have to kill these civilians? Yeah, it's very close to the G60 branch. I believe that the navy there will arrive soon. I heard that Rear Admiral Mandy's is very strong. Is our captain an opponent? You're new here. You don't know at all. 2 years ago, our captain was chased by Rear Admiral Mandy's of the naval branch for 3 days and 3 nights. The pirate group lost most of its members, and in the end only the captain and deputy captain were left, and several combatants, even the navigators, died on the run. Forget it. Let follow the captain's order, or you may die. It's best not to guess something. It's not just the civilians who wonder why they and others are willing to pay their wealth and be beheaded. Even the pirates who do it don't know. They only know that their captain ordered to slaughter the people in this small town. At the same time, on the shore of the town, a very conspicuous pirate ship was docked, with the unique gull flag. It looked a bit terrifying. 2 middle-aged pirates with a huge gap in size are sitting in the captain's room. One of them is called Doc and the other is called Doll. They are the captain and vice-captain of this pirate group, and they have the same father, mother's brother. However, their eyes are now focused on a brown fruit with a strange pattern placed on the table. Big brother, this is the devil fruit, or let me eat it. Maybe I will get a powerful force to repel that guy Mandy. As a younger brother, Doll looked at the devil fruit in front of him, his face twisted with excitement. He has been living in the shelter of his brother, and even some of the rogues on the ship are very dissatisfied with him in private, so he thinks there is an opportunity in front of him, and his brother loves him very much, so he should not refuse. Doll, this devil fruit is dedicated to Lord Bloody Hand, and my brother is also a devil fruit person. I can tell you very clearly that even if you eat him, you will not be directly invincible, and you will still be unable to win. Mandy's, and I don't need to say more about how miserable we end up. This time we paid a great price to avenge our parents' great revenge. If we can get other devil fruits in the future, I will definitely let you eat them. Duck shook his head, but his fat ears and nose looked extremely funny. Obviously, his knowledge far surpassed his younger brother, and in his word, he expressed his hatred for this small town. If he was too close to the Navy G60 branch, he would have destroyed it long ago. The second update is here. There is one more update. Everyone, flowers, monthly ticket, and evaluation ticket. I want all of them. Please support. Chapter 13. Preparing to cut the who. You're right, big brother. Those people used to kill our parent, and even treated us as slaves. They fished and worked for them every day. Damn it. As soon as Doc's voice fell, Doll's face gradually became gloomy, and he said resentfully, it turned out that the parents of the two of them drifted to this town from other places many years ago, and then they were excluded and suppressed by the civilians in the town. In the end, their parents died when they were young. It may be because they have been overworked in this life, but the two of them regarded it as being forced to death by the civilians in this small town. But not long after, without the protection of their parent, the two of them were arrested by a big man in the town and asked them to work for free. No penny is given, other civilians see it, and no one sympathizes. It wasn't until one day that Duck, the elder brother, accidentally ate the fruit of the animal system, wild boar. They have never forgotten in their heart the humiliation they suffered in this small town. Every time they think of it, they will be angry, but the G60 branch of the Navy is very close to here, and they dare not make big moves at all. Last time, when Doc, who was full of confidence, took the pirates and wanted to destroy the town, he was stopped by Mandy, the top officer of the G60 branch, and chased them frantically. frantically. The pirates almost turned against them, was exterminated, until a few days ago he got a devil fruit. So he contacted the captain of the Bloody Hand Pirates and explained the reason, and the other party also welcomed him to join, and told him that as long as the devil fruit handed it over, their bloody pirates can help it resist Mandy's pursuit. That's why there is a scene of annihilation in Camp Town in front of him. Otherwise, if he lent Doc a few courage, he would not order such a thing. After all, he has not lived enough. In fact, this is also due to the deterrent power of the top commander of the G60 brand, Rear Admiral Mandy's of the Navy brand. However, because of his very resolute character, he is not liked by the top Navy. So far, he is still in his early 30s, and he is still a Major General of the brand, was promoted to Major Admiral of the Navy headquarters, and even went to other branches as Lieutenant Admiral. Hurry up, damn Duck, who dares to invade Camp Town? This time I must kill you. At this time, Mandy, who had already departed from the G60 branch of the Navy, stood on the deck of the warship and yelled at the naval soldiers behind him, repeatedly urging the warship to speed up its sailing. He is really angry now. He didn't expect that Doc, who was beaten by him like a rat crossing the street, would dare to appear in the sea area under his jurisdiction and invade Camp Town openly. His fate. Mandy swore that this time he would go all out and kill all the other pirates. That's right, not arrest, but kill them. For the pirates who committed such cruel things, it has never been soft-handed. Report to Major General Mandy. There is a warship ahead, and their sailing route seems to be the same as ours. After a few minutes, a Navy soldier with a telescope ran behind Mandy's and said respectfully, "Don't look at Mandy, who is not liked by his superiors, but in his own branch, he is very prestigious, and the naval soldiers under his command are very convinced of him." It turned out to be a Rear Admiral class warship. Could it be a cruise dispatched by the headquarters? Leave him alone. Keep going faster. Mandy's took the binoculars, looked at the warship in the distance, and murmured in a low voice, but he was very irritable now and had no idea of meeting the officer on the warship, so he continued to issue his own order. Tis, it's interesting. It seems that there is an emergency. Are there any villages and towns near this sea area? On the other side, Luo Shu listened to Drake's report. The corners of his mouth were slightly raised, and he asked softly, "In this case, even a fool knows that the warship behind is dealing with things, and the world of One Piece can make the Navy behave so urgently. Then only the pirates have invaded somewhere or discovered the figure of the Revolutionary Army." In either case, Luo Shu had no reason not to take part in it. He was worried that floating at sea these days would be a little boring. In his previous life, he could always see some web articles in which the protagonist left the naval headquarters, and there would be a feeling that the sky was high and the birds were flying, and he believed it at the time. But now he is speechless about it. If he has a choice, he really wants to stay in Marin Vando. Sailing on the sea is really boring. There's a town called Camp that very close to where we are. Drake glanced at the map, and immediately pointed to a small town-style pattern, and said to Luo Shu, "Sail full speed to this town at once. Looks like we're lucky, and we'll be running into some sea crumbs soon." Luo Shu looked at it casually, and immediately gave an order to Drake. He had a hunch that something must have happened there, so he had to arrive before the warship behind him. In this way, kill the pirate, or the Revolutionary Army. Merit will rest on him. In this way, after less than 3 minutes, Mandy, who was standing on the deck, couldn't find the warship in the distance no matter how he looked with the telescope. That's right, there is a gap between warships and warship. Luo Shu, the Major General class warship, is the latest model launched by the Navy headquarters. It is fast and of higher quality. It is not comparable to the old warship of Mandy. It's like a tractor and a car driving on a wide road. No matter how the tractor steps on the accelerator, it can't catch up with the car in front. In this regard, Mandy's was full of black lines and looked at the warship under his feet. For the first time, he gave birth to the idea of replacing it. After all, something has been used for a long time, and it will have feeling. This warship has followed him for many years. The tinkering has never been broken, and he was reluctant to replace it. But now his thinking has changed. If his warship is fast enough, wouldn't it save a lot of time in the future when he is hunting pirates or going to rescue some small town? The third update is coming. The update ends today. Everyone, I want flowers, monthly ticket, and evaluation ticket. Please support me. Chapter 14. True Humanoid Tyrannosaurus. You pirates must not die. I won't let you go as a ghost. With a vicious curse, the last person in the town fell. In this short period of time, Camp Town was full of corpses and blood flowed into rivers. As for those pirates, it was because they had just killed people. All of them showed fierce faces, but they were extremely excited. Maybe the wildness hidden in their heart broke out a little at this moment. Very good. Now that the matter is over, it's time for us to retreat. Otherwise, it will be too bad to wait for Mandy, that hateful Navy arrive. Looking at the scene in the town, Doc nodded with satisfaction. He waved his hand, and signaled those pirates to get on the boat and prepare to leave here, or wait for Mandy's to come. It is very likely that they will not have a chance to evacuate. When he did not join the bloody hand pirate. His heart could not let go. As Duck, who knew Mandy's character well, he knew very well that if he met him at this time, his chances of being killed were almost 100%. Duck, Captain Duck, there's a warship rushing toward me, and we have no chance of escaping. Just as the pirate ship was about to start, a navigator hurriedly came to Duck's body, shouting in a panic, "What? The Navy? What a joke! How could they come so fast? What should we do? Are we really going to pay for the lives of those civilians? Damn it! I haven't had enough. Captain, think of a way. It's all my fault that we were too slow. If we were quicker, we might be able to evacuate safely." Quote. And because of his shouting, the other pirates on the ship heard it, and they all panicked immediately, and they began to talk about it. They didn't have the aura of massacred civilians just now, but showed the character of greed for life and fear of death. Since there is no way to escape, then fight with them. Little one, let's wait on the shore together. If you don't want to die, you'd better show 200% of your spirit to face this upcoming war. You know, the Navy will not show mercy to us. Seeing this situation, Duck frowned, and after thinking for a moment, he could only choose to fight the Navy on the shore. If it was at sea, facing the shells on the Navy warship, they would die faster. Only in hand-to-hand combat on land can it be possible to win. The captain is right. Those navies will not let us go. Even if they surrender, they will still be executed. Since this is the case, we are fighting against the Navy. Anyway, both sides are dying. I have never killed the Navy. Although I don't want to die, if I can kill a Navy, my life should be worth it. Quote. For a time, the expressions of those pirates changed rapidly, and in the end, they all seemed to be at home with death. There was no way. Words were very reasonable. Under the pressure of death, they would naturally fight. The more afraid of death, the more crazy they will behave at this time. Boss Luo Shu, those pirates don't seem to be ready to escape, and they landed on the island one after another, seeming to be waiting for us to arrive. Really courageous. On the other side, only a few hundred meters from the shore of Camp Town, a major general-class warship gradually slowed down, but Drake on the deck showed a very disdainful look. He didn't think that the captain of the other pirate group, Duck, who was offered a reward of 20 million Bailey, had any strength, and he dared to choose to confront them head-on. He really never died. These pirates will be handed over to you, and remember to search the treasure house on their ship to see if there is anything good in it. Luo Shu stretched his back and didn't even look at the pirate standing on the shore. Instead, he told Drake directly that he was really not interested in the dark pirate. Even, as long as he is domineering, the pirate group of the other party, from the captain to the minions, will all faint, and no one can be an exception, which is to blame them for being too weak. Don't worry, Boss Luo Shu. Drake bowed and said something to Luo Shu, and then, his eyes swept to the pirates in the distance. Those two navies on deck, not Mandy's. That great. Is God helping us? Looking at the warship slowly docked on the shore, Doc saw the faces of Roche and Drake on the deck. After finding out that it was not Mandy, he almost laughed. He didn't expect his previous worrying is superfluous. Looking at the ages of the two navies, they should be the kind of rubbish with little experience, strength, and low rank. Listen to that Navy brat. I'm a Duck with a bounty of 20 million Bailey. If you choose to retire now, I'll take it as if nothing happened, or you'll end up as miserable as those civilians. However, Duck did not order a direct attack, but made a threat. In this not any pirate can still live well after killing the Navy. This requires strong strength. At least the Duck pirates do not have the strength in this regard. So in his opinion, the best result is to scare Luo Shu and others away, and then they set off for the Bloody Hand pirate, and then they can happily traverse the first half of the Great Route. Roar. Just when the other pirate felt that the too familiar Navy would retreat, a roar like a bee suddenly sounded, and Drake instantly turned into an Allosaurus, jumped up from the deck, and quickly rushed to those pirates. Almost a dozen pirates died tragically under their sharp claws in the time they met. Drake Devil Fruit was considered powerful among the ancient species, especially after the transformation. The King of War, even if some pirates attacked him, he could not break the defense. Facing Drake in this form, these pirates had only one dead end, and the Navy on the warship, except for Luo Shu, all looked at the shore in shock. Drake killed the quartet in the pirate group. They did not expect that the headquarter major who was obedient to Luo Shu on weekdays will be so powerful. Luo Shu, who is sitting on the deck, is the highest officer on this warship. How terrifying his strength will be. I have to say that if you think about this kind of thing, even these low-level navies still master it. From Drake's rank, it can be seen that Luo Shu is the real monster. The first update will be delivered. The other two updates will be delivered later. Flowers, monthly ticket, and evaluation tickets will be delivered. Everyone. Chapter 15. Ancient Species. Emperor Crocodile Fruit. This monster, our swords and guns can't break his defense at all. How is it possible? He is a devil fruit person like our captain, but it seems that his ability is stronger. Quick, aim the gun in his eyes. There must be a flaw there. My arm is broken. It hurt. Who will help me? Quote. Some of the pirates who suffered a thunderous blow lost their fighting spirit. There was no way. Drake Devil devil fruit ability was really powerful, making their attack weak. After only a minute, most of the gang of thieves died. The rest were either seriously injured, or kept retreating, looking terrified. Roar! Go to hell, you bastard! Tyrannosaurus wagging its tail. Drake roared. He didn't want to play with these little bugs anymore, and saw his body slightly arched and swept the huge tail towards the retreating pirate. Bang, bang, bang! Immediately afterward, a muffled sound came out. Some of the minions were blown up by the body, and more flew upside down for hundreds of meters, and their bones were broken. It can be said that they are dead and can't die again. Brother, what should I do? That guy is so strong. Looking at Doll from a distance, he stood behind his brother Doc with a terrified expression. After finding that everyone else had died tragically, he was even more afraid to die, and asked his brother with a trembling voice, "That kid is clearly so young. How can he be so strong? If my devil fruit is replaced by his ability, I may have already crossed the great route." Doc was speechless for a long time, looking at Derek, who was walking towards him step by step. An idea popped into his mind. Yes, he was envious, and at the same time he secretly hated his bad luck, otherwise how would he accept it? A wild boar fruit. Finally, it's your turn. It seems that the relationship between you is not just as simple as the captain and the deputy captain, but it doesn't matter. Remember not to be a pirate in your necklight. Drake, who had come to the two of them, turned into a dragon man, and while speaking, he raised his sharp claws, as if he could take the lives of the two pirates in front of him at any time. Puff! Lord Navy, Xiao has a devil fruit in his hand. I am willing to offer it with both hands. I beg you to spare Xiao Xiao and his younger brother alive. Faced with this kind of scene, Doc no longer had the idea of desperately fighting with him. He fell to his knees directly, and at the same time begged for mercy and made a promise. Yeah, Lord Navy, that is a powerful devil fruit. If you can't use it as a capable person, you can hand it over to the Navy in exchange for credit, and you can train your subordinate. Dull, who was behind him, also knelt down on the ground at the same time. His words were much more gorgeous than his brother's, which showed that he was not suitable to be a pirate at all. Compared to letting you go, it's more cost-effective to kill you, and we will be able to get the devil fruit. Puff, puff, Drake said with a cruel smile, and shook his head gently, rejecting the proposal of the two, and at the same time, he quickly stretched out his claws and pinched their necks without any hesitation. Afterward, dozens of Navy members on the warship accompanied Drake to search carefully on the pirate ship and found some treasures and a devil fruit. Boss Luo Shu, what ability does this devil fruit have? Drake, who had not wiped off the blood on his body, stood beside Luo Shu and asked curiously. This is also normal. With Drake's status and strength in the Navy, he has no access to such things as the devil fruit Pokédex. Naturally, he will not know what the devil fruit in Luo Shu's hands is capable of. Hey, this pirate captain is really lucky. If I remember correctly, this is a fauna, ancient species, emperor crocodile fruit. Its development potential is definitely no worse than your devil fruit. After looking carefully for a while, a ray of light flashed in Luo Shu's eyes. In the past 2 years, he has also passed Zephyr in advance, borrowed the devil fruit illustration, and wrote it down one by one, otherwise he would not recognize the devil fruit ability. And this emperor crocodile fruit is also considered a powerful existence in the ancient species. If it is given to a person with excellent talent, it will definitely be able to create a monster-level combat power, and it should be no problem to be promoted to SSS in the future. In fact, in his opinion, SSS and SSS Plus are a watershed, and there is a big gap between them. Even if they are at the same level, there are still strong and weak points. Otherwise, in the original work, the battle between Aokiji and Akainu would not a leg will be broken, and he is also a top-level natural ability person, and he is also ice and magma. In the end, it may be whose physical skills, domineering, and strong physique, Akainu is obviously slightly better, but if the two of them are pulled out alone, they are placed on a desert island, and they will be singled out with Kaido or Charlotte Lingling. If so, I'm afraid the outcome will be really suspenseful, and the winners are mostly those two monsters. One can't be killed, the other is difficult to break through the defense, and it's a headache to think about. It's also an ancient devil fruit. Listening to Luo Shu's word, Derek's eyes widened and he said in shock, he knows too well the power of the ancient devil fruit. When he entered the Naval Academy, he could be said to be an invincible player in the world by relying on his own devil fruit. People of the same age as him are not his enemy. It is known that a powerful devil fruit can definitely bring transformation to a person. Report, Colonel Luo Shu, a warship is coming. At this time, a naval soldier in charge of the investigation came behind Luo Shu, saluted, lowered his head, and said very respectfully, the second update will be delivered. The other update is in the code. Flowers, monthly ticket, and evaluation tickets will be delivered. Everyone. Chapter 16. The Wrathful Captain of the Bloody Hand Pirate. It seems to be a step too late, but it's a good thing that the Dark Pirate can be wiped out, even though I didn't do it myself. There are still a few hundred meters away from Camp Town. Standing on the deck of Mandy, watching a large number of corpses lying on the shore, as well as the corpses in the town, he he has roughly guessed the ending, not to mention Luo Shu's warship. So conspicuous with the dilapidated pirate ship, it forms a sharp contrast. Even a mentally retarded person should understand. It turned out to be Luo Shu, the youngest headquarter colonel in the history of our navy. No wonder he looks so familiar, but I have read that newspaper. Do you need to take a break at my G60 brand? The old warship slowly docked beside Luo Shu's warship. Mandy's looked at it carefully. Luo Shu, who was not wearing a suit and just a cloak, immediately recognized the identity of the other party. This is also due to the fact that the Navy published many newspapers when Luo Shu was promoted to the colonel, but it did not attract the attention of other major forces, but civilians and other navies talked about it. As for pirate, more disdain. They don't think how powerful a 17-year-old boy can be. Therefore, the Luo Shu promotion event did not bring any shock to this chaotic world. Major Mandy, you don't need to rest. This time I came to the first half of the great route to catch or kill some pirate. I'm busy, so I won't bother you. As for this, leave it to Major General Mandy's and leave first. Luo Shu raised his eyebrows. Even if he didn't like the person in front of him very much, and the other person was not worthy of his deep friendship, he simply chatted with him, took the devil fruit and dockhead and left. After all, this is a feat, and he will naturally not let it go, otherwise how can he prove that the captain of the dark pirates was killed by him? Major General Mandy, that kid is so crazy. Not to mention the credit for taking your credit, he didn't even give you faith. After Luo Shu's warship left, a branch colonel standing behind Mandy's said with some atmosphere, there is no way. Who makes Mandy's too important in his heart, and Luo Shu's performance, in his opinion, is not giving face to his superior. Of course he will not feel good in his heart. Forget it. He's not something we can talk about. I have a hunch that this guy named Luo Shu will become a big man in the Navy in the future. Do you think the higher-ups of the Navy headquarters are fools? Let a young boy be the Navy headquarters colonel. No, this just shows that the opponent, whether in terms of strength or command, is sufficient to hold this position, even far beyond. And the Navy's clothes are neat, including him. Only the major of the Navy headquarters standing beside him, with blood on his body. It can be seen that these people were killed by the other party. It's not easy for him to have such a powerful man to follow. Even me, I'm afraid I can't be his opponent. Mandy's shook his head, looked at the place where Luo Shu left, and said solemnly, I have to admit that his brain is indeed very useful, and he can only analyze many things from one-sided information. This proves that he is not the kind of person who only has strength and no brain, but the bad thing is that his character is very bad, and he is not born to be an official. At most, he can only be a gun. The gun is not that sharp. Boss Luo Shu, the strength of that branch major general seems to be very strong. I can feel the dangerous aura emanating from him. If I fight against him, I am afraid that he will not be his opponent. On the other side, Drake, who had changed into a new uniform, came to Luo Shu, who was eating a delicious meal, and said this matter was rather strange to him before. In his opinion, with the strength of the other party, he should not still be a major general of the naval branch. Oh, indeed, his strength can be compared to the weaker lieutenant generals in the Navy, but it should be that his character is not likable, but this is not a problem. The most important thing is that he lacks the factors that are worthy of being attracted by the high-level Navy. If there is no accident in his life, he can only be a major general of the naval branch. If he is lucky, he will be transferred back to the headquarters and become a major general of the headquarters. Otherwise, he will stay in the first half of this great flight route. Luo Shu sneered and said that the other party is not optimistic about him, not to mention those high-level Navy leaders with very poisonous eyes. Now Mandy, who is in his 30s, can hardly increase his rank, and he stopped at S, left and right. Most, it is S rank, and it is a little weaker in the backbone of the Navy headquarters. Who would want to get this trouble around? Quote. Drake nodded, didn't say anything, but sat honestly on the side, eating the meat of the Sea Kings and making the delicious food to supplement the consumption of the battle just now, but he didn't know in his heart. Think about something. A few days later, the news of the destruction of the dock pirates reached the ears of Novo, the captain of the Bloody Hand pirate. He was immediately inexhaustible, not because the member who was about to join him died, but was concerned about that. A devil fruit that did not fall into his hand. Now, he is in his 30s, and his strength has not improved much. He has always been looking for powerful devil fruit. Although he has a lot of devil fruit, they are all garbage abilities. Eat them, it can't increase much strength. However, he just couldn't find it. Not long ago, Da contacted him, claiming that he had a devil fruit there, and described the shape, color, etc., but he didn't know its ability. And Mandy, who has some research on devil fruit, thinks this is a good opportunity. Anyway, he is too old, and if he drags it on, the consequences will be serious, so he decides to take a gamble. Just as he was waiting left and right, a piece of news came out that all the members of the dock pirates were wiped out, and Che is the youngest colonel in naval history. This news was like a bolt from the blue to Novo. He closed his eyes and thought. He knew that the devil fruit would never appear in his hands in this light, so he was was planning privately recently and wanted to take revenge on Luo Shu. Take a good lesson from the young colonel who ruined his good deed, and let him know how deep the water is in the first half of the Great Route. The third one will be delivered. The update is over today, and soon, the protagonist will receive a subordinate. Everyone, please look forward to it. Flowers, monthly ticket, and evaluation tickets will be delivered. Everyone. Chapter 17. The situation is reversed. Nova look for help. Another half a month has passed. In the first half of the Great Route, an island named Route is the base of the Bloody Hand Pirate. However, because this island is relatively isolated and there are no civilians living nearby, the Navy did not send out the strong to annihilate, but let it develop instead. Master Captain, Deadpool is here. Quick, invite my brother Thor in. In a blood-red, palace-like building, Novo sat on the exquisite seat, listening to the report of his subordinate, and immediately looked happy, and immediately ordered him. Clap, clap, clap. No, you really can enjoy it. To make this little-known island so gorgeous, it seems that you waste a lot of effort. Before the minion left, a strong man with a height of more than 4 meters walked in with firm steps and made fun of Novo. He is the Thor in the other side's mouth, and has a loud nickname, Dead Servant, representing the guard of the god of death. He didn't come up with this nickname himself, but since his debut as a bounty hunter, he has never failed in any mission he took. Of course, most of those killed were pirates, or some of their peers, including princes and nobles who had little power but were on the side of tea poisoning. Where, Thor, if you like it, you can live here. If you want to join my brother's pirate group, then you must be the deputy captain who has been vacant. With a smile on his face, November hurriedly got up from his seat and waved the subordinate back. Then, he came to Thor and said flatteringly, "No way, this is the difference in strength. Even if he now has a bounty of 100 million Bailey, he still doesn't dare to be arrogant with the person in front of him. Even if he hadn't rescued the other party one, he wouldn't make a special trip to invite Thor today. Come on, no matter what. Tanov is a pirate leader, and the other party is a powerful bounty hunter. The relationship between them is self-evident. I won't become a pirate. As I told you at the beginning, my parents were killed by pirates, so please don't talk about this kind of problem in the future. I once promised you that if one day, when you encounter a life crisis, I can help you for free. Let's say, this time you came to me. What do you need me to do?" As soon as Novo's voice fell, Thor's face gradually became ugly. He resisted the anger in his heart, kept himself sensible, and said in a low voice, "Ah ha ha, I got it, bro. It's like this. I called you here today because there was a very annoying guy who ruined my good deed, and also hit me on the head. You're talking about the colonel of the Navy headquarters named Luo Shu. You should know that I won't kill the Navy." Without waiting for November to finish speaking, Thor immediately interrupted the other party's word. As a bounty hunter, he attaches great importance to intelligence information. Recently, in the first half of the Great Route, 4 pirate groups have been annihilated. One of them has no strength, that is, the dock pirate, but the captains of the remaining 3 pirates have offered a reward of about 80 million, and even one of them offered a reward of 120 million Baileys, but none of them survived. They were all killed by Luo Shu, the youngest colonel in the history of the Navy. Now, the pirates in the first half of the Great Route are frightened by the news, and there are many more pirates, so they hid for fear of being caught out by the opponent. Therefore, after he thought about this matter, after inner analysis, he immediately guessed November's thoughts, so he directly rejected the request made by the other party. He admires a navy like Luo Shu very much. It is very rare to have such a powerful strength at such a young age. The Navy has not seen such a monster for many years. As for the last time this happened, it was when the 3 generals had just graduated. Tor, I can't do anything right now. I was thinking of gathering some pirates to teach that kid a lesson, and let him know that the pirates of the Great Route are not something he can clean up as a kid. But I didn't expect his strength to be so powerful. If nothing else happens, he will come to me soon. With my strength and the Bloody Hand pirate, my brother really doesn't have the confidence to stop this monster. Urgent notice to come here. You don't want me, my savior, to be killed by the Navy like this. November touched the beard on his chin embarrassedly, then gritted his teeth, and could only speak to Thor cheeky. He has no other way now. He wanted to take revenge against Luo Shu before, but now it has been declared a waste, and it has turned around. Now he is afraid that Luo Shu will come to him, and there is no more high-spirited a few days ago. Look, the anger generated by being cut off from the devil fruit, he didn't know where it went. He had all his heart in his throat, and he was very afraid that Luo Shu would suddenly arrive at Loot Island and launch an attack on his pirate group. In the end, out of frustration, he even played the emotional card, which was mixed with a hint of threat. He knew Thor very well, otherwise he would not have said such hurtful words. Can't you get out of here? Wealth and life are incomparable. November took a deep breath. Looking at the various precious ornaments around him and the luxurious residence, he couldn't help asking, "This is the family wealth that my brother has accumulated for more than 10 years at sea. Of course, even if he gives up, it is no big deal, but who can guarantee that that guy will not chase me everywhere?" From the first half of the Great Route, judging from from his performance, he clearly has his eye on us pirate captains who have a relatively high bounty. Novo replied with a wry smile. How could he be the kind of person who doesn't want his life for money? The main reason is that he is afraid of Luoshu and won't let him go because he moved to the station. He never underestimated naval intelligence. After being a pirate for so many years, and with his current identity, how could he not have cruel experiences? Once he is targeted by the Navy, that day is almost impossible to pass, especially in the first half of the Great Route, which is incomparable with the New World. Even if he escaped with the pirate group, with the Navy's intelligence system almost used, it won't be long before his location will be discovered, and he will still be dead at that time. The first update will be delivered. There are 2 more updates, which are being written desperately. Flowers, monthly ticket, and evaluation tickets are delivered. Everyone. Chapter 18. Arrival at Loot Island. I will stay with you for a while. If that Luoshu really comes to destroy your pirate group, I can stop it, but it's limited to that. The atmosphere gradually became awkward, until after a while, Thor frowned and said to November. Indeed, the other party seized his lifeline. He has always been very loyal. Even though he kills people like him, he is extremely observant of his oath. But he didn't say that he wanted to work with November to kill Luoshu, only that he could take action to save the other party's life. With Thor here, brother can finally get a good night's sleep. Let go, have a drink. Novo couldn't hide the joy in his heart at this time, and immediately took Thor and walked to the inner hall, where food and wine were already prepared. However, he suddenly had a vicious idea in his heart. That is, if there is a chance, he will kill the colonel named Luoshu, and then publish the news saying that the other party was killed by Thor. Then not only can get rid of your own crisis, it is more able to eradicate Thor, the unstable factor that has paid off his favor. If Luoshu is really killed, even if the Navy goes to investigate, it will definitely put the matter on Thor's body. After all, November's strength is really not enough to see, but the difficulty is how to kill Luoshu. This is the worst part of the plan. On the other side, Luoshu's warship has just been replenished from a small town, and it is continuing to accelerate towards the distant sea. Sir, which pirate group are we targeting this time? Looking at Luoshu, who was standing on the deck practicing one of the 6 naval styles, Drake ran behind him and asked respectfully. As for the title, it was changed at the behest of Luoshu a few days ago. The reason is that Luoshu felt that the title of boss sounded sloppy and did not match the righteous image of his navy, so he asked Drake in the future. Call him Sir. Loot Island, where the Bloody Hand pirates are stationed. The captain's bounty is 100 million Bailey, which is considered a pirate with a higher bounty in the first half of the Great Route, but it's just a pity that guy Crocodile joined Chihuahai, otherwise he will be decapitated, but it will be enough for me to be promoted to the rank of Rear Admiral of the Navy headquarters. Quote, Luoshu said without turning his head. His body movements did not change. He kept kicking out the air blades he had experienced towards the sky or the sea. That's right, he did have an idea to kill the trash of Crocodile as a bargaining chip for his own promotion. However, for the time being, I can only think about it. After all, the other party is the Chihuahai recognized by the world government. If there is no serious mistake, the Navy is not allowed to go to arrest or destroy it, otherwise it will be a naked fight. The face of the world government. Quote. Drake was shocked by Luoshu's word, but he couldn't make any sound. After easing for a while, he took Luoshu's order and left the deck. If someone else said such unrealistic words, he would attack them without hesitation, but Luoshu, the boss he recognized, was different. He trusted him so much that he naturally felt that Crocodile's strength must be better than that of him. But Rossi, in fact, his idea was right. Today's Crocodile is really not Luoshu's opponent. If it was 10 years ago, maybe he would be qualified to fight Luoshu. Because he was defeated by Whitebeard, he lost his fighting spirit. I haven't practiced for many years, and my strength has shrunk seriously, and I can't even use domineering. It's similar to Moonlight Moria's situation, a typical waste material. However, Crocodile is more or less stronger than Moonlight Moria. No matter what, he used to be a monster-level fighting force, and his talent cannot be ignored. He has been able to draw a tie with Douglas Barrett many times. That's no joke. After dealing with this Bloody Hand pirate group, you can go to the empty island to have a look. That guy Anilu is a bit creative. He has indeed developed the sound of thunder fruit well, but his vision is a little lower. If you are skilled in domineering, you will be able to become a big help for me in the future. Quote, Luoshu, who was practicing the sick form of the Navy, suddenly had an idea. Yes, he decided to go to Gaia Island after a while to see if he could use the current to rush to the empty island. Of course, even if there was no current, he thought it's easy to go up. If it's a big deal, let Drake throw him up, but it's only 10,000 meters in the sky. Kaido can jump from it unscathed. He was thrown up from the bottom. With his talent of copper skin and iron bone, he believes that it is not the same. What would be hurt? In his previous life, he felt sad for Anilu on the empty island, and was killed by the plot. The powerful devil fruit ability, whether it is destructive or ornamental, elemental, is one of the best existences in the world of One Piece, so simply defeated by the Straw Hat Boy. The most interesting thing is that rubber does not conduct electricity. Is it not clear that lightning can generate high temperature, not to mention that it can melt the rubber abruptly, or at least scorch it? No matter from which point of view, Luffy does not, with the slightest chance of winning, coupled with the few partners who have not grown up, the most likely result is to be killed by Anilu. But in the end, it was extremely strange to defeat Anilu. Luo Shu was really speechless about this. This kind of bloody thing, after his arrival, will never let it happen. In this way, with the passage of time, Luo Shu's warship quickly traveled through the sea and headed for Loot Island. He didn't know that the Bloody Hand pirate station there was already ready to fight at any time. Of course, even if he knew it, he would only scoff at it. A garbage pirate with a bounty of 100 million Bailey, could he still find the waves in his hand? And if he wanted to kill it, the other party would not have any accident. Like the captains of the pirate regiments he killed before, he would be crushed to death without any resistance. Colonel Luo Shu, it's convenient for the island of Loot, but the pirates on the island reacted very quickly, as if they knew in advance that I was coming, and they were ready to fight with us. Please give an order, whether to fire. After 2 full days, Luo Shu's warship finally arrived at Loot Island. Nothing happened during this period, and he was rushing boringly every day. At this time, a naval soldier in charge of reconnaissance came to Luo Shu, gave a salute, and reported loudly, "There is 1 chapter left later. I have to go out now. Tell everyone in advance, even in the middle of the night, I will finish that chapter. Ask for flowers, monthly ticket, and evaluation tickets for support." Chapter 19. Thor with special talents. Open black lens bracket 3. Crack it, kick it, stop the warship and bring me all the shells. Luo Shu folded his hands together and made a loud noise. Instead of ordering his navy to rush to the island and fight against those pirates, he asked to prepare cannonballs for him. That's right, he thought of Garp's final move in the original book, which is to use his own strength to throw the cannonballs one by one. Its power is beyond imagination. If it is combined with the domineering armed color, it will become even more terrifying. Yes, Colonel Luo Shu. Without any hesitation, the Navy immediately called other companions and prepared to act with him. As an elite soldier in the Navy, he had already guessed Luo Shu's purpose. After all, most of the Navy knew about Garp's unique skills. Soon, the warship docked a few hundred meters away from Loot Island. Dozens of Navy members carried boxes of shells and placed them beside Luo Shu. Drake stood there with a smile on his face. He was mourning for the pirates on Loot Island. "I've seen those bastards dead. Look, that warship has docked. Could it be because we were already prepared, so we were afraid and did not dare to attack our island? Then there's no need to say that. This must be a fact. What the fuck is the youngest colonel in the Navy's headquarters? It turns out that he is nothing more than a gutless waif. I'm starting to wonder now, were those powerful pirates really killed by such cowards? Could it be that other powerful navies helped just put their name on him? It's very likely that this is the case. Maybe it was deliberately done by the Navy, with the purpose of making the other party's reputation bigger, so as to show that the Navy's talents are coming out in large numbers." Quote. On the shore of Loot Island, a group of pirates started talking in private after discovering that Luo Shu's warship suddenly stopped, but most of them were sarcastic, and in short, there was nothing nice to say. They all thought that the other party was afraid, so they did not dare to move forward. Maybe they would retreat without a fight after a while. All alert, find cover immediately. However, as the captain, Nova was not so naive. He was domineering and saw Luo Shu's movement clearly. Then he hurriedly shouted at his subordinate, and then he quickly stepped back, including Thor beside him. The speed is much faster than the former, and he ran towards the center of the island with lightning speed. What is the situation above? Enjoy a lavish funeral. Chop. Meteor shower. Boom, 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 boom. Just as the two of them had just retreated, one after another, the high-level armed and domineering artillery shells burst into the air, which can be said to blow up those pirates who were caught off guard. After only 10 seconds, the more than 200 shells on the deck were emptied by Luo Shu, and the entire Loot Island was also blasted from the center at this moment, and the surrounding waves were more than 10 meters high. Kind of like the end of the world. "Sir, your meteor shower is really strong enough. I'm afraid no one of the pirates in the first half of the Great Route can withstand such an attack." Looking at the continuous explosions in the distance, Drake flattered Luo Shu. In his opinion, this level of power has completely sunk the island into the sea. Those pirates have no chance of surviving, and even the captain of this pirate group cannot be spared. He feels even more. Even if he was on an island, the final result would be his fall. His thoughts are not exaggerated. Even if he is not bombed, as a devil fruit person, in such a scene, he may not be able to control his body and fall into the sea, and his death will be even worse. The explosion lasted for a few minutes. After the smoke was blown away by the sea breeze, although the smell of gunpowder remained, the tragic scene was extremely conspicuous. Today, Loot Island has disappeared in this sea area, and only a few blood-stained clothes and a small amount of marine life corpses corpses remained, plus some broken limbs, minced meat, and internal organs. Of course, most of them were on the previous island, those building fragments that could float on the sea, trees, etc. In short, they looked extremely bloody. Go and search. Then we're going somewhere else. Luo Shu didn't explain anything, just smiled faintly and gave orders at the same time. The Navy soldiers who received the order took small fast boats and wandered in this sea repeatedly. After half an hour, they did not find any treasure. They may have sunk into the deep sea in the explosion, but they found one that was still alive. People who were not dead. After investigation, this person is Thor, known as Deadpool. In the previous explosion, he relied on his physical skills and two-color domineering to forcibly avoid the fatal part, so that although he was seriously injured, but it wasn't life-threatening. On the contrary, it was the waste of November, who was smashed to pieces after resisting for a while. The dead can no longer die. The system opens this person's panel. Ding! The panel is open. Name: Thor. Special talent: Advanced Brute Force, Domineering, Intermediate Armed Color, Intermediate Seeing Color. Physical skills: Advanced Swordsmanship, no entry. Ability: none. Overall strength: S something. This Deadpool actually has a special talent. Looking at the other party's panel and the comprehensive evaluation made by the system, Luo Shu couldn't help but be a little surprised in his heart. There are really not many people with special talents in the One Piece world. At least, he has not found a few, and those people none are easy. It is not to say that top powerhouses must have special talent, but as long as people with special talents do not die in the middle, they will definitely be able to stand out, and their strength is far superior to ordinary people. Obviously, the bounty hunter named Thor belongs to the type that has talent and has grown up. In addition, Luo Shu saw that he was not very old. He should be in his 20s, and he still had a period of time to improve his strength, so he couldn't help but love money. Chapter 3 is delivered, although it's a little late, but it's still too late. Hey, everyone, send some flowers and rate your vote, please. Chapter 20, Conquering and Giving Fruit. Cough cough. PFF. You deserve to be praised as the youngest colonel in the history of the Navy. Your strength is really powerful. At this moment, Thor, who was lying on the stretcher, suddenly opened his eyes, coughed out a mouthful of bruised blood, looked around, and finally fixed on Luo Shu, who was closest to him, and said in a very weak voice. His words are not flattering to Luo Shu, but more like a heartfelt sigh. He has lived in the first half of the Great Route for many years. Since he mastered the two-color domineering, there are almost no opponents who can fight with him, otherwise nor will he get the title of Deadpool. But before, when he faced the rain-like cannonball thrown by Luo Shu, although he had tried his best to avoid it, he still almost sank into the sea with Loot Island, which shows how shocked he was. The other party is just throwing cannonballs. If he confronts himself head-on, I am afraid that he is not Luo Shu's combined enemy. This is indeed the case. With Luo Shu's current SS+ strength, killing Thor doesn't really need to waste strength and entanglement. With a domineering punch from an advanced weapon, you can get it done. You are also amazing. You are the best bounty hunter I have ever seen. Without the help of a devil fruit and a powerful teacher, you have gained your current strength step by step, but you are quite talented. But you should not stand by me. The opposite of. But I think you didn't cause me any loss. I'll spare your life for now, but you can't do your old job anymore. Join the Navy and become my subordinate. This is the only choice that is beneficial to you. Quote, this is an animal type, ancient species, monarch crocodile fruit. If you agree, eat it. It can not only recover your injuries in a short time, but also make your potential stronger and stronger. It will improve. Quote, Luo Shu looked at Thor, his expression without fear of death, and he was even more satisfied with him. So he said in a deep voice, and took out the ancient seed, the emperor crocodile fruit that he had harvested before. He believed that Thor's strength and talent, it is impossible to bury this top ancient devil fruit, and the other party will become his powerful help in the future. Thor stared at the devil fruit in Luo Shu's hand. His body trembled unnaturally. Yes, he was too excited. Don't think that he has not become a capable person until now, because there is something he doesn't want to swim in the sea. Cleanliness, or the unrealistic idea of weakness, will arise from this. In fact, half a year ago, he found that his strength was progressing slowly, and he was already considering becoming a capable person, but he never got a powerful devil fruit. Otherwise, with his strength, he wanted to get one in the first half of the Great Route. Ordinary devil fruits are not too difficult. However, like the devil fruit in Luo Shu's hand, he can only think about it in his heart. Not to mention him, the world government, the Navy, and the 3 emperors who ruled the New World will be very jealous of this. Don't underestimate the allure of the top ancient species of devil fruit. To give the most real example, if someone uses this devil fruit to make a deal with Kaido, I am afraid that they will go to the Navy headquarters to rob people, and the other party will agree. I believe that this devil fruit can exert its due power on you. Now you can tell me if you are willing to join the Navy and become my Luo Shu's subordinate. Luo Shu casually touched the pattern on the brown fruit and continued to talk to Thor. He didn't believe that the other party would not be interested in this devil fruit. Besides, he was not afraid of Thor agreeing to him and then defecting. For him, all he he wanted was Thor's attitude. He will definitely let Thor know how great it is to feel that the sky and the earth are big, but there is no place for him. I do, although it seems that I am for this devil fruit, but more because I think that if I follow you, it will be very interesting to live in the future. Thor cracked his mouth and took the devil fruit. The excitement on his face had disappeared, but he said to Luo Shu very sincerely. After that, he stuffed the devil fruit into his mouth. Swallow it in one go. After all, his height is there, and his mouth is naturally much larger than ordinary people. It is still very easy to do such a seemingly unwise thing. Oh, that's bad enough. Soon, Thor, who was lying on a stretcher and covered in bruises, suddenly arched up after eating the devil fruit. His face turned purple, and his hands involuntarily pinched his neck, looking extremely painful until after a few breaths, he was relieved, and complained, "Okay, just stay here to recover from your injury. We have to stay a little longer in the first half of the Great Route." After discovering that Thor's teeth had become extremely sharp, and a layer of horny skin had grown on his skin, Luo Shu threw a word and turned and left the room. This kind of change in the other party is normal. Animal-type devil fruit, depending on the person's physique, will change a person's body shape, and appearance more or less after eating it. This kind of thing, as long as anyone who knows it knows. Just like the duck who died in the hands of Drake before, he is a wild boar fruit person. He has a pig-like nose, and there are fangs at the corners of his mouth. Extraordinarily obese. This is what happened after eating that fruit. Compared with that, Thor's state is considered good. Of course, there are also individual people, such as Drake, who have eaten the ancient devil fruit, but nothing has happened to the body without transforming. Change. In short, devil fruit is a very magical thing. It can bestow superhuman powers on an ordinary person, but at the same time, it will also curse it, which no one can avoid. "Sir, what is our next goal?" When Luo Shu just walked out of the cabin of the warship, Drake rushed in front of him, smiling, but his voice was extremely respectful and asked, "Full speed to Gaia Island." Luo Shu just instructed him without looking back. Now he is about to start practicing today, so he doesn't want to waste even a little time. Gaia Island, what are you doing there? Derek thought for a while in his heart, but he didn't have any clues, and Luo Shu didn't seem to explain. He didn't ask any more questions. He could only carry out this order. Chapter 21. The Good News and the Unfortunate Elite Class. Early the next morning, in the Marshal's office of the Navy headquarters, Warring States was sitting on the main seat with a smile on his face. Just yesterday, he received the latest news from Luo Shu, and once again killed a bounty of over 100 million yuan. Pirate. Although there is no head to act as the identity of the other party this time, Warring States will not doubt that Luo Shu can deceive him in this kind of thing, which is completely unnecessary. Less than a month after he left the headquarters, he killed 5 pirate groups one after another, of which there were actually 4 pirate groups, and their captain's bounty was about 100 million Bailey. This achievement is really outstanding. It seems that when he returns to Marin Vando, it is time for him to be promoted to Rear Admiral of the Navy headquarters. As Sengoku stroked his beard, he thought to himself, that's right, he was very satisfied with Luo Shu's performance in the first half of the Great Route. Only in this way can he be worthy of his cultivation. Looks like it's a little monster in our Navy who killed the pirates again. Crane, who was sitting beside him and was processing document, looked at the smiling Sengoku, and couldn't help joking. With her wisdom, even if the other party doesn't explain it, she can guess it. Yeah, he annihilated the Bloody Hand pirates yesterday, and used Garp cannonball move to blast the entire Loot Island into the sea. Now that island has been wiped off the map. Warring States nodded, and said with some emotion. His words revealed his optimism for Luo Shu, as well as a little envy. That's right, when he was a teenager, why didn't he want to be as good as Luo Shu? But at that time, he was just a talented naval cadet, and he couldn't compare with Luo Shu, including the strongest Garp in their group. At Luo Shu's age, still behaves normally, even if he surpasses other naval cadets. It is not so exaggerated. What an interesting kid. When he comes back from the Great Route this time, you should give him the promotion to Rear Admiral of the Navy headquarters. Crane smiled, pretending he didn't see Warring State gap, but asked softly, how could she not be able to hear the emotions in the words of the Warring State period? But she was more realistic, and she knew her own situation. When she was old, she was old. Even if she had strength, she could not resist the invasion of time. Although the world of One Piece has surgical fruit, pure gold, or some drugs to slow down aging, none of them can be easily obtained. Yes, I have decided to give Luo Shu a promotion when he returns. And this kid also recruited another talent for our Navy. Deadpool. Thor. You should have heard of this name. Thor has already promised Luo Shu to become a Navy. Now stay with Luo Shu. Sengoku did not hide his thought, and also said about Thor, which was what Luo Shu told him yesterday. That bounty hunter who is only 25 years old. I have heard of it. I think the Navy had attracted him back then, but he was rejected by the other party. Now that he can join the Navy, it is a good thing, even if he becomes Luo Shu's subordinate. But as long as it's in our Navy's camp, there's no no problem at all. Crane leaned on his chin with one hand. After thinking for a while, he raised his eyebrows and said, "As the Chief of Staff of the Navy headquarters, she has handled a lot of information," and in just a moment she thought of Thor. From her point of view, as long as the other party joins the Navy, it doesn't matter who's subordinate. Could it be that if you become Luo Shu's subordinate, you can ignore the orders of the warring state period? Obviously, that's impossible. The most important thing is to distinguish your position. It is impossible for the warring state to break up with Luo Shu, so Luo Shu's subordinates will not conflict with the warring state. This is the truth. Drake is obedient to Luo Shu, but if the warring states issue any order, he will still be very active to complete it without affecting the interests of Luo Shu. In this way, after chatting with the Crane for a while, the warring states ordered the messengers to tell the news to Zephyr, who was in the Naval Academy. As an old friend for decades, he could guess that Zephyr was more or less, "I will miss Luo Shu very much," and sending the news is also to reassure him, so as to better train the next generation of new recruit for the Navy, as expected of an old disciple. "Have you heard it? That kid Luo Shu, who is about the same age as you, is now a colonel of the Navy headquarters, and in the first half of the Great Route, he killed 4 pirate group with a bounty of nearly 100 million by the captain. When he comes back this time, maybe he will be promoted again. You must take Luo Shu as an example. You must complete the training goals set by the old man every day. Otherwise, you will only become cannon fodder in the future, and you may die in any war. When the time comes, do you want the old man to collect the corpses for you? Well, all stand up. Keep training." As expected in the warring state period, after receiving the news of the messenger, Zephyr was overjoyed and praised Luo Shu for a while. However, when he saw the students in the elite class who were also in front of him, he was tired and panting because he had just completed the training subject he had given him. He believes that although Luo Shu has a strong talent, his strength to bear hardships and stand hard work is also very important, otherwise he would never have the current rank. Therefore, he was very dissatisfied with the other students he had taught, and hoped that he could catch up with Luo Shu as a target, so that his own strength could be rapidly improved. This time Bin, Ain and the others were out of luck. They could only drag their tired bodies and get up from the ground to prepare for the next training subject. Even Ain, who has always worked very hard, has an idea at this moment, that is, talent is really important. Luo Shu training for a day. The speed of strength improvement seems to be dozens of times theirs. She is the first. This is the first time this feeling of powerlessness occurred. As for Bin, he was too tired to speak, and the hatred for Luo Shu in his heart increased a bit, but he did not dare to say it. Just a few days ago, Zephyr personally told him that if in the future oppose Luo Shu, if there is any danger, don't come to him as a teacher. It can be seen that Zephyr's bowl of water will not be level at all, and he does it in an upright manner. While Bin feels anxious, he also keeps himself calm at all times, and tries not to think about the scenes hidden in his heart. The second update will be delivered. The author has to go out. The last update will be a little later, but it is impossible to delay the update. Please rest assured. For those who have flowers, evaluation ticket, and monthly ticket, please support the wave as soon as possible. Chapter 22. Being thrown into the sky. After another week, Luo Shu's warship finally approached Gaia Island. He has been unknowingly. It has been a month since he left the Navy headquarters, and he has gained a lot during this period. Apart from his achievement, the most important thing is it was Thor's subordinate. The opponent's injury had completely recovered 2 days ago, thanks to the ancient species, Emperor Crocodile Fruit. Not only did it not leave him with a dark injury, but his strength was also growing rapidly. He was not very convinced, but after being taught twice, he was no longer arrogant, and instead insisted on practicing hard every day. Luo Shu is very satisfied with this. He likes his subordinates to compare with each other, which can stimulate their potential and improve their strength faster. "Sir, Gaia Island is coming." Thor, wearing a white suit and a justice cloak, walked slowly to the deck and reported to Luo Shu. Because of his tall and sturdy stature, with this set of decoration, he is more oppressive than before. If he did not have a badge representing a military rank, it is very likely that some uninitiated people would recognize him as a high-level officer of the Navy headquarters. System. Open Thor's panel. Ding. The panel is open. Name. Thor. Special talent. Top brute force. Domineering. Intermediate armed color. Intermediate seeing color. Physical skills. Advanced swordsmanship. No entry. Ability. Zoology. Ancient species. Emperor Crocodile Fruit. Unawakened. Comprehensive strength. S+. As expected, it is a top-notch ancient type of devil fruit. It has improved its special talent, and its overall strength has also changed. Not bad. Get ready to land on the island. Luo Shu secretly communicated with the system in his heart. After checking Thor's panel, he nodded indistinctly. What he did before was right. This devil fruit is indeed very suitable. Thor has a special talent for physical art. Master. Give the opponent a few more years, and the strength will become SSS. It is not difficult to enter the ranks of monsters. Sir, do you also believe in the existence of the Sky Island? After After conveying Luo Shu's order, Thor couldn't help but ask aloud that he had lived in the first half of the Great Route for many years, and naturally he had heard a lot about the empty island, but he just treated it as a story, and did not think that the empty island real existence. And Drake, who had already finished his practice, also rubbed his cheeks up and pricked up his ears to hear what Luo Shu, his own superior, had to say. Hey, at that time, half of Gaia Island was washed up by the upwelling ocean current and rushed to a height of 10,000 meters. It never fell, and thus formed an empty island. This is true. The legendary island is tens of thousands of meters. It's not very difficult to log in, but it looks like we're not very lucky. That weird current hasn't formed yet. Luo Shu grinned, looked up at the sky, and said in a deep voice, he who has watched the original anime, of course, knows the existence of the empty island. In addition, who would have thought that the devil fruit, known as the strongest natural system, would appear on that legendary island and be captured by the little gangster eats it, and because of this he regards himself as a god. Have you seen that abandoned shipboard? No accident. It should be a product of hundreds of years ago, and the reason why it appeared there should have been dropped from the sky. Luo Shu, who said this, suddenly found something floating on the sea not far away. He stretched out his finger and motioned for the two to watch. Quote. In this regard, the two did not say anything. With their eyesight, they could see that the board was very old, and they believed most of Luo Shu's words. A few minutes later, the warship docked on the shore of Gaia Island. During the period, many civilians stood watching from a distance, but none of them dared to go forward. Of course they recognized the Navy, but they did not know why the other party came to Gaia Island, so at first cautious, they chose to wait and see. In the next period of time, the two of you will take these navies to repair on Gaia Island and clean up the pirates nearby. But before that, Thor, I need you to throw me on the island. Luo Shu looked around the world's warship, and suddenly felt boring, so he didn't want to waste time. First issued an order, and then ordered Thor. Originally, he wanted to let Drake throw him up, but now he has subdued it. After this subordinate with special talent, in order not to make mistake, it is inevitable to choose the other party. Sir, what do you mean? I will throw you on an island at a height of 10,000 meters. How is this possible? That powerful impact will definitely hurt you. Sure enough, after hearing Luo Shu's whimsical words, Thor opened his mouth, but he didn't say anything, and then shook his head vigorously. He was not optimistic about Luo Shu's plan. It is 10,000 meters high in the sky, and the impact is still not small when thrown from the bottom up. What's more, if there is an island, if it hits it, the force can be imagined, and it may be shattered. Do what you are told. Don't talk so much. Luo Shu's mouth twitched, as if he was a little embarrassed about it, but he didn't want to explain too much, but said to Thor forcefully, okay, but sir, don't let anything happen to you. Otherwise, I will never forgive myself for the rest of my life. Thor wanted Drake to come forward to stop Luo Shu's crazy plan, but Drake turned his head to the side, as if he didn't see anything. A high-hanging demeanor. Don't worry, it's only 10,000 meters high, and even if I jump from it, I won't be injured. Let's start. Remember to use your strength, or you will have to throw it a second time. In the end, Luo Shu could only say with a helpless smile, but in the end he told Thor that he didn't want to be thrown a second time. Good sir. As you wish. Drink. Woo. After making some preparation, Thor carried Luo Shu on his shoulders, growled lowly, and then the whole body arched, and the steel-like muscles appeared. Then, he rushed forward abruptly, and with that strength, pushed Luo Shu out, only to hear a sound of breaking wind. Luo Shu's whole person was like an arrow from the string, shooting into the sky. The third update is over. Although it is a bit late, it has not been interrupted. There are flowers, monthly passes, and evaluation tickets for free. If you like it, remember to save it. Chapter 23. Eyeing the thunder fruit. Hopefully, sir, he won't have an accident. Looking at Luo Shu moving at a high speed in the air, Thor swallowed unnaturally and murmured in a low voice, don't worry, sir, since he will issue such an order, it proves that he must be sure. Let's ask those civilians if there is any pirate group nearby. Drake is not so worried. In his opinion, Luo Shu is unlikely to have an accident. Since the rulers are like God, they are omnipotent. If you have time to think about those that are useless, it is better to complete the tasks assigned earlier. Oh, that's all it can do. Thor opened his mouth and wanted to say something, but in the end he didn't say anything. He could only sigh helplessly, indicating that he was still a little worried in his heart. At this time, Luo Shu was flying happily in the sky. Except for the extremely messy hair and clothes that were blown by the strong wind, his whole person did not show any bad condition. Especially when he felt himself passing through layers of cloud, Luo Shu actually had the desire to fly. Although he could fly in the sky for a short time with the help of the moon step, it was not really flying after all. Moon step. It wasn't until a few minutes later that Luo Shu forcibly stabilized his body, performed a moon step, stepped on the white island cloud, and after a little tidying up, he turned on his domineering to perceive the surrounding information. If my physical skills reach the top level, maybe I can use the moon step to land on the sky island, and I don't have to be so embarrassed. But fortunately, Fortunately, Thor's strength is enough, so I came directly to the island of Bika. Wait, shouldn't Pika Island be destroyed by that guy from Enel? Could it be that because I came a little early, Enel hasn't eaten the thunder fruit yet? When he found out that he was on Bika Island, Luo Shu first slandered a few words, and then he froze in place. That's right, he had been thinking about taking Enelu as his subordinate, but he didn't expect it at all. At this time, Enelu probably hasn't eaten the devil fruit known as the strongest natural system. That's right, he must not have eaten that devil fruit, otherwise, with his character, he would have jumped out and punished the Sky Islanders living on this island. After thinking about it carefully for a while, Luo Shu confirmed the thoughts in his heart. That is the strongest natural devil fruit. Of course he is very interested in it. Before, he was worried about which devil fruit he would choose in the future. Originally, he thought about killing Whitebeard and then looking for the thunder fruit, but now that there is a better and more comprehensive thunder fruit, his previous thoughts were naturally forgotten by him. This thundering fruit can not only make him have a super strong sense of domineering, but also can be used to temper his body. At the same time, he can obtain a speed faster than that of a yellow monkey, and he can fly freely. It can be said to have many benefits. It is no exaggeration to say that the AoE attack of the extremely large range can be called the destruction of the world. Let's keep a low profile first and search around. No surprise, that devil fruit should be on Pika Island. After calming down, Luo Shu soon made his own decision. He was not going to crush it with super strength and force the Sky Islanders to search for the devil fruit for him. The kind of people who don't care about their lives. When looking for devil fruit, they eat them directly after they find them. At that time, even if he killed the other party, it would be difficult to understand the anger in his heart. So in order to avoid this kind of bloody thing from happening, Luo Shu can only do this. But before that, he didn't forget to use the phone bug to contact his two subordinates so that they don't have to worry, and at the same time wait for him for a while. This search for fruit cannot be found in a day or two. In this way, one day has passed, and now Luo Shu is wearing clothes bought from the Sky Island, and a pair of wings appeared on his back. Of course, that was the one he killed a Sky Islander not long ago, and destroying the corpse and destroying the traces, leaving the pair of wings alone, to make himself and other Sky Islanders no different. As for that would be a little cruel. Luo Shu didn't have any sympathy for this. If he hadn't been able to directly urge the Sky Islanders to find the devil fruit for him, he would have already shown his absolute strength to force these Sky Islanders to work for him. The other party is on the road. Where is so much nonsense? That guy is here again. So damn. Why didn't the guards arrest him and kill him? Yeah, every time he comes, it's just in time for the guards not to patrol, otherwise he must end badly. However, his strength is very strong. How can we ordinary people resist? Just snicker. If it weren't for the fact that the other party didn't collect a lot of money, we would definitely starve to death before him. Quote. At this time, a young man with long ears but no wings and a very special appearance appeared on the street. He went from house to house to collect protection fees, but most of them were shocked. This also made the bosses who paid the money to gather at the complaint together. System. Open his panel. Ding. The panel is open. Name. Ani Lu. Special talent. None. Domineering. Primary knowledge. Physical education. Beginner. Swordsmanship. No entry. Ability. None. Overall strength. B. This is just rubbish. It seems that I really underestimated the thunder fruit. This is called the strongest natural devil fruit. Standing in the distance, Luo Shu cursed secretly after checking Analu's panel. He originally thought that Analu should have a special talent, but the reality is very cruel. The other party is almost 30 years old now, and his strength is so poor. If he ate the fruit of thunder, he would not be able to be empty in his life. The god of the island. No wonder Luffy was able to defeat him. There is some truth to this. Luo Shu is really disappointed with Analu now. This kind of thing is really not qualified to be cultivated by him. The important thing is that the thunder fruit has been reserved by him, and it is impossible to give it to Analu, so he can't find it. The second one, let the other party eat it. He can only be a ruthless person. One. I checked the information before, and Analu became a god 6 years before the beginning of the plot, and now it is the year 1512 of the Haiyuan calendar, which means that it should be 2 years later that he will use the thunder fruit ability to defeat Ganfu. So he hasn't eaten devil fruit yet, and his strength is useless. The author feels very reasonable about this setting. The first one is delivered. The protagonist's first devil fruit is about to be in play. What are you waiting for? Everyone, quickly show a wave of flowers, monthly ticket, and evaluation ticket. Chapter 24. Beheading Analu. Why does it feel like someone was spying on me just now? But Analu, who was holding a lot of money, suddenly turned his head and looked around for a while. After realizing that no one was focusing on him, he frowned and thought to himself. It turned out that he sensed Luo Shu's gaze just now by virtue of his domineering look, but when he turned around, Luo Shu had already left, so he naturally didn't find Luo Shu. As for the spying of the system, let alone Analu, even if Galdi Roger was reborn, relying on his domineering arrogance that could listen to the voice of all things, he would not be able to detect that transcendent existence at all. Let's start looking for this jungle first. I'm really looking forward to the strongest natural devil fruit. At this moment, Luo Shu had come to a forest, and he decided to start the search first. After all, it is almost impossible for devil fruit to grow in the public sight. Of course, this conclusion is his guess. There is no order to check. Looking at the dense island cloud under his feet, Luo Shu even felt that it was artificially created, and on this kind of thing, trees, flowers and plants can grow, which is beyond the understanding of ordinary people. I have to admit that the world of One Piece not only is it huge, but it is also very strange. Whether it is animals, plants, or people of various races, there is a big gap between them and their previous lives. If nothing else, the individual gap is the most conspicuous. Time passed quietly, and soon a week passed. Apart from eating and resting, and cultivating domineering every day, Luo Shu was searching for Bika Island. During this period, he did not attract anyone's attention, including the guard, who regarded him as an ordinary sky islander. Find another forest. Where is that thundering fruit? In the past few days, Luo Shu has rummaged through several large forests and found nothing, which made him a little uncomfortable. Bika Island is not very big. Even if he turned it upside down, it would not take long. He just complained slightly, not that he was impatient. Hey, boy, I think you're very handsome. You shouldn't be from this street before, right? Do you know that you and I, Uncle Enelu, are responsible for the protection of this street, and those who are sensible should hand over the money in their hands quickly, or I will beat you all over the place to find teeth. Just as Luo Shu was about to get up and leave the restaurant, a figure stopped him and threatened him. This person is Enelu. He was originally collecting protection fees. After discovering Luo Shu's unfamiliar face, he immediately came up with other ideas and planned to blackmail the other party to expand the money in his pocket. Young man, he is a famous bully in our street. You better not mess with him. If you don't have any money, I can give it to him for you. Before Luo Shu could speak, the owner of the shop came over and comforted Luo Shu. He also watched Luo Shu come to his house continuously, eat food for a week, spend a lot of money. Plus, if the other party refuses Enelu, it is easy to conflict and fight in his shop. When the time comes, then he lost even more. Haha, I'm sorry, I don't have money. Of course, even if I have, I won't give you this kind of garbage. While I'm in a good mood, get out now, or the consequences will be very serious. Luo Shu slowly stood up from his seat, looked at Enelu, who was a little taller than himself, and said with a sneer, he really didn't expect that the other party was so courageous. Yeah, ha 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 ha. How dare you talk to Uncle Enelu like that? You're dead, boy. Crack. Ah. Enelu laughed angrily, but when he threw a punch on Luo Shu's body, there was a sound of broken bones, and then his face twisted and mourned. At that moment, he felt that his fist had hit the steel, and that anti-shock force shattered the bones of his entire arm. Where is your home? Tell me, I'll take you back. Luo Shu, who was thinking of killing Enelu directly, suddenly had an idea, and an idea appeared in his heart. Could the thunder fruit be near Enelu's residence? So he grabbed Enelu's collar with one hand and spoke to him in a commanding tone. Fine, I'll take you there. Enelu, who was amnesty, quickly nodded and agreed, and began to guide Luo Shu, but he was full of hatred in his heart, and he was thinking about how to kill the monster in front of him. He was able to bully ordinary Sky Islanders, which shows that Enelu is not a good person. In addition, in his original book, he destroyed the entire Bika Island, which all shows that his character is cruel and ruthless. Use any means to achieve an end. However, let's not say that the last point is very similar to Luo Shu. He is also a person who can give up everything in order to achieve his own goal. This is your home. You can die. Bang. After only a few minutes, Luo Shu flew all the way with Enelu, and felt Enelu's residence. It was far away from the crowd and was very quiet. Even if no one came over at ordinary time, Luo Shu finally rewarded Enelu. With one punch, his head exploded, and it could be said that he could no longer die. After Luo Shu logged onto Bika Island, he never thought about accepting Enelu as his subordinate, not to mention that they had some small frictions before, so he simply killed the person in front of him. This was just a matter of convenience. That's it. In any case, Enelu was just an ant in his eyes, and if he killed him, he would kill him. Isn't this the way to cultivate arrogance and arrogance? After a while, Luo Shu searched through the residence of Enelu, and only found a cultivation method called Zengang. After reading it carefully, he felt no interest. He said, this heart gang is another name for the domineering and domineering. It's like Ryu Sakura of Wano country. It's just high-level armed arrogance. As long as the armed arrogance reaches the advanced level, you can use it at will. For example, now he can open his hands to the three generals in the original book when they are fighting at the top, and release the high-level armed domineering, thereby resisting the power of Whitebeard's shocking fruit. Chapter 2 is delivered. It's useless to keep this guy Enelu. He doesn't even have a fart without the thunder fruit. Flowers, monthly ticket, evaluation tickets for free, and one more update. Update later. Chapter 25. Get the fruit. Leave the empty island. It seems that the most likely place for the strongest natural devil fruit to appear on the entire Bika Island island is in this jungle. Walking out of Analu's residence, Luo Shu turned his gaze to a small jungle not far from the house. Looking at the lush vegetation inside, he felt that if he couldn't find the thunder fruit here, then he might really it going to waste some power. Just do what he says. Luo Shu has always been like this. Now that he has this idea, he is not wasting time. After entering the jungle, he is full of energy and searches in a carpet-like manner. Have you heard? That bully's arm was broken. It's really relieved. Someone should have come forward and punished him well. Who said it wasn't? It's better that that guy Analu be killed. Otherwise when he's injured, he will blackmail us even harder. My relative told me not long ago that Analu had a good relationship with a guard captain on our Bika Island. So guard turn a blind eye to his action. It's absolutely hateful. If God knew about this, he would definitely punish them severely. But now, should we do something to take advantage of the bully's injury and break his other arm so that we can do it in the future? Don't be bullied by him again. Forget it. Let's not talk about whether the captain of the guard who has a good relationship with him will come forward to stop it. Even if Analu doesn't have an arm, it is not something we can deal with. At this moment, on the street where Luo Shu ate before, a large number of shopkeepers were gathering, chattering about what happened not long ago. They hated Enel to the bottom of their heart, wishing to lose their lives, and even had the idea of doing it themselves. Although they might be hot-headed and excited for a while, it could be seen that they really wanted Enel from now on. In the future, he will no longer be able to run amok on Bika Island. However, if they knew that Analu was dead, they would be so happy that they would not be able to sleep and laugh for a few days. There was no exaggeration. Ha 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 ha. I finally found you. The thundering fruit known as the strongest natural type. Let me see how much transformation you can bring me. A few hours later, Luo Shu found a dark blue, grapefruit-shaped fruit on a huge branch, with currents floating on it from time to time, which made Luo Shu sure that this was definitely the one he dreamed of. Thunder fruit. Oh, after he took it off, he could no longer control the joy in his heart. After laughing wildly, he took a bite on it. Suddenly, a strange smell filled his mouth. He quickly covered his mouth and would probably spit it out. Ha 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 ha. See, crack, crack. After swallowing the pulp duck in his throat, he eased his mind and displayed the fruit ability. Yes, he was able to enter elementalization just after eating it, which is not shocking. One after another thunder and lightning wrapped Luo Shu in it, and the surrounding flowers and trees were also roasted. That's right, don't underestimate the high temperature generated by the thunder and lightning. It is very terrifying. Crackling. Hey, Luo Shu carefully felt the unknown energy in his body. He stretched out his finger and aimed at a tree with a diameter of more than 2 meters. When his mind moved, a thunder light flashed from his fingertips and penetrated in an instant. The big tree was gone, leaving only a scorched black hole. That's right, it really deserves to be the strongest nature-type devil fruit. This power will be well developed in the future, surpassing the 8-foot Chongu Jade of the Japanese ape. I believe it will be no problem. The system opens my panel. Ding, the panel is open. Host, Luo Shu. Special talent, copper skin and iron bone. Superpower, natural tyrant. Domineering, intermediate overlord color. Advanced armed color. Intermediate knowledge color. Physical skills, advanced swordsmanship. No entry. Ability, nature, thunder fruit. Comprehensive strength, SS lust. Except for the appearance of the devil fruit behind the ability, nothing else has changed. Looking at his own panel, Luo Shu was not discouraged because of his comprehensive strength. He was still SS lust. He knew very well that he had just taken the devil fruit. As long as he developed it, his strength would be like eating. Drink water in general, and improve quickly. He won't be in a hurry either. It's time to leave. I don't know if Drake and Thor are in a hurry. In this way, Luo Shu was frantically in the jungle. After studying his newly acquired abilities for a few hours, he decided to leave the empty island. After all, there is no other person or thing here except the devil fruit that can let him interested in giving birth. As for the historical tech hidden under the golden bell, Luo Shu is really indifferent to it. First of all, he doesn't like to check history, and secondly, he has always wanted to be the person who made history. Sometimes, he really didn't understand that those unarmed scholars in O'Hara didn't know the so-called study of the historical tech, which was obviously killing them. The world government clearly has regulation, and they cannot study the historical tech, but they have committed crimes against the wind, and they can't persuade them. After that, there is no need to explain. Now O'Hara has long been a ruin, and no island can withstand it. The attack of the naval slaughter order, including the people on the island, only Robin survived. This is also thanks to Aokiji, an admiral with a strong sense of justice. If he changed to another navy, Robin would never see the sun the next day. Maybe those scholars have been brainwashed, or it may be because of their dream. They can abandon everything, but Luo Shu thinks it is not worth it. Those illusory things can never be compared with life. If a person dies, then everything is nothing, there is none left. Then, Luo Shu pulled off the pair of wings behind him, changed into a new suit and a righteous cloak, turned into a thunderbolt, and flew away into the distance, and its speed was astonishingly fast. This is all thanks to this thundering fruit. Chapter 3 is here. Sky Island is really nothing to write about, and the protagonist does not need to develop a base here, or build an arc. That thing is useless to the protagonist. And I'm reiterating, I didn't write Garp weak. The protagonist is very powerful after acquiring an talent, especially the power. As for the giant bloodline, what is the system for? Can't let the protagonist perfectly integrate talent. I don't object to picking fault, but I have been sticking to my teeth, and what I said is unreasonable. I can only lock you in a small black room to calm down. Chapter 26. Development ability. Wonderful mother and son. These guys are also troublesome to carry. The reward is too low. Just kill it. Drake looked at the pirates who had been bound, and turned to Thor and said, "It doesn't matter. It's just some rubbish anyway. Whether it's killing it or sending it to Impelton. In short, they can't be allowed to do whatever they want." Thor also doesn't care about it. In his opinion, as long as he is a pirate, no matter whether he is a disaster or not, he will be punished. All executed, beheading their head. In this way, after Drake gave an order, nearly 10 pirates with a reward of several million, or even tens of millions of Baileys, all went to hell, including in the original book. Several leaders of the Tsuruyama combined army that Luffy met on Gaia Island all died tragically at the hands of those naval soldiers. Just as Drake and the others returned to the warship again, a flash of lightning flashed in an instant, turning into a figure wearing a cloak of justice, standing on the deck. This person is Luo Shu, who came down from the empty island. This devil fruit ability. Sir, have you become an ability person? The first person to react was Thor, the strongest on the warship. I saw a few drops of cold sweat dripping from his forehead, and asked Luo Shu stammeringly. That's right, he was indeed shocked just now. After all, Luo Shu's speed was too fast, and the moment he appeared again, Thor's domineering look was not captured. If this is an enemy, Thor has no doubt the other party can take his life in an instant. That's right, this trip to the empty island is a huge gain, and I have become a capable person because of this. Luo Shu nodded with a smile, and briefly talked about some of the experiences on the empty island, and admitted that he was a capable person. Sir, what you won't eat is the thunder fruit known as the strongest natural type. What? The thunder fruit? My god, you are so lucky, sir. You will get such a powerful natural system. I believe that your strength will soon increase to an unimaginable level. Right. Both Thor and Drake were shocked by Luo Shu. Although the thunder fruit, although I don't know how powerful it is, the title of the strongest nature department is extremely loud. As long as you think about it, since the elders themselves have very powerful strength, coupled with the strongest devil fruit, they will really be extremely terrifying in the future. This is not as simple as 1 + 1 = 2. A powerful devil fruit, even if eaten by a mediocre person, can be transformed, not to mention eaten by a genius. It is definitely more powerful. Ha 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 ha. It's nothing to be shocked. Luck is indeed better. We can now go to Marin Fando. As long as we destroy a few pirate group, everyone can be promoted. Luo Shu smiled a little smugly. He is in a good mood now. When he returns to the Navy headquarters, after revealing that he has become a person with the ability of the thunder fruit, he does not know what kind of expressions those high-level executives will show, especially their relationship with him. Some stiff Garp. Will he grit his teeth on this? Yes, sir. As the saying goes, if one person attains the Tao, the chicken and the dog ascend to the sky. This time, the self-governor has obtained such a terrifying opportunity. As his subordinate, he is naturally happy for it. So the two saluted Luo Shu together and said in unison. Early the next morning, Luo Shu sat cross-legged on the deck. He was naked, with blue electric arc running wildly on his skin. This was the method he thought of last night, even if he had copper skin and iron bone talent, but he still does not meet the physical strength. Luo Shu wants to use thunder and lightning to polish his body from the inside out, so that even if he faces a siege in the future, no one can break through his defense. Only then can he say that he is truly invincible in the world. Although the results of this method are hard to see, he believes that as long as he perseveres and make time for this kind of cultivation every day, with the blessings of years and months, the improvement will definitely be great. What's more, he decided to imitate Anilu in the original book, and combine the radio wave ability of the thunder fruit with his own domineering color, so that he could perceive a farther range and hear the voices of others. These are currently the basic abilities of the thunder fruit. As long as he spends some more time, he can develop more abilities that Anilu did not master in the original work. This devil fruit, known as the strongest natural system, is not as simple as light being able to generate lightning, and because of Luo Shu's hard work, it also led Thor and Drake. The two entered a state of cultivation early in the morning when they discovered Luo Shu, and they also practiced domineering and physical skills on the warship. They don't want to be taken too far by Luo Shu, otherwise, I am afraid that they will not be qualified to be their subordinate. After all, as the confidant of the strong, they cannot be weak. At least you have to be on the table. You can deal with some troubles for it. Time passed quickly, and another week passed in a blink of an eye. During this period, Luo Shu's warships have been wandering on the Great Route, and at the same time they have also wiped out 2 unlucky pirate pirate group, but the bounty can reach tens of millions of Bailey. It's a rubbish existence. At noon that day, Luo Shu, who was having a meal, suddenly stopped the movements in his hand, and his eyes became a little playful. Full speed, southeast. That's right, the current him. The domineering coverage is very wide, although the sea that he can see is very calm, but he perceives the situation that is happening more than 10 nautical miles away, so he immediately issues an order. This made Derek and Thor, who were sitting at the same table, feeling puzzled for a while. They looked around and found nothing. After perceiving it with a sense of domineering, they still did not gain anything. In the end, they only to be able to sigh secretly. His level of domineering is not enough. Mom said to kill all of you guys to get the treasure on your ship. Go to hell. On the other side, a fat, blonde young man with a crescent-shaped beard, with long scars on his face, neck, and head, looked very fierce. He stood on the bow of a pirate ship, holding a naginata, roared to himself, and rushed towards those terrified pirates. And not far from the pirate ship, a simple boat was parked there, on which stood an ugly-looking, short-statured old woman, smiling at the corner of her mouth and looking at this scene with vicious eyes. The first chapter is here. There are flowers, a valuation ticket, and monthly ticket, so please support away. Chapter 27. The Mighty Edward Wable. These two can be considered a strange combination in the world of One Piece. They have a mother-son relationship, but the son is stupid, but the mother has been using her son madly. Fortunately, Edward Wable is powerful, otherwise their mother and son would have been too early. Buried in the sea. What kind of monster is this? We can't hurt him when our guns hit him. He won't be anything strange. A devil fruit power user. He can defend against our attack. The captain was killed by him. Let's jump into the sea and escape. Otherwise, it will be too late. Yes, we are not his opponent. Run away. Some pirates, who were more afraid of death, found that they could not hurt the tall monster in front of them when they fired a black gun. To decide the outcome of this war, he can only drop his weapons and jump into the sea. Although doing this, most of them will be drowned, or become food for sea beasts, but after all, it is much better than being directly cut in half. As expected of my son. Awesome. Go and collect the money from this pirate ship. We should leave. Less than 2 minutes, the entire pirate group had been completely disintegrated by Edward Wable. Upon seeing this, Miss Ba Jin drove the boat under her feet and approached. After boarding the pirate ship, she tapped her son's head with a cane, feet, and praised each other a few words at the same time. Hey, okay, my dear mom, an enemy is coming. Wable smirked twice, replied honestly, then twisted his fat body and walked towards the cabin, but at this moment he suddenly stopped and looked at the sea in the distance. The originally smiling face became serious, and it was obvious that his arrogance captured Luo Shu's warship. At the same time, I also sensed Luo Shu's undisguised strong aura. Although he looked stupid, it does not mean that he is a complete mental retardation. On the contrary, whether it is his experience against the enemy or his fighting consciousness, he is surprisingly powerful. Otherwise, he would not have such strength in his 20s. Oh, did you find me? It's very good and domineering. Although he is not at the peak of his strength at this time, he is not weak. According to the plot of the original book, next year will be the time for him to cut off Zephyr's arm. Quote, on the other side, Luo Shu, who was standing on the deck, raised his brows. Just now, he sensed that Wable was already ready, looking like he was facing a great enemy. How could he not have guessed this situation? The other party found out that he was coming. As a Wable who can cut off Zephyr's arm in the original book, it goes without saying whether he played a conspiracy or a small trick. At least, his own strength is there. Even if he is weaker than Zephyr, he will not be too weak. It turned out to be a kid in the Navy. Son, kill him. He is the youngest colonel in the history of the Navy. If you take off his head, you will be famous. Few minutes later, Miss Ba Jin put down the telescope in his hand and said to his son who was standing beside him. Yes, she recognized Luo Shu's identity. It should have been the newspaper she had seen promoting Luo Shu before, which was not surprising. Good mother. Although he is very strong, I will definitely kill him. Wable nodded heavily. His eyes were full of strong killing intent, and the fighting intent in his heart had climbed to the top. This also stemmed from the fact that there was an element of violence in his blood, and he hadn't encountered it for a long time. After all, he is stronger than a master like Luo Shu. System. Open Wable's panel. Ding. The panel is open. Edward Wable. Special talent. Rough skin and thick flesh. Advanced brute force. Domineering. Advanced armed color. Advanced knowledge color. Physical skills. Advanced swordsmanship. Advanced swordsman. Ability. Superhuman. Impact fruit. Unawakened. Overall strength. SSS. It's a very good opponent. Who would have thought that this foolish guy has 2 special talent? Although the level is not very high, but he really can't be underestimated. The distance between the 2 ships is getting closer and closer. Luo Shu checked Wable's panel through the system, and he couldn't help but be surprised. Once again, he confirmed a sentence. There are not many who can become strong at a young age, possess special talent. He even had some doubts that this Wable might really be Whitebeard's own son. In the past, he more or less thought that Whitebeard should not have such a stupid son, but now after seeing the talent and strength of the the other party. He really can't imagine that a person with no background and parents are just ordinary people, but his possessing this kind of talent, this kind of probability, is probably dozens of times more difficult than awakening the tyrannical arrogance. Sink me into the sea. Ah! Without waiting for Luo Shu's warship to continue approaching, Wable suddenly shouted, and a silver-white halo appeared in his right hand, and slammed towards Luo Shu's position. A huge shock wave ran rampantly on the sea, and at the same time, waves of more than 10 meters high were set off, with the trend of destroying the dead and wanting to smash Luo Shu's warship. Even if the navy on the warship is the elite of the headquarters, but after seeing this scene, they can't help but feel fear in their heart, but they did not show it, but focused their attention on Luo Shu. He believed that this legendary colonel in the navy would definitely block that attack. Even Drake and Thor are the same. In the face of this kind of attack, if the two of them come forward to resist, they are afraid that they will be directly blasted into the sea. This is no joke. Those who are capable fall into the sea and die. The rate is extremely high. If the opponent beats the underdogs and attacks again, they will surely die. Don't try to succeed. Lan Zhao ran blade. Fortunately, Luo Shu did not disappoint everyone. His body bowed slightly, and suddenly he rose into the air. His feet flipped, and he kicked several cyan slashes in the air. There is no way. The time he has become a capable person is too short, and many moves have not been developed yet. It is good to use it to deal with rookie. If you encounter a powerhouse like Wable, it will be of no use at all, so he can only use physical technique to fight the enemy. But fortunately, in the past few days, I have combined the fruit ability so that my knowledge and domineering has reached a high level, and the comprehensive strength has also been improved to the same as Wable. All SSS. Edward Wable's strength is set in SSS. Absolutely no problem. Zephyr is SSS. He is only weak, so he can cut off the opponent's arm while Zephyr has to take care of his own student. Well, that's how it is set. Although the update is a little slow, I still ask for a wave of flowers, evaluation ticket, and monthly ticket support. There have been too many things recently, otherwise it will not be like this. It will be fine in a few days, and then I will become a 5-shift B. Chapter 28. Lay the line. Catch big fish. As expected of Colonel Luo Shu, that terrifying shock wave was cut open. We are safe with Colonel Luo Shu here. Don't be afraid at all. The pirates are impossible to win. Speaking of which, Colonel Luo Shu's physical skills are so powerful, they can even compete with the ability of fruit. In my whole life, as long as I have 1/10 of Colonel Luo Shu's rank, that's absolutely glorious. Quote. After Luo Shu cut off the shock wave sent by Wable with his lantern feet, the navy suddenly shouted, and the momentum was amazing. There is no way. After all, Luo Shu won it by his own strength, and he can withstand those evaluations. That navy kid is so strong. It seems that Wable may not be able to take it down in a short time. If the opponent's subordinates attack me unexpectedly, it will be dangerous. Miss Ba Jin, who had been standing behind Wable, frowned. Although she has no strength now, but no matter what, she also stayed on Rox's ship when she was young. Naturally, she has a high vision and can see Luo Shu. The strength is not worse than Wable. This had to make her cautious, so she made a small calculation in her heart. As a person who can raise Wable alone and do all the evil things, of course she has a very smart mind. Not only the love of money, she also has all kinds of escape skills. Moreover, she is not without strength at all. Even after so many years, due to laziness, she has declined a lot, but it is still not something that ordinary people can compete with. Ah, super chopper. On the contrary, Wable, after finding that his attack was easily resolved by the opponent, was immediately furious, raised the naginata in his hand, and slashed out a more powerful shockwave, causing the surrounding air to be torn apart instantly, and the sky turned pale. The gust of wind began to howl, and the waves on the sea appeared one after another, as if never ending. Bakwan, meteor kill. Luo Shu, who was standing in midair, stared at the shockwave that hit him. In fact, he could have avoided it with the help of the sick form or the thunder fruit ability, but the warship behind him would suffer because of it. He knew that it was impossible for his two subordinates to block this attack from Wable. In the end, he could only use the physique moves that he had created after 2 years. He saw his right arm bulging in an instant, bursting the sleeves of the black suit, wrapped around the domineering fists of high-level armament, violently hit the shock wave. This punch is not only mixed with his terrifying power, but also has high-level armed arrogance, as well as the domineering arrogance he exudes. Boom! The two attack collided, and a violent explosion sounded. The sea water was tens of meters high. We people standing in it. It will be the inevitable result of death. Sun hit the sea with an attack. It's time for us to leave. At this moment, Miss Ba Jin stepped on Wable's feet immediately, and told him that it was not over. She even ran directly into the cabin, the purpose of which was to drive the boat to escape. In this battle, she didn't want to let Wable fight anymore, otherwise the result would be unpredictable. In the end, Wable activated his devil fruit ability again and hit the sea in front of the pirate ship, causing the waves to bounce back and push the pirate ship far away. In cooperation with Miss Miss Ba Jin's driving skills, it was instantly possible. Disappeared in the sight of Luo Shu and others. It's really cautious. It's a bit interesting. I'll let you go this time. Next time. Luo Shu jumped back to the deck of the warship and stood there with his arms folded on his chest. A sneer hung on the corner of his mouth. He knew that the Miss Ba Jin guy, seeing the situation is not good, will definitely run away. It is not that he can't catch up with the other party, but it's not necessary. It is not difficult for a stupid person like Weibo to conquer him, so Luo Shu doesn't want to give up this kind of talent. But now, his right to speak in the Navy is very low, and he is not qualified to let a person with if a pirate with a bounty goes to join the Navy, it will not affect his career, and it will be attacked by those who have a heart, which is not in line with his interest. So this time he let the other party go, just to catch big fish with a long line, and let Edward Weibo, the monster, practice for a few more years, and then he can reap more abundant fruit. Wouldn't it be beautiful? Congratulations, sir, for repelling the strong enemy. Colonel Luo Shu is mighty. Colonel Luo Shu is invincible. Soon, Drake, Thor and other navies saluted Luo Shu in unison and said, this battle, although it did not last too long, and did not really decide the winner, but it allowed them to experience a battle belonging to the strong. To this battle scene, sir, that guy's beard is very similar to Whitebeard. They won't have anything to do with them, right? After a while, after the warship returned to the previous route, Drake, who had a big brain, suddenly asked Luo Shu. He had seen many times in the newspaper the photos of Whitebeard, the strongest man in the world, so he came up with an idea that sounded illusory, but carefully considered, but very convincing. Quote. However, Thor was speechless about this. Of course he knew about Whitebeard and had seen the other party's photos, but he didn't think that Weibo would have anything to do with the other party. There were too many people with the same beard. It seems that this is not surprising. Who knows, maybe they are father and son, but that doesn't matter. The important thing is that he will never be able to reach the level of Whitebeard. Luo Shu shook his head, and he couldn't be sure about it. Although he thought that Weibo was the son of Whitebeard, he would not give Drake a positive answer. But there is one thing, he doesn't think he will be wrong. That is, Weibo can never surpass Whitebeard. No, even if he has no qualifications for comparison, whether it is strength, brain, or personality, the former is better than Weibo. Bull is too strong. Although the update is a little slow, I still ask for a wave of flowers, evaluation ticket, and monthly ticket support. There have been too many things recently, otherwise it will not be like this. It will be fine in a few days, and then I will become a 5-shift B. Chapter 29, Return and Quarrel. After the episode of Weibo, Luo Shu once again killed a few pirate groups on his way back to Marin Vando, but he was still the kind of little-known ex-good. On this day, Luo Shu left the Navy headquarters for 2 full months. He finally returned to Marin Vando. Looking at a large number of Navy standing at the port, he knew that they were all to greet him. First of all, the most conspicuous one is Zephyr, followed by the ghost fighter behind the opponent, Doberman, and several lieutenant generals and major generals. The scene can be described as very vast, so that the naval soldiers gathered in the distance began to discuss a series of opinions. However, most of them are praising Luo Shu's achievement. They all know that Luo Shu has been away for 2 months and has killed many pirates. Among them, there are 4 who have a reward of 100 million Bailey. This simply makes them admire endlessly. Teacher Zephyr. Luo Shu, who jumped off the warship, came to Zephyr's side and saluted him. Good. Here are the appointment letters and badges of your 2 subordinates. They are now captains of the Navy headquarters. As for your appointment, it will be postponed to 3 days, and you will be satisfied by then. Zephyr said 3 good words in a row, showing how satisfied he was with this disciple, but he did not forget to take out 2 documents and 2 badges and hand them over to Luo Shu, which was entrusted to him by the Warring State period. Task. After all, as the Marshal of the Navy headquarters, I can't come to the port in person to welcome Luo Shu, a colonel of the Navy headquarters. That would be a bit of a loss of identity. Go back and clean up first. Go to the Marshal's office then and report to the Warring States on the situation of this tour. Seeing the admirals who surrounded Luo Shu and madly touted the other side, Zephyr immediately spoke out to save Luo Shu. Thank you all. I can take the time out of my busy schedule to greet you, and I will definitely visit you in the future. Luo Shu smiled and said something to the crowd, and then left with Thor and Drake. In fact, he quite liked the feeling of being held up to the sky by everyone. Maybe it's because of vanity, or after having a certain strength, he wants to be recognized by others, even if the other party is pretending, but those words will definitely make him happy. This is the letter of appointment for the 2 of you, as well as the badge representing the colonel of the headquarters. Drake, bring Thor to know Marin Vando as soon as possible, and don't make any embarrassing thing. Back at his mansion, Luo Shu personally handed the appointment book to Drake and Thor, and gave them the badges, and did not forget to instruct Drake. After all, Thor came to the Navy headquarters for the first time, and he must be unfamiliar with many places. If Drake gave pointers from the side, I believe that it would not take long for the other party to completely integrate into the Navy headquarters. On the other other hand, he rested for a while, tasted some delicacies prepared for him by the chef, changed into a brand new black suit, put on the cloak of justice, and walked to the marshal's office. Button, come in. As expected of the strongest genius in our Navy, it's only been 2 months, and the achievements I've harvested, I'm afraid that the average Navy general may not be able to reach it within a year. 20 minutes later, in the Marine headquarters, in the marshal's office, Warring State sat on the main seat and laughed at Luo Shu. Marshal of the Warring State has won the award, but it's just luck. But it is indeed better than some guys who have high wages every year but never do much work, Luo Shu said modestly at first, and then changed the topic, and mentioned some officials in the Navy headquarters who had no ability, and only depended on time to endure the general level. He was very disdainful of such people. Even a guy like Kizaru, who lives to make a living, is much stronger than those trash. If there is a big war, Kizaru can rush to the front line. No matter whether he will make a full shot, at least his strength is there. Even if he can drag a strong man of the same level as him. But those who are not strong, as long as they are on the battlefield, they are almost always killed in an instant, and they can't even beat people weaker than them, because their hearts have been corroded, and their fighting consciousness has long been forgotten. When a battle occurs, the first thing they think about is how to save their lives. The old man hates the kind of people you say, but no matter how bad they are, it's not your turn to make irresponsible remark. Right, you are only a colonel of the Navy headquarters, and you dare to talk about general-level officials. Where is the military discipline? Before waiting for Warring State to say anything, Garp, sitting on the sofa, didn't know what to do with his madness. He stared at Luo Shu, and scolded him loudly, as if he was afraid that others would not hear. In fact, just a few days before Luo Shu was about to arrive at the Navy headquarters, most of the Navy was talking about how powerful Luo Shu was and how many pirates he killed. Of course, this kind of words will enter Garp's ears. He has a strange idea about Luo Shu, and always thinks that the other party is an unstable factor, so an evil fire has been running around in his body, and now he sees it. The high-spirited Luo Shu couldn't control the anger in his heart. Bang! Cap, shut up. When it comes to military discipline, when have you taken it seriously for so many years? Everyone in the entire Navy headquarters is qualified to speak of Luo Shu, because you are not alone. As soon as Garp's voice fell, Sengoku stood up abruptly, slapped his palm heavily on the desk, and yelled at Garp. However, deep in his heart, he is bitter. On the one hand, he is an old friend who has been with him for many years, and on the other, he is a leader of the new generation of the Navy, and this top genius has grown up completely, but he is not a good choice. But just now Garp clearly used Luo Shu as a punching bag and forcibly charged the other party. He was afraid that if he didn't come out and stop it, the two might fight in his marshal's office. Who Garp is, he knows too well. If he is reckless, he will not care about who is around or what situation he is in, and he will not hesitate to say it. As for Luo Shu, he was someone who never wanted to suffer, nor would he be soft-spoken to those who had an indifferent relationship with him. Coupled with his arrogance as a genius, how could he be patient with Garp? So the Warring State did this as a last resort. I'm reiterating, Garp is a reckless person. Don't look at his thick and thin, but it's only occasionally. He does things according to his own mentality. For the first time, the reason why he shot Luo Shu, it's because he was angry with his grandson, and Luo Shu suddenly joined the Navy and performed extremely well. Compared with the two, Garp, who was already a little nervous, impulsively married Luo Shu. Afterward, he felt that Luo Shu was not the kind of person with justice in his heart, so he opposed him, interfered with his promotion, and did not want him to enter the management of the Navy. Tell me, where did I write Garp bad? He has been all loyal to the Navy. Although the update is a little slow, I still ask for a wave of flowers, evaluation ticket, and monthly ticket support. There have been too many things recently, otherwise it will not be like this. It will be fine in a few days, and then I will become a 5-shift B. Chapter 30. Still upon Warring State. Garp, who was shocked by Sengoku's sudden roar, pointed at Sengoku, but in the end he didn't refute the other party's word. After thinking about it carefully, he really never took military discipline seriously. Just now he scolded Luo Shu. It's just a whim. I just find a reason at will, and I don't think about myself at all. For a while, the anger became suppressed. Garp touched the back of his head with a somewhat embarrassed smile on his face, sat down again, and began to say nothing. No matter how impulsive he is, in the face of the current situation, he thinks it's better not to speak. The provincial warring states were saying a few words against him. However, he did not forget to think about how to interfere with Luo Shu's promotion, or let him reveal his true nature so that he could not be recognized by others in the Navy. Luo Shu, don't mind, that's what Garp is like. He might have taken the wrong medicine when he went out today, and he was a little impulsive when he spoke. Marshal of the warring state period. You don't have to do this. I don't dare to hold a grudge against Lieutenant General Garp. After all, he is a naval hero, and his strength is extremely powerful. The one who once chased after One Piece Guldy Roger ran all over the world is really admirable. But what scares me the most is the leader of the the Revolutionary Army. Monkey D. Long. If the other party knows that I have offended his father, maybe when I go out on a mission, I will lead those rebels to besiege me, and am I in danger already? Seeing Garp acting like this, Sengoku heaved a sigh of relief, and quickly spoke to Luo Shu to comfort him, but before he could finish speaking, Luo Shu interrupted. I saw Luo Shu folded his arms and looked at Garp with a strange look. The corners of his mouth were slightly raised, and he said very playfully, especially when he mentioned the Revolutionary Army at the end, his voice became heavy, but there was no trace of fear on his face. Obviously, he deliberately said these words to disgust Garp, who let the other party affect his mood first. Really thought that Luo Shu was a muddy. Just because you Garp can scold him and he's going to pretend he didn't hear. I'm sorry, that's impossible. Luo Shu's revenge is stronger than anyone else's, and he's the least willing to suffer. Now that he has gained such a powerful strength, he doesn't allow anyone to make a fortune on his head. Anyone who dares to upset him will have to pay the price. It's just a matter of time. Ha! Quack, quack, quack. Garp slowly stood up from the sofa. His face was red, his fists were white, and he made a sound, and a pair of tigers stared round, all showing how angry he is now. Luo Shu's words can be said to have touched his bottom line. In the entire naval headquarters, except for warring states and he, who occasionally mentioned Monkey D. Dragon, even the three generals would not mention it in front of him. This son has always been his pain point and taboo. At the beginning, he put a lot of effort into him, but in the end, the other party let him down. As a general with the three generals, after entering the Naval Academy, he showed a strong talent of the Monkey D. Dragon. The pirate king Gul D. Roger was executed. He betrayed the navy and established a revolutionary army, openly confronted the navy and the world government, and overturned the regimes of other countries everywhere. He was called the most vicious criminal in the world. If it weren't for Garp's strong strength and his achievements for the navy, no one could question him. He was deeply supported by the bottom and mid-range forces of the navy. The prison, or even a rat-proof weapon, publicly executed Garp, so that the revolutionary army surfaced and took the initiative to come to die. Little devil, this old man gives you a chance to reorganize your language and repeat what you just said. Garp slowly came to Luo Shu's body, carrying a powerful momentum, and said to Luo Shu word by word. He has tried his best to restrain himself now. As long as Luo Shu is soft and apologizes to him, then he can think that he didn't hear it in the face of warring states, Zephyr and others, but if the other party dares to speak out to stimulate him, then he will attack Luo Shu without hesitation. Hard. Oh, didn't you hear what I said before? Then I'll say it again. You who condone your son to become a revolutionary army don't deserve to be called a naval hero. Luo Shu once again interrupted warring states' word, and Garp, who was much taller than himself, said it more directly. It can be said that he showed all the words in his heart that he wanted to express. At this moment, in the marshal's office, Xiao Zongguo, Qing Pheasant, Crane, including Garp himself, all seemed extremely sluggish. How could they have thought that Luo Shu would say such hurtful words? And it was every word, although it is very reasonable, but who dares to really say it? Today, let the old man teach you a truth for Zephyr. You can say anything, otherwise, you will pay a heavy price. Soon, Garp, who had recovered, looked gloomy and terrifying, and his whole face became distorted. It could be seen that his heart was full of anger now. Shu's chest hit. Although this punch did not cover his top-level armament and domineering, he used 80% of his strength. With Garp's strength and the special talent of super punching power, this attack was enough to shatter a mountain. Boom. Elementalization. You actually ate a natural devil fruit. But just after the fist hit Luo Shu, it passed through the body strangely, and the fist-shaped shockwave smashed the other wall of the marshal's office. But Garp couldn't help but exclaim. Yes, he was hairless again. Luo Shu only left the Navy headquarters for 2 months, and actually became a natural fruit ability. Get out of here. Bang. Luo Shu, who maintained the elementalization, was already prepared. His body turned into a thunder light, flashed to Garp's side, and punched the opponent's rib. He didn't wrap his arms around domineering, but he used 100% of his strength, because he felt that Garp had already reacted, and he used iron blocks and top-armed arrogance to harden his body. No matter how powerful his punch was big, it is impossible to kill Garp, and even the other party may not be able to be injured, but enough to blow it away. Whoosh. As expected, Garp, who was punched by Luo Shu, smashed the wall of the marshal's office like a kite with a broken string, and flew backward frantically. The protagonist is now 17 years old, and his body is still developing. In a few years, his height will increase. I think between 2 meters and 5 meters, no more than 3 meters. In the world of One Piece, it should be considered a perfect height. Flowers, monthly ticket, and evaluation tickets are free. Everyone, I beg you. Chapter 31. The very short battle. Luo Shu didn't stop because of the flying Garp. Instead, he chased after the victory. The speed was a few points faster than before. He had already thought about it in his heart. This is also good for him. He can play against the world's top powerhouses at close range. Not everyone is eligible to enjoy such an opportunity. It's the fruit of natural thunder. I didn't expect that Luo Shu was so lucky. Just went to the first half of the Great Route and got such an opportunity. Crane came to the broken wall, looked at Luo Shu who was mingling with Garp, and said with a very surprised face, even Drake and Thor knew the existence of the Thunder Fruit, not to mention the experienced and extensive naval headquarters staff. Even though this devil fruit has not appeared in the sea for decades, its resounding name has made the heads of the major powers change their mind. Because every natural person who has the ability to wring the Thunder Fruit, none of them are waste, and they have all created a splendid name. Analu in the original book may be the worst one. The devil fruit known as the strongest natural system. I have to admit that sometimes luck is also a kind of strength. After this incident, it needs to be reported to the 5 old stars. Maybe it won't be long before the Navy will add a 4th general. The spot is up. Warring State, who was standing on the side, narrowed his eyes slightly, staring at Luo Shu, who was flickering with electric light, and said in a deep voice, in his opinion, Luo Shu obtained this devil fruit, which also means that the other party is truly comparable to the most powerful group of people in the Navy. Promotion will not be so simple, so now, he doesn't need to think about this issue at all. He believed that when this matter was reported to the 5 old stars, the other party would definitely pay more attention to Luo Shu, so that he would be able to rise to the fore. Mr. Warring State, Granny Crane, maybe we should stop the fight between the two first, and then fight. The whole Malin Fando is in danger. Feeling the ground trembling slightly under his feet, Aokiji said helplessly, although he respects Garp very much and listens to each other's word, it does not mean that he will end up shamelessly to help Garp, otherwise his face will be lost. It's too big, so I can only choose to separate the two of them and resolve this unnecessary battle. Look, it's Lieutenant General Garp and Colonel Luo Shu. How can they fight? And it looks like they will be really popular soon. It's really powerful. A Lieutenant General can actually feel fear. Is this the aura that a strong man exudes when he fights? Looks like I made the right bet. Colonel Luo Shu is so young that he can fight Lieutenant General Garp indistinguishably. In a few years, wouldn't that be a proper new appointment? Admiral of the Navy headquarters. Hey, I said what the hell are you thinking? Didn't you realize that Colonel Luo Shu ate the devil fruit and became an able person? And seeing that he was wrapped in thunder and lightning, and his speed was so fast, it was probably the most strong natural system. Thunder fruit ability. Already innately terrifying, his strength is surprisingly powerful, and now that he has acquired this ability, Colonel Luo Shu is so lucky. With the help of this devil fruit, wouldn't he be even more powerful? Due to the battle between the two, a large number of admirals were attracted. They stood on one side from a distance, for fear of being affected by the battle, and they talked in private at the same time. As for the bottom navy, they stood farther, but in order to see it more clearly, they climbed to a high place just to see the battle of this kind of powerhouse. I don't believe it, but I can't take you as a brat. Fistbone, Iron Fist. Garp, who found the right time, rose into the air. His right fist condensed the top-level arm domineering, and slammed into Luo Shu. This attack, even if Luo Shu was elemental, would definitely be injured when hit. Don't think I'm afraid of you, old immortal. Bakwan, meteor kill. Luo Shu roared angrily. The muscles of his right arm swelled up instantly, and even his fists were inexplicably bigger. Love this punch-to-meat attack. Buddha's shockwave. When the fists of the two were about to collide, a golden yellow flashed out, and I saw the Warring States incarnate in the form of a great Buddha. A pair of golden palms fell from the sky, carrying an extremely terrifying shockwave, smashing between the two, forcing Garp and Luo Shu madly retreated dozens of steps before stopping. Boom! In this open space, there was an extra-large hit with a diameter of several hundred meters, and the giant island supporting Marin Vando trembled, showing how powerful the three people's attack was. It's the Warring States Marshal who made the move. It's a pity, if the Marshal made his move a little later, maybe Lieutenant General Garp and Colonel Luo Shu would be able to decide the winner. Although Colonel Luo Shu is very strong, his armament, domineering arrogance and physical skills are much weaker than Lieutenant General Garp, but he has the ability to make a thunderous fruit. If you really want to decide the winner, it will take a long time. Quote, it's normal for marshals of the Warring State to take action. If he continues to fight, it will spread to the bottom navy, or the family members of the navy who live in Marin Fando, and then the gains will outweigh the losses. That's what I said. The people watching the battle felt bored when they saw that Warring States took action to stop Garp and Luo Shu, but they also understood the reason, so they left quickly without waiting for him to speak, pretending not to see anything. To the way, I can't stop it. It's not too embarrassing to fight together in public. Go back to your own residence and reflect on it. After dismantling the Warring States in the form of the Great Buddha, he yelled at Luo Shu and Garp with a black face. He was really about to be exploded by their popularity, but since he learned that Luo Shu has become a person with the ability of the Thunder Fruit, he was very happy. It was not revealed. I hope I won't be in the sea. Otherwise, I will send him to hell with my own hand. In this way, Luo Shu and Garp glared at each other for a few times, then turned and left, but an idea appeared in Luo Shu's heart. That is, he would end the revolutionary army with his own hand, and kill those mighty device hidden in the darkness. Pull it out, then peel the skin and cramp. The third one will be sent. Flowers, monthly ticket, and evaluation tickets will be given away. Everyone, I beg you. Chapter 32. Garp's calm analysis. Sir, are you all right? Shall we do something? Thor and Derek, who had already come to the door of Luo Shu's residence and waited, immediately stepped forward and asked aloud after finding the familiar figure. As Luo Shu's subordinate, they were also shocked when they learned of the battle between their own officials and Garp, but they knew that that kind of battle was not something they could get involved in. At least now they are not that strong. No need, you just need to hurry up and improve your strength. You don't have to worry about the rest. That old immortal Garp will have a chance to retaliate against him in the future. Don't worry about this. Luo Shu shook his head gently. He didn't want his two subordinates to intervene in this matter for no reason, and he already had some plan, but it would take some time to implement them. Let him eat and walk around. Yes, sir. However, you were able to fight Garp without being at a disadvantage. I believe that many generals have been convinced by your strength. The two saluted together, showing that they understood what Luo Shu said. Immediately afterward, Drake leaned over to Luo Shu's side and said flatteringly. His words were full of admiration and praise for Luo Shu. He is typical flattering. Although it seems that I didn't lose the battle with that old guy, in fact, I still have a big gap with him. Don't underestimate Garp, as he was able to defeat rocks and chase after One Piece. Galdi Luo Jia runs all over the world. His strength is unquestionable. Anyone who dares to underestimate him will not have a good end. Quote, okay, you can leave now. I'm going to rescue. Luo Shu waved his hand and motioned for Drake to stop saying such pretty words. Although he liked listening to it, he was able to accept the reality. That's right, in the previous battle, he seemed to be able to handle it with ease, but it was actually very difficult. Even say, don't let go. If it wasn't for Sengoku falling from the sky in the end, forcing the two to separate, he wouldn't have the confidence to receive Garp's punch. But even if he really punched Garp, he'd be knocked back at most, and he wouldn't suffer either. What a serious injury, but it is enough to decide the winner. Of course, if it is a competition, then Luo Shu has already lost. If it is the kind of life and death, he has the confidence to retreat from Garp's hand. Even if he is facing Garp, who is in full mad dog mode, the other party can't help him. In this way, he said a word and walked into his mansion. He wanted to digest the gains from this battle and make up for some of his shortcomings in time. Thor and Drake glanced at each other and left here together. Anyway, their elders didn't have any orders, and the other party was not injured because of the battle. They really had nothing to care about. On the other side, Garp's residence. At this time Garp, who had just participated in the war, was sitting on the sofa, holding a cup of tea with a dull expression, looking like an old man. Mr. Garp, it's really an unwise choice for you to fight with Luo Shu this time. There are many low-level navies and some generals who have seen your battle, although most of them think that if the battle continues, they will eventually win. It must be you, but there are still a small number of people who were shocked by Luo Shu's rank. Instead, this kid gave him a wave of prestige in the headquarters. Aokiji, who was sitting opposite Garp, held a sleeping blindfold in his hand, and said a word without a word. He has always been on Garp's side, whether it was because he was taught by the other party when he was young, or because of the faction he was in. It was impossible to leave Garp's support. The Warring State period should have reported Luo Shu's ability to become a person with the ability of the Thunder Fruit of the Nature Department to the 5 old stars. It seems that we have no chance to interfere with that kid promotion in the future. Although the old man hates that kid very much, he has to admit his talent and strength. This time he fought with the old man, and he hardly used the ability of the Thunder Fruit. It seems that he has just obtained it not long ago and has not had time to develop that fruit. Quote, hey, luck is really a kind of strength. The little devil Luo Shu has obtained this devil fruit, and I don't know how strong he will be in the future, and Akainu seems to be very concerned about Luo Shu. More than once let the Ghost Spider, Daoboman and others go and get in touch with each other. They are really stupid. How could a domineering owner be subservient to others? Don't look at his decisiveness in killing pirate. In fact, he has no justice in his heart. Use it as a stepping stone. Besides, Luo Shu's hidden ambition is so great that it makes me feel a bit like the Golden Lion Shiki back then. Garp drank the tea in the cup, closed his eyes slightly, and said word by word. His voice was very low, and finally seemed to be caught in the memory. He was thinking why he was targeting Luo Shu, and finally he concluded that the other party didn't want to be a navy at all, but used the navy as a pedal to fulfill his hidden ambition. Yes, he really saw Luo Shu very thoroughly, so Garp had to do his best to fight against Luo Shu. He didn't want to let the navy that he had spent decades defending, eventually because of Luo Shu's existence, deteriorated, and even lost its original function. Don't frown, Qingzi, you must know that Luo Shu, that kid, wants to become a general of the Navy headquarters. Even if the 5 old stars like it, it is quite difficult. Today's Navy is not a few decades ago. The 3 generals are at their peak, and the Warring State period is not outdated. Plus the old man, Zephyr, the general Hubutautu, the T-Dolphin, a group of veteran lieutenant generals of the Navy headquarters, and a large number of naval admirals. If you want to get the position of the general, at least half of the people must support him, and you have to get achievements comparable to him. So, as long as the Doves alienate him, the neutrals don't take it seriously, and with the support of the Hawks alone, it will take him at least a dozen years to become an admiral of the Navy, unless he can, obtaining unimaginable achievements such as destroying the Emperor of the New World. But this kind of thing can only be imagined. It is impossible to do it with the strength of one person. Looking at Aokiji, who said nothing and frowned, Garp was very calm, and said some things that he analyzed. He is a veteran who has worked in the Navy for decades. Even if he is usually careless, he is very familiar with the mechanism of the Navy, so after thinking about it carefully, he is not so urgent. The first chapter is delivered. There are flowers, monthly ticket, and evaluation tickets for one free one, shamelessly asking for a wave of support. Chapter 33. Optimistic about the 5 old stars. Moreover, what Garp said is indeed very reasonable. Admiral of the Navy headquarters, this position representing the strongest combat power of the Navy, is not for everyone. Even in the original book, after the war, Dao, who was the general's replacement, the Rabbit and the T-Dolphin, were still not promoted. On the contrary, from the recruitment of the world, 2 strong men were brought in to supplement the missing general positions, namely Fujitora and Green Bull. But Garp didn't know that this world had to go in the future. If nothing else happened, even if Luo Shu did nothing, he has been quietly improving his strength in the headquarters, and he will definitely ascend to the position of general after waiting for the war to come. Not to mention, Luo Shu also has his own calculations. How could he be willing to wait for many years before being promoted to general? If that's the case, what does Mr. Garp need me to do? Aokiji heard that Garp still had nothing to say, so he asked very modestly, "Accept your lazy personality. For the tasks assigned by the headquarters, complete more tasks. Whether you have the opportunity to serve as the next marshal of the Navy headquarters depends on your own effort." Garp looked directly at the green pheasant, and said in an unquestionable voice that although there are many pirates living in this world, there are also a lot of them with high reward. As long as the green pheasants can eradicate some more, from the other hand, will limit Luo Shu's achievement, and can accumulate more, paving the way for the other party to become the next marshal of the Navy headquarters. This can be said to kill 2 birds with 1 stone. In the past, Akainu's biggest opponent was Akainu, but since Luo Shu stood out, Garp felt that Aokiji should consider changing opponent. At the same time, in a tall and splendid building on the top of the Red Earth continent, in the Holy Land Marijoa, 5 elderly people in gorgeous clothes were sitting side by side, each busy with their own work. Although they look very old, everyone has the aura of a strong man, and the majesty exuded by his every move after being in a high position for many years. Even the Marshal of the Navy headquarters Sengoku cannot compare with it. You have also heard what the Warring State just reported. That Navy kid named Luo Shu, after returning from the first half of the Great Route this time, actually got the Thundering Fruit with the title of the strongest natural system. Take it. It seems that it won't be long before the Navy will have a strong man who is comparable to a general. Wearing a black suit, with silver white curly hair, a flat hat, and a scar on the left side of his face, Wu Laoxing, leaning on a cane, said in a flat voice. Even when discussing the Thunder Fruit, he seemed extremely indifferent and did not show any strange expression. That kid's strength is amazing enough. He can fight Garp at the age of 17. Even in the world government, there has never been a person with such an amazing talent. The Warring State period has already prepared him to be promoted to the rank of Rear Admiral of the Navy headquarters. His strength is enough to take the position. As for his achievement, he also killed many pirates in the first half of the Great Route this time. Even if there are people in the Navy who have other ideas about this, there's nothing you can do. The bearded 5 old star, while flipping through the book in his hand, said in a deep voice that he didn't pay attention to Luo Shu's devil fruit, but more valued its strength. The current strength of the Navy is already strong enough. The 3 generals are at their peak, and there are still Warring State, Garp, Crane, Zephyr, and others. Even if there is a war with the 3 emperors of the New World, it is almost impossible defeat. From the current point of view, it will take a long time for that Navy brat to become an admiral, but that kid deserves our attention. At least he's not like Garp, who has no heart for our world government. The 8th character, Wu Laoxing, squeezed his beard and said with great interest, he was the one who hated Garp the most. When Monkey D. Long rebelled against the Navy and openly established the Revolutionary Army, he was the first to stand up and say that Garp would be used as a rat killer, lead the other party's son out to die, but was finally rejected by the other 4. Let's not talk about his value, just look at what he does to pirate. It is similar to Akainu, not indecisive, but the important thing is to be able to obey our orders. The kid is a little younger after all. Wait for him to do something amazing. We directly summon him to the Holy Land to meet that kid. The 5 old stars with blonde hair. His appearance is the youngest among the 5, but his brain is one of the best among the 5. Although he is also very optimistic about Luo Shu. He is very euphemistic and wants to make some temptation. As human beings, as long as they see each other and chat a few words, they can almost see through a person, and then decide whether to increase their efforts and spare no effort to support Luo Shu. Yes, that kid is indeed worthy of our attention, whether it is talent or strength, but we don't know yet. His impression of the world government and Tianlong people. Don't forget, the other party's parents are the Navy. In case he all hearts are in the Navy, haven't we raised a white-eyed wolf? But at the right time, we can help each other, such as assigning him a place where it is easier to gain merit. The bald-headed 5-old star, holding a top-notch sword, took over the topic and said that there was a bit of haze in his eyes. I don't know if it was just like this, or it was caused by some factors. If Luo Shu was here, he would definitely. It can be perceived that the other party is the existence with the most powerful breath among these 5 people, and what the opponent holds in his hand is one of the most precious famous swords in this world, the 12 masters of the supreme sword, the first generation of Ghost, the master of the night. His strength can be imagined. Second, quote. After the 5 bald old stars expressed their opinion, the other 4 pondered for a while, but no one refuted, and the discussion about Luo Shu was ended. In the end, what they did was to give some help, but before they saw Luo Shu's attitude towards the world government, they would not dig too much treasure on him. This is also very normal. The 5 people who have lived for so many years, what kind of people have never met, and considering the problem, they will always put the interests of the world government at the forefront. It is impossible for Luo Shu's strength and talent alone, too optimistic about each other. You must know that with the help of the 5 of them, if you want to become an admiral of the Navy headquarters or a marshal of the Navy headquarters, it is almost easy to do so. Don't look at the 5 of them just being pushed out to control the existence of the entire world on the bright side, but there the power is so great that it cannot be imagined by ordinary people. Chapter 2 will be delivered. Flowers, monthly ticket, and evaluation ticket. I want all of them. Everyone will give away. Chapter 34. Promotion to Rear Admiral of the Navy Headquarters. Open black lens bracket 3. 3 days later, many craftsmen were dispatched from the Warring State period to improve the damage to the building caused by the battle between Luo Shu and Garp, as well as the broken marshal's office. Now it has been restored to its original state, and it looks brand new. It looks like it has been baptized by war. This morning, a large number of navies gathered in the Navy headquarters and the marshal's office, and all those who were at the rank of lieutenant general and above in the Navy headquarters came here. He sat there, stuffing senbei into his mouth. Button, come in. Marshal of the Warring State. Luo Shu, who is wearing a black suit and a cloak of justice, walked in after hearing the message from the Warring State period, and said hello to the other party, and at the same time nodded to all the admirals. If you call me, it's not necessary at all, not to mention the delay. Okay, everyone's here. There are 2 main things in today's meeting. First, the 5 old stars issued an order to increase our control over the land of the 4 seas. Pirates have been rampant recently. Therefore, the Lieutenant General of the headquarters, every 3 months, at least go to a sea area for a cruise. A month time. Quote. Warring States waved his hand for Luo Shu to stand in front, and then he said with a serious face, this matter, he considered for a full day. Let some incompetent major generals go. It is better to send the backbone of the naval headquarters directly. At least they will not return without success. At the same time, it can deal a strong blow to the pirates living in the 4 seas with the greatest rank. Yes, Marshal of the Warring State period. The lieutenant generals, including Tautu and T. Dolphin, all saluted and said in unison that there is no doubt about the orders of the Warring State period, not to mention that they were given by the 5 old stars. They had no reason to refuse, and could only obey unconditionally. The second thing, Colonel Luo Shu of the Navy headquarters has performed outstandingly since joining the Navy. Not long ago, in the first half of the Great Route, he beheaded several pirate captains with a bounty of 100 million baileys, and even killed more than a dozen pirate captains. Based on their merit, I decided to promote them to the rank of Rear Admiral of the Navy headquarters. This is your appointment letter and badge. I hope you can stick to the justice in your heart and fight the pirates to the end. Major General Luo Shu. Warring States nodded with satisfaction. Then he stood up, picked up a document and a shiny badge, came to Luo Shu, said with a passionate expression, and personally put the badge representing the Navy headquarters Rear Admiral wearing on Luo Shu's shoulder. Please rest assured, Marshal of Warring State, I will pour every drop of blood on my body into the sea under the jurisdiction of our Navy, and I will never let those pirates act recklessly. After solemnly accepting the document, Luo Shu said loudly, but he was the only one who knew how true or false what he said. Congratulations to Major General Luo Shu. I am so envious of living such an honor at such a young age. Yeah, thinking that when I was so big to him, I hadn't joined the Navy. It's really incomparable. If my son could be this good, I would die now. Quote. For a time, the atmosphere in the entire marshal's office became lively, and it was no longer as dull as before. Many lieutenants surrounded surrounded Luo Shu and congratulated him. There are also people who are both envious and jealous of Luo Shu in their heart, but they are not familiar with Luo Shu, and because of the faction, they cannot be friends with him. And the most uncomfortable was Garp, who was sitting on the side. After realizing that Luo Shu was looking at him, the corners of his mouth twitched, and his face began to darken. He always felt that Luo Shu seemed to be in the dark, provoke him, but in this situation, he couldn't jump out and do something to Luo Shu. At most he would just scold the other party in his heart. This is the end of today's meeting. Except for Luo Shu, everyone can leave. After the warring state period talked about other things at length, he signaled that everyone could leave, leaving Luo Shu alone. Obviously, he still had some private words to say to him. System, open Taotu's panel. Ding, the panel is open. Name, Xuanyuan. Special talent, top swiftness, domineering, intermediate armed color, advanced knowledge color, physical fitness, intermediate, swordsmanship, junior great swordsman, ability, none, overall strength, SS. As expected of the general's replacement, her current strength surpasses that of a lieutenant general. In a few years she should have no problem growing to SSS. Just as everyone left, Luo Shu subconsciously glanced at the hot-looking peach rabbit, so he communicated with the system, checked the other party's panel, and thought secretly in his heart. He was not shocked by Taotu's special talent. In his opinion, a woman can become a top powerhouse with almost 100% special talent. Just like in the original book, Kushiro, who was hiding in the East China Sea, told his daughter that female swordsmen would never become the world's #1 because of physical limitation. Although this is a metaphor for swordsmen, in other fields, women are still at a disadvantage. Unless Shang Taotu, he, Charlotte Lingling are born with special talent, it is more difficult than men to grow into top powerhouses. Many times, that kid, Peach Rabbit, who had walked away, seemed to feel something, frowned, turned around and glanced, and found that Luo Shu was looking at her. After that, she murmured in a voice that only she could hear, and didn't look back. Left. Even if she is somewhat interested in Luo Shu, the monster, who has been promoted the fastest in the history of the Navy, as the Lieutenant General of the headquarters and the successor of the next general, how could she rush to contact him? Shameless. It is even more impossible to be convinced by Luo Shoyingwu's face, or what temperament incarnate the other side's little fangirl. This kind of thing does not exist in reality. If it is an ordinary female naval soldier, it is very possible, but a naval admiral like Taotu who has experienced strong winds and waves, unless she has lost her mind, even if she kills her, she will not be able to do that kind of brainless thing. The third update will be delivered. The update is a little late, but fortunately, there are flowers, monthly passes, and evaluation tickets for free. At least, I didn't stop the update. Chapter 35, Beihai Appointment and System Reward. It's not easy to get a woman's heart, especially a good woman. First of all, your level must be at least equal to her, so you still have a long way to go. After everyone left, Warring State touched his braided beard and said meaningfully. Obviously, he saw Luo Shu and just focused his eyes on Taotu, but he didn't think much about it. In the naval headquarters, there are countless people who like Taotu. He said that he is also a general. The T-Dolphin, who made up later, has always been in love with Taotu, and has publicly confessed countless times, but all of them have been rejected. It can be seen how high Taotu's vision is. Although no one knows the requirements for his other half, it must be very hard, otherwise it will not be until now, and there will be no boyfriend. It's all about the challenge. She's really good, Luo Shu said with a smile. He didn't hide it, as the so-called love of beauty is something everyone has. If possible, he would like to have something to do with Taotu, especially the tattoo on the other's thigh. Look at it. It looks extremely sexy, and in line with that hot body, it is exactly in his arm. Moreover, Taotu's own strength should not be underestimated. With such a woman, she can not only help you deal with things within your power, it won't hold you back at a critical moment. This is the most important factor that make Luo Shu interested in him. Ha ha ha. Well, let's get down to business. Although you are now a major admiral of the Navy headquarters, if you stay in the headquarters and go out every year to catch pirates on cruises, the achievements you can get will be pitiful. At the same time, it will also affect your continued promotion. Quote, now you have three options. One is to go to the East China Sea, the other is to the North Sea, or stay in the Navy headquarters. I personally recommend you to go to the North Sea, where you have more opportunities to gain merit, and the pirates in the North Sea are stronger than other sea areas. After the Warring State period had elapsed, his face gradually became serious, and at the same time he pointed out a few paths for Luo Shu. Since it was related to the promotion of the other party in the future, he directly stated the most suitable choice for Luo Shu, but in the end it should be how to choose depends on Luo Shu himself. What about Beihai, Marshal of the Warring State period? I am willing to serve in Beihai. After thinking about the words of the Warring State period, Luo Shu made his own choice. Originally, he wanted to go to the East China Sea, but after thinking about it carefully, if he really went there, if he wanted to obtain merit, it would be really difficult. For the only golden lion Shiki Shiki, hide there, and the rest are small fish and shrimp. But with his current strength, he can defeat the golden lion, but it is impossible to capture the opponent, let alone kill it. The superhuman type fluffy fruit ability is too tricky, and if he escapes, even if he can fly, it will be difficult to restrain Shiki. Of course, this is also because the development of his fruit ability is too poor. It is not an exaggeration to be regarded as just getting started. How to deal with it? Shiki, who has already developed the fluttering fruit to the awakening, has no protagonist halo and can be lowered infinitely. Opponent's intelligent. With the current temperament of the golden lion, if he knew that he was defeated, he would go all out to escape, and the other party was no longer the pirate admiral who devoured the world back then. And Beihai, as the warring state said, the pirates are powerful, and the number is relatively large. When he gets there, he can enjoy life while enjoying his achievement, and at the same time, he can spend more time to hone your strength. Major General Luo Shu, from today you are the top officer of the Beihai G20 branch. This position is usually held by the Lieutenant General of the branch, but your strength is enough. This is the letter of appointment. Let that off after a few days of repairs at the headquarters. Now the pirates in the North Sea are extremely rampant. I hope that when you arrive, you can stop them. Warring State smiled with satisfaction, took out a document from the drawer, handed it to Luo Shu, and instructed him. In fact, he had long thought in his heart that with Luo Shu's mind, he would definitely choose Beihai. Yes, Marshal of the Warring State period. After receiving the document, Luo Shu saluted the Warring State, then turned around and left the Marshal's office. He now has more important things to do, that is, after he became a Rear Admiral of the Navy headquarters, he has not yet received the reward given to him by the system. The system is the most important help he wants to accomplish his goals in this world. This transcendent existence has given him the capital to survive in this world. He doesn't know what powerful abilities or items he will get this time. System, I want to receive the reward. Just after returning to the residence, Luo Shu walked into the room and couldn't wait to communicate with the system in his heart. Ding! Congratulations to the host for becoming a Rear Admiral of the Navy headquarters. Reward Marshal D. Tich for the opposite sex as E. Does that mean I can eat 2 devil fruits now without dying? Hearing the system's icy notification sound, Luo Shu seemed extremely excited. In his previous life, he was very envious of Blackbeard's physique that was able to consume double devil fruit. This talent can be said to be powerful. Think of the Blackbeard in the original book. One hand is secretly shocking and the other is shocking. The ornamental and destructive are in a mess. Except for the fear of pain, sea water, and sea floor stone, there is almost no weakness at all. There is no ability to restrain him. Just when Luo Shu was thinking, a warm energy circulated in his body. He knew that the system was helping him transform his body. System, open my panel. Feeling the further sublimation of his body, Luo Shu almost hummed. It wasn't until a few minutes later that the energy completely dissipated. After he found that there was no change in himself, he sighed and told the system. Ding! The panel is open. Host, Luo Shu. Special talent, copper skin and iron bone. Superpower, natural tyrant, alien physique, domineering, intermediate overlord color, advanced armed color, advanced knowledge color, physical skills, advanced swordsmanship, no entry, ability, nature, thunder fruit, overall strength, SSS. Although the overall strength has not improved, the upper limit of my strength in the future should be increased. For special talent, may I ask the whole world, who has the most powerful talents in me? Looking at his panel, Luo Shu's eyes flashed with a gleam of light, and he thought very forcefully in his heart. This talent, the author has been thinking about it for a long time. Whether Blackbeard is born with the ability to eat double devil fruit, or acquired transformation, it does not matter what hidden dangers there are. After all, this talent of the protagonist, but the system gave him, is definitely perfect existence. Do not accept any refutation. The first chapter is delivered, with flowers, monthly ticket, and evaluation tickets for 1 free. Shameless to ask for a wave of support. Chapter 36, The Madonna of Zephyr. He wasn't angry because the system didn't directly endow him with invincible abilities, or some kind of artifact. On the contrary, he was very willing to get something like talent. In his opinion, it is best to cultivate his own strength step by step. Moreover, his system is definitely a clear stream in the system world. When the host does not communicate with him, it is as if he is dead. He will never make a sound on his own initiative, and he will never have any consciousness. He can chat with the host and spank. Luo Shu is very satisfied with this. The next day, as usual, Luo Shu was in his residence, cultivating the domineering armament, physical skills, and the ability to develop the thunder fruit. Until noon, Zephyr suddenly visited. Teacher Zephyr, try this cigar. The two sat opposite each other on the sofa, and Luo Shu took out 2 cigars he got from the Warring State period. He knew that his teacher liked it, so he snorted with him. In the Navy headquarters, the purple-haired old man in front of him was the one with the best relationship apart from his 2 subordinates. In addition, the other party had worked tirelessly to teach him for 2 years. Luo Shu was naturally attracted to to Zephyr. Very respectful. Huh. You have the heart, Luo Shu. It is an honor for this old man to be able to teach a disciple like you in his lifetime. I came to you this time mainly to talk about the Navy. I believe you also know that the Navy has three major factions: the Green Pheasant Dove faction, the Yellow Monkey Neutral faction, and the Red Dog Hawk faction, of which the Dove faction is the most numerous. When the old man was the Admiral of the Navy, he used to be the most important figure in the Dove faction, but then something happened and the old man abdicated. Now Garp takes over that position. Quote, Luo Shu, for the sake of what this old man has taught you, if you really become an Admiral of the Navy headquarters or a Marshal of the Navy headquarters in the future, I hope you don't let those Dove generals die. This is the request of the old man. Zephyr took a deep breath of the cigar in his mouth, and after spitting out a large puff of smoke, he first said with emotion, and then he changed the subject with a pleading look in his eyes. Although he is no longer a general of the Navy headquarters, most of his former students have become the mainstay of the Navy, but most of those people joined the Dove faction because of the ideas he instilled. Originally, Zephyr wanted to talk to Luo Shu for a few years, but he found that his disciple's promotion speed was too fast. He was afraid that if he didn't say it again, he would have no chance in the future. Yes, he is still the general named Don't Kill. He is always thinking about others. Even if he hates pirates because of the death of his wife and children, he still won't kill them, let alone the students he once taught. Since a few days ago, Garp and Luo Shu had a battle at the Navy headquarters, he knew that Luo Shu and the Dove faction would meet sooner or later, and in the end, most of them won. Luo Shu, with his understanding of Luo Shu, the disciples are likely to pay a heavy price to the generals of the Dove faction. That scene was not what he wanted to see, but now, he is not qualified to change other people's choices. He may respect him on the face, but even disdain him in his heart. Zephyr didn't care. He set the limit of what he could do, and as for what happened in the future, it could only depend on how fate arranged it. Teacher Zephyr, what you have done, and this kind of selfless spirit, I am afraid that no one in the entire naval headquarters has it. But before that, can you answer a few questions for me? The first question, which faction did you force those people to join? Second question, do you really think that if you do this, someone will thank you in the end? You are wrong. At most they will thank me for being merciful, and they will not consider you at all. And I don't think you really need it for the sake of those people. If you betray the Navy now, most of them will go to arrest you, or even kill you. The third and most important question, where did you put me by not letting me shoot at those who tried to attack me? Luo Shu savored Zephyr's words carefully, until he had already smoked half of the cigar before he came back to his senses. Looking at Zephyr's wrinkled face, he spoke to him very seriously. He was indeed moved by the spirit of Zephyr. Although it was only for a moment, he would not admire the other party, nor would he recognize it. The selflessness of Zephyr can be described with a word from the previous life. Really, Our Lady. Yes, there must be a real word in front of the Virgin, otherwise, the state of the other party cannot be described. He who has read the original book knows that after Zephyr betrayed the Navy, what kind of faces were the students of the other party. Under the leadership of Kizaru, they frantically besieged their former teacher, and they did not leave the slightest hand, clearly wanted to take Zephyr's head in exchange for credit. And now, Zephyr can still make such a request to him. Luo Shu has some doubts now. Is there something wrong with his teacher's head? Do you want to be so virgin? It's literally on the brink of mental retardation. More importantly, the other party didn't seem to have considered his mood. Could it be that only those Dove generals are allowed to oppose themselves under the leadership of Garp and Iokiji, and after he wins, they have to forgive the other party? No matter how deep Zephyr's affection for him is, Luo Shu will not agree to such an unreasonable request. No, or it can be described as shameless. Zephyr was stunned by Luo Shu's question. Originally, he had a lot to say, but at this moment he couldn't say it, so he could only let it get stuck in his throat. Luo Shu, in fact, this old man, Teacher Zephyr, needless to say, if you are really worried about those white-eyed wolves, you might as well persuade them not to oppose me, or you will be at your own risk. The whole room was eerily quiet for a few minutes. Just when Zephyr was about to explain again, Luo Shu directly interrupted the other party's remark. That's right, he didn't want to listen anymore. This is Zephyr. Man, he had already punched the opponent out. In that case, the old man will leave first. Zephyr held up his sunglasses awkwardly. He knew that his thoughts were not approved by Luo Shu, but he would not resent this disciple because of it. As I said before, he did everything he could. In this way, it can only be left to fate. Chapter 2 is here. There are flowers, monthly ticket, and evaluation tickets for free. I really want to get the support of everyone. Chapter 37. Ignorant Smoker. Bang! Crash! The table made of unknown wood was shattered by Luo Shu's kick, and he couldn't help it. In fact, he was already very angry just now. Get out of here! Seeing the so-called Navy rushing into his room, Luo Shu immediately shouted angrily. He is now angry. These blind Navy are really looking for trouble. After retreating from the Navy, Luo Shu put on the cloak of justice and walked to a bustling street where the family members of the Navy lived and also operated various shops. Luo Shu was in the Naval Academy. When I was there, I often came here to improve the food, or go to the bar to listen to music and drink some good wine. Major General Luo Shu, welcome. Still the old position. After seeing Luo Shu's figure, the waiter immediately stepped forward and greeted him with a smile. Quote. Luo Shu didn't speak, just nodded lightly, and led by the waiter, he came to a very inconspicuous place in the bar and sat down, listening to soothing music to purify his irritable state of mind. About half an hour later, a young man with short silver hair, wearing a coat with the word justice, with a naked and strong chest, and carrying a 10-handed hand made of Halu stone, stepped into the place. Bar. This person is Smog, and I saw a look of sadness on his face and a bit of resentment between his eyebrows. Obviously, he is also in a very bad mood now. It turned out that it was him who returned to Marin Vando from Rog Town to report for work. During this period, he found that no one in the Navy privately talked about him, a genius who graduated from the elite class of the Naval Academy and is a natural fruit person. They were all talking about Luo Shu. He raised the Admiral's point to the sky, and at the age of 17, he became a Major Admiral of the Navy headquarters, and had a war with the naval hero Monkey D. Garp without falling into a disadvantage, as well as a series of things, all passed on to Small Greg's ear. This made Smog, who was already arrogant, very uncomfortable. He felt that he was also very good and should be noticed by the Navy of the headquarters, but the reality is very skinny. He has already walked around the Navy headquarters, and even lives here. The family members of the Navy also mostly talked about Luo Shu. It is precisely because of this that Smog ran to this bar, ready to drink to relieve his worry. But at this moment, he noticed the young man sitting in the corner, sipping fine wine and wearing a Major General badge on his shoulder. He was sure that the other party was the one who made him now the Admiral of the Navy headquarters, who was left unnoticed. Luo Shu, who had the name of a monster. So Smog walked over slowly and came to Luo Shu's table. He pulled the stool aside and sat there. Even he didn't know how he would do such a thing. Who made you sit here? Luo Shu, who had raised the glass and was about to drink the wine in it, was stunned for a moment, and then he asked without raising his head. When Smog came in before, he felt domineering, but in his identity, it was impossible to take the initiative to greet him, or the other party did not have the qualifications at all. But he didn't expect that Smog would take the initiative to sit at his table, and seeing a bit of anger on his face, as if he wanted to make trouble, Luo Shu deliberately provoked the other party and looked at Smog. What the hell are you trying to do? What? You open this bar. I can sit wherever I want. Who do you think you are? Don't think that you can do whatever you want in Marinfando when you become a Rear Admiral of the Navy headquarters. Sooner or later, I will surpass you. Smog, who was a little confused by Luo Shu's word, wanted to explain subconsciously, but when he was about to blurt out, he suddenly thought of the identity of the person in front of him, so he widened his eyes, a little unwilling, roared at Luo Shu, and because his voice was too loud, all the people in the bar focused their attention, and even the music stopped. The owner of the bar, including the owner of the bar, wanted to know about Smog, who was sitting there. What happened with Rozo? Hey, did you misunderstand me? Or is it just plain unpleasant to see me? Luo Shu asked again with a sneer on his face. His mood has improved a lot in this short period of time, and if Smog dared to talk to him like this before, he would directly take action on him. But now, he was playful, not ready to end this farce prematurely. He almost guessed why Smog had such an attitude towards him. After all, he had no grudges against the other party, and even today was the first time the two of them met. He is sure that he has never sinned against Smog before, so there is only one possibility for the other party to behave like this: envy, jealousy, and hate. I just want to tell you that you are not worthy of the title of the strongest genius in the history of the Navy headquarters, and don't think that being a natural ability person is invincible. You are just lucky. As for the battle with Lieutenant General Garp, if you don't fall behind, it's clearly the old man who wants to let you. Otherwise you won't be able to hold a punch, or you'll be directly beaten to death. Only those who have no brains will believe this kind of thing. Seeing that the eyes of everyone in the bar were gathered here, Smog said very arrogantly, as if he wanted to reveal Luo Shu's true face in front of everyone. Color. The resentment in my heart also reduced a lot. Quote. For a while, the bar was completely quiet, and no one dared to speak, let alone pick up Smog. They all looked at Smog with dull eyes, as if they were looking at a lunatic. Ha 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 ha. Cap intended to let me. You probably don't know, that old guy was beaten twice by me, right? Also, today I'm going to teach you a good lesson, so that you know how to speak to your superiors. Major. Quote. Luo Shu slowly stood up from the chair, and the laughter in his mouth became louder and louder. He was really amused by Smog's ignorance, and it wasn't until after a few breaths that he finally stopped. And then he grinned and said to Smaller with some playfulness, although we are all natural fruit power users, but I have a weapon made of Halu stone, so I will win. Smog frowned. Even though he felt the powerful aura emanating from Luo Shu from time to time, he still did not choose to retreat. retreat but kept comforting himself in his heart. Chapter 3 is over. Flowers, monthly ticket, and evaluation tickets will be given away. Please everyone. Chapter 38. Kill Smog in second. Point to Peach Rabbit. At this time, Smog hadn't come into contact with domineering, mainly because his physique was not enough, so Zephyr didn't teach him too early, and he didn't even mention it. He just didn't want to let it go. As we all know, the domineering of the armed color is like invisible armor, which can not only enhance its own defense but also develop into an attack, and at the same time, it can capture the entity of the natural fruit ability. But if you want to learn to be domineering in the armed color, there is an innate condition, that is, you must have a strong physique, otherwise you can only rely on a lot of time to polish, and the time for a person to quickly improve his strength is very short, and there is no special talent. With the blessing, almost all of them will come into contact with the armed arrogance at a very young age. Obviously, people like Smog who only rely on fruit ability to have their current rank, once they encounter armed domineering owners, they are almost only beaten. Even a person with strong physical skills, holding a weapon made of seafloor stone, can hang Smog. White Fist. Smog roared, his arms turned into smoke, and his two fists quickly shot at Luo Shu. There was no way. The breath emanating from Luo Shu made him feel very depressed. He resolutely made a choice, that is, to attack Luo Shu first. Bang! A painless attack. A rookie like you, if you are not a natural devil fruit person, you are not worthy of the position of a major in the Navy headquarters. Get out of here. Woot! Luo Shu used his chest to resist Smog's two fists, and his body didn't even move. Compared with Garp's iron fist, the opponent's attack seems to be scratching him. After taunting him, he kicked Smog's side face with a reflexive kick. He was kicked out and smashed the wall of the bar. Ha! How is that possible? I am a natural fruit person. How could he hit my entity? A few hundred meters away, Smog, who was lying in a ruined building, tried to stand up with his hands on the ground but found that the strength in his body seemed to be drained. Coupled with the piercing pain, he was now beginning to doubt life. Quote. Those civilians who saw this scene, as well as a small number of the Navy who were in this retreat, opened their mouths one after another, but no one stepped forward to stop it, and everyone with a discerning eye saw that the perpetrator was Rear Admiral Luo Shu of the Navy headquarters, a brilliant naval genius. What? No one told you about the ability to be armed and domineering? You're still arrogant with this little strength. Go back to Teacher Zephyr and study hard, and you won't die in the hands of pirates one day. That's right. Remember to compensate for the damage to this retreat. Luo Shu, who walked in front of Smog, stepped on the other's face with his foot and said that he was in a good mood now, and he simply stopped embarrassing Smog. Only Smoke was lying there, gnashing his teeth, and the civilians and Navy watching this scene from a distance. This incident was just a small episode, and Luo Shu didn't take it to heart. There are many small characters like Smog in the Navy. He doesn't even have the qualifications to be his confidant. Whether it's Drake or Thor, picking one out at random can make Smoker cry. As the Rear Admiral of the Navy headquarters, it's a bit embarrassing to take action against a rookie. After about 20 minutes, just as Luo Shu was about to return to his residence, a shadowy figure appeared in front of him and made fun of him. You're serious? I'm just teaching him how to be a human being. Could it be that Lieutenant Peach Rabbit can't stand what he's doing, or that he's pitiful for Smog, so he wants to stand out for him? Looking at the familiar face of the other party, Luo Shu said with a light smile. He was domineering, and he had already sensed how to. The other party had been waiting here for a few minutes. He definitely wanted to meet him on purpose. Morgan scene. How dare I make a difference? Everyone knows that you don't even pay attention to Lieutenant General Garp. I am a general to make up for it, and I think I have not reached the strength of a naval hero. If I fight against you, it is probably not your opponent. Why should I be embarrassed? Taotu shook his head, still speaking in a mocking tone. Just as Luo Shu thought, she did see Smog, who was embarrassed just now, so she deliberately waited here for a while just to meet this young man who interested her. That's all. With your strength, as long as you concentrate on practicing swordsmanship and slightly improve your armament, domineering, and physical skills, you will be able to serve as a general of the Navy headquarters in a few years. But if you want your own strength to truly reach the world top level, you need to overcome one of your weaknesses as a woman, and that is your physique. If you can get a powerful animal type demon fruit, then you will usher in a new transformation so that your strength will be sublimated. Only then will you be regarded as one of the highest combat power in the Navy headquarters. 1. Luo Shu squeezed his chin, and then he began to talk eloquently, just like a senior master preaching to a junior, pointing out Taotu's weaknesses and the areas that need to be supplemented in the future. He has seen Taotu's panel. As long as the opponent's armament color, domineering, and physical skills reach advanced levels, their comprehensive strength will enter the SSS. If the swordsmanship is on the neck level, Taotu is enough to be comparable to the Warring State period and Zephyr. But if you want to achieve SSS plus, I am afraid that it is difficult to achieve it with your own effort, because Taotu's physique is always weaker, which will affect the opponent's upper limit, and the role that ordinary animal type or ancient ancient devil fruit can play is not enough for Tautu at that time. The best choice is the magical beast-type devil fruit that is rarer than the natural type. Your vision is really poisonous. No wonder you can fight against Lieutenant General Garp, but you are too imaginative. The magical bee species devil fruit. Even the Marshal of the Navy Headquarters Warring State, it is almost impossible to get it, let alone me. The General made up for it later. You thought it was Chinese cabbage. You can get it if you want it. After listening to Luo Shu's word, Tautu was done. The question asked by the other party was exactly what she was thinking. Of course, she had never thought about the devil fruit of the phantom beast, nor dared to think about it, because she felt that she had no such good luck, so she pretended to be angry and said, "The first chapter is delivered. Flowers, monthly ticket, and evaluation tickets will be given away. I beg you guys." Chapter 39. To the North Sea. That's true. Eudemon species are even rarer than natural one, and it's really hard to get them. Even if you have a good relationship with someone who is a high-level person in the world government, you won't have a chance to get it. In the entire sea, the known eudemons are known. There are only a few who have the ability to plant fruit. Luo Shu nodded, pretending to think. Not only did he not say anything to comfort Tautu, but he said it in a meaningful way. Listen to what you mean. Do you have a way to get the eudemon's devil fruit? Don't be kidding. If you have that kind of thing, hand it over to the Navy headquarters, and the Warring States Marshal can definitely promote you to Vice Admiral of the Navy headquarters. Even if some people don't want to see this scene, there is no way to stop it. Feeling that there was something in Luo Shu's word, Tautu, who was pondering and fearing, said with a solemn expression, she wasn't kidding. If Luo Shu really donated an eudemon's devil fruit to the Navy headquarters, and then relying on the opponent's powerful strength without any other merit, the Warring State period would add an official to Luo Shu, even an ordinary civilian with little strength. If he comes to make a deal with the Navy with an eudemon's devil fruit, as long as the conditions are not too extreme, the Warring State period will 100% agree. A powerful magical beast devil fruit has too much gold content. If an elite lieutenant general who is good at physical arts eats it, it is no exaggeration to develop it to a certain extent, and his own strength will reach the level of a general. Ha 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 ha. Who knows? Even if I had it, I wouldn't use him in exchange for an official position, but give it to the people around me. After successfully arousing Tautu's curiosity, Luo Shu laughed proudly, then left with a word. I have had enough chats with Tautu today, and chasing women should be done step by step. The main Tautu is not the kind of person who forgets the righteousness, and it is impossible to promise Luo Shu what to do because of a magical beast devil fruit, or Luo Shu wouldn't be interested in it either. Inexplicable. Looking at Luo Shu's back, Tautu secretly spit, but she was thinking about Luo Shu's word, first pointing out her own shortcomings, and the magic beast-type devil fruit discussed later. She always had a feeling that it is Luo Shu, a Navy who is much younger than her, who has many secrets, and the whole person seemed to be in a fog, so no matter how hard she tried, she couldn't see it through. In this way, after a few days of rest in Marin Vado, Luo Shu left on the warship again. During this period, he hardly went out every day except for cultivation, and this time no one came to see him off. If it was in the past, Zephyr would definitely send them off in person, but because of the last incident, the other party has not yet come out of the embarrassment, and naturally does not want to meet Luo Shu, and those lieutenant generals have accepted the task. Go to other sea areas to arrest pirates. Can be described as very busy. Beihai, what a disgusting place. I haven't been back for a long time. Derek sighed with some melancholy emotion on his face. Beihai was his hometown, but there were no good impressions left on him, and more of it was a very unbearable childhood experience. The North Sea is the most dirty place among the four seas. Most of the pirates there are very strong, and the bounty is high. It's very suitable for the officer to make achievement. Thor on the side said with a smile. He has now perfectly integrated into the identity of Luo Shu's subordinate. No matter what, the first consideration is Luo Shu's interest. He thinks Beihai is a good place, from now on said to be the most suitable for Luo Shu's development. Yeah, we're going to live there for a long time this time. If nothing else happens, we should stay for a year or two. During this period, you should hurry up to improve your strength. This era is on the verge of going wild. Now that the three emperors are ruling the new world, the red-haired pirates have sprung up, and they have the momentum to compete for the fourth emperor, but our navy seems to be too low-key. When I have certain rights in my hand, I will make change. When the time comes, you still need the help of the two of you. Luo Shu looked at the sea in the distance, and said without looking back, he saw this era very well. If the navy wants to stand up, and truly let all the civilians in the world recognize it, it can only put those standing in the world. Kill the pirates at the peak, otherwise those ordinary people always think that the navy is weak and the pirates are strong. As a result, some talented people choose to go out to sea to be pirates. For the sake of the meaningless treasure and the title of one piece, they have never considered becoming a navy in the past. They think that the navy is incompetent. Only by changing their minds will the navy go further. Every year, they can get a lot of fresh blood from all over the world to maintain the operation of the entire Navy. Even if most of those people are cannon fodder, their spirit of justice is worthy of praise. All forces actually need spiritual thought. The Navy represents justice. The world government claims to be for the people. The pirates are for freedom, and the Revolutionary Army, like the world government, is for the people, but the people are for survival. Thinking of these things, Luo Shu will sneer. In this chaotic world, the most important thing is strength. As long as you are strong, you can accomplish any of your goals. Yes, I am waiting to swear allegiance to the superior. After Drake and Thor heard Luo Shu's word, they immediately bowed in awe and said to Luo Shu in unison, "Don't be so nervous, just keep pushing yourself, don't slack off. As my Luo Shu's subordinate, the things you can get in the future will be unimaginable. Stealing your wife and Yinzi is just the most basic reward. People always have goals in their life. Since you choose to follow me, then I will not disappoint you." Luo Shu turned around and looked at the two who were extremely respectful to him. He nodded with satisfaction, and then drew some big cake. This is a skill that every superior must master, and it is used to boost the loyalty of his subordinate. Naturally, he has learned by himself and has used it proficiently. He does not believe that Thor and Drake have no pursuit, or they will not follow him. They are not two people, and he sees hope in Luo Shu. With the talents of the two, even without Luo Shu's fancy, they would definitely be able to gain the favor of the high-level leaders of other forces. But don't forget that Luo Shu is alone and is just in the stage of development. If he concentrates on helping him grow to peak as the first batch of henchmen, the benefits that can be obtained can be imagined. Chapter 2 is delivered. Flowers, monthly ticket, and evaluation tickets will be given away. I beg you guys. Chapter 40, a grand welcome ceremony. A week later, Luo Shu's warship finally entered the North Sea, during which only an unknown pirate group was killed, and the rest of the time was running at full speed. At the same time, at the port of the G20 branch of the Navy, rows of neatly dressed, serious-looking and burly naval soldiers are standing. I saw that they were divided into several square formations, with a road paved by a red carpet in the middle, and standing at the front were a few middle-aged Navy men with badges on their shoulders. They were all officials of this branch. There are also two major generals in the branch, but depending on their age, they may be in their 40s. Not surprisingly, they will not be promoted in this life. Also, I don't know if we do this, the new officer will like it. He claims to be the strongest genius ever in our Navy. If he doesn't do this, he will punish us for it. Wouldn't it be sad then? Now, a colonel of the naval branch said stumblingly while arranging his collar. "Aren't we doing nothing? Just waiting for the other person to come?" Another branch colonel, although he was middle-aged, had a more fiery temper. He immediately yelled at the colleague who had been with him for many years. He thought it was right to do so. A respect. Okay, stop arguing. Whether the other party likes it or not, we have to do it. This is basic etiquette. Recently, in this area we are in charge of, the number of pirates is increasing day by day, and their strength is wrong. If they can't be controlled again, wait for things to spread. When we get to the headquarters, we will all be dismissed. A major general of the branch standing at the forefront waved his hand to signal the colonels to shut up, and said with some concern. He didn't think about whether Luo Shu would like it or not, but he was thinking about the things they arranged. If he didn't clean up the pirates around him, his official position might not be guaranteed. At his age, he knows that his official position cannot be promoted, but he does not want to lose it because of it. So I can only pin my hopes on Luo Shu, who will come here and serve as the highest officer. Yeah, instead of worrying that Major General Luo Shu won't punish me, it's better to think about how to tell the other party about the pirate. Another major general of the branch said with a wry smile that his thoughts were the same as the former, that he and others were too weak to encircle those pirate group. But if this kind of thing was put on the bright side, it could only be said that they were incompetent. But if you say it euphemistically, how should you speak to Luo Shu? This situation is more embarrassing. Look, sir, the navies are all lined up and ready to welcome you. 2 hours later, Luo Shu's warship slowly appeared on the sea, 1,000 meters away from the G20 branch of the Navy. After Thor saw the scene on the distant port, he immediately said respectfully to Luo Shu, "These guys are really smart. The welcoming ceremony here is clearly to please our boss." Derek, who was on the side, looked much better. He was still thinking about whether the Navy of this branch would not welcome their arrival and make some joke from it, but now he is not worried anymore. The scene is also what he wants to see. It's interesting. Luo Shu, who was standing on the deck, looked at the scene in the distance. The corners of his mouth were slightly raised, and he murmured softly. No matter whether those people welcomed him from their heart, Luo Shu said that he liked this preparation ceremony for him. Major General Luo Shu will be here soon. Fire the salute. Boom, boom, boom. As Luo Shu's warship was getting closer and closer to the port, after the command of a major general of the branch, one after another shells shot into the sky, and one after another deafening sound resounded through the entire G20 branch of the Navy. At this moment, there was a smile on every Navy's face, and he didn't know if it was discussed in advance, or if he was really happy for the arrival of Luo Shu, the highest commander. commander. Wow. See Major General Luo Shu. And after Luo Shu, Thor, and Drake jumped to the port. The Navy, led by several generals and colonels, gave a standard military salute together, and shouted in unison. The action and sound are so it was neat and tidy. Even Luo Shu was a little concerned about it. I have to admit that the actions of these people, whether they have other intentions, the effect of deliberate training, or whatever, Luo Shu is very satisfied with it anyway. Very good. Very good. I see your performance in my eyes. From today onward, you will train me hard and do my job well. If there is someone who performs well, I will promote him. Now all are disbanded and return to their respective posts. Officials at the school level and above day. After Luo Shu glanced around, he said loudly to the thousands of Navy soldiers, as the top officer of this branch, he naturally has to say a few words, but he is not a person who likes nonsense, so he can only summarize it in simple words. Yes, Major General Luo Shu. Sure enough, after hearing Luo Shu's word, the voices of these navies became a little louder, and then quickly left the port. What did they ask for as cannon fodder? It is nothing more than risking life and fighting pirates, and at the same time, you can get a chance to get promoted and make a fortune. First of all, you two can go home to take care of your wives and children. The Navy doesn't need trash like you two. Others report to the office with me. After the Navy had dispersed, Luo Shu looked at the several colonels and the two major generals of the branch. Then, he pointed to the two majors of the naval branch standing at the end, indicating that their official positions were removed. He was dismissed, and then took Drake and Thor to the office building in the distance. The others looked at the two colleagues who were stunned there, but didn't say anything, but quickly followed in the footsteps of Luo Shu and the others. The so-called three fires for new officials to take office. If they dare to speak for those two, then Luo Shu's fire is likely to burn on them. Everyone is selfish, let alone these naval officials. It was mainly because Luo Shu discovered that the strength of the two men was not as good as that of some powerful Navy soldiers, and their positions were clearly promoted by the previous top officer of the G20 branch, so he dismissed them and kicked them out of the Navy. No problem. Now this branch, since he has come, there can only be the voice of Luo Shu alone. Anyone who dares to disobey his orders will not have any good fruit to eat. Chapter 3 is delivered. Flowers, monthly ticket, and evaluation tickets will be given away. I beg you guys. Chapter 41. Comprehensive cleaning of pirate. Tell me, how many pirates are there in this area? Entering the office that belonged to the top chief of the G20 branch, Luo Shu leaned on the comfortable chair, put his feet on the desk, and tapped the armrest of the chair with his fingers without rhythm, and asked in a deep voice. Ever since he saw those generals, the expressions of worry flashed across their faces from time to time. He had guessed the thoughts of these people. There must be some troublesome pirates living in the sea area under his control. As the highest of the branch, sir, he will not watch those pirates act recklessly, and will naturally come forward and destroy them all. Quote. Report to Major General Luo Shu. There are a total of 6 pirate groups. Most of them offer tens of millions of Bailey. The strongest is the crazy, wild lion pirate, and their captains are fauna, cat, fruit, lion form those who are capable, and have also mastered the domineering of armed colors. The current bounty is 120 million Bailey. Quote, a few people, look at me, I look at you, and finally the eldest major general of the branch said. His voice was very low, and it was also mixed with unconfidence. Even when he finally mentioned the wild lion pirate, the whole body could not help but tremble. What a waste. As a navy, you are so afraid of pirates. Have you been eaten by dogs? Sir, I propose to remove this guy from his official position and save our navy's shame. As soon as the speech of the branch major general fell, Drake, who was standing beside Luo Shu, couldn't help but scold him for a while. He didn't expect the Admiral in his hometown to be this kind of garbage, and he felt even more ashamed for it. It's not scary if you can't beat the pirate, because you don't have that rank, but you shouldn't just mention it and feel scared. How can a timid person like you deserve the rank of a branch major general? From today onward, all of you will be demoted to me by 1 level, and the 2 vacated positions of major general of the branch will be filled by Drake and Thor. Do you hear that clearly? Luo Shu's face also became ugly. What he despised the most was the navy that was afraid of pirates, so he issued the second order after he came to this branch. Yes, Major General Luo Shu. Although these generals were a little unwilling in their heart, they did not dare to speak out. The breath emanating from Luo Shu alone made them breathless, let alone defying the military order. It was simply courting death. HMPH. Thor, you and Drake are separated, and within a month, completely clean up the sea area controlled by our branch and wipe out all the pirate group. I don't want to see a single survivor, especially that bullshit lion pirate. Remember to let them die miserably. Looking at the generals who were unwilling to express their unwillingness but dared not express it, Luo Shu snorted heavily, and then ordered his 2 confidants. His first goal now is to manage his own site first, then plan other things. Yes, sir. Please rest assured, I will not disappoint you. Drake and Thor immediately came to Luo Shu to salute and said that they are now being promoted by officials, and of course they need to show it, and those pirates are their achievement. After speaking, they walked out of the office, preparing to mobilize the troop to complete the task that Luo Shu gave them. You can live in the G20 branch with peace of mind in the future. You don't have to think about the promotion of your official position. The strength is worse than the neck. The Navy can support you as a benevolent. Get out. After the two left, Luo Shu found that these people were still standing there stupidly, and he shouted at them again, fully showing the prototype of a tyrant. At the same time, in an unknown sea area in the northeast, a huge land floats on the sea. Most of the buildings have black flags with 66 numbers, representing the powerful force of Germa 66, or a nation. If you look closely, this piece of land is spliced together by sea slugs, transformed into war houses, and the scene is very spectacular. And in the middle, a luxurious palace was erected, just like the residences of kings in other countries. No matter where you look, you will feel a sense of luxury. Father, the news just came that the naval genius Luo Shu you mentioned has arrived at the G20 branch. At this time, a girl wearing a skirt, although she was still young, but her figure was already large, with purple hair scattered, walked lightly into the palace, bypassed the layers of guard, and came to the hall, said respectfully to the middle-aged man sitting on the throne, "She is Vinsmoke Leju. Even though she is only a teenager now, she has already started to help her father, who is the current patriarch of the Vinsmoke family and the supreme commander of Germa 66. When Smoke Gage has taken care of things, is it already here?" This guy, who is called the strongest genius in the history of the Navy, was actually sent to Beihai to serve. That guy in the warring state period should want the other party to quickly gain merit. Inform your three younger brothers. Try not to go to that sea area to make trouble. Vinsmoke Gage said after pondering for a moment. As a super family that once ruled the Northeast, the intelligence system under his command is still relatively shrewd, and he dared not speak about other places, but when it comes to the Northeast, there is something turbulent he can know right away. And as the head of a major force, how could he have not heard the name Luo Shu, who is so popular in the Navy? In his opinion, the other party is too troublesome. It is best not to conflict with it, otherwise the ghost knows what measures the Navy headquarters will take. Anyway, they have a lot of business in Germa. The big deal is not to send it. The war money in the sea area under the jurisdiction of Luo Shu is nothing. Father, this morning, Iji, Niji, and Yongji went to the Loka Kingdom, claiming that they were helping the other party to destroy the revolutionary army, but it seemed that they were eyeing the money of that small country. Vinsmoke Leju raised her special eyebrows and spoke to her father nervously. Bang! Quick, tell them to come back at once. After listening to his daughter's report, Gage slapped the armrest of the throne hard and said, he is really scared now that the king of that small country will report the matter to the G20 branch. Although his three sons, because they were born with remodeled bodies, are far stronger than their peers, they can never be the opponents of Luo Shu's monster. The update is a bit late, but it will not be interrupted. The first chapter will be sent. Flowers, monthly ticket, and evaluation tickets will be given away. Please, everyone. Chapter 42. Germa 66 who evacuated in advance. If his son is caught by the other party, although he won't kill him, but if he reports the matter, the world government will probably cancel their membership of an allied country, and Germa 66 will struggle. In fact, the world government has always been there, overtly and secretly monitoring the power of Germa 66. After all, its ambitions are indeed not small. Although it is impossible for the other party to have the ability to dominate the Northie again, as the person in power, naturally he will not give the other party a little bit chance. The reason why it was not eliminated was because it was unnecessary. In other words, the current Germa 66 was not even qualified to be taken seriously by the world government. Anyway, the other party had to hand over a large amount of heavenly gold every year in exchange for that illusory membership of the country, which is why the world government does not do it. At the same time, they also turned a blind eye to the matter of Germa 66's war wealth. But don't put this kind of thing on the surface, otherwise the world government will definitely take action to rectify, and it has so many allied countries under its command. If all were like Germa 66, wouldn't the world be in chaos? It is precisely because he understands the pros and cons of these things in his heart that Jaji urgently asked Leju to summon him, and his three sons will come back as soon as possible. Don't let the Navy get the hang of it. Big drip. In Gage's heart, restoring the once glorious position of the Vinsmoke family is more important than anything, even sacrificing his own or his child's life. The Big Mom pirates, after being stripped of their membership by the world government, it's not that you want to use the strength of the other party to accomplish your purpose, but it's a pity that he forgot who he is, or that the power under his command is completely incomparable with the other party, and he has no chance to use Charlotte Lingling. Lot Lingling, he is a kitten at best. After a while, Reiju dialed the phone bug who had been in contact with IG alone, and relayed the words of her father, Gage. On the other side, on the battlefield, IG, who was wearing a battle suit, frowned and shoved the phone bug into his arms. Looking at the soldiers of the Loka Kingdom who showed their defeat, he didn't want to leave behave so inexplicably, but he could not resist his father's orders. What the matter? Did the father give an order? Standing beside him, Yuji with green hair asked in a flat voice after seeing the face of his titular brother, and Niji also cast his gaze over at this time, with a hint of doubt in his eyes. The three brothers were successfully transformed. They had no feelings since birth, and they were not even afraid of death. It can be said that they are inhuman. Father has just issued an order. Let us return to the headquarters of Germa 66 as soon as possible. Give up the capture of the Loka kingdom. After Izzy pondered for a moment, a few expressions of struggle flashed across his tender face, and he said to his two younger brothers, "What? Our victory is just around the corner. As long as these soldiers are eliminated, the entire Loka kingdom's wealth will belong to us. Why is the father in such a hurry to let us go back? Forget it. Since it's the father's order, we just need to obey. Let me know and prepare to evacuate." Yuji was not reconciled to this, but Niji made a choice. They were instilled in their childhood that they could not violate Gaji's orders, so they would obey what Gaji said at any time. In this way, the Germa soldiers who were about to pursue the victory immediately stopped what they were doing after receiving the orders of the three young masters, and quickly ran towards the warhouse that was parked on the shore. How strong the fighting consciousness of these soldiers in Germa 66 was. Have those demons left? Oh my god. Great, we finally saved our home, but unfortunately my son died in this war. Damn Germa 66, they will surely be punished. And the incompetent navy, we have sent them a call for help, and it has not come until now. They do not deserve the name of justice. If I can get a powerful devil fruit, I will definitely eradicate all the forces of Germa 66 and completely eliminate this cancer living in the North Sea. I don't know what happened to the king and those ministers. They won't die in the war. If they are willing to spend a lot of money, we don't have to be attacked by the evil army. That's right. How many people died in this battle is not because our king was a miser and would rather die than hand over his money to Germa, and he and those ministers only knew how to hide behind and let us go up and die. Quote. After the soldiers of Germa, led by IG, Niji, and Yuji, all evacuated from the Loka kingdom, the soldiers who survived let out a heavy sigh, and then gathered together and talked privately. Although most people hate the brutality of Germa 66, some people resent getting to the top of the country because of it. They choose to become soldiers just to let their family live a good life, not to defend the country. And some people actually complained about the navy. They thought that the navy was humming too slowly, probably because they were afraid of Germa 66, so they deliberately delayed the time. But now, Luo Shu, who had just received the notice, had already taken part of the navy of the G20 branch and arrived here on a warship. He had only received the news for half an hour. Even if he left everyone and used the sound of thunder, the fruit is flying, and it is impossible to arrive so quickly. Who would have thought that the other party would evacuate in advance, abandoning the plan to plunder the kingdom of Loka, and thus make the soldiers of the other country have bad thoughts about their navy? Your Majesty, come out quickly. Those nasty guys have already evacuated. Yeah, our Loka kingdom is safe. Quote. At this time, in the palace in the center of the island where the Loka kingdom is located, several old people who were not young but beautifully dressed came to a door that looked like a secret room and shouted to the inside. Their identities can be called nobles of this country, and each of them holds a lot of power. Of course, they will not charge into battle like those soldiers. Now that Germa has retreated, they all stand up and come. Report the situation to your own king. The second update is delivered. The road has been slippery recently. My father-in-law just fell on his way home from playing cards and was admitted to the hospital. As a son-in-law, I need to go and see, and there may be no time code for the other one. I'm not breaking the update, right? Everyone, send some flowers and evaluation ticket. I beg you. Chapter 43. The Luka Kingdom's faint lord and arrival. Crack, kick. There was a sound of gears turning, and a fat middle-aged man in a golden robe with a crown came out from behind a black gate. He was the king of Loka Kingdom, Fiddir, and in when Ma 66 invaded his country, as the king of a country, he was the first to hide. Behind that black gate is the treasury of the entire country, which contains a lot of money, and he could have donated part of it to ease the relationship between their country and Germa 66. But he didn't have that choice. As a miser, even if he died, he would not give his money to others. Then the damned Germa army has left. That great. How's the loss of the country? Fidil twisted his fat body, first glanced around, then regained his former majesty, and asked the ministers with a frown. He already hates Germa to death in his heart now, but the strength of his country is there. He can only be incompetent and furious, and there is no chance to take revenge on the other party. Your Majesty, during this war, more than half of the soldiers of the Loka Kingdom were damaged, and most of the remaining people were injured, and even a lot of them were disabled. I want to make up for the original strength. Takes a long time. Quote, one of the most senior ministers said after stepping up to salute. The other officials lowered their heads deeply, and no one went to see Fatir. The ghost knew whether the other party would be angry with them after hearing the news. What did you say? Wait, They're a bunch of food buckets. No matter how strong Germa's army is, how could it be possible to wipe out so many soldiers in our Loka kingdom in a short period of time? They must be timid and didn't use their full strength to fight the enemy. Battle. Yes, that's it. Sure enough, Fatir was immediately yelled at in anger, and even used his pig brain to come up with an extremely ridiculous reason to comfort himself. In his opinion, the soldiers of his own country are very powerful, they should not be so vulnerable, and they can be dragged to the navy at the worst, but the facts in front of him are like a knife stabbing in his heart. Made him feel a sharp pain. Your Majesty, you are right, it must be those soldiers who responded passively to the battle, which led to the failure of this war. That's right, the old man suggested that 2 years of military expenses be deducted from the soldiers who survived. His Majesty the King is really wise and martial, and I immediately thought of the reason for this defeat. I really admired it. If you want me to say, even the medical expenses of those injured soldiers should not be paid. Let them learn the lesson this time, and see if they dare not fight the enemy next time. Quote. Quote. For a time, all the officials echoed their words, saying that what their king said was right. In fact, even though they knew very well that their country's soldiers were very weak, they were unwilling to admit it. To sum it up in one sentence, that is living in a dream. Yeah, this king will accept your suggestion. By the way, has the navy come? Fidel nodded proudly and said, but in the end he changed his words and suddenly turned the topic to the navy. Report to His Majesty the King. The navy has not arrived yet, and Germa 66 has no idea why he hastily left. But we are safe now. The old minister saluted again and said that he was still wondering why Germa 66 left suddenly, but he still couldn't understand the matter. In the face of the invasion of the evil army in our kingdom of Loka, the navy reacted so slowly. It would be great if we were a member of the world government. For this matter, it would be enough for the navy to come and take the blame for us. Fatir's face also became ugly. It's not that he didn't consider getting the status of a member country of the world government, but he was reluctant to hand over so much gold in the sky every year, otherwise the loss this time will definitely be reimbursed. Your Majesty, we are not too far from the G20 branch of the navy, and we don't need to be a member of the world government. As long as there are pirates invading, we can go to the navy for help. The old minister thought for a moment, and could only follow his own king's temperament. He didn't dare to say anything that would make the other party uncomfortable. He could live at such a young age, and the skill of observing words and expressions had already been used. Yes, you are right, let's go and see those soldiers first. After all, they can be regarded as defending the family and the country, although they lost in the end. Fatir squeezed his chin that seemed to be waiting outward, pretending to think for a while, and then said that he had already thought about it. First to take care of his soldiers, and then deduct their military expenses. As for who dared to resist him rule, then he can only use strong means to destroy it. It took about 2 hours for Luo Shu's warship to arrive at the kingdom of Loka. He had been advancing at full speed all the way, but before he arrived here, Luo Shu had already used his own knowledge to be domineering and sen. When he arrived at the situation in this country, he knew that he was late, or that he had been tricked. From what he heard from the people in the Roka kingdom, Germa's army had already left. Maybe just after he set off from the G20 branch, the other party received some news and then retreated at full speed. Do you want to conflict with me, or do you want to play a game of cat and mouse? Standing on the deck, Luo Shu slowly raised the corners of his mouth, thinking secretly in his heart, these navies are really incompetent. Our country was devastated, and they arrived here. If those demons did not retreat, I am afraid that the kingdom of Loka would be destroyed. It has long been said that the navy is not reliable at all. If we pin our hopes on them, we don't even know how they died. Forget it, that's the army of evil. What if they come? Can they fight against each other? I'm afraid the whole army will be wiped out by then. Just as Luo Shu was about to give an order to leave the Loka kingdom, the civilians who were standing on the shore, looking very embarrassed, and the soldiers with a little blood on their bodies were carrying the corpses. After finding Luo Shu's warship, they started talking. Their voices were loud and their words were hard. G20 branch of the navy behind Luo Shu frowned, and even their faces were full of anger, but they did not refute. The name of the army of evil was reverberating in the Bay High, and they were indeed not the opponents of those people. But this it good to know this kind of thing in your heart. Isn't it embarrassing to say it in front of them? The first one will be sent flowers, monthly ticket, and evaluation tickets will be sent for one free. Iron. Chapter 44. Contact Germa and change the king. Hey. What an interesting conclusion. You are waiting for me here. You are not allowed to leave the warship without my order. If someone dares to provoke, they will shoot and kill them. I will go to see the king of this country and the ministers around him. Quote. Luo Shu put one hand on his forehead and let out a deep laugh, ignoring those who had just made a rude remark, but instead gave orders to the soldiers behind him. Then, he rose into the air and quickly rushed towards the center of the island. King, your majesty, the commander of the G20 branch of the navy is here. He wants to see you. Clap. Hey, it's just the king of a weak and small country. How can he be so big? And the major general came in person, but but he didn't show up to greet him. I'm afraid you really have lived enough. A few minutes later, a soldier in armor hurried into the palace and reported to Fatil, who was sitting on the throne, but before he could finish speaking, Luo Shu had already taken firm steps, slowing down, slowly walked in, and glanced at the people in the palace with disdain, and said with a sneer, just now, when he wanted to enter the palace, he was stopped by a group of soldiers with little strength. Although he showed his identity, he was still searched by the other party. This made Luo Shu, who was not in a good mood, and he was about to clear it. They were all killed, and there was no hand left. The only one left was the soldier who ran in first to report, and the others had already lost their lives in a moment. Bold, you little brat, how dare you speak to our king like this? Come and arrest this madman who pretends to be a navy. Before Fatir could speak, standing beside him, the oldest minister shouted angrily, but unfortunately, not a single soldier came in until a few minutes later, and the atmosphere became extremely embarrassing at this time, and neither side spoke any further. Luo Shu, on the other hand, picked up a cup from the table beside him, filled it with wine, looked at the ministers who were sweating on their foreheads with interest, and sat on the throne with an unnatural body, shivering. Fatil, Gudong, Gudong, why don't you scream? If you're louder, maybe someone will come to save you. After drinking all the wine in the cup in one gulp, Luo Shu said to the minister playfully, he was sure that even if these people broke their throat, no soldiers would come to the rescue in a short time, because the soldiers who were responsible for guarding the palace, except for the one who was now scared and dumbfounded, all the others were beheaded by him. In addition, the important place of the palace is not accessible to other people, so no one will come to destroy the atmosphere at all. This, Major General, you have something to say. We are not pirate, nor are we a revolutionary army. As a navy, shouldn't you do something to me? Yes, yes, we live in a sea, and we should help each other. Yes, yes, if the G20 branch has any difficulties in military spending, we are very willing to contribute. Quote. Under the leadership of one of the ministers, the others also began to compliment Luo Shu, joking, now their lives are in the hands of the other party. They are not the miser of Fatir. They can sacrifice their lives for money. Hi, Navy, don't be arrogant. I am the king of Loka Kingdom. If you dare to kill me, if this incident spreads out, I am afraid that your official position will not be guaranteed. Do you mean that you are sure to kill everyone in our Loka Kingdom? What? I don't believe you have that kind of strength. As long as one person escapes, you will be in a state of doom, and there will be no place for you in the navy. Fatir wiped the sweat from his forehead, stammering and threatening Luo Shu. Until now, he has an inexplicable confidence, and even regards himself as the god's residence of the Loka Kingdom, as if he is missing. The kingdom will disappear. Any of you have a phone bug with Germa 66? Luo Shu didn't even look at Fatir, as if he regarded him as heir. Instead, he looked at the ministers. He believed that the country in the North Sea should be more or less related to Germa 66. I have their phone bug here. A group of pirates came to the country before, and we hired the evil army of Germa 66. But I didn't expect that it took a long time to be targeted by the other party and hurt. We almost got wiped out. The old official who scolded Luo Shu at first thought that Luo Shu let them go and shifted his target to Germa 66. So he took out the phone bug in his arms and walked towards Luo Shu. His mouth also began to complain. Poru, what? Have you changed your mind? Are you going to hand over the money to us, Germa, to beg us for forgiveness? I tell you it's too late. This time your fate is good, and the king has something important to do with us. Don't think that Jia Elma will let you go. Luo Shu called the phone bug in front of everyone, and then a rebellious voice sounded. The person who spoke was Vinsmoke. He was on his way back to the headquarters in Germa. He was still very confused about what happened before. He couldn't understand why his father suddenly let them evacuate. So after connecting to the phone bug, he immediately let out a ruthless message saying that he and others would go to Loka Kingdom soon. Little brat of the Vinsmoke family, listen, I am Luo Shu, the top officer of the G20 branch of the Navy. Go back and tell Vinsmoke Gage that he dares to send someone to invade the country under my jurisdiction, and won't let anyone let him go. I'm satisfied with the explanation. I'll try to leave Beihai. Click. While looking at everyone in the palace, Luo Shu said to Vinsmoke, and then directly crushed the phone bug. PFF. From today on, you are the king of the Roka Kingdom. I don't want to hear people from your country talking ill of our navy behind their back. Otherwise, the world is so big, and the disappearance of a country will not cause much turmoil. Am I right? Just when everyone breathed a sigh of relief, a flash of lightning flashed out in an instant, piercing the head of Fatir, who was sitting on the throne, and then Luo Shu said to the oldest minister with a dull expression, not waiting. They answered, then turned and left the palace. Second, I will send flowers, monthly ticket, and evaluation ticket. I want all of them. If you like it, remember to collect it. Chapter 45. Heroes of the North Sea and Weird. Gudong, Gudong, Gudong. Hearing the swallowing voices of the officials behind him, Luo Shu smiled without looking back. He was not afraid that those people would dare to disobey his orders, and he was not worried about about whether anyone would leak what happened today. He is sure that these people will treat the king as if nothing happened today, arbitrarily press the death method for the king, and will not bear his family, and then appease the civilians and restore the country to its former calm. As for going against Luo Shu, they weren't that stupid. Even if Luo Shu left the navy because of this, will they have a good time? Besides, some things will be believed if you don't say it. It is claimed to the outside world that Fidel was killed by the people of Germa who were hiding in the kingdom of Roca, and his wife and children are the people who cooperated with Germa, and their purpose is to kill the king to usurp the throne. Think so sinister. Their crimes deserve 10,000 deaths, and then they will be publicly executed. As for me being the king, I won't dismiss your office, but you know, some things are best forgotten. Otherwise, be careful. The palace was quiet for a long time, and finally the old official took the lead in breaking the silence. Although his words were full of loopholes, there was no problem in lying to the commoners. Those people don't even care who is king. They will only think about their future life. If they change to another king, they will have a better life. Then these commoners will definitely be very supportive. And Luo Shu, who returned to the warship, set off to return to the G20 branch. At the same time, he was also thinking about how to deal with Germa 66. As for letting go of the other party so easily, he did not pay attention to the matter. Shu said that was impossible. If it is not in the sea area under his jurisdiction, he may not intervene in such a situation, but the affairs of the Loka kingdom are in front of him. If he does nothing, the other party will think that he is afraid, and it is likely to intensify. There is a saying called push the nose on the face. He wouldn't give Germa 66 that chance. At night, the palace at the center of Germa's headquarters was still brightly lit. The three brothers, Ig, Niji, and Yuji, who had returned here, stood in a row and reported to Lorca, who was sitting on the throne. Kingdom affairs. I asked you to come back this time, just because I didn't want the new top commander of the G20 branch of the Navy to take hold. Don't go to that sea area to take missions in the future. After listening to the words of his three sons, Gage said with a serious face. His voice was very firm, and there was an unquestionable tone in it. Yes, father. That's right, father. One more thing. Just as we were on our way back to the headquarters in Germa, the top officer of the G20 branch of the Navy seemed to have gone to the Loka kingdom, and contacted me with a phone bug. Let me tell you, if you don't give him a satisfactory explanation for this matter, he will not forget it. And he also said that because of this, we Germa 66 will not be able to survive in the Northeast. And just after Niji and Yuji's voice fell, Ig suddenly thought of the phone bug that had been connected before, so he conveyed all Luo Shu's words to his father. He still remembers it vividly now. At that time, he was so angry that if it wasn't for the order from Vinsmoke, Gage, he even wanted to kill someone back. Give Luo Shu a hard lesson and let him know what kind of existence Germa 66 is. That Luo Shu asked me to give him an explanation. He is really young and energetic. No matter how big his reputation is in the Navy headquarters, does he dare to openly confront me as a country that is a member of the world government? Besides, this time he did not catch it. We are not afraid of Germa's handle, even if it gets to the world government. Okay, you can go down and rest. Remember what I said. As long as we don't go to that sea area to stir up trouble, let that kid dance slowly. He can't be serving in Beihai all the time. After Gage was stunned for a moment, he immediately said angrily, for many years, except for the behemoth of the world government who had threatened him, he had not heard anyone dare to speak to him like this. However, he didn't give it in a hot-headed way. The brainless order to attack the G20 branch was only regarded as Luo Shu's intimidation, and he didn't take it to heart. And Leiju, who had not spoken, frowned secretly. She didn't know why, but she always felt uneasy. But after thinking about it carefully, she couldn't understand what was going on. Time passed slowly like this, and a month later, the entire sea area under the jurisdiction of the G20 branch, whether it was wandering or the pirates who lived here for a long time, ushered in the disaster. Under the attack of Thor and Drake, a total of 10 large and small pirate groups were wiped out, and none of them were left alive. After the news spread, all the civilians living in this area applauded Luo Shu, the highest officer of the G20 branch of the Navy who he had never met before, and the 5 bodies he admired fell to the ground. Luo Shu took a title called Hero of the Northeast, and the navies in the G20 branch, when Drake and Thor returned, also gave them a military salute. It was a kind of admiration from the heart, and Luo Shu saw all of this. He just smiled, and didn't make any big compliments to the two of them. In his opinion, this is really normal. With the strength of the two, even a pirate living in the New World can deal with it, not to mention these garbage. If even this pirate group cannot be wiped out, Luo Shu may not be able to control the anger in his heart and kill these 2 men with his own hand. You two are doing well. You have lived up to my trust. Go and have a good rest, but don't forget to practice. In the office, Luo Shu, who was leaning on the chair, looked at Drake and Thor, who had been out for a month, and looked a little tired. He couldn't help but praise them, but in the end he didn't forget to ask them, yes sir, is there anything else? After the two saluted Luo Luo Shu together. They did not leave, but stood there blankly, as if they had something to say. Luo Shu asked suspiciously, "Sir, when we were exterminating the wild lion pirates this time, we found that there was a very strange girl on the other side's boat, and even caused us a lot of trouble, but her strength is not strong, but the fruit ability is very strange, and the most important thing is that she was not put on a bounty. After we caught her, she was locked with a sea tower. We thought that her ability might be useful to you, sir, so we didn't kill her. Please forgive me for making an assertion." Quote, after the two looked at each other, Drake spoke slowly. "The third update is over. Flowers, monthly ticket, and evaluation tickets will be given for free. If you like it, remember to save it." Chapter 46. Personal Secretary Baccarat. "Oh, tell me what ability it is." Although Luo Shu was already a little confused at this time, he still wanted to confirm that if he had the ability in his heart, then he would really value the girl in Drake's mouth because of this. Throughout the world of One Piece, devil fruits have all kinds of abilities, but they can be called weird. In Luo Shu, there is not much eyesight. First of all, Boya, Hancock Superman, Sweet Fruit, Bruno's Superman Menman Fruit, Padong's Animal System, Phantom Bee Species, Transformed Raccoon Form, Yerke's Superhuman System, Causal Fruit, and so on. But if you want to say the most bizarre, it must be Baccarat's Superhuman, Lucky Fruit ability in the original book, and Sugar's Superhuman, Childlike Fruit ability. Those abilities that were exemplified before. If you are facing someone stronger than yourself, it may seem a little tasteless when you are, but these two abilities, as long as they are accidentally touched, it can only announce that your end will be miserable. Unless you are domineering to a certain extent, you may be able to resist, such as categories that can see the short-term future, or listen to all things in nature. Otherwise the possibility of being recruited is very high. Her ability has been analyzed by me and Thor. It can take away the luck of others, and it can also make the recruit very unlucky. Back then, the girl used this strange ability to make us suffer a lot, but the strength is really too bad. We seized the opportunity and defeated it easily. However, during this period, apart from me and Thor having seen her, not even the Navy soldiers knew of her existence, and the pirates who recognized her had already gone to hell, so we arbitrarily claimed to have her. She stayed because she wanted her abilities to accomplish some goals for you, sir." Drake stroked the X-shaped mark on his chin, and then said with a serious face, "After he was robbed of some of his luck by Baccarat a few days ago, it can be said that he lost blood mold. He still remembers it well to this day. He even wanted to kill her many times and then quickly, but thinking about the ability of the other party, he finally discussed with Thor and decided to keep the girl first, and at least report the matter to his own officials. Bring her to meet me." The corners of Luo Shu's mouth gradually turned up. He really didn't expect that he would meet this woman on this trip to the North Sea. The other party should be about his age now, but he can stay by his side and cultivate it well, and he will definitely become his power in the future. "Hell, you guys go back to rest." 10 minutes later, the two walked in with a girl who was chained with a sea tower stone. Luo Shu looked at Baccarat with red hair. His eyes flashed, and then ordered Drake and Thor to leave. "Prepare to talk to this girl he is optimistic about alone." "Yes, sir. Please also be careful of her ability." The two looked at each other, saluted together, and then turned to leave the office. The system opens the other party's panel. Ding! The panel is open. Name: Baccarat. Special talent: Top Luck. Domineering: None. Physical education: Beginner. Swordsmanship: No entry. Ability: Superhuman. Lucky Fruit: Unawakened. Comprehensive Strength: C+. Superhuman. Lucky Fruit ability: Person. Very good ability. It's a pity to be a pirate. What's your name? The scene was quiet for a few minutes. Luo Shu took the lead to break the deadlock after checking the other party's panel, looked at Baccarat, who had his head lowered deeply, and said to him with a smile, "My name is Baccarat. Do you want me to stay by your side? The strongest genius in the history of the Navy, or, in other words, the hero of the North Sea, Rear Admiral Luo Shu." Baccarat raised his head slowly, and a pair of beautiful eyes looked directly at Luo Shu and said she had seen the news about Luo Shu before, so after seeing the other party, she recognized it at a glance, and she was very smart, and analyzed the purpose from Luo Shu's word. "You know me very well, then I won't beat around the bush. Your ability is very helpful to me. If you are willing to become my subordinate, you will be the colonel of the naval branch from today on, helping me with some documents on weekdays. It's fine as a secretary, and I will teach you how to practice. After all, no matter how powerful the fruit is, you have to have the life to display it. Although the lucky fruit is very strange, if you can't even touch the enemy, what the use?" "What?" Luo Shu said with admiration on his face that he was really interested in this kind of woman. Although his own strength was the most important thing in this world, he had to be equipped with a certain brain, otherwise he would not know how to die. "Do I still have a choice? But I hope you can do me a favor. A colonel in your branch. A few years ago, he indulged the pirates and destroyed my hometown. Crack. Since you have become my subordinate, then you are now the colonel of the branch. Use your brain or other methods to avenge yourself. I will turn a blind eye to this. If you don't even have the chance, if you you can't grasp it, it will only disappoint me. Here's your badge. Go back and get a decent dress and get to work. Before Baccarat finished speaking, Luo Shu had already come to his side and used the key to open the sea-tower stone chain that was holding the other party. Looking at Baccarat, who was still just a girl now, he couldn't help but touched his delicate face. Speaking of, yes, he didn't say anything to directly help Baccarat to take revenge, but left the colonel to Baccarat to deal with himself. He really didn't care about such trivial matters. Quote. And Baccarat, who was molested by Luo Shu, didn't say anything. Instead, she stared at Luo Shu with a red face. When did she suffer this kind of treatment? And she thought to herself whether her decision was right. Go, get acquainted with the G20 branch. Remember to have a good relationship with Thor and Drake. They are all my confidant. Maybe some unpleasant things happened between you a few days ago, but I don't want you to have any conflict because of this in the future. Luo Shu retracted his wicked hand and said meaningfully to Baccarat that he did not know how Drake and Thor caught Baccarat, nor did he want to know how miserably they were tricked by Baccarat's ability. In a word, as his subordinate, he is not allowed to have strange thoughts. If there is something, he will put it on the bright side. If he calculates behind each other and is discovered by him, the consequences will be very serious. The first update is over. Flowers, monthly ticket, and evaluation tickets will be given for free. If you like it, remember to collect it. Chapter 47. Revolutionary Army appears in Beihai. After a week, Luo Shu's life has become even more nourishing since he has Baccarat as secretary. He has lived a day when he only practiced every day. He just teased Mei Xiao envy. Now he doesn't have to manage those anymore. Let him a huge headache for all kinds of files. Little sister, guess who I am? On this day, Luo Shu, who had just finished practicing, pushed open the door of his office and found that Baccarat, wearing a black uniform, was standing there with his back to him, carefully wiping the desk. This made Luo Shu have a bad taste in his heart. There is no way. Don't underestimate Baccarat's Yuhuo when she was a girl. Now the other person's figure is already very hot. For a while, Luo Shu walked over slowly and covered it with his hands. The eyes of the other party, pretending to be a rough voice. My lord, don't make trouble, okay? Baccarat, who was hated, said helplessly. Even if she didn't see the domineering, she couldn't hear Luo Shu's voice, but she was sure that the person who blinded her must be Luo Shu. For other people, first of all, they wouldn't do it, and even Thor and Drake had to knock on the door if they wanted to enter this office, but they could come in quietly and do this to themselves. Yes, only his own boss. Very clever. Reward you for pouring a glass of wine for this. Luo Shu, who let go of Baccarat, returned to his calm face as before, and told his secretary. Speaking of which, you have made the colonel's family so miserable. Aren't you afraid that I think you are cruel, which will affect your image in my heart? A few minutes later, Luo Shu leaned back on the chair, drinking fine wine and enjoying the massage of his shoulders by Baccarat behind him, while making fun of him with a strange voice. Until now, he has a feeling of being a superior man. When he was in the headquarters, although he was respected by many navies, he did not live a comfortable life for a few days. He told himself more than once in his heart that he must practice hard, and when he completes his ambition in the future, he will experience it, and wake up to the feeling of being drunk and lying on the knees of a beauty. You don't think I'm cruel? In fact, I think you are more suitable to be a pirate. Baccarat first muttered angrily, and then sighed with emotion. Through this week's understanding, she found that Luo Shu didn't have a point at all. The justice that he should have as a navy is not to say that Luo Shu does not have this temperament, but the character of the other party. In her word, it is not at all. It should be a navy, but instead it is a material for pirates. Oh, you dare to speak out and question my boss. Aren't you afraid that I will rectify you on the spot when I get angry? Listening to Baccarat's word, Luo Shu hugged him in his arms and said with a feigned anger. It's not that he didn't think about what would happen with Baccarat, it's just that he would be able to deal with this kind of thing naturally, instead of using force to oppress people, or through tough means. He would feel that he was incompetent. Sir, don't do this. Finding that the posture he maintained with Luo Shu was somewhat indecent, Baccarat said with a flushed face, and at the same time, his body struggled a few times. After all, she and Luo Shu have only known each other for a few days, and even if they have a good impression of him, they will not let her show up directly. In the original book, although she seems to be very open, she can appoint all kinds of gamblers and become Tezzolo's confidant, but she has always been very conservative in her heart. Actually, you have to know that the pirates and the navy are just one position. Everyone has different ideas and different camps, and I chose to join the navy in order to accomplish the goal in my heart. You will understand later. After putting Baccarat down, Luo Shu stroked the other person's hair, and after sniffing it, he said in a flat voice, if he becomes a pirate, it will be many times more difficult to fulfill his hidden ambition. Once he is labeled as a thief, the most difficult thing is to get the recognition of others. Would be great. Think about it. How can a pirate rule the world, even if he doesn't care about other people's word? It will be embarrassing after all. Even if an order is issued, no one is allowed to mention history, but isn't that the same as the current world government? Luo Shu didn't want to be a bitch and set up an archway, but wanted to truly be the king of the world, and would be supported by the world, so joining the navy was the best choice. In his eyes, no matter which pirate is, it is the representative of the words evil, cruel, cold-blooded, including Whitebeard, Roger. They are all pirates. Once they log on to an island, they will immediately arouse the fear and vigilance of the local resident. This is a situation that will never change. What pirates also talk about benevolence and righteousness. Luo Shu thinks this is farting. The words benevolence and righteousness are not worthy of being said from a thief. There are so many pirates in the world, 99%, all leave a bad impression on the common people. Even if there are individual pirates who constantly try to refresh this concept, it is still useless. For example, Edward Newgate, the Whitebeard, loves his son very much, even if the pirates are not his own son, but he can be called a loving father. But in the hearts of the common people, he is more than a monster terrible. This concept, unless Whitebeard dies, can't be changed at all. Button, come in. Major General Luo Shu. Just now, the king of the Ku's kingdom, a member of the world government, asked us for help, claiming that a revolutionary army had entered their country and was going to launch a coup d'etat. I hope we can send someone to deal with it soon. Without waiting for Baccarat to say anything, there was a knock on the door, and then, a signal soldier came in, first salute Luo Shu, and then began to report. Revolutionary army. Inform Drake to prepare warships and let Thor guard the branch. This time I will take action myself to see if these revolutionary army are as terrifying as rumored. Originally, Luo Shu thought that there was a pirate invasion incident, and was going to send two of his confidants to deal with it, but who would have thought that it was the revolutionary army? After traveling to the world of One Piece for so long, he had never seen the revolutionary army, so he naturally did not want to miss this opportunity, so he decided to bring people there himself. The second update is over. The third one is later. I have to go out. Flowers, monthly passes, and evaluation tickets are free for one free. If you like it, remember to save it. Chapter 48. The Battle of Ku's Island begins. The North Sea, the Kingdom of Kus, is considered to be a relatively large country in the sea area under the jurisdiction of Luo Shu. Whether it is military or civilian, it is far superior to the Luoka kingdom that was invaded by Germa 66 before, and this country is also one of the countries that join the world government. Every year, it turns in a large amount of gold in the sky, so that the navy and the world government can greatly help after an accident in its own country. At this time, Ku's Island, which is the island where the king of Ku's kingdom lives, has a large number of ships gathered on its shore. Standing on it, they are all civilians, holding various weapons in their hands, as if he was about to fight the soldiers gathered in the distance. It may be that he was severely exploited in the past, so there is no fear in his eyes. If Luo Shu saw this scene, he might have to admire the brainwashing ability of the revolutionary army, which is really not ordinary. Captain Haku, we acted privately this time, and when we return to the headquarters, I am afraid we will be punished. Yeah, even if we really subvert the regime of this country of Kus, I'm afraid we won't get any reward. If we wait for the leader to know about this, we may not be able to eat and walk away. Quote. Quote. On the boat in the middle, several combatants of the revolutionary army complained to the yellow-skinned Murlocs who stood there without saying a word. They were just passing by, because their captain Haku couldn't understand Kus, the tragic life of the commoners in the country, so he began to instigate a civil uprising, preparing to overthrow the rule of King Kus. But this incident was never known to the top leaders of the revolutionary army, which means that they acted without authorization and did not even report it. Obviously, this did not conform to the military regulations of the revolutionary army. Don't quarrel. If something goes wrong, I am willing to take all the responsibility. You have seen how pitiful those people are. I believe that even if the leader knows, he will definitely approve me for doing this. Haku, who was wearing a martial arts uniform, showed his dirty chest. Looking at the civilians who were about to fight with those soldiers, he said without looking back. Of course, he understood what these partners said, and he never thought about it, but he really couldn't bear to see the civilians of whose country living in dire straits. We can only take risks and make this revolution a success. Damn it. How can there be so many revolutionary troops? They seem to be all civilians in our country. It must be the revolutionary army who instigated the civil revolt. They want us to kill each other. It is worthy of being called the most evil force by the world government. How dare you try to overthrow His Majesty the King's rule? Brothers, after they land on the island, they don't need to keep their hand. They must kill these white-eyed wolves. That's right. These guys who eat inside and outside are no longer the citizens we want to protect. They are all accomplices of evil forces now. We just need to treat them as pirates. The soldiers on Ku's Island, who were already on guard, found that most of the boats on the shore were standing with civilians from their own country. Their anger was not even a single place, and their hatred for the revolutionary army also filled up. They didn't expect that those who needed to be protected by them in the past now turn over to take up arms and fight them desperately. This is obvious obviously for no good or bad. As for the life of the other party, that is not something they should consider. The process is not important at all. Defeat those soldiers. Kill the stupid king of Koos. Go. Kill them. Sooner or later, I will starve to death. I will fight with them. With a few shouts, tens of thousands of civilians jumped out of the boat and charged towards the army formation in the distance. Among them, there are only a few real revolutionary troops, and the rest are the civilians of Koos. This is the power of will change. Although these people were not satisfied with the status quo, no one dared to rebel. After the idea of brainwashing, one by one became fierce and fearless, thinking that they and others should not be treated unfairly, and for the sake of a new life, or a better life for their children and grandchildren, they also looked down on life and death. In the palace in the center of the island, a group of ministers of Koos kingdom were walking back and forth. Even King Koos, who was sitting on the throne, seemed a little flustered and kept wiping the sweat from his forehead. According to the news, there were more than 10,000 civilians rebelling. Even if they were too frightened, they quickly sent someone to contact the navy that governs this sea area, and even called the phone bug to the world government for help. In fact, he wanted people from the world government to put some pressure on the navy so that it could send someone to save his country of Koos as soon as possible. In the past, he laughed a lot at the lords of the countries who were overthrown, but now when it was his turn, he behaved very badly. Your Majesty, you don't have to be nervous. We have already reported the news to the world government, and we have already sent a request to the G20 branch for help. That Major General Luo Shu, known as the hero of the North Sea, is bringing people here, and his strength is enough to suppress those rebels. Quote, yeah, Your Majesty, as long as our country's soldiers hold on to each other and wait for Major General Luo Shu's arrival, the country of Koos will be able to successfully overcome this difficulty. Your Majesty, I think you are usually very kind to those pariahs. After this incident is over, you should increase taxes. Anyone who thinks differently will be punished by capital punishment. Let's see if they dare to rebel in the future. Quote. Quote. After seeing the behavior of their own king, several ministers with vicious eyes immediately stepped forward and said, but most of them were speaking to comfort, and only a few people made some mindless remark. This king is thrifty on weekdays, and has always been thinking about those guys, but in exchange for betrayal, it's really hateful. I hope that Major General Luo Shu can come soon, and after the incident, this king must take care of himself. Thanks to him, King Koos first said a few words with hatred, and then said with a melancholy expression, he now only thinks that Luo Shu will arrive soon and suppress this rebellion, otherwise he will never be at ease. As for Luo Shu's ability, he really recognized it. After all, he was able to clean up the pirates in the G20 branch and the sea areas under its jurisdiction in a short time. Obviously, the other party is a very capable naval general. The third one is delivered. MMP is so sleepy. Go to sleep Earth. Code words after waking up. Everyone, please send flowers, monthly ticket, and evaluation ticket. If you like it, collect it. Chapter 49. Civilian. No, it's evil forces. At this moment, on the shore of Koos Island, 2 waves of people have been killed in the dark. Under a wave of charges, a large number of corpses appeared, or broken arms with residual value, and the mourning was even more endless. Poru, Poru, Poru. I'm Luo Shu. At the same time, Luo Shu, who was rushing to Koos Island, rang the phone bug in his arm, and when he took it out, he found that it was the phone bug that specifically contacted the warring state period. Kid Luo Shu, you should be on your way to Koos Island now. Koos Kingdom is a member of the world government, so you must not let the revolutionary army succeed. This time your enemy is no better than pirates, so it is very likely that you will be against it. Those brainwashed civilians will take action, so don't be soft-hearted. Warring state voice with a hint of exhortation came from the phone bug. He didn't want to disturb Luo Shu, but he thought that although the other party was very good, if he encountered a large number of civilians who were brainwashed by the revolutionary army, what might he do? Unwise things. So he still decided to give Luo Shu a vaccination in advance. Now this matter has been brought to the 5 old guard. It can be said that there are many eyes, all staring at the kingdom of Koos. If Luo Shu's approach is not recognized by those lords, let alone promotion in the future, I'm afraid it is difficult to return to work at the Navy headquarters. Many thanks to Marshal Warring State, but please rest assured, I will not let go of those evil forces. Luo Shu smiled contemptuously, but he also thanked Warring State, because even without Warring State's reminder, he would not have let go of those who betrayed the party. In his eyes, the other party was no longer a commoner, but it is the minions of the revolutionary army, and it is natural to destroy it, otherwise the sea area under his command will be in chaos. If you understand what I mean, do it beautifully. Warring State, who was in the headquarters of the Navy in the Marshal's office, said with great relief, and then he hung up the phone bug and started to process the documents on the table. He believed that Luo Shu would do it well. Warring State, do you really want to do that? That tens of thousands of civilians, they rioted only because they were brutally exploited by King Koos. This is not a crime at all. The old man thinks that the king should be executed and replaced replaced by a merciful one. The ruler of this is the fundamental solution. And Garp, who was sitting on the sofa, stopped what he was doing, and roared at Sengoku with anger on his face. Garp, you are afraid that you have forgotten the existence of the Revolutionary Army. Please clarify your position. Without the instigation of the Revolutionary Army, how could those civilians want to rebel, even if they are really exploited and have a miserable life? But this kind of thing has nothing to do with it. What are you doing? Every country has its own rules. Don't force your own set on others. Quote, Sengoku raised his head, and the stared boss under the toad mirror yelled at Garp loudly. Sometimes he really admires Garp's rough nerves and unrealistic ideas. How can this world come from fairness? At least he has lived such a long age and has never discovered it. Garp snorted heavily, then stopped talking, just sat there silently, not even in the mood to eat his favorite senbei. He knows that he can't do anything. First, the naval headquarters is far away from the northeast. Second, if he helps those civilians to execute the king of Ku, he will also become a naval traitor, and his heroic reputation will be disappeared in an instant, which was not in line with the will in his heart. Therefore, he had no choice but to be sullen. At most, he prayed for those commoners in his heart. Crane, who was sitting on the other side processing document, just shook her head helplessly. She knew what Garp was thinking, but her views were the same as those in the Warring State period. The Navy and the Revolutionary Army were opposite, both in terms of position and style. She will not support the Revolutionary Army. As for the statement that everyone is equal, that's just a joke. Some people are very noble from birth. They can easily get it, and others can't live a life that they can't live in their entire life. How can it be fair? Sir, we are going to take action on those civilians. Nearly an hour later, the warship appeared on the sea 1,000 meters away from Ku's island. Drake, who was standing behind Luo Shu, asked his own officials respectfully after discovering the situation on the island. So even Bakura, who accompanied Luo Shu, turned her attention. She wanted to know what kind of decision this man would make. What civilian? Drake, tell me which one of them is a civilian. Have you ever seen a civilian who would take up arms and attack the country's soldiers who once protected them? Remember, those people in front of you are all evil forces. Accomplices. They are also unforgivable existences. Luo Shu slowly turned around, looked directly at Drake, and said word by word, "Yes, sir." With a straight face, Drake saluted Luo Shu and said loudly that he was not a sympathetic person, let alone Luo Shu's subordinate, even if those people were really civilians. If Luo Shu ordered, he will also raise the butcher's knife without hesitation. Chong. Everyone is ready to fight and destroy those rabble. Seeing that his elder did not speak anymore, Drake took out the four-edged axe and western sword from his waist, and issued a strategic notice to the soldiers on the warship. Pooh. A group of Navy soldiers pulled out their weapons one after another, roaring in their mouth, making a ho-ho appearance to respond to Drake's order. Do you think I'm cold-blooded? At this time, Luo Shu, who was standing on the deck, asked Bakura next to him while watching the battle on the shore. No, I think you, as a Navy, are doing the right thing. Since those civilians choose to follow the Revolutionary Army and try to overthrow the country's regime, they should expect to pay the price in blood. Bakura shook her head calmly, and replied in a light voice, although she is young now, her mind is not generally mature. Maybe this is related to her own experience. As a girl with no strength, without the help of anyone, she can live for so long in the chaotic sea area of the Northeast. If you are lucky, it is obviously not enough. The first chapter is delivered. Some people may not accept it, but there is no way. The protagonist will face the Revolutionary Army sooner or later. Forget it. I am too lazy to explain. Ask for a wave, flowers, monthly ticket, and evaluation ticket for support. Chapter 50. The Revolutionary Army's elite captured. Everyone, don't mess up. Divide some people to hold the Navy. We will win soon, and those soldiers will be defeated. Yes, the elite soldiers of our Revolutionary Army are here. If there is a strong man in the Navy, he will definitely take action. In one go, defeat these soldiers. As long as you eliminate the king and those ministers in the palace, your future life will be changed from now on. Quote. On Ku's island, several regular revolutionary troops, when they found that the civilians were uneasy after seeing the Navy landing on the island, immediately shouted loudly, commanding the battle and creating momentum for them. Obviously, these revolutionary troops have done this kind of thing a lot, and they have stabilized almost instantly, and the restless hearts of these thousands of civilians. As the leader of the Revolutionary Army, Haku chose to join the group of civilians divided to hold Luo Shu and others so that they could not stop the coup. Fall for me all. Oh, Luo Shu saw that there were 2,000 or 3,000 civilians under the leadership of Haku and several revolutionary troops rushing towards his position, so he stared at him, and a powerful aura that could not be traced came from his body. It spread out from the middle and pressed the ground overwhelmingly. That's right, it was his mid-level tyrannical arrogance. This tyrannical domineering, under Luo Shu's precise control, not only attacked him, but also the civilians who fought bloody battles with the soldiers of Ku's country in the distance, and they are falling down one by one quickly. At the the same time foaming at the mouth, as if poisoned. Damn it, it's a tyrannical domineering. In just a few breaths, apart from a small number of whose soldiers and the navy behind Luo Shu, only Haku was left on the battlefield. This revolutionary army can be called an elite Murloc warrior. With super strong willpower, he was not stunned by that momentum, but he knew that his revolution this time had been defeated, and it was a complete defeat. But in the face of this situation, he could only scold Luo Shu in his heart. How could this seemingly incomparably young navy have such a powerful strength? Leave this guy to me, Drake. Lead the navy soldiers to clean up all those junk fish. Luo Shu looked at Haku, who was glaring at him with disdain, so he gave an order to Drake behind him. He would not let those who were stunned by his tyrannical arrogance. Since he made this choice, you should risk your life. Even if you are killed, you can only blame yourself for your bad luck. Yes, sir. Drake suddenly smiled cruelly, and with the navy behind him and Baccarat, rushed towards the civilians who had fainted on the ground but still held weapons in their hand. More than that, and the soldiers of who survived by chance also immediately joined the slaughter. The anger they had gathered in their hearts before had reached its peak, and now it could finally erupt. As a navy, you condone the slaughter of civilians by your subordinate, and you call it the name of justice. Woot! Haku shouted angrily, rushed towards Luo Shu quickly, and waved his fists at the same time. As a revolutionary army with martial art spirit, he hated Luo Shu's decisive navy the most. He must take good care of him. Let me teach you a lesson. The cruel young navy in front of you. Bang! Crack! Who said they were civilian? I was just letting my subordinate kill the minions of the revolutionary army, and I suddenly thought of a very good idea. You said that if I capture you alive, then I will announce that I will kill you. Public execution in the G20 brand. Will it lead to those stinky mice who only dare to hide in dark corners to save you? When Luo Shu faced Haku's punch, he didn't dodge it. Instead, he raised his hand slightly and grabbed his fist. With a little strength, Haku's arm was twisted into a twist, and Luo Shu's arm was twisted into a twist. He still had a disdainful smile on his face, and at the same time, he came up with a very good note and informed the other party. Yes, he wanted to see how the cohesion of the revolutionary army was, and whether he would send someone to save the one in front of him, the elite captain of the revolutionary army. Although it is unlikely, if he can lead out some revolutionary troop hidden in the North Sea, Luo Shu will be able to capture them all at once, and the achievements that he can obtain at that time will be limitless. You're dreaming. I won't let you succeed if I die. Murloc Karate 3000 Tile Junchen. Hearing Luo Shu's word, Haku could be described as inexhaustible anger. He gave up breaking free from the arm that had been completely broken. Instead, he slightly bowed his right arm and stood upright. He punched out and pointed directly at Luo Shu's heart. Now Haku can hit 3000 tile positive punches, which is already his limit. In the original book, he can hit 4000 tile positive punches the best, and now his strength has not been improved to the peak. Bang! Crack it! Kick it! Kick it! Ah! Oh! Don't you understand the difference? You are a stubborn outlier, but unfortunately, you are so proud of your physical fitness that is 10 times higher than that of ordinary people. In my eyes, it's not bullshit. Be honest with me. Go, prisoner. Luo Shu stretched out the free hand again, wrapped Haku's fist, and still twisted his arm. While Haku screamed, he looked at the other party with some playful eyes, and said with a sneer in his mouth, with the strength of the revolutionary army Murloc in front of him, Luo Shu didn't even show his arrogance. With his fighting instinct, coupled with his extremely terrifying physique, it was enough to crush the opponent. Even 100 Haku would not be enough for him. The difference in strength between the two is too great. If Luo Shu used the punch that he used to hit Garp, even if he didn't entangle the high-level armament and domineering, he could beat Haku to a screeching halt with strength alone. Bang! Puff! Then, before Haku was screaming, Luo Shu controlled his strength and slashed the opponent's neck with a hand knife. After a muffled sound, Haku's whole body fell to the ground and didn't move. So far he fainted, but the moment he closed his eyes, the remorse in his heart also reached the extreme. He shouted more than once that he should not bring his partners to carry out this revolution without authorization. Chapter 2 will be delivered. Flowers, monthly ticket, and evaluation tickets will be given for free. Today will be 2 shifts, and tomorrow morning, I have to go out, and now I have to go to bed. So tomorrow will be 4 shifts. I will do what I say. Chapter 51. Event and an invitation. Yes, he regrets it. It seems that I also heard the tragic screams of the Revolutionary Army partners who were beheaded by Drake and Baccarat in the distance before they died. It's just that he felt that his head was getting heavier and heavier, and at the same time he couldn't control his body. In the end, his eyes darkened, and he could no longer hear a sound. The whole person seemed to enter a state of emptiness, and time passed little by little. After about 20 minutes, the people on the battlefield stopped their movement. They saw that the shore of whose island was several kilometers in radius. In the area, corpses were lying on their backs everywhere, which could be called rivers of blood. I am afraid that the land here will not turn brown as before, but will remain this scarlet blood color for many years. With the bloody aura, the King of Kus is likely to be after this incident. Move away from the island. island and rebuild a royal capital. Reports are, the rebels have been killed. Drake and Baccarat, who had a lot of blood on their body, came to Luo Shu and saluted together. They are still very excited now. Yes, this happens when enough people are killed. Very good. Lead the soldiers back to the warship and wait for me. Remember to look after this guy. Don't let him die. He is of great use to us. Luo Shu nodded with satisfaction, and then gave an order to the two of them, and then he used his fruit ability to soar into the sky and flew towards the center of the island. We won. We deserve to be the hero of our Beihai. We turned the situation around in just a moment. If I had his rank, I would be able to better protect the country of Ku. Don't dream. Major General Luo Shu is the strongest genius in the history of the Navy. How can you compare with him? We can only say that we are lucky enough. If we drag on, we are afraid that the whole army will be wiped out. Yeah, these damn revolutionary troops actually instigated the civilians of our country to fight with us, and they are taking advantage of the fishermen. It's really abhorrent. Don't let me know who the revolutionary army is in the future, or I will definitely hack him to death. The fairness in their mouths is just a lie to deceive the civilian, and it is simply many times greater than the threat of pirates. Quote. At this time, the soldiers of Ku's country finally let go of their tense nerves and sat on the ground without any image. While relieving their physical and mental fatigue, they discussed loudly. Most of them expressed their gratitude and admiration to Luo Shu, and a few of them were about to hate the revolutionary army to the point of wanting to eat their flesh. Your Majesty, Major General Luo Shu has already gone outside the palace, and all those revolutionary troops and rebels have been successfully eradicated. We are safe. On the other side, a minister in charge of watching the wind rushed into the palace and reported the good news to King Ku, who was sitting on the throne. He was in a very good mood now. He didn't know how many years he was so happy last time. The previous thing. Quickly invite Major General Luo Shu to come in. Hearing the news from his subordinate, the officials and the king and the entire palace breathed a sigh of relief and put down the heart that had been in their throat, and King Ku said loudly and excitedly. At the same time, he stood up from the throne, posing as if he was going to greet Luo Shu in person. He really didn't know how to thank the young admiral he had never met but who had rescued his country. Thank you Major General Luo Shu for removing the danger of our country of Ku. It's really a hero and a young man. Thank you so much for this, King. Yes, I would like to thank Major General Luo Shu this time. If Major General Luo Shu hadn't acted, we would have all been killed by those rebels. If the generals in the Navy are as good as Major General Luo Shu, the world will be at peace long ago. Where can there be pirates or some revolutionary army who dare to jump out and jump? When Luo Shu just entered the hall, under the leadership of King Ku, everyone bowed to him together and started a series of compliments. These words are all from the heart, and there is no hypocrisy mixed in. The king is serious. Your country of Whose is in the waters under the jurisdiction of my G20 branch. If something goes wrong, I, the highest commander, will of course come to the rescue. Luo Shu waved his hand and said with a stern face, that's how he is. He will say anything to anyone he encounters. He will never lose his chains when he should be tough, and he will never be domineering when he should be restrained. Ha ha ha. Good. Major General Luo Shu should be the first time to come to our country of Ku, and now he is helping the king's country, so he has to have a good drink no matter what. Come on, go and arrange the banquet. It must be of the highest standard. Quote, King Ku's smiling eyes were almost out of sight, and he immediately ordered several ministers to arrange food. He wanted to stay with Luo Shu today without getting drunk. As one of the countries that joined the world government, Ku's wealth is also very huge, and a person like Ku's identity was impossible to talk to a low-ranking admiral like Luo Shu in the past, let alone eating and drinking with him. It was a dream at all. But Luo Shu is different. He is not an ordinary rear admiral. Anyone with a little brain can guess what achievements he can achieve in the future, and King Ku, who can be the lord of a country, is naturally not a fool. Seeing through this, coupled with Luo Shu's performance this time, of course he must seize the opportunity to establish a good friendship with Luo Shu, so that for him in the future, there are only benefits and no disadvantages. Thank you for the king's kindness, but I still have important matters to stay here for a long time, and in half a month, I will publicly execute a captured revolutionary army commander in the G20 branch, and I will ask who's to send someone to come. What? Luo Shu shook his head lightly, first politely declined the banquet, and then even invited King Ku. Since the other party was the king, he did not ask him to go to watch the execution in person, but in order to achieve a certain for the purpose, why did the Ku's country have to send a few officials there? Please rest assured, Major General Luo Shu, there will definitely be people in Ku's kingdom. King Ku, whose mind was racing, agreed without any hesitation. Anyway, he didn't need to take the risk himself. It would be fine to send a minister with some power. First, it gave Luo Shu enough faith, and secondly, it is an indirect relationship with it. Why would he not do it? Chapter 3 is here. I haven't slept all night. I'm going to leave soon, and I don't have time to sleep. For the sake of my hard work, everyone, please send some flowers hours, monthly ticket, and evaluation ticket. Chapter 52. The world's most fierce criminal. Since that's the case, I won't bother you anymore. Luo Shu heard that the other party had already agreed to his invitation, so he didn't stay any longer, but turned and left the palace. He had to go back and make a plan, at least let the people in the sea area under his jurisdiction see this. The execution ceremony. Poru. Marshal of the warring state. The crisis of whose has been lifted, and the revolutionary army that tried to subvert the regime has also been eradicated by me, and I have even captured Haku, the elite captain of the revolutionary army, and I am going to take him in half a month. Public execution in my G20 branch. When he returned to the warship, Luo Shu immediately took out the phone bug, reported the results of this battle to the warring state period, and expressed his thought. After all, the other party is also the marshal of the Navy headquarters. He still needs to discuss this decision with him, and it is impossible to act without authorization. Luo Shu kid, you have to think about it. Now the Navy headquarters can't send high-end combat power to help you. I believe that even the 5 old stars will not pay attention to this matter, and if the revolutionary army really dispatches the strong, if you go to the rescue, you may be in danger. Warring state first looked happy, but soon frowned. He didn't agree with Luo Shu's proposal, but he didn't say anything against it. The most important thing was that Haku didn't seem to be too much in the revolutionary army. Important role. If the other party is one of the 4 major commanders, then he is afraid that he will directly ask Luo Shu to suppress the man and return to Marin Vando, and then publicly execute him in the naval headquarters so as to throw the rat and let the people of the revolutionary army throw themselves into the net. Marshal of the warring state period. I don't need the headquarters to send combat power. I just propose to you. I will handle this matter myself. Please don't worry. Luo Shu said with a chuckle. He never wanted any help from the headquarters, nor did he expect a Haku to attract so many fish. The revolutionary army in Beihai, as well as the younger generation, let them know their strength. Make those people try not to make trouble in the sea area under his jurisdiction, otherwise the end will be miserable. Just know what you have in mind, but don't be careless. If the revolutionary army does something unexpected, you must ensure the safety of your own life. On the other side, the warring state said to Luo Shu with a solemn expression. He didn't want to receive the news that the revolutionary army invaded the G20 branch wantonly, and its top commander, Major General Luo Shu of the Navy headquarters, died in battle, otherwise he would become angry on the spot. Big Buddha, destroying his office again. In this way, after Luo Shu and the warring states reported the matter, he began to instruct his subordinates to go and invite the ministers of the countries in the sea area under his jurisdiction to come to the G20 branch to participate in the execution ceremony in half a month, and it has been widely publicized throughout the North Sea. The purpose is to pass the news to the ears of the revolutionary army. Even on some large islands in the North Sea, large screens have been added to allow civilians to watch it at close range. Sentence this time. Early the next morning, in an unknown sea area on the Great Route, there was a desolate island full of yellow sand and rock. It was called the Island of White Earth, Badildo. Although it looked very inconspicuous, this island was revolutionary army headquarters. Button. Leader. There is an accident in Beihai. Just now, Commander Karas reported to us that Haku was captured by Luo Shu, the highest commander of the G20 branch of the Navy in Beihai, and he will be publicly executed in more than 10 days. A middle-aged man with a bear-shaped helmet on his head, a cigarette in his mouth, and a bushy beard knocked on a secret door. After entering, he faced a green robe with only his face exposed. The man with the mysterious tattoo said respectfully, he is the intelligence control officer of the Revolutionary Army, named Terry Kildeo, who was the first to follow the leader of the Revolutionary Army, Monkey D. Long. Luo Shu. I remembered. He is the young man in the Navy, known as the strongest genius. I didn't expect his character to be so cruel, and he would not have any pity for those civilians. It's really cold-blooded. Guy. Mengchi Dilong took over a piece of information from the other party, and after watching it carefully for a while, he said in a low voice with a gloomy expression. Obviously, he had heard the name of Luo Shu before, and he had also received the news that the other party had a great conflict with his father in the Navy, but he never paid much attention to it. But this time, Luo Shu was different. This kind of behavior, in his eyes, is clearly deliberately provoking the Revolutionary Army. In other words, it was intentional for the Revolutionary Army to send people to rescue them so that the other party would wipe them out. Yes, this kid is very similar to a Kainu. They are the kind of admirals who do whatever they can to complete the task. Commander Karas is inexhaustible about this. If he hadn't taken care of the Navy headquarters, he would probably have sent a strong man to help Luo. If Shu had done it, he would have left for the G20 branch and rescued Haku. Terry Kildeo said with hatred. Since he can become a revolutionary army, he is more or less hostile to the Navy and the world government, not to mention a decisive naval admiral like Luo Shu. The Navy will not dispatch the strong to help. After all, Haku's identity is not a high level in our revolutionary army, but this guy in the warring states often plays cards out of common sense, so you inform Karas and tell him not to act rashly. As for regarding the rescue, I will discuss with him face to face when I reach Beihai. D-Dragon, who was sitting there, thought about it carefully, then stood up slowly, gave an order to Terry Kildeo, and disappeared into the dark room as a gust of wind. Even Luo Shu may not have thought that because of his plan, it will lead to Meng Qidilong, the leader of the revolutionary army, and the most vicious criminal in the world. At the same time, it also showed that he underestimated the value of Haku, or the bond between the revolutionary army. In fact, the revolutionary army is not as compact as it has been seen. If Haku had not taught many people to practice Murloc karate, and made a lot of credit to the revolutionary army, it would be impossible for Meng Qidilong to go to rescue the other party, and Karas, the commander of the northern army, will not be angry because of this. This is a real world, and some people or things are naturally different from the original work. Luo Shu has a deep understanding of this, but even if he knows Meng Qidilong's plan, he will not be afraid but may be very excited. Monkey D Dragon, set to be a natural type Fengfeng fruit ability person, I feel no problem. The first chapter is here. The evaluation ticket has not been long, in a few days. It's uncomfortable. Everyone, support my brother. Chapter 53. An uninvited smile. That's right, it's just excitement. In addition to fighting against Zephyr and Garp, the two top powerhouses, Luo Shu has never met an opponent whose strength is comparable to these two, even Edward Wabel. There is a big gap. The most important thing is that he and the former can only be compared to each other, not a life and death battle. Otherwise, the end of a battle will bring him a lot of insight so that his strength will quickly become stronger. Heroes of the North Sea. Interesting young man. He is only 20 years old, yet he possesses such strength. The Navy is truly talented. Moreover, the sea area under its jurisdiction is so peaceful. It seems that my choice this time is right. At the same time, a middle-aged man in his 40s wearing a loose purple kimono was riding on a small boat. His eyes were completely destroyed, and two clearly visible scars formed in a crisscross pattern from his forehead all the way to the cheek. It is obvious that these two scars are the culprit that caused his blindness. He was the one who joined the Navy after the war in the original novel and became a general of the Navy headquarters in one fell swoop. Now he does not have the title of Fujitora. Just a few days ago, he heard the name Luo Shu many times from the ears of civilians. Until today, when he learned that Luo Shu was going to publicly execute a revolutionary army in the G20 branch of the Navy, he immediately set off to go. First, get to know Luo Shu up close, and second, when thinking that the revolutionary army is likely to go to rescue, and when he arrived he can help the other party. This is also because what Luo Shu did after he took office was recognized by a smile, the top powerhouse hidden in the North Sea. Otherwise, he wouldn't have time to watch the execution. At that time, he would prefer to stay in the casino and vent his gambling addiction. Another day passed. On the school grounds of the G20 branch of the Navy, a large group of sailors in sailor uniforms were gathering to practice, while Drake and Thor were commanding some navies and building tall execution platforms. After all, this public execution will be carried out under the eyes of most people living in Beihai. Naturally, they have to make preparation. At least, they must look very majestic on the bright side. As for those soldiers, in order to cope with the war that is very likely to occur in a dozen days, adhering to the concept of sharpening their guns before the battle, they are burying their heads and training hard without getting tired. Crack, crack. At this time, Luo Shu was in the training room he had carefully built, and he saw that his whole body was covered with dazzling lightning, polishing his body over and over again, and at the same time making plans for the further development of the Thunder Fruit. At present, in addition to developing several large-scale group attacks, he also combined the ability of the Thunder Fruit with his own physical skills, and came up with several extremely practical and destructive moves. It can be said that he only used in a few months. The Thunder Fruit was developed, which is much stronger than Anilu in the original book. This is the talent gap. Sir, there is a person named Yishao who wants to see you and claims to be able to help you. Until noon, after Luo Shu came out of the practice room, he was about to go to the restaurant to eat, but Drake ran up to him and said with a slightly embarrassed face, expressed his thoughts when he arrived at the G20 branch. After the Navy soldiers reported it, Drake suddenly became interested and wanted to meet this guy who dared to speak madly. But when he saw a smile, he found that he couldn't see through the strength of this person at all, and the powerful aura emanating from the other party from time to time made him feel extremely dangerous, so he did not dare to neglect, and hurried to Luo Shu. Report this. Smile. Interesting. Take him to the restaurant to meet me. You don't have to do that either. His strength is comparable to the top combat power of the Navy headquarters, but he's just been unremarkable. If you practice hard, you may be able to achieve that. To a degree. Luo Shu was stunned for a moment, and then ordered Drake, and he did not forget to encourage the other party. He knew very well about the strength of this person. It is no exaggeration to say that the other party's current strength is absolutely not. It will be weaker than Akainu, Aokiji, and Kizaru. Even better in some respect. Yes, sir. Drake saluted Luoshu and quickly regained his former self-confidence. He believed that sooner or later he would improve his strength to the level of a general, and then he would be able to better help his own officials. Meeting Major General Luoshu for the first time. I'm here uninvited. I hope you don't mind. 10 minutes later, under the leadership of Drake, Yishao came to a luxurious restaurant, and Drake left very wisely, leaving the space for Yishao and Luoshu. Your Excellency is serious, but Beihai is a crouching tiger, hidden dragon, and there are still strong people like you living here. This really surprises me. Luoshu carefully looked at the middle-aged man in front of him, and then pretended to be surprised. He has now determined that the person in front of him is the Fujitora in the original book, but now he looks much younger than in the future, and his aura is more aggressive. Where? I admire Major General Luoshu the most. Originally, I thought that this execution would help you, but after seeing you, I was thinking too much. With a smile, he quickly shook his head, and said very humbly, that is how he is. Even though he is facing the enemy, he will never use foul language in his mouth, but will use honorific titles instead. System. Open the other party's panel. Ding. The panel is open. Name. Smile. Special talent. Super perception. Domineering. Top level knowledge color. Advanced armed color. Physical skills. Advanced swordsmanship. Intermediate great swordsman. Ability. Superhuman. Heavy fruit. Awaken. Comprehensive strength. SSS plus. Then I would like to thank your excellency for your kindness. If you don't dislike it, let's sit down and eat together. Let's talk while we eat. Looking at Yishao's panel, Luoshu invited him with a smile, but he was thinking in his heart, Yishao is really powerful, and it is worthy of being called a powerful and terrifying monster in the original book. Of course I'd love to, he said with a smile, tidied up his collar first, then took off the cane and knife around his waist, put it on the chair beside him, and then sat directly opposite Luoshu. The current Yishao is in his 40s and is at his peak. He has the strength of SSS plus, which should be normal. I want all flowers, monthly ticket, and evaluation ticket. If you like it, remember to collect it. Chapter 54. The promise of being strong. Have you ever thought about becoming a navy? This way you have a better chance of fulfilling your long-cherished wish. After a full half an hour, when only a few small stacks of food were left on the huge dining table, the two of them stopped their movement. Generally surprising. After Luoshu wiped the oil stain on the corner of his mouth with a handkerchief, he suddenly asked with a smile. During the meal just now, he briefly chatted with Yishao for a while, and it was considered that they got to know each other in advance. But he didn't agree with Yishao's way of doing things. The kindness of the other party's heart was very similar to Garp, who had grudges against him. If Yishao faced the civilians in coups who were brainwashed by the Revolutionary Army, it is very likely that it will not be able to act and make some indecisive things. In the original book, the Straw Hat Pirates were madly releasing water. No, they were releasing water. The reason was that Yishao felt that the other party was a kind-hearted pirate group. Apart from the character of the other party, Luoshu was more satisfied with Yishao, especially the powerful and heavy fruit, which can definitely be called the top ability in the superhuman system. In combination with excellent swordsmanship and domineering, Yishao is able to fight alone or be besieged. To be honest with Major General Luoshu, I do have the idea of joining the Navy, but it's not the time yet. With a wry smile, he shook his head and said that there were two reasons why he refused. First, he was not too young. If he joined the Navy, he would have to slowly climb up from the bottom. When he was a general, he was old, and he would not have the opportunity to display his ambitions at that time. Secondly, it is the king under the Chiwahai. He has always been incomprehensible. How can the world government find those pirates to support their appearance? Although he said that thieves should be treated by thieves, he did not restrict the development of those scumbags, and he also helped Jota abuse him, turning a blind eye to him. What made him speechless the most was the policy of legalizing looting, which meant that all members of the Chiwahai under the king could freely invade any country or town, and how many civilians would be ruined by this. Your Excellency, are you afraid that you don't want to start from the bottom? Are you planning to become a lieutenant admiral, or even a general? I have to say, your idea is very good, but for now, this kind of thing cannot happen, unless the Navy is affected by huge loss. But with all due respect, as long as I, Luo Shushin, are in the Navy for one day, that situation will never happen. There is no one in this world who has the strength to shake the foundation of the Navy. Luo Shu put down his handkerchief. His face was serious, and he said loudly, he is not arrogant, but the fact is that, after the war in the original book, the reason why the Navy recruited soldiers all over the world, and promoted Fujitora and Green Bull to become the headquarters of the Navy General, the reason is that Sengoku and Garp took a backseat, plus Aokiji left the Navy after being defeated by Akainu. As a result, the naval camp lost 3 top powerhouses at once, which led to the follow-up incident. It has nothing to do with the Whitebeard pirates' invasion of the Navy headquarters, and besides killing killing and injuring some soldiers. Whitebeard also killed a few lieutenant generals in second. The Navy has no loss at all. At most Whitebeard the words he said before his death had some effect. If at that time, the three generals, Garp, Sengoku, and Crane made their full effort, none of the Whitebeard pirates would have left the Navy headquarters alive, and Edward Newgate would not even have a chance to say his last word. Even if you add the later red hair pirate, it won't work. Shanks just calculated that the Navy would not have a war with him again, so he uttered wild words to save face. Do you really think the four emperors are invincible? It is no exaggeration to say that there are no 3 or more groups of 4 emperors gathered together, and it is impossible to cause a disaster to the Navy. In this world, those who dare to underestimate the power of the Navy are almost all idiots. The reason why they didn't move the 4 emperors was just because they couldn't make room, or if they hit one, they would probably be attacked by the other 4 emperors. After all, the two camps, the Navy and the pirate, were born to be enemies. If the losses are too great, how can they suppress other pirates in the world? Wouldn't the whole world be plunged into turmoil? And the clever warring state, of course, will not do that, otherwise he will become a sinner of history. Quote. Yi smiled and didn't speak, just opened his white eyes and stared straight at Luo Shu. Although he couldn't see anything, he could feel the strong confidence in Luo Shu's word, as if he was narrating a fact. I can see that you have your own justice in your heart. If you join the Navy one day, I don't want you to become the kind of general who can't tell right from wrong. There are many people in this world who admire pirates and regard One Piece as the king of pirates. Your own goal, which makes the Navy never catch pirates. If you really want to help those civilians and prevent them from living in dire straits every day, you must solve the problem from the root. Quote, as for the king's Chihuahua, when I have a certain amount of power in my hand, I will naturally find a way to get rid of those crumbs. This is my promise as a strong man. Luo Shu stood up from his seat, looked straight at him with a smile, and said word by word, and the domineering arrogance in his body also radiated a little at this moment. He said so much, and his purpose was nothing more than to subdue a smile, but the other party was not an ordinary person, and he could not be tempted, so he could only change the method and proceed step by step, so that there would be a chance. The overlord is domineering. Your words are very reasonable. If you really did the thing about abolishing the Chihuahua under the king, then I will laugh and obey you from that day on. After laughing and muttering in the bottom of his heart, he solemnly said to Luo Shu, there is no way. Luo Shu's words really moved him, because he has been thinking about how to better protect civilians, and want to completely abolish the 7 Wuhai system. This is the expectation of his life. If Luo Shu really fulfills it for him, he will definitely fulfill his promise. Although he found that Luo Shu has great ambition, he doesn't mind, as long as Luo Shu doesn't become that kind of a cruel man. He can't leave. In the past, I could always see the emperor blowing, but now there are many fewer. In fact, the 4 emperors are only powerful and the leader is strong, but even the 4 emperors are not the opponents of the entire Navy. What I said is without scruples. In a decisive battle under certain circumstances, you can guess the outcome just by thinking about it. Although Yi Xiao's character is a bit of a virgin, but after he is subdued by the protagonist, he will slowly wear down. After all, the protagonist's subordinate can't all have the same character, so it's meaningless. There is also a Smile who has always hoped to completely abolish the Chihuahua system under the king, so the protagonist's words can impress him. This is very reasonable. Chapter 3 is sent. There are flowers, evaluation ticket, and monthly tickets for friend. Remember to collect if you like it. Chapter 55. Execution is about to begin. Time has passed for more than 10 days, and Yi Xiao has never left the G20 branch. In addition to practicing every day, he talks with Luo Shu about some things, and is often touched by Luo Shu's words. After all, Yi Xiao has been living in seclusion in Beihai for some years, and he rarely encounters a master who can make him face up, let alone the other party is from the naval camp. Now that he has the opportunity, he always shows a lot of topics. G20 branch that Luo Shu is in charge of, a variety of ships are docked, and the number of them exceeds that of warships. They all come from large and small countries in this area, or some villages and towns. Big man. The purpose is to watch Luo Shu up close, the hero of the North Sea, and to establish a good relationship with the other party intentionally, which will help Luo Shu to come to the rescue as soon as possible in case of emergencies in the future. Look at the picture. Wow, it's so spectacular. These navies look very powerful. If the Revolutionary Army really dares to go to the rescue, there must be no return. Of course, with the hero of the North Sea, Major General Luo Shu in charge, what kind of bullshit Revolutionary Army? Major General Luo Shu has such a good temperament. If I could have such a man, I would be willing to die. Stop dreaming, and don't look at what you look like. Are you worthy of Major General Luo Shu? I really hope that someone from the Revolutionary Army will go to rescue their comrades so that Major General Luo Shu will be able to catch them all. From now on, Beihai will no longer have to worry about the Revolutionary Army making trouble. Until 9 o'clock in the morning, the screens on several large islands in the North Sea suddenly appeared, which made the civilians who had been waiting for a long time, and some of the pirates among them, suddenly lit up. At the same time, I was also shocked by the sight of the G20 branch of the Navy. Among them, a small number of pirates began to numb their feet and tremble unnaturally. They swore that they would never appear in the sea area under the jurisdiction of Luo Shu again, otherwise their lives would not be guaranteed. The patriarch of the Wensmoke family, Gabe, also took his 3 sons and daughters to hide on an island and silently watched the Big Green. They were also very concerned about the public execution of the elite captain of the Revolutionary Army. Interested, and since this happened in the North Sea, they naturally wouldn't miss it. If it weren't for a little conflict with Luo Shu, Jiaji would have an idea to go to the G20 branch and visit it in person, but this idea could not be realized at all. This is the man known as the North Sea hero, so domineering. Leiju, who was standing behind Jiaji, stared at the screen, and Luo Shu, who was standing on the tall execution platform, thought to herself, in addition to several large islands in the North Sea, there is another place where the execution ceremony can be seen, and that is the office of the Marshal of the Navy headquarters. At this time, Malin Fando, Warring State, Har, Crane, Zephyr, Aokiji, and Tautu were gathered together to watch the screen. The above scene was naturally the picture of the G20 brand. This kid really has a set to make such a decision, but it is a bit rash. If the Revolutionary Army really sends a few strong men to rescue, even if his strength is amazing, it may not be able to stop him. With the help of Thor and Drake, I am afraid it will be difficult to turn the tide of the battle. No matter what, they are too young after all. Zephyr's face was a little ugly and he felt that he was really worried about Luo Shu's safety now, but it was more of a blessing. He hoped that under the auspices of Luo Shu, this execution would end successfully. Have you noticed that the blind swordsman standing behind Luo Shu? He actually gave me a dangerous aura. But Tautu, who was beside the crane, spoke with a solemn expression, raised her jade hand, and pointed at the smile on the screen. He always felt that this blind man was very unusual. It's that blind swordsman from Beihai, who is a superhuman type with heavy fruit ability. His strength is very strong. Once the world government sent someone to invite him, but he was rejected. At this time, he, who was standing on the side, explained that, obviously, there is a smile in the information of the Navy, which is not surprising. If the Navy has never heard of a top-level powerhouse like Yishao hidden in the people, there is a problem, and the group of people in charge of intelligence should also be shot on the spot. Oh, it turned out to be him. It's been a long time since there was news of this person. It seems that he is still in Beihai, but now he has appeared in the G20 branch, and it seems that he is here to help Luo Shu. Hearing his words, Sengoku said with a bit of surprise. From the position he smiled, he could tell that if the Navy was in a critical situation, the other party would definitely help him. This made him feel a little restless, but it relieved him a lot for a while. As for Garp, who was sitting there, he didn't say a word and acted like he didn't care, but his eyes never left the screen. He was a little nervous now, because he didn't know what made him very sad. Son, will Monkey D. Dragon go to rescue his subordinates in a feverish way? At the beginning, he was not too worried. In his opinion, even if his son showed up with the strengths of Luo Shu, Drake, and Thor, he would not be able to keep each other, and he would even be blindsided. Chi Dilong still has a high chance of saving the Revolutionary Army, but now he doesn't think so. He has heard of Yishao. He is very powerful. Many years ago, he was called a monster. A sneak attack, wouldn't that be dangerous? Regardless of his performance, he ignored Monkey D. Dragon and claimed to hate him very much, but in the end, they were all his biological sons, and it was naturally impossible to watch the other party fall. Think about Ace in the original book. After being killed by Akainu, Garp was so angry that he had to fight with Akainu, and the other party had no blood relationship with him, so it can be seen that Garp is a person. If he moved his immediate family, his fate must be tragic. At that time, let alone the Warring State period, even if you add another Zephyr, it may not be able to stop the furious Garp. And Aokiji, like Garp, doesn't care on the surface, but out of the corner of his eye, he has been aiming at the screen, and he doesn't want to miss any plot. This book will be on the shelves tomorrow afternoon, and it will be written all night today. Make as many changes as you can. Write as many as you can. Then you can make everyone feel comfortable. Finally, ask for a wave of flowers, monthly ticket, and evaluation tickets for support. Remember to book the first one. If you can get good grade, you will be updated 4 times a day from now on. I will do what I say. Chapter 56. The Strength of Breakthrough and the Powerful Pair. Bring the phone bug. What's your name? An hour before the execution, Luo Shu of the G20 branch, standing on the tall execution platform, took the megaphone bug handed to him by a naval soldier, put it in the palm of his hand, and turned his eyes to Haku, who was kneeling with his shoulder blades and leg bones shattered, asked loudly, Navy, your plan will never succeed. Compatriots in the Revolutionary Army, you must not come to the rescue. Puh. Haku, who was tortured, swept his eyes at Sol Shu fiercely, and then yelled at the loudspeaker bug in Luo Shu's hand. He is already a dying person, and naturally he he will no longer have any fear. But before he can finish yelling, Luo Shu stepped on his head, making his face touch the ground, and he was speechless. No matter how hard he struggled, he couldn't resist that powerful force. This Murloc is called Haku. As for his identity, everyone must know that, yes, he is the elite of the Revolutionary Army. Just 10 days ago, he led several revolutionary troops to sneak into the kingdom of Ku, and began to brainwash those civilians with the aim of usurping the regime of Ku. Quote, although they lost that battle, they killed more than 10,000 Ku's citizens, most of whom were civilian. It shows how evil, selfish, and cold-blooded the Revolutionary Army is. If you leave this person alone, you can imagine how many innocent people will be deceived by him and lose their lives in the future. So today in the G20 branch, it is of great significance to publicly execute him, even if it is a full-scale war with the Revolutionary Army. As long as I, Luo Shu, are here for one day, I will not allow these stinky fish and rotten shrimp to defile the Beihai. Luo Shu gave a speech with a passionate expression while stepping on Haku's head. The Navy will win. Long live Rear Admiral Luo Shu. The Navy will win. Long live Rear Admiral Luo Shu. Roar, roar. Under the leadership of Drake and Thor under the execution platform, all the navies gathered in the G20 branch, as well as the big men who came from all over, all shouted loudly for a while. They really admired Luo Shu from the bottom of their heart. The navies all showed the look of death, without the slightest fear on their faces, which was the effect caused by the stimulation of Luo Shu's word. Even the smile standing behind Luo Shu couldn't help but look sideways. Once upon a time, he couldn't remember how many years he hadn't seen such a scene. A general who can be recognized by all the navies under his command, even in the Navy headquarters, can't pick out a few people. As for Haku, who was trampled under his feet, he was gnashing his teeth in anger, and even blood began to flow from the corners of his mouth. This was not hurt, but Luo Shu was angry. How could he have imagined that the other party would be so shameless, throwing all the dirty things on the head of the Revolutionary Army, and then come to shape his own greatness? If Luo Shu knew Haku's thought, he would only smile disdainfully. Don't he know that the victors of this world can arbitrarily revise history? World government is a great example, and he, Luo Shu, who wants to be the real king of this world in the future, is now doing some shameless things. Should it be understandable? Ha! Boom! Boom! At this moment, a gust of wind swept across. The sky began to darken, and the thunder was incessant. Even the sea water at the port was constantly churning, as if the end was coming soon. Some weak and small navies even felt breathless, and an atmosphere called depression was spreading rapidly in the G20 branch. It terrifying. What the hell kind of weather is this? Could it be that Major General Luo Shu is unlucky? There is a tsunami that is going to hit the G20 branch. Someone must be making trouble on purpose, but someone who can create this kind of weather in an instant is absolutely powerful, and Major General Luo Shu may be in trouble. Shut up. Major General Luo Shu's strength is strong. Will he be defeated by the strong wind and tsunami? It must be someone from the Revolutionary Army who came to the rescue. We just need to see how Major General Luo Shu killed them. Don't worry at all. The civilians who saw this scene on the screen, many of them smart people, most of them guessed that this should be the weather deliberately created by someone. The purpose is to interfere with this execution, but they are very confident in Luo Shu. Do not believe it will be defeated by the Revolutionary Army. As for Garp, who was in the Navy headquarters, at this moment he was done. No matter what other people looked at him, he didn't make any movement, just staring at the screen like that. The other people who were present on the screen understood that as a father, of course, he knew better. I think he gave this devil fruit to his son by himself, although he always wanted to make Meng Qi D Dragon to become a pure physique expert, but there is a saying that the blue is better than the blue. After Meng Qi Dilong showed a strong talent for cultivation, it was a waste of materials just to cultivate physical skills. In the end, he still became a devil fruit ability, and his fruit ability was not weaker than the three generals. Fengfeng fruit is also a top-notch existence in the natural system, and its strength bonus is very considerable. It's just that Garp is not in the mood to think about these now, but is worried about Monkey D Dragon. The last thing he didn't want to see happen, how much he didn't want his son to take risks and break into the Navy's G20 branch, which has long been called an impregnable place. Get rid of me. See. Crack. When he found that someone in the Navy had become restless, Luo Shu immediately stepped forward. He raised his right hand, and the thunder and lightning condensed in his palm, and then compressed into a thunder ball and threw it into the sky. Boom. Dazzling, but the effect was exceptionally good. It was restored to its original state, and there was no more dark cloud in the sky. Wow. The people present immediately shouted. Obviously, they were shocked by Luo Shu's hand, and some people who didn't understand Luo Shu's fruit ability also kept this scene in their heart. Let me see, with my current SSS strength, whether I can beat you, the most vicious criminal in the world, Monkey D Dragon. At this time, Luo Shu's eyes narrowed slightly, and he looked at the sky in the distance. His arrogance had already captured the movement there, so he also knew that the person who made the weather before was the leader of the Revolutionary Army. Monkey D. Dragon. Now his eyes are full of fighting intent. Since he developed the ability of the Thunder Fruit once again a day ago, his comprehensive strength has transformed to SSS, and he is only one step away from the peak of this world. He will try, relying on his own strength and that terrifying special talent. Can you repel the coming formidable opponent? This book will be on the shelves tomorrow afternoon, and it will be written all night today. Make as many changes as you can. Write as many as you can. Then you can make everyone feel comfortable. Finally, ask for a wave of flowers, monthly ticket, and evaluation tickets for support. Remember to book the first one. If you can get good grades, you will be updated 4 times a day from now on. I will do what I say. Chapter 57. Publicly lift the old bottom. Garp temporarily retreat. Oh, pop, pop, pop. Just when Luo Shu was ready to fight with Monkey D. Dragon, the other party played the cards unreasonably. Before he appeared, he suddenly displayed his arrogance and domineering, which made the naval soldiers present one by one. Fell down. Damn it. It's a high-level overlord. Although Luo Shu also manipulated his own domineering arrogance to compete with him, the effect was not so obvious. He could only lower the opponent's tyrannical arrogance level, but even so, some naval soldiers who were not determined, it will also cause fainting. In the original book, under the domineering hedging of the overlord, red thunder and lightning will be generated, and even the sky will be split. But there must be a premise, that is, this situation will only occur when the levels of the two overlords are similar, otherwise they are weak. The party can only play a restrictive role at most. Just like Whitebeard and Shanks on the Moby Dick, they are both domineering owners of high-level overlord. Although Shanks' overlords are better, they did not directly crush Whitebeard, so it appeared at that time. Scene. And once it reaches the top level, the territory of the tyrant will be derived, which is a kind of level that only the dead, the pirate King Galdi Roger has reached in the current record, and his ability can be described as extremely terrifying, especially above the sea. Soon, the wind whistling at the G20 branch suddenly stopped, and 2 figures appeared at the port. One of them was wearing a dark green robe, wrapping the whole person tightly. Only the face with tattoos was exposed, along with a tall, burly man with a beak-shaped megaphone on his mouth and a bald-headed man in a black feather coat. He was walking slowly towards the execution platform. The 2 of them were all lying on the ground. Navy soldier. System. Open the other party's panel. Ding. The panel is open. Name. Monkey D. Dragon. Special talent. Natural bully. Super brute force. Super brain. Domineering. High-level overlord color. Top-level armed color. High-level knowledge color. Physical fitness. Top. Swordsmanship. Getting started. Ability. Nature. Wind fruit. Comprehensive strength. SSS plus. What a powerful talent. The offspring of this old guy Garp is really perverted. Looking at the panel of Monkey D. Dragon, Luo Shu couldn't help but scolded in his heart. He even thought that the dragon might be stronger than the 3 generals. First of all, the top armed color is domineering, and it is too restrained for those with natural ability. And secondly, the opponent's physical skills are comparable to a Kainu's top level, but he is also a natural fruit ability. Coupled with the high-level domineering, it will play a more or less disruptive role in the battle with the enemy. If you throw any of the Monkey D. Dragon and the 3 major generals on a deserted island, you will lose if you run away. Under the premise, the final winner must be Monkey D. Dragon. All disperse. Drake, Thor, and Bakura protect the safety of those people. These 2 guys are not something you can deal with. Seeing that the dragon was getting closer and closer to the execution platform, Luo Shu immediately ordered the navy who had not fainted to disperse, not to go forward to make meaningless sacrifices, and at the same time ordered his 3 subordinates to protect those who came to watch the execution. People. Even now, Luo Shu is still not flustered at all, even if the variable of Monkey D. Dragon appeared during the period, making their navy camp look very embarrassed. But in this world, the outcome of a war depends on the top wrong. The battle between the fighters. No matter how many weak people are, it is difficult to change the situation of the battle. Yes, sir. For a time, the navy who did not faint regained their confidence again, and after running to the distance, they stood there, waiting for the start of the war, and the people who came here to watch the execution were also brought by Luo Shu's 3 men on a building so that it cannot be affected by the battle. On the entire school grounds and the execution platform, only Luo Shu, Yi Xiao, and the leader of the Revolutionary Army, Meng Qi Dilong, and the commander of the Northern Army, Heras, were left. Furthermore, there was a naval soldier with a long sword in his hand, and Haku, who was kneeling there with a look of gratitude. This soldier was not attacked by the domineering arrogance of the overlord because he stood beside Luo Shu, otherwise he would have not much better. You are very different from the strongest geniuses in the navy described in the news, or in other words, you shouldn't be a navy at all. Let my companions go. I'll keep you safe. Otherwise, if you are embarrassed in front of so many people in Beihai, I'm afraid you may not be able to hang around here in the future. It wasn't until about 100 meters away from the execution platform that Meng Qi Dilong stopped. He raised his head and looked at Luo Shu, and said in a deep voice, "It's the same as narrated narrating a fact. Monkey D. Long, leader of the Revolutionary Army. I don't know where you got your confidence. Since you dare to come in person today, I will admire your courage in every way, but unfortunately, your companions can only rely on you. Go and save it. It is absolutely impossible for me to let go. Right. I have another question. I've known your father, Monkey D, for a long time. You said that if I capture you alive, will the old guy explode in anger? Ha 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 ha. It's ridiculous to say. A naval hero. His son is the most vicious criminal in the world. What a joke. Luo Shu crossed his chest with his arm, looked down at Monkey D. Dragon, spoke to him aloud, and finally laughed wildly. As for Kara's beside the other party, he was directly ignored by him, because Luo Shu didn't take it seriously from beginning to end. What? The biological son of naval hero Monkey D. Garp turns out to be the leader of the Revolutionary Army. What a joke. It must be true. This is what Major General Luo Shu said. It's really hard to imagine. If this is true, how did Garp become a naval hero? He doesn't deserve that title at all. That's right. What if he made a lot of contributions to the Navy? His son is the most vicious criminal in the world. Doesn't the world government care about it? However, because the film and television phone bug was not attacked by the domineering arrogance of the overlord, Luo Shu's words just came out, which made those civilians watching the big screen suddenly explode, and the crazy discussion started with Monkey D. Garp. Only a small number of them felt that Garp was not responsible, but most of them believed that Garp was not worthy of the title of a naval hero, and suggested that the top naval officials and the world government should punish him. That's right, this is what Luo Shu did on purpose. As long as he thinks about Garp, the father and son, who are against him, he hates his teeth. How could he miss the opportunity now in front of him? Of course, we must fight back fiercely, so that Garp, who is in the naval headquarters, can learn a lesson. He was sure that it won't be long before Garp will be temporarily forced to retreat to the second tier because of today's event. Anyway, it's the same without him. In the original book, except for the crazy water wrangling and a punch from the pony when Ace died, Akainu who wanted to kill the same faction was the best. The old man applied for a vacation and went back to the East China Sea to see his grandson. In the warring state period, the old man left Earth. Sure enough, Garp, who was in the Navy headquarters, clenched his fist tightly and finally turned into a powerless eye. He was very self-aware and knew that he would be on the cusp of a wave in the near future. The best choice is to take a vacation and not ask Navy thing. As for Luo Shu, he doesn't hate each other at all. At most, he just lost to that young and ambitious guy once. It's no big deal. He will find a chance to move back in the future. Sengoku, who was sitting in the main seat, nodded with a flat face. In fact, he hoped that Garp would leave. After all, the conflict between the other party and Luo Shu could not be resolved. Luo Shu is a very young, talented and incomparably powerful rising star. This is the reality. As the saying goes, the back wave pushed the front wave, and the new people replace the old one. No matter how brilliant the other party has achieved, they will eventually serve the old. Even if Garp is still at his heat rank, what about decades later? I'm afraid it's out of date. Whether the arms and leg can be lifted is a problem, and they don't even live to that age. This book will be put on the shelves this afternoon, and it will be written all night. You can make as many changes as you can. Write as many as you can. Then you can make everyone feel comfortable. Finally, ask for a wave of flowers, monthly ticket, and evaluation tickets for support. Remember to book the first one. If you can get good grade, you will be updated 4 times a day from now on. I will do what I say. On the shelf testimonial. Come in and see. Before I knew it, this novel was already on the shelf. It was too fast. Although it seemed that the results were not bad, I don't know how many people will really keep subscribed. The author is not vain. As long as 500 or 600 people subscribe every day, I will write this book to the end. If it is 100 or 200 people, I don't even have enough money to eat. First of all, let me talk about those who are in the comment area saying that I black Garp, or that I hate Garp. Where did I black him? I've never hated Garp either. Do you have to lick each other? The protagonist doesn't even lick his teacher Zephyr, but licks a Garp who has nothing to do with him. Also, when the Navy must respect Garp. What about dreaming trouble? Those elementary school students remark. Don't appear again. I won't go back again if it appears again, otherwise it will affect my mood. There is also a more interesting person who commented that the protagonist I wrote is a 55 to 50 fight. Have you read too many brainless tech? Even if there is some gap in strength, it is impossible to give the opponent seconds when they come up. Right. In addition to the protagonist discussions with Garp and Zephyr a few times, at present the only real shot is Edward Wable. He has the same overall strength as the protagonist, and is cooperating with the impact of the fruit. Could it be that the protagonist directly kills the opponent? Is this interesting? I really don't know. Where did this great god come from? He can't even speak his mind. Forget it. Not much more to say. This book is on the shelves this afternoon. I hope those who like it will order it for the first time. If the number of subscribers exceeds 500, from now on, it will be updated 4 times a day. I do what I say. Junyang 370,500 547,227. Chapter 58. The Great War begins. Of course, Garp can perform like this because he is old and has a lot of experience, and he has not paid much attention to many things so deliberately a few decades ago. Even if they belong to the Navy camp, he would definitely not be able to resist fighting with each other. He has always been this kind of character, just that he doesn't value his title as a naval hero so much now, and even if someone doubt, he won't explain anything, or in other words, those people are not qualified for him to explain. He originally wanted his son and grandson to become a Navy, but the reality is very skinny. Not only did he fail, but he was very disappointed. But not everyone in this world will sympathize with you, and there is no so-called fairness and justice. It is quite normal for things to affect you. As everyone knows, the O'Hara incident, due to the crazy death of those scholars, caused the entire island's civilians to be massacred. Compared with this kind of thing, Garp is a more fortunate existence. You should never discuss the topic on his old man. Everyone is responsible for their own word, and you will pay a heavy price. Meng Qilong's face was gloomy at this time, and he said with gnashing teeth that he had no idea that Luo Shu would bring the topic to Garp, and that it would affect the transmission of the phone bug. He could guess that the civilians in Beihai watching this scene at this time are pirate. What the fate. This made him, Garp's biological son, inexhaustible, and even thought of killing the person in front of him. Even if he faced it, the anger of the Navy and the world government would not be spared. Otherwise, Luo Shu will likely become the biggest obstacle to his revolutionary road. The guy with the bird's beak will be handed over to your excellency, regardless of life or death. As for Meng Qilong, let me meet you. Let's see how much skill you have as your father. Luo Shu smiled disdainfully, and said to Yi Xiao without turning his head, the other party was here to help him anyway. No need to be white, no need to give that weaker commander of the Northern Army with roughly the same strength to Yi Xiao. He still is quite reassuring. As for the leader of the Revolutionary Army, he intends to leave it to himself to deal with it, which will help him improve his strength in the future. Major General Luo Shu, please rest assured, I will do my best. Yi smiled and nodded lightly, opened his white eyes, looked at Karas, and then turned into a purple afterimage, rushing towards him. Of coming here is to help Luo Shu, and in the past 2 weeks, the relationship with him has become much closer. No matter what way, a smile will be shot. Remember to watch the time. Don't delay the execution task. Your work is very important. Luo Shu cast a glance and still stood there, and solemnly said a word to the naval soldier who was in the execution position of Haku, and then, without waiting for the other party to answer, his figure disappeared on the execution platform. Thunder Tomahawk. When it reappeared, it had already come to the sky above Meng Qilong, and the leg wrapped around the high-level armament and accompanied by thunder and lightning, like a sharp blade, flashed down ruthlessly. This move, which he combined the ability of the Thunder Fruit with physical skill, gave full play to the speed bonus brought by the Thunder Fruit, and his own terrifying power. Teishu Yilei Shen Furious Thunder Act. But if it is compared to its power, it is nothing less than that. Raikage and him are completely insignificant. Hurricane Blade, who has a high-level domineering look, can naturally predict Luo Shu's actions. He does not dare to neglect. Immediately, using the Devil Fruit ability, he saw a cyan wind sword instantly appear in his hand, thus resisting Luo Shu's attack from the sky. Boom. However, because Luo Shu's strength was too great, even though Meng Qilong chose to resist hard, he couldn't fight back with empty hands. At the moment when the two collided, the hard ground quickly cracked and began to sink, and the dust also flew. Get up. At this moment, the battle can be regarded as the real sound. The other battlefield is also quite eye-catching. I saw that the Revolutionary Army's Northern Army commander, Karas, was directly at a disadvantage after fighting with Yi Xiao. There is still a small gap between the strength. If in another 7 or 8 years, when the plot begins, Karas's strength grows to EPUB, and he may be able to compete with Yi Xiao. But now, even 2 or 3 are not enough for Yi Xiao to fight. This is his rank. It's really powerful, and only this kind of man is worth following me. Maybe I can try. Baccarat, what are you thinking? As his subordinate, shouldn't you be worried about the other party? On the building in the distance, Baccarat stared closely at Luo Shu, who was fighting with Monkey Dragon. Her eyes looked a little strange, and there were many strange thoughts in her heart. Looking at that mighty and domineering figure, she always has a sense of fascination. Sometimes, a man who is very good in all aspects can indeed arouse a woman's curiosity, but if he is too good, it will make that woman as obsessed with him. Baccarat is a perfect example. From the beginning, she was only interested in Luo Shu, and now she occasionally became crazy about it. It didn't take long, but it made her feel that Luo Shu was an extremely reliable man. If she became the woman of the other party, she should be very happy. As for Thor, Drake, and those naval soldiers, they all looked at Luo Shu with admiration and awe, and the strong did not care. Wherever you will get attention, let alone in front of your own hand, the response will be greater. Ha ha ha. It's a very good nature type devil fruit, but it's just not bad. If you only have this level, you can't even break through my defense. defensive. Few minutes later, the two people who were shattered in the school field were gradually separated so that people watching the screen could clearly see their figures. Unlike before, they could only see afterimages at most, and the clothes had been destroyed, and Luo Shu, who was naked, laughed and mocked Meng Qilong. He was very happy in this battle. The opponent was the strongest opponent he had really fought against, and of course Garp was not included. The conflict he had with him in the naval headquarters before was at best a discussion. Well, you look embarrassed. Meng Qilong also responded with a bad face, but he secretly scolded Luo Shu for being a monster in his heart. He attacked Luo Shu's body several times before, but did not cause any substantial damage to him. Doubt, what kind of freak is Luo Shu? The update art. Please order the first order, flowers, monthly ticket, and evaluation tickets for support. Everyone, please download the novel without underline. Iconshu8.com is the only domain name of Ikanshuba. Enjoy high-speed reading. Chapter 59. A fight like a fairy fight. I will do my best. If I can't resist and die here, then I can't blame me. Meng Qilong. Thor mode. Luo Shu clenched his fist tightly and shouted to Meng Qilong with excitement, and then violent thunder and lightning spewed out from his body, gradually forming an armor-like shape, showing him 4 or 5 feet. Am I Gao? After he suddenly opened his eyes, he turned into an electric light, burst out at a much faster speed than before, and rushed towards Meng Qilong. If Huang Yuan saw this scene, I am afraid that if you want to scold in your heart, it is also a natural type, and the speed of the glittering fruit is the first. That's right, after Luo Shu entered this state, his speed has reached an incredible level, almost as far as his eyes can see. He would be able to arrive at the same time, which is an exaggeration, but not much, especially if the distance is not too far. So fast. Bang, boom. After discovering that he was domineering, and barely able to capture Luo Shu's movement trajectory, Meng Qilong murmured with a dignified expression, and then instantly raised his right arm, blocking Luo Shu's fist. But that, however, Julie kicked him out and smashed a building a few hundred meters away. He himself, due to his physique, top-level armament, domineering, and iron defense, plus he is a natural ability person, can be elementalized, so even if Luo Shu was knocked out, he would not suffer any injuries at all. Destroy Hurricane Blade Hell. Before Luo Shu attacked again, Meng Qilong immediately, using the fruit ability, a huge tornado was created, which was mixed with countless wind blades, and for a while, both the surrounding buildings and the stones on the ground were shattered. It is no exaggeration to say that even a few thousands of people rushed in, and there was no possibility of survival, and the speed was also very fast. Although his name is a little bit named, his natural wind fruit is still very powerful, especially destructive, and it is also a top-level existence in the natural system. This is not the end. When the hurricane was about to sweep Luo Shu, Meng Qilong directly elementalized his body and integrated it into it perfectly. This move is not poisonous. He is afraid of Luo Shu's monster. His physique was unable to resist hard, so he evaded his own attack by elementalization so that he could seize the opportunity and give Luo Shu a fatal blow. It can be seen how rich Meng Qilong's combat experience is. Even Luo Shu couldn't help frowning, looking at the wind blade that filled the sky, rescued his companion, and the game he set up was in vain in the end. So there is only one choice left for him, and that is to rush into this hurricane and fight with Meng Qilong. The only thing that the other party makes him jealous is the top-level armed arrogance, although it is only one level higher than his chi level, but the power can be much worse. The top-level armament color domineering, first of all, has a powerful restraint effect on the elementalization of the natural devil fruit ability, and secondly, the most important, domineering can penetrate the enemy's body from the inside out of causing damage. But now Luo Shu has no other choice. He can only bet one, that is, try to exchange injuries with Meng Qilong. In Thor mode, his defense is also Gao is scary. In his opinion, he should be able to withstand the attacks of those wind blades. It was too late to say it, and after carefully feeling the position of Meng Qilong with a domineering look, he immediately greeted the hurricane, and at the same time put his fists, elbows, feet, and knees. This important attacking part is surrounded by high-level armament and domineering. He has made up his mind to fight against Monchiron at home to see who can have the last laugh. On the other side, Karaz, who was fighting with Yishao, was already covered in bruises and wounds. He attacked without a smile. The stab wounds visible to the naked eye exceeded 5, and the blood flowed more and more, and if it continued to drain, he might not have a chance to grow. Major General Luo Shu actually took the initiative to enter in the midst of a storm. This is too dangerous. What do you know? If Major General Luo Shu used his own speed to dodge that, the leader of the Revolutionary Army would rush to the execution platform. Then he would be able to save his companions and retreat safely. That's true. Major General Luo Shu is indeed a hero of the Northeast. In order to complete this execution, it is really hard enough, and I have already put my own life aside. Then it goes without saying that if the generals of the Navy, like Major General Luo Shu, have the spirit of never backing down in the face of evil forces, then we will no longer have to live with fear, but those those pirates may only be honest and honest. Hide and live in the world. Only then can you save your life. Those civilians in Beihai started talking again after seeing Luo Shu taking the initiative to enter the hurricane. They were all overwhelmed by Luo Shu's ruthlessness, and they were even more impressed by him. There were even a small number of them. Qingzhuang, he has decided to wait for this incident to end, and then go to the 20th branch to be elected to the Navy. This damn Navy is finally over. He'd better die in the hands of that monkey dragon. Yes, as long as he is dead, we can loot in the northeast, and no one can stop me from waiting. With the destructiveness of this storm, that guy is dead. There is no chance of surviving. We can celebrate in advance. Let's make sure first, if Luo Shu really dies, we'll have a big banquet. Unlike those civilians, the pirates who watched this scene were cursing Luo Shu crazily in private. They wanted from the bottom of their heart to let the Admiral who made them despair die in this battle. Otherwise, the reason is that they can't go on looting. They can only rely on fishing at sea, or go to some desert islands to catch wild bees to maintain their food and clothing. This is not the life they want, but once they dare to live in, there is trouble in the sea area under the jurisdiction of Luo Shu, and the mortality rate is 100%. No pirate group can survive unharmed. This iron rule has spread all pirate groups living in the North Sea in a short period of time, and the pirate group with a fluke mentality was all destroyed, and none of them survived. They were all killed by Thor and Drake with the Navy. The death can be said to be very miserable. The explosion begins. Please first order flowers, monthly ticket, evaluation ticket support. I beg you, everyone. Love reading. It reminds you. 3 things to read, collect, recommend. Remember to save m.iconshu8.com. Love reading, the only domain name. Enjoy high speed read. Chapter 60. Despair is despair. It seems that the strength of this kid has improved again. It is worthy of being called the devil fruit of the strongest natural system. As long as it is properly developed, it can rapidly increase the strength of the ability person himself in a short period of time. The naval headquarters. In the marshal's office, the warring state period pushed several chapters of documents into the mouth of the goat, and at the same time let out a burst of emotion. And, in my heart, I have a new understanding of the natural thunder fruit. In the past, I always heard that there are no garbage devil fruit, only those with the ability of useless firewood, but now it seems that a powerful devil fruit can indeed transform the person with ability. Although it is taken by a strong person, its effect, it is also obvious that it is tantamount to adding wings to a tiger. Taotu took over the topic. She said a little sourly while staring at the screen. She has made up her mind that she must find a powerful devil fruit for herself if she has the opportunity. She has had this idea since she had a discussion with Luo Shu before, and now she is ready to realize it. Just that in this vast ocean, where can I find a devil fruit that matches my own? And as Luo Shu said, it's best to have a top-level phantom devil fruit. She really feels a little powerless about it. Peach Rabbit, you also want to become an ability person. Unfortunately, although there are a few devil fruits in the storehouse of the headquarters, their abilities are not very strong. Even if you eat them, the improvement of your own strength will be minimal. But don't worry, he said, someday you will be able to find a devil fruit that suits you. Quote, he heard the meaning of Taotu's word, and whispered comfortably from the side. Although she didn't even believe what she said at the end, she always regarded the generals who were much younger than her as her own. My dear sister, naturally I can't bear to speak out against me. I haven't seen that boy long for so many years. Looking at the strength he has shown so far, I am afraid that even the old man is not an opponent. This guy Garp is really lucky. It is a pity to have such a powerful son. However, Zephyr fell into a reverie and said in a low voice after waking up, yes, when Meng Qilong was in the Navy, he had seen him more than once, and even wanted to accept him as a disciple, but he was Garp refused, threatening to teach himself. Now that I haven't seen each other for so many years, the opponent's strength has become so strong that even he, a former general of the naval headquarters, has no confidence to defeat it. If the other party hadn't left the Navy, maybe there were 4 generals now, and the sea would be calmer. But all this can only be an illusion. Meng Qilong is currently the leader of the Revolutionary Army, the #1 enemy of the world government, and is known as the most ferocious criminal in the world. Once caught, he will be executed immediately. There will be no surprises. Even as strong as Garp cannot change this fact. Aokiji didn't say a word, still stared at the screen silently, but analyzed in private. If it were him and Meng Qilong, the winning rate would be a few percent. Final conclusion, if it was him, he would not be as reckless as Luo Shu, but would fight a guerrilla war with the opponent. Although it is very likely that the opponent would save his comrade, he would be safe, or in other words, he would not be so reckless. Lose quickly. The picture returned to the 20th branch of the Navy. Luo Shu, who was in the wind. At this time, his skin was covered with large and small white marks. Obviously, this was caused by those dense leprosy blades. His mouth began to bleed. There was no other way. The top-level armed attack was domineering. Some internal injuries. Other hand, Meng Qilong was not much better, and he was also painted, and there was a very obvious fist mark on his abdomen, and even 2 ribs were broken, but in the eyes of the top powerhouses this kind of injury is fundamental, it's nothing, and it doesn't affect their strength. But Kara's on the other side was miserable. He had just been hit by a smile and flew out for a while, and then he was slashed in the back again by a smile and a knife. The whole person was smashed into a broken building. No accident. He may insist that before the execution begins he will die in the hands of a smile. Bang, bang, ha 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 ha. Meng Qilong, you are just like this. No one can stop this execution today. If you have any other move, just use them. I will take them one by one. There are still 5 minutes before the execution begins. The two of them have been fighting for nearly an hour. After the storm dissipated, Luo Shu patted his chest and laughed at Meng Qilong with a crazy face. Speaking of which, he now feels that the blood in his body is starting to burn, and his fighting spirit has reached its peak. Leader, take Commander Callus and leave. Just treat me as dead and the fire of the revolution can't be extinguished. Don't delay because of me. Save the civilians who are in the world and are falling into misery. Without waiting for Monkey Dragon to speak, Haku, who knelt on the execution platform with tears in his eyes, shouted to Monkey Dragon with a face of remorse. From the arrival of the other party with the commander of the Northern Army displaying the domineering style, making a large number of naval soldiers under Luo Shu unconscious, Haku saw a glimmer of hope, and then to Meng Qilong and Kara's fighting against Luo Shu and a smile which lasted for so long. Time did not win, but instead showed signs of defeat, and his original hope began to shatter, and gradually turned into despair. He can only pray silently in his heart now that the revolutionary army can overthrow the world government as Meng Qilong imagined, and return to all civilians a just and fair world. As for his own life, he didn't care much. In his opinion, he died for the revolution. To describe it in a word from their power, he died well. Ah, Haku, I'm here to save you. Callus, who was not lying again by a smile, finally found an opportunity. With the help of that impact, he instantly flew in the direction of the execution platform. His speed was so fast that even if he reacted immediately with a smile, there was no chance to stop him. That insidious revolutionary army is trying to save their comrade. Don't tell me the execution is over because of this. What a joke. How could Major General Luo Shu fail? It's all that abominable blind man. How could he be with the revolutionary army and beat each other to the execution stand? If that, the revolutionary army rescued its comrade, wouldn't the navy fall short this time? All the civilians who saw this scene, including the warring states and others in the naval headquarters, couldn't help but sweat. And the pirates who had prayed that Luo Shu died in the hurricane suddenly lit up. If the revolutionary army were rescued, Luo Shu would lose the face of the navy because of this, and their unhappiness in their heart could be regarded as event. I'm out. I'll be on the shelf first. The author is still coding. I'll keep coding until it's abolished. Please order the first order, flowers, monthly ticket, and evaluation tickets for support. Everyone, please download the underlined version of the novel. Love reading novels. Remember to collect and save the unique domain name of m.iconshu8.com. Enjoy high-speed reading. Chapter 61. The commander falls. The leader flees. Even if their thoughts are shameless, they are somewhat reasonable. If Luo Shu failed this public execution and was rescued by Meng Qilong, then although he would not be punished, he would be embarrassed. Be a joke. This is not an alarmist, because this public execution was initiated by Luo Shu, and during the period, it was only discussed with the warring state period. If the final result falls short due to the problem of his own strength, then this black pot Luo Shu is back. It's fixed. This will seriously affect his future promotion speed. Too naive. Do you really think you can succeed? Since you want to die so much, I will send you on the road. The spear of judgment. Woo. At this moment, Luo Shu, who had been motionless all the time, suddenly appeared in his hand with a spear composed of thunder and lightning. After wrapping the high-level armament and domineering, he threw it out in an instant, and the goal was naturally to rescue Haku. The Karas. This move can be regarded as the top 3 among the single attack moves that Luo Shu has developed so far. What happened unexpectedly? Therefore, on the side of Yishao, he immediately responded to the problem as soon as there was a problem. The attack he issued, let alone the current Karas, even if it was intact and did not suffer any damage, it was impossible to catch it head-on. Even if life is hard to resist, half life will be lost if you don't die. No. PFF. Boom. Go to hell. Navy. After discovering Luo Shu's movement, Meng Qilong turned his body into an element and rushed towards him just to block Luo Shu's attack for Karas, but he was still too slow. When he saw Karas, who was about 20 meters away from the execution platform, still flying in the air, after being penetrated by Luo Shu's lightning spear, it exploded into a blood mist. The dead could no longer die. He couldn't help but growl. He hadn't been so angry for a long time. If he didn't teach the people in front of him a profound lesson today, he wouldn't be worthy of the position of the leader of the revolutionary army. Karas was the most outstanding existence among the group of people who followed him first. He put a lot of effort into him to train the opponent to become the commander of the Northern Army, and he would have the opportunity to become a top player level powerhouse in the future. But now the other party died tragically in front of him because the young navy in front of him made his revolutionary road extremely difficult. At this moment, Meng Qilong was completely furious. If he didn't kill Luo Shu, he might. The mind of my life can't be transparent. Bang! Don't think that a sneak attack will work. Dragon, I have been guarding you for a long time. Meng Qilong, who appeared in front of Luo Shu, was about to cut the wind blade in his hand but was blocked by Luo Shu's arms crossed, and he did not forget to mock him at the same time. Looking at Karas, he seems to have regarded him as a dead person but is on guard against Meng Qilong's sneak attack. Gravity Knife Tiger. For a moment when the two were deadlocked, there was a sound of breaking wind, and a purple slash that seemed to distort the space, rushing towards Meng Qilong like a tiger. You don't need to guess to know that this is an attack with a smile. Hurricane Barrier. Meng Qilong, who was wrestling with Luo Shu, suddenly stepped back, retreated quickly, and at the same time, manic storms condensed in front of him, and then his body began to elementalize, successfully dodging the attack of a smile, but cold sweat broke out from his back. It might be explained here, and because he joined the battle with a smile, Meng Qilong regained some sense of reason. He deeply understood that a Luo Shu was already very difficult to deal with. If he added a smile, it would not take long for him to be broken in 20 branches. That he brought Karas to rescue Haku. As the leader of the Revolutionary Army, if he couldn't tell which side was lighter and which side was heavier, then he might have been fooled to death by himself. But there is no regret medicine in this world. Now the commander of the Northern Army, Karas, who he has cultivated with all his heart, has died in the 20 branches. As for Haku on the execution platform, he has no chance to save the other party, or in other words, in Luo Shu. In the hands of Yu Yishao, it is very good that I can survive myself, but thinking about saving others is a fool's dream. No, my revolutionary road is not over yet. I can't die here. This time I just encountered this problem. There are bumps on the road. Meng Qilong, when did you become so impulsive? Although Karas died, there are still many outstanding companions in the Revolutionary Army. The big deal is to train a commander of the Northern Army. I'm sorry Haku. Forgive me for not being able to save you, but don't worry, I will avenge this revenge for you sooner or later. The thought filled Meng Qilong's mind. Finally, he took a deep look at the smile and Luo Shu who came to him, and then turned into a gust of wind, rushing towards the sky in the distance, with a speed that was so fast that when it's really staggering. Just now he had already figured it out. It would be unwise to stay and fight with Luo Shu with a smile. Moreover, the execution was about to start. He couldn't accept it, and there was the scene of his companion dying in front of his eyes. The so-called no worries. No worries. Only doing this will ease the pain caused by Karas, Haku's death. No need to chase. He is still very smart. Under such circumstances, he still made the right choice. He deserves to be the leader of the Revolutionary Army. He must have figured out something. Seeing the smile beside him and thinking of chasing Meng Qilong, Luo Shu shook his head and said in a flat voice, but there was a hint of surprise in his words. If it is someone else, I am afraid that under the stimulation of hatred, even if they know they are lost, they will fight to the death with the two of them. But this Meng Qilong can instantly make his reason back. He can only say that the other party, the mind is really not simple. He is indeed a dangerous guy. However, I had to thank Major General Luo Shu before, otherwise I might have become a sinner in Beihai. After listening to Luo Shu's word, he put the stick and knife back into his waist with a smile, and after he sighed in a low voice, his face became extremely embarrassed. He said to Luo Shu with a wry smile. He said was that Karas used his attack to rush to the execution platform. Without Luo Shu's thunderbolt, the outcome would have been unpredictable. I slept for 2 hours. Order flowers, monthly ticket, and evaluation tickets for support. I beg you, everyone. Love reading. It reminds you. 3 things to read, collect, recommend. Remember to save the only domain name of m.iconshu8.com. Love reading it. Enjoy high-speed reading. Chapter 62. Justice may be late, but never absent. Yishao now only needs to think about the moment before, and he feels a little scared. For a person like him, at present, what he is most afraid of is the misunderstanding of the commoner. If he was named a sinner of Beihai, he would probably do something like apologizing to death. Although the probability is very low, it is indeed possible. Execution. PFF. 1 minute later, after Luo Shu gave an order, the navy standing on the execution platform raised the long knife in his hand and pierced Haku's heart effortlessly. In this way, a generation of Revolutionary Army Northern Army commanders and an elite captain both died in the 20th Navy branch. The most important thing is that the Revolutionary Army leader left his companions to evacuate alone, which sounds incredible, but connected together. Who led the execution has also become the protagonist. Many newspapers have already started preparations, even in the Warring State period. Luo Shu's contribution is too great. Of course, he must do something in advance, such as reporting the matter truthfully to the 5 old stars. Let's see what these big masters have arranged. We are victorious. Long live Major General Luo Shu. Long live Major General General Luo Shu. Brant, the Navy soldiers in the distance, when they saw Haku's death, they shouted in unison, venting all the worries in their heart, and their loyalty to Luo Shu also skyrocketed. Luo Shu, Major General, I believe that this incident is over, and you may be promoted. I will congratulate you in advance. As for gift, we will send people to deliver them later, and I hope you will not dislike it. That's right. Major General Luo Shu is worthy of being a hero of our Beihai. Even the leader of the Revolutionary Army, if he doesn't run fast, he will be killed in the 20th branch. Actually, we should first thank Major General Luo Shu. Before the battle begins, remember to send someone to protect us, otherwise we will die in this war and still have our lives to this day. Were brought by Thor, Drake, and Baccarat. After seeing Luo Shu, regardless of the gravel on the ground or the big hole, all ran to Luo Shu and surrounded Luo Shu. A series of touts started. Maybe they were born to be this kind of people, and they spoke very nicely, and almost lifted Luo Shu to the sky. Okay everyone, I will send the Navy to take you back. This time, I would like to thank you for coming. In the future, if there are pirates, or the Revolutionary Army invades your country, or villages and town, please contact the 20th branch as soon as possible. As long as I, Luo Shushan, stay in Beihai for one day, I will never allow lawbreakers to make trouble. Maybe justice will sometimes be late, but I will never be absent. Also, for those who watched today's execution, if you are a member of the Navy, you can come to the 20 branch to sign up. As long as you dare to fight and work hard and have justice in your heart, why can't you bring a life to your family? Luo Shu smiled smugly on his face. First, he arranged for these people to leave, and he did not forget to give a speech. Finally, he made a wave of advertisements for the Navy. The senses of the Navy should have changed a lot so that those young people volunteered to add, ha 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 ha. I knew that the Navy would definitely win. Major General Luo Shu is invincible. What bullshit leader of the Revolutionary Army is really vulnerable compared to him? Quote, I'm a little fortunate now that I live in this area. I used to want to leave, but now, it is really mentally retarded when I think about it. The Navy can send Major General Luo Shu, such a general, to come to Beihai. It is really great. When I look back, I will let my son join the Navy. If he can become Major General Luo Shu's subordinate, then he will be honored. You think too much, just like your son. A bear, who wants to be a subordinate of Major General Luo Shu. Maybe only my son has that qualification. I also want to join the Navy, release the justice in my heart, and wipe out all the scum on the sea. Quote. As the picture on the big screen disappeared, the people in Beihai woke up from the shock. All the civilians who watched the execution had smiles on their faces. They said that they waited for others, and it was really a long time. So happy. It is indeed as Luo Shu thought. Many people have decided to join the Navy now, because they saw hope, and most of them felt that the Navy was incompetent if they did not join before, but this idea was forced by Luo Shu. Bro, this guy is too arrogant. Why did the high-level Navy send him to Beihai? It's a big deal if there are too many pirates here. We just don't go to the waters under his jurisdiction. That's right. Anyway, the North Sea is so big, we don't need to touch that iron law. I really hope that the pirates of the New World will appear in the North Sea and kill this damn Navy. Even if they go to other sea areas, the generals of those branches will probably have to make changes because of this incident. They won't turn a blind eye to me like they did before. But then again, that bastard Luo Shu is really powerful. Even the leader of the Revolutionary Army can't kill him. I really can't think of anyone else who can kill him. Could it be the three emperors who ruled the New World? Well, they have no chance of conflict with Luo Shu at all. But those pirates living in the North Sea are suffering. They are now in unbearable misery. They are like eggplants beaten by frost. Fear. At the same time, they were thinking about various ways to make their life better in the future, and the curse on Luo Shu would not stop there. If not, their strength made them feel powerless. I am afraid these pirate groups in the North Sea have long since formed an alliance to level 20 branches. You have seen Luo Shu's strength. Prepare a generous gift, and I will personally go and apologize to him. I hope he can remember the villain's deed. I have a hunch, if the other party still holds on to what happened before, we Germa 66 sooner or later will be destroyed in his hand. He had already brought his 444 children and returned to Jiaji in the war room. His face was extremely ugly. Luo Shu's strength was beyond his imagination, which made him think how ridiculous his previous thoughts were. An existential enemy, not a stupid word can describe it, but self-destruction. He does not want the Vinsmoke family to go into the abyss under his own leadership, so he can only ease the relationship with Luo Shu, and hope that the other party can forgive him a few what my son has done before. Continue to explode. Please order the first order, flowers, monthly ticket, and evaluation tickets for support. Everyone, please, to read the underlined version of the novel, please download it. Love to read the only domain name. Enjoy high-speed reading. Chapter 63. The truth __. Don't we have any other way? How can we, Germa 66, be trampled by other people again and again? Vince Moki has never forgotten the arrogant face when Luo Shu used the phone to contact him. Now Now that he hears his father's word, it made him, who has always regarded himself very high, feel very uncomfortable. So he almost gritted his teeth and said to Jage. As for Niji and Yangji, they stood there silently, not even looking at them. They still couldn't forget that Luo Shu and the Revolutionary Army leader Meng Qi were on the screen. The style of the dragon battle, they do not doubt that the other party can easily destroy the entire Germa 66. I think what the father said is very reasonable. Even if a person like Luo Shu does not talk about the forces behind him, even if he is only based on his own strength, it is not something that we Germa 66 can provoke, rather than resolve the previous one. Gratitude is the best choice. It's just that things like ordinary treasures may not be able to make Luo Shu fancy. The generous gift we need to prepare can't be too simple. Leiju expressed her opinion first, and she was actually very happy, because her father had seen through this matter. Otherwise she always felt that her family was very dangerous, and there were always people who were destroyed by Luo Shu. Possible. It seems that I can only find a one devil fruit, or a famous knight. Gage ignored his eldest son. Instead he squeezed his chin and murmured in a low voice. That's right, his thoughts are similar to Leijo's. If you take ordinary treasures, it is impossible to impress Luo Shu, and it will even have a negative effect. And in this the rarest things are devil fruits and famous sword. And in that legend, the pure gold that can make people immortal. Even the world government and the Tianlong people have been hanging on the curtain for a long time, but after so many years, there is still no news of the lanternfish, although Jaji also heard about it, but he would never think about such unrealistic thing. Where are you going? Now that the 20th branch of the Navy has recovered, a large number of naval soldiers have joined the construction team and are dealing with the dilapidated battlefield, while Luo Shu and Yishao are sitting at a dining table and eating in an incomparable manner. Both of them were consumed, especially Luo Shu. I haven't made up my mind yet. I should continue to stay in Beihai. This is my hometown, but now I'm very relieved because of your presence. Smile. The corners of his mouth gradually turned up, and he said to Luo Shu with a grateful face that no one would care about the safety of their hometown, especially someone like him who was very concerned about the commoners. I would like to thank your excellency for your help before, otherwise, the commander of the Northern Army of the Revolutionary Army would not have died so easily in my hand. If your excellency doesn't have a place you want to go, it's better to stay and learn about the direction of the world through the intelligence of the Navy. If you feel itchy, you can arrest the thief, or discuss with me. Anyway, wouldn't it be better to join the Navy in the future, and adapt to a life now? Luo Shu teased with a smile on his face. Until today, he has personally realized the benefits of having a strong subordinate. If the strength of Drake and Thor can be last, even if there is no smile, he can still easily dismantle the rescue of the Revolutionary Army. At the same time, he also admires his own luck to be able to get the help of a top powerhouse like Yishao. Otherwise, his public execution this time will greatly increase the probability of his becoming a joke. With his current strength, it is impossible for him to face it. Come on, Mengqilong and Karas joined forces, but who can say something like fate? There is a saying that makes sense. That is, luck is also a kind of strength. That's annoying. Major General Luo Shu. Yishao originally wanted to refuse Luo Shu's invitation, but found that he had no reason. If he left here, he would only go to other casinos in Beihai, which could also be called experiencing life, but after so many years, he has had enough of that kind of life, and simply agreed, ready to change the way of life. Come on, drink. Luo Shu's face immediately lit up with joy. He raised the wine glass in his hand to show a smile, and then he drank it. To him today, it was a great joy. First, repel the leader of the Revolutionary Army, kill the Northern Army commander and an elite captain of the Revolutionary Army. This will make him famous. At the same time, it will stun the outlaws in the North Sea, and it will also make the civilians feel bad about the Navy. His opinion has completely changed. The second is that the Navy should give him some award. After all, the credit he has made this time is not too big, and his record is also solid. Thirdly, it is necessary to count this person Yishao. He believes that during the period when he abolishes the Chihuahai policy, he can more or less change some of the characters of Yishao, so that he is no longer so virgin, so that he will conquer the other party in the future. It will also be more handy to use. Luo Shu did not return to his residence until nightfall. He was slightly injured when he fought with the dragon today. Let him recover quickly. Close. Buckle. Come in. Sir, how is your injury? Just as Luo Shu was lying on the bed and was about to go to sleep, there was a knock on the door. It was his little secretary, Baccarat, who came in and asked Luo Shu with a concerned look. In fact, she had wanted to come to condolence Luo Shu for a long time, but she had never made room and had no chance. Due to the war, the building of the 20th branch of the Navy was severely damaged. Although she did not have to do the dirty work, she also had to deal with other things. That little injury is fine. It's late, Baccarat. Go back to rest early, and I'll talk about it tomorrow. Looking at the hot Baccarat, Luo Shu couldn't help supporting his forehead, resisting the flames burning in his heart, but he didn't know how long he could hold on, so he issued an order to evict him. Sir, you are disgusting. People, are you in such a hurry to drive them away? As if Baccarat didn't hear Luo Shu's word, he walked slowly to the front of his superior and asked with a blushing face, brothers are really powerful. Thank you for your support. I will start 6 shift today, and from tomorrow I will update 4 every day. I will do what I say. Please order first flowers, monthly ticket, and evaluation tickets for support. Love reading. It reminds you 3 things to read, collect, recommend. Remember to save the unique domain name of m.iconshu8.com. Love reading. Enjoy high-speed reading. Chapter 64. Heaven's Pride and Evil Buster. You are playing with fire. Baccarat. Grabbing Baccarat's previous funny hand, Luo Shu looked directly at the other party and said playfully, he is not Lu Shahui who can sit back and relax. He has just issued an order to evict Baccarat, which is already his bottom line. Since the other party doesn't leave, then he can't blame him. Sir. After Baccarat said something very affectionately, the whole person was hugged by Luo Shu, and everything was silent. Early morning of the next day, the news headlines published by various newspapers were almost all about Luo Shu. Even Morgans of the New World attached great importance to this matter. The news, batch by batch of newsbird, was spread in the New World, which may also be mixed with the shadow of the Navy and the world government. At the same time, there were countless newspapers floating in the sky above the Great Route and the 4 Seas, telling the world about the glorious deeds of the legendary Navy Rear Admiral, that is, the plot of Luo Shu's battle with the Revolutionary Army in the 20th branch. This time, as the leader of the Revolutionary Army, Meng Qilong was crowned by the world government with the title of the most vicious criminal in the world. His strength can be imagined. He is definitely not a weak person. Even a brainless person will not think that the other party is a weak chicken. But he failed to save his partner and was repelled by Luo Shu. As for Yi Xiao, he was indirectly forgotten by those newspapers. Major General Luo Shu, who was only 17 years old, was able to fight the leader of the Revolutionary Army by himself. What level of talent is this? Shock. Major General Luo Shu of the Navy headquarters actually beheaded the commander of the Revolutionary North Army and repelled the leader of the Revolutionary Army. And only one of a million people will awaken the domineering arrogance of a king. Major General Luo Shu first became a hero of the North Sea, annihilated many pirate groups in the North Sea, and now once again repelled the leader of the Revolutionary Army. A new naval hero. Whether he can take over the throne of Iron Fist. If Major General Luo Shu grows up, can he lead the Navy and end the era of great pirates? The youngest Major General in the history of the Navy, famous in the first battle, maybe he will become the youngest Lieutenant General, or Marshal. Close black lens bracket, open black lens bracket with invincible talent, plus, known as the strongest natural devil fruit. The position of the strongest man in the world may change hands soon. Close black lens bracket, open black lens bracket. The sinner, Major General Luo Shu. If they enter the New World, the 3 emperors may be greatly threatened. If such a figure appears in the Navy, will the world government withdraw the policy of Chihuahua? Although most of these headlines are touting, but those with discerning eyes can see that Luo Shu deserves these evaluations. The photos of the battle with Meng Qilong are very clear, coupled with the dilapidated face and various backgrounds. Anyone who sees it can imagine the war at that time. How tragic. At this time, the New World Moby Dick, a huge whale-like pirate ship, was holding a banquet, and sitting on the main seat was the Whitebeard with the title of the strongest man in the world, Edward Newgate. He was 8 years later, the sick-stricken old man. Dad, look, there's a great general in the Navy, and now all the news headlines are touting him. Marco, who had a pineapple-shaped head, held a jug in one hand and a stack of newspapers in the other. He came to his father and said with great respect, but there was a bit of sourness in the word. Yes, he felt a little uncomfortable, especially there was a newspaper headline that said, Luo Shu can definitely defeat Whitebeard in the future so as to get the title of the strongest man in the world. Goo la 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 la. It funny. Kid, has he grown up yet? He has the arrogance of a tyrant but chose to become a navy. Plus these deeds, it seems that he has no plan. However, so what? Lao Tzu's head is here. If he has the ability to take it away, why not give him the title of the strongest man in the world? If he wants to end the new era opened by Gul Roger, it's not that easy. Whitebeard took those newspapers, read them carefully, then threw them aside and said with a big laugh, but the last sentence had a different meaning. He saw the world very well. If the other party wanted to, ending this era is probably even harder than killing himself. How powerful is that needed to be able to do it? Even Whitebeard never thought of such a thing, but he was looking at his son when they were happily eating meat and drinking wine. They sighed silently in their hearts. Since he was young, he has always had the dream of wanting to have a family. After he realized it, he will cherish it extremely, but he has forgotten one thing. The chick can only fly high without leaving the eagle, but he will understand at that time. He found out that it was too late, and there was also the factor of his own son's unsatisfactory performance. Just now, he was still thinking, it would be great if he could have a son with a talent like Luo Shu on his ship. In this this way, he could successfully take over his class and lead the Whitebeard pirates to continue to rule the New World. However, it is a pity that there is no one person in the entire pirate group whose talent can be compared with Luo Shu. He has lived such a long age, and of course he knows the importance of a person's talent. If his desire to protect his family was not so strong, perhaps among his current son, there will also be a few people who can bear the banner. No one can take away Daddy's title of the world's strongest man. If anyone has this idea, we will kill him without Daddy's shot. That's right, only Daddy deserves this title. The Whitebeard pirates are #1 in the world. What kind of shitty navy come to our site to try and sink them into the sea in minutes? Quote. Under the leadership of Marco, the captains of the Whitebeard pirates shouted in unison. They all admired Whitebeard very much. My own father, of course, also thanks to Edward Newgate, who really treats them as his own son. Loyalty is a word that does not work in most places in the world of One Piece, but it is reflected in the Whitebeard pirate. Of the most vivid among them, there will always be some special existences, such as sitting in the corner of the Moby Dick, looking very inconspicuous, with a humble face, a fat man who is missing a few teeth, although he also shouted loudly like everyone else, but he was nearing in his heart. Today is the 4th update. Thank you very much for your great support. There are flowers, monthly ticket, and evaluation ticket for free. In other words, I do and have a single custom order live in the collection, and save the unique domain name of m.iconshu8.com and enjoy high-speed reading. Chapter 65. Red hair. Your arm may be lost. People's dreams are never ending. Whitebeard will sooner or later become a thing of the past, and the new era should be called martial tick. Blackbeard looked at the man sitting on the main seat with an obscure gaze, and shouted loudly in his heart. His ambition may not be the greatest in the entire One Piece world, but with his forbearance, almost no one can compete with him. Think about it. In the original book, he was able to hide in the Whitebeard pirates for a phantom devil fruit, and lived for more than 20 years, acting almost every day, not daring to express his inner thoughts, express it and pretend to be a different self. Only Blackbeard knows the sadness of this, otherwise he would not have killed Sachi and established himself after discovering the dark root. At that moment, he really waited too long, and the ambition he had been hiding was just right. Crazy erupted. However, he is currently just a very ordinary member of the 2nd and 2nd Division. No one will pay attention to him, and no one will think of his various achievements in the future. In fact, if he joins the Whitebeard pirate, he will show his talent, even though he may be a little cruel, but as long as he is recognized by Whitebeard, he is like Ward, even if he stabs his father. Forgive. If things really develop like this, Whitebeard helped Blackbeard to find that dark fruit, and when he is old, he should do a feat, that is, pass on the ability of the shocking fruit to the other party. Of course, all this can only exist in imagination. Blackbeard has his own plans for a long time, and maybe he doesn't look down on these captains of the Whitebeard pirate. I think these people are not worthy of his partner. On the other hand, in an unknown sea area in the New World, a huge pirate ship is parked on the shore of an island. If any pirate pass by, they will flee for their lives, because the name of this pirate ship is Redford, and the red-haired pirate group it carries is also very famous now, and it has already shown a posture of charging towards the position of the 4th Emperor. Swish, swish. At this time, 2 figures jumped from the Dreyfus to the island. They were not very old, but no one dared to underestimate their current rank. I saw one of them, dressed in aristocratic clothes, with short black hair, eagle-like yellow eyes, a short beard, and a cross-shaped knife hanging on his chest, but behind him was the most precious thing in the world, a batch of famous knives, the supremely fast knives, and 12 black knives. Just by hearing the name, you can know how powerful this knife is. There are only 12 famous knives in the world, and this person actually owns one of them. It is one of the 7 Wuhei under the king, and the title of the world's largest swordsman is Jorakur Mahawk, and because of his special eyes, people call him Hawkeye. The other was dressed casually, with a pair of a shirt, slippers, with a cape, a western sword hanging around his waist, and his red hair looked very conspicuous, but if he was talking about the position of his left arm, because it was empty, yes, nothing. This person is Shank, the leader of the red-haired pirate. He used to be a trainee crew member on the Gall Roger ship. He has a strong talent. He has created a splendid reputation. It's just that he is still a long way from becoming an emperor. Mahawk, you are so idle. You can't accompany me for a good drink every time you ask me for a sword game. Shank held the famous knife griffin around his waist with one hand, and with a smile on his face, pretended to be helpless and said to Hawkeye, in fact, he still likes the opponent in front of him very much. Every time he fights with Hawkeye, his strength will improve. Although it is not a lot, it can be regarded as an improvement. In the past 2 years, you should have adapted to your right hand, but then again, what do you think after reading today's news headline? Hawkeye ignored the red-haired ridicule. He said with an expressionless face as usual, he may be a facial paralysis, and he has always looked old. Oh, you mean the one who appeared in the Navy? The powerful Rear Admiral Luo Shu is really amazing. At this age, he can fight alone with the leader of the Revolutionary Army. Even now, I couldn't do it at that time. Ah, ha 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 ha. Hearing Hawkeye's words, Shanks retracted his hand holding the famous knife, instead scratched his hair, said with a little admiration, and finally laughed heartlessly. No way, he's just like that. In the original book, he was ridiculed by a garbage bandit and poured alcohol on his face, and he wouldn't be angry, but if he was angry, ordinary people really couldn't bear his domineering arrogance. Really, I think your arm may be lost in vain. Although I have never seen the kid you mentioned. The kid who is very similar to Gore Roger. He can't be better than the one in the Navy. Hawkeye shook his head and said, with a hint of regret on his face, he and the redhead have been friends for many years, and they are also good opponents. Even if he is impersonal, after reading today's news headline, he is more or less likely. It's not worth it to have red hair. Years, he has seen countless big scenes, and he has also experienced various battles of life and death. The title of the world's largest swordsman is not he himself. Whether it was the young Douglas Barrett and Shaq Rockdale, when they were less than 20 years old and 20 years old, they both showed super strength, but he felt that Luo Shu was much stronger than the two. Not only the comparison of strength, as well as character and style, are all incomparable with the former. As a king under the 7 martial seas, he naturally knew a lot more about Luo Shu than others. When Luo Shu first became famous and became a colonel of the Navy headquarters, he had paid attention to him. At that time, he was in his heart. I have always believed that this young man is not simple, and may bring great turmoil to the world in the future. And today's news headlines show the accuracy of his conjecture. Aha ha ha ha. Maha, I've known you for so long, and it's the first time I've discovered that you have so many thoughts. I told you one. I bet this arm on the new era. Luffy, that kid, I can't see it wrong. Shanks laughed suddenly. He identified one thing. No matter what other people say, it will not change, and he has a strong self-confidence in himself, and believes that Luffy will not let him down. One Piece. There may be more than 21 famous knives in the world, but the supreme knives are set to only 12, so it shouldn't be too much. Today's 4 shift. Thank you very much for your great support. There are flowers, monthly ticket, and evaluation tickets. I don't have a single custom order. It's a bit embarrassing. I love reading. To remind you, 3 things to read, collect, recommend. Remember to save m.iconshu8.com. Love reading, the only domain name. Enjoy high-speed reading. Chapter 66. Desperate and relaxed. Since you are so confident, let's start this fight. Let me see if your swordsmanship has regrets. Chong. Hawkeye told Shanks to say so, and he would not continue such nonsense. After all, the purpose of this time he came to find the other party was to compete with swords, so he pulled out the supreme sword behind him and slashed at the red hair. A huge green slash was fired. It should have been this way. Shanks smiled, held Griffin in his right hand, and took the initiative to meet the slash. Ben Beckman, Jesus B.U. and the others watched it with great interest on the Redford, which was docked on the shore. They had also browsed the news about Luo Shu before, but they didn't take it seriously when they saw their captain, and they naturally didn't. What would they say? After all, in a certain period of time, they would not conflict with Luo Shu at all, and even said that it would be difficult to even meet. And the other 2 emperors in the New World, Kaido and Charlotte Lingling, don't know who Luo Shu is in the Navy, because the people under their command don't dare to disturb the 2 of them because of such boring things. Captain, these 2 monsters, one is thinking about how to commit suicide every day. Maybe it is for cultivation, or there is a real problem with his brain. Other one is even more interesting. She stays on the Cake Island all day long, eating all kinds of food day and night, and when she has time, she considers which race to have a relationship with so that she can give birth to powerful offspring and expand her pirate group. The contrary, she wasted all her talent. Maybe she really didn't care, and never focused on cultivation, otherwise his strength would never stop there. But there is a person in the New World who is very troubled by Luo Shu, that is, Don Quixote Doflamingo, one of the 7 warrior seas, who has only taken over the position of King Dressrosa for a few years. He did not enter before the New World. Beihai was his base camp, and in the land of the 4 seas, the business there was the most under his banner. Now, because of Luo Shu's arrival, his economic income is plummeting. As the saying goes, cutting people's money is like killing one's parent. If it was an ordinary major general in the Navy, he would have sent his men to kill him long ago. But Luo Shu is different. Not only is he valued by the Navy, but most importantly, his own strength is there. Even Doflamingo himself is not confident that he can kill Luo Shu. Recently, he has been worrying about this matter, especially after seeing today's news headline. The anger is even more scattered. Hey, I said, Dover, our Don Quixote family's business in the North Sea is about to close down, and now there is no pirate group at all. Order things from me, and they are starving to death. In a palace in Dressrosa, Toripal, who looked like a sloppy uncle, first let out his peculiar laugh, and then spoke to Doflamingo, who was sitting on the throne, as the Don Quixote family. He is also one of the few people who can call Doflamingo by his first name. Yeah, Dover, we have to do something ahead of time, otherwise there will be more. It's a pity that the Navy kid's strength strength is a bit beyond imagination, otherwise I can kill him. Diamante, who was beside him, rubbed his eyes, frowned and said to Brother Doflamingo, with his red painted eyes, but his knowledge is still enough. Like the leader of the Revolutionary Army, he has heard of it for a long time, and his strength is absolutely amazing, and Luo Shu is indistinguishable from fighting with him. Then this matter will be very difficult to do. If it is hard, there is no chance. If it is soft, the ghost knows Luo Shu's attitude towards Wang Sha Chihuahai. Move to the other 3C areas, and also, let the people who collect intelligence be smarter. As long as Luo Shu leaves the North Sea, we can settle in again. With the strength of that monster, I believe it won't be long before he will be promoted to Lieutenant Admiral of the Navy headquarters, and he will be transferred back to Marine Fando. After he enters the new world, we have a chance to compare it with him. Even if we can't kill him, we must teach the people around him a lesson. Doflamingo, who was lying on the throne, laughed in anger, but he had no other way at the moment. He could only tell Torapal to transfer the business of the North Sea. Now that Luo Shu is in the limelight, he does not need to be with him at this time. Opponent conflict. But as a domineering owner, he is of course not a fuel-efficient lamp. He decided that when he has the opportunity in the future, he must teach Luo Shu a lesson and let him know that the Don Quixote family is not easy to bully, and the best chance is naturally for the other party to enter the new world. This is the paradise of pirate. There are a large number of criminals with terrifying strength. In addition, he has now hooked up with Kaido's beast pirate. At that time, I want to calculate that Luo Shu is not simple. As for Luo Shu himself, he has just woken up from the bed. The crazy night last night made him feel very comfortable. I don't know yet. His name has already resounded. The world is remembered by many great people. Who was still in a drowsy state lying on the bed. Luo Shu shook his head slightly. Instead of waking him up, he quickly dressed and pushed the door to leave, which also showed that he was not someone who didn't know Lian Xiangxiu of people. Today's Baccarat is still too young. His strength is not strong, and his physique is very ordinary. How can he withstand his tireless attack? Sir, this is today's newspaper. Your reputation has shaken the world. Now not only the North Sea, but also other sea areas. There are many civilians singing your praises. Not long after Luo Shu went out, he saw Drake holding several newspapers and running to him, and said it very respectfully, and his eyes were full of admiration. After he got up early in the morning, he and Thor received the news. He wanted to report it to Luo Shu as soon as possible, but found that he had not woken up yet, so he could only wait for his elders to go out, and then tell the other party about these surprises. Oh, these newspapers really know how to talk. However, I think those pirates and the Revolutionary Army will hate me to death. Luo Shu was stunned for a moment. After taking the newspapers, he flipped through them for a while, and the corners of his mouth gradually turned up. He was sure that there were many pirates who hated him so much. However, he liked to see the other party hated him so much that he gritted his teeth, but he made him seem helpless. Just thinking about it, he would feel very comfortable. The words that flattered him in the newspapers were regarded as a kind of praise to himself, and he did not take it seriously, and it was impossible for him to have a self-righteous mentality because of this. He understood one thing very well. His current achievements are not enough to be valued by the world's top powerhouses. The third one is delivered. Thank you very much for your great support. There are flowers, monthly ticket, and evaluation ticket for free. In other words, I don't have a single custom. It's so real. To read the underlined version of the novel, please download the novel. Remember to save the unique domain name of m.iconshu8.com and enjoy high-speed reading. Chapter 67. The Summoning of the Five Old Stars. NLT IMG style equals width 100%, margin 0, auto src equals class equals image content and GT. Chapter 68. Departure and arrangement. The Warring State period was a little worried now that the young and vigorous Luo Shu, when he arrived at the Holy Land Marijoa, would the Five Old Stars and others deliberately let him see the scene. And he controlled the anger in his heart and made a scene in the Holy Land. Even if he, the Marshal of the Navy headquarters, came forward, it would be useless. He would definitely be caught by the powerhouse hidden in the Holy Land, not qualified to step in. Tianlong people are hateful, but they were born at the top of the world power, protected by countless strong people. They can do whatever they want, If there are admirals in the Navy who dare to attack them, the crime is not too big. I am afraid that they will be directly classified as naval traitors. Poru. Even if Warring States was worried, he still picked up the phone bug that contacted Luo Shu and dialed it. In his opinion, if Luo Shu couldn't even pass this level, how could he become an admiral of the Navy headquarters? In the end, it is up to the other party to seize the opportunity. In this chaotic world without three views, there is no fairness and justice. Anyone who tries to pursue these two things, from history to now, no one will have a good end. No matter how strong or powerful he is, no matter how big it is, there will be no exception. I'm Rose, who was just about to go to practice, heard the phone bug ringing in his arms, and immediately took it out and even connected it. In fact, he had already guessed that warring states would definitely contact him today. Kid Luo Shu, get ready. You are going to the Holy Land Mary Joa. After the 5 old stars, the highest authority in the world government will meet you. Remember that no matter what happens, don't fight there, especially against the Tianlong people. Warring states listened to the familiar voice from the phone bug, and after thinking for a while, he said solemnly, especially the last sentence. His tone was very sharp, as if he was afraid that Luo Shu would not understand. Got it, Marshal of Warring State. Luo Shu replied with a flat face. He had already prepared for this day, and the description of the Tianlong people in the original book, except for their noble status, other aspects of bullshit or not, it is simply synonymous with gum. However, he deeply understands that in this world, anyone can look down on anyone, but the only thing that cannot be considered as the Tianlong people, a family that claims to be God, as a pig-like existence, otherwise he will suffer a great loss. Although the Straw Hat Pirate fought against the Tianlong people in the original book, it was over at the end, but don't forget the protagonist Halo. Luo Shu doesn't think that all heavenly dragons are that bear-like, otherwise, why would no one dare to attack other pirates in the Holy Land in Chambord? Why not kill the powerful beings of the heavenly dragons and the 4 emperors? Why not kill a few heavenly dragons? Don't say anything to add to the fun. The strength gap is too big, and the meaning of killing is such a word. The world government has been established for more than 800 years, and there has never been an incident of the Tianlong people being killed. Maybe they were buried during this period. There has been such a record, but the fate of the perpetrator is absolutely terrible. I wonder if the chance of a person who has claimed to be a god since he was a child, enjoys the right, and awakens the tyrannical arrogance, will far exceed that of ordinary people plus sitting possessing countless resources and rare devil fruit. If there is no top powerhouse in their family, even if Luo Shu is killed, he will not believe it. It seems that the 555 old guys are trying to find out my bottom. I also want to know how deep the water is in Mary Joa. After hanging up the phone bug, Luo Shu squeezed his chin and narrowed his eyes, thinking silently in his heart, if the most mysterious place in this world is, it must be a holy place. What is the ultimate island? Raf Luda can't compare with the Holy Land built on the Red Earth continent at all. That great treasure is meaningless in Luo Shu's eyes. Holy Land but represents the center of the world's right, and the only one worthy of his attention. Correct the viewpoint. Major General Luo Shu, what the matter? Few minutes later, Luo Shu came to Yi Xiao's residence, chatted casually with him for a while, and found that he seemed to be very worried, so he asked, I'm about to go to the Holy Land Mary Joa, and a few lords want to meet me, but this time I'm going to go alone, because of what I've done in the North Sea before. You know, many pirates hate me to the bone. If it is found that I have left, it is very likely that someone with intentions will take advantage of it, and even though Thor and Drake are not weak, they cannot deal with the real powerhouse. So, everything is in your hand. I hope that when I come back, the wounds left by the 2 branches in the previous war have been repaired and become more prosperous. After Luo Shu drank the tea in the cup, he smiled at him with a serious face. He is not unfounded. Luo Shu, who is well aware of the miscellaneous characters on the sea, feels that if he leaves, there may be people who are very revengeful. They come to 20 branches to make trouble. 1.5 do not matter, but if they all get together, that would be a big hassle. And if one of them joins a strong man, it is very likely that he has just left the front foot and the back foot, and the 2 branches will usher in a disaster. He is not very relieved to rely on Thor and Drake alone. As for Baccarat, his current strength it's too ordinary, and in the face of a real war, it's almost useless. So he could only ask Yi Xiao before he left, hoping that he could temporarily take charge of the protection work of the 20 branch so that no one who cares would take advantage of it. Please don't worry, Major General Luo Shu, unless I die. Otherwise, if those young people dare to come to the 20 branch to make trouble, I will definitely let them go back and forth. A smile, he put down the teacup in his hand, opened his white eyes, and said with a serious face, with incomparable determination in his word, Your Excellency's words are enough. Luo Shu's face returned to its former calm. After chatting with Yi Xiao and some other thing, he found 2 of his subordinates and instructed them, during the time he was away, if there were any problems that could not be solved, go find a smile, and explain his concern with Baccarat. He believes that the 2 of them know what to do. If there is an emergency, they will definitely protect their woman as soon as possible. In fact, Luo Shu can take Baccarat to the Holy Land, but he is afraid that something will happen during the period. The bloody thing. After all, there are still a lot of scum among the Tianlong people. After saying goodbye to Baccarat, Luo Shu carefully cleaned up, and with a smile, Thor, Drake and a large number of Navy watch, boarded the Major General class warship and slowly sailed towards the Holy Land Mary Joa. The first one is delivered. Thank you very much for your great support. You can get flowers, monthly ticket, and evaluation tickets for free. In other words, let go for a walk. To read the underlined version of the novel, please download the novel. Remember to collect it and save it. Iconshu8.com is the only domain name of Ikanshuba. Enjoy high-speed reading. Chapter 69. The Confidence of Monkey D. Dragon. A few days later, Badilgo, the island of White Earth on the Great Route, and Meng Qilong returned to the headquarters of the Revolutionary Army with several men who were favored by Callus during his lifetime. I saw their clothes, either hiding their bodies in their coat, or wrapping their faces with something. In short, they didn't look like good people. In the underground dark room, around a huge desk, there were several people of different heights and sizes. Shay, and Bartholomew Bear, one of the 7 kings of the sea, and the last one is Telekildio, who is in charge of intelligence. Mr. Long. After seeing Meng Qilong coming in, a few people stood up and said hello to him together. Although their revolutionary army has many systems, they are very loyal to the leader of Meng Qilong, but the name is a bit arbitrary. There is no such seriousness between pirates or the navy. After all, they shout fairness and justice, so on the surface, there is no such thing as who is superior and who is superior. Anyway, they are all companions. Terry, talk about what happened recently. What? Meng Qilong nodded and sat on the main seat by himself. Then he spoke to the intelligence officer of the Revolutionary Army with a blank expression. The others also looked over, even though they knew that a lot of unfavorable things had happened to the Revolutionary Army recently, but the leader didn't say anything, so he had better shut up first. Cough cough. Recently, the news of the major newspapers in the world has been touting the Navy. Major General Luo Shu. No, maybe he will be promoted to Lieutenant General soon. He left the Beihai 20 branch a few days ago. The whereabouts are still unknown, but it should be returning to the Navy headquarters, or even the Holy Land Marijoa. And our Revolutionary Army is now in a very unoptimistic situation. Some civilians in several countries that we usurped power in the past no longer support us. It may be because what happened not long ago has changed their mind, but at present they are still within control. Secondly, the naval hero Monk Cap returned to the East China Sea windmill village. Although Luo Shu said a lot of unpleasant things when he was publicly executed at the time, it was fortunate that it was not exaggerated by the newspapers. There may also be the Navy and the world among them. The government intervened, but for the time being, his old man has taken a backseat and cannot be reinstated within a certain period of time. Quote, quote. Terry Kildeo coughed lightly, and after scanning everyone's eyes, he reported the more important things that happened recently, including even Garp's affairs. Dragon, don't worry about your father. Everyone else was silent. In just a few days, their revolutionary army suffered heavy losses, not only damaged a Northern Army commander, but also an excellent elite captain, and most importantly, some of the civilians they rescued, who were actually some people support the Navy. Doesn't it mean that all their previous actions were in vain? Now the world government should be there, and the 4 seas should do their best to hunt us down. We want to use this incident to give our revolutionary army a heavy blow. Biography. The news, the revolutionary army in the sea. Try to hide it as much as possible. Don't expose it, and make plans after the limelight has passed. As for the sacrifice of Karas, I am deeply saddened. He was an excellent revolutionary that I cultivated, but now he took his life because of my carelessness. I will not forget it. Sooner or later, I will kill that one. Cruel and cold-blooded. But the Navy, in the name of justice, there is no suitable person to be elected for the position of commander of the Northern Army. However, I believe that the child brought back from the East China Sea will be able to take over this position in the near future, but it is still too early. Meng Qilong took over the topic with a gloomy expression. Finally, he mentioned Sabo. Yes, he could see the talent that the other party possessed. In a few years, it should be more than enough to take over the position of the commander of the Northern Army. It's just a kid. Mr. Long, we might as well take advantage of that hateful Navy to leave and teach the 20th branch of the Navy a hard lesson. This can be regarded as a bad breath for the sacrifice Harris so that he can rest his eyes. The only woman present. She is tall and her voice is extremely loud, and she has a bit of a heroic temperament. She is Bello Betty, a Superman who has the ability to inspire fruit. She is not only powerful, but also has a very strange ability. It was able to make civilians who have not practiced instantly possess the strength to defeat elite soldiers. But there is a limitation, that is, the strength of the person who can be increased by her ability is much weaker than her own, and even if it is affected by her fruit ability, the strength will soar. It will only last for a certain period of time. The strength of a strong person like Qilong has increased several times in an instant. Then their revolutionary army has already hit Marijoa. Who can stop it? Yes, Bello's proposal is very good. We should kill it. The Majesty of the Navy, let it know the commander of the revolutionary army, but not anyone can kill. The commander of the Western Army was also a giant. He coincided with Bello Beatty's idea, so he also stood up and proposed. You are thinking too simply. Have you forgotten there is another person who is extremely troublesome, who is the blind warrior who beat Karas into a serious injury with a smile. I once recruited him when I was traveling in Beihai, but was rejected by him. At that time, his strength was comparable to mine. Now, if I fight alone, it will be difficult for me to win. Plus 20 the Navy of the branch, and Luo Shu's too powerful men. We can't destroy them in a short period of time. So now is not the time for us to take revenge on him. Like I said before, let's keep a low profile and save our strength. Meng Qilong's face was filled with helplessness and anger. He now doubted in his heart why a smile would help. Luo Shu's kind of person who only knew fame and fortune. He really couldn't understand this problem. At the same time, he has always had a feeling these days, that is, he may not be able to take revenge in his life. Maybe the next time he meets Luo Shu, the strength of the other party will crush him, but this idea will be suppressed by him in just an instant. He has never lacked self-confidence, nor will he grow other people's ambition and destroy his own prestige. He believes that as long as the time is right, the world government will become more incompetent, causing them to continue to overthrow the regimes of many countries. By absorbing talented people from it, the revolutionary army will sooner or later stand at the top of the world. That the ability to inspire fruit is definitely limited, otherwise it will be invincible. So I added a setting for him. It should be very reasonable, so I will send it later. Thank you very much for your great support. There are flowers, monthly ticket, evaluation tickets. It's a free gift. Let's say it's a custom wa. I like to read book to remind you. 3 things to read, collect, recommend. Remember to save the unique domain name of m.iconshu8.com. Enjoy high-speed reading. Chapter 70. Luxurious, noble, sacred, corrupt. Have to admit that his idea is good, but he has forgotten one thing. The revolutionary army has been established for too short a time, and it cannot leave too many impressions on people living in this world. The existence of the government and the navy seems to be so deeply ingrained that anyone who arrests anyone knows about it. Finally, Bear, you have to collect as much information as possible about the navy and the world government, but don't expose that. No one spoke anymore. Monchiron turned his attention to the Bartholomew Bear, who was sitting silently with the Bible in his hand, and instructed him. If it wasn't for Shang's undercover mission, he would have directly ordered him to become the commander of the Revolutionary Army's Northern Army. Whether it was the opponent's strength or brain, he would be enough to hold this position. Don't worry, Mr. Long. Bartholomew has never been a nonsense person. After closing the Bible, he nodded solemnly to Monchiron, and this hidden meeting was announced at this moment. Everyone said hello to Long and left. They were very busy, and everyone had to deal with many things. Ability is not enough. The entire dark room. Meng Qilong was left alone, sitting there quietly, tapping his fingers on the table lightly. No one knew what he was thinking. After a few days, Luo Shu finally arrived the Holy Land Marijoa, during which he only killed one pirate group, or because the distance was not very far, he used the method of throwing cannonballs to solve it all. As for the other pirates he encountered, he found his at that moment. He desperately started to run away. He didn't give him a chance to take action at all. Of course, Luo Shu was too lazy to chase, otherwise the other side's pirate ship could go faster than him. Know how wide the sea is. Although Luo Shu had seen some photos of the Holy Land Marijoa more than once in the naval headquarters, when he jumped to the port and looked at the scene in the distance, he couldn't help but take a deep breath. The rows of gorgeous buildings, shining brightly under the sun, showed a sacred feeling, full of inviolability. If Roche were to describe Marijoa in a few words, it would be luxury, nobility, and finally corruption. I don't know why. Why am I shivering with excitement? Could it be that I am born to like this kind of place? After taking his eyes back, Luo Shu took a deep breath and forced himself to calm down. Now he even wanted to take action, killing the 5 old stars, the Tianlongren, and that mysterious I am in the Holy Land alone. You are Major General Luo Shu. Next, Lord Wu Laoxing sent me to greet you. After a while, a middle-aged man with a black head and an unknown uniform appeared at the port with a few expressionless faces, dressed in suit, and under the command of the world government. Luo Shu said hello, and there was still some respect in his word, and there was no meaning at all. He is Spandane. Don't look at him now that he is over 60 years old, but because he has always been in a high position and has a lot of supplements to maintain himself, now he looked similar to a smile, but looked like a middle-aged uncle. It's not that kind of old man. In his position, there are not many people who can catch the eye. Apart from the Tianlong people and the 5 old stars, there are only a few high-level officers in the army and navy, and Luo Shu is the lowest official among them, but he does not dare to underestimate the potential of the other party. Therefore, he put his figure very low, and did not show the arrogance of the past. The 9th chief who once presided over the destruction of O'Hara has long been admired. He is indeed a pillar of the world government. Don't slap the smiley face, let alone Spandane is so enthusiastic about him. Luo Shu of course has to praise the other party a few words, and to tell the truth, he really doesn't hate the other party, even if he did it, and destroyed OHA in the first place. One of the important figures of Ra. In his opinion, those scholars are just trying to die. They don't have the strength, but they dare to defy the regulations of the world government openly and ignore the warning. It is simply unacceptable for such people not to die. As for those civilians, they are unlucky. After all, in this world without fairness and justice, weakness is the original sin. Even if they die, no one will sympathize. Major General Luo Shu is serious. Let go. Lord Wu Laoxing is already waiting. After listening to Luo Shu's words, the smile on Spandane's face became even wider, but he did not forget the business, and after a few words of humility, he began to lead the way for Luo Shu. A group of people shuttled through the streets of Maryjoy like this, and Luo Shu couldn't help it, and looked around, but he didn't show the appearance of a turtle. His face was still as calm as water, but the waves in his heart were not. A wave is better than a wave. Hee. Major General Luo Shu, the scenery of Maryjoa is not bad, right? Who was walking beside Luo Shu smiled meanly. His eyes were not poisonous, and after seeing Luo Shu's performance, he immediately asked aloud, with a hint of pride in his tone, as if like Luo Shu showing off something. I love it here, and if I have the chance, I'd like to stay here forever. Luo Shu folded his arms and said seriously, as if he was narrating a fact. That's right, he didn't lie. This is what he said in his heart, but there is an extremely important premise, that is, the highest authority in this place can only be replaced by him. Fandane didn't take Luo Shu's words again, but put on the previous, that made people look very uncomfortable smile. Holy Land Maryjoa, but not everyone is eligible to live permanently. As a high-ranking world government and a confidant of the 5 old stars, he has to leave most of the year, perhaps only to become the commander-in-chief of the entire army. Only the powerful Tianlong family guard captain and the trump card of the world government can stay here and enjoy the happiness most of the time. And how many people can do these positions? It can be said that there are very few. Ordinary people don't even dare to think about it. Phantom is in his early 40s, his father is in his 60s, and there is nothing wrong with him. As for his youth, it is also because he is nourished by supplement. In addition, he is weak. Thank you very much for your great support. There are flowers, monthly ticket, and evaluation tickets for free, saying that you can go for a walk. To read the underlined version of the novel, please download the novel. Remember to collect it and save it. iconchu8.com loves to read, the only domain name. Enjoy high-speed reading. Chapter 71. Tests and first meeting with the 5 old stars. Bang! Ah, you bastard. What the use of you? You are not even qualified to be a slave of this saint. Do and think that you can be freed by dying. Come on, chop up the corpse of this garbage and feed it to those beasts raised by this saint. Suddenly, a gunshot rang out, and I saw at the corner of the street a man wearing a bubble shield, with a fat body and a wretched appearance. The most disgusting thing was that there was a long snot hanging above his lip, which seemed to be ready at any time. A young man who fell into his mouth. He was pointing with a ruthless look on his face. He was shot to death by the weak slave, and the other slaves beside him were so frightened that they fell to their knees and did not dare to raise their heads for fear. It will harm the pond fish. Even the armored guards who were in charge of protecting him couldn't help frowning, but they didn't say a word. They walked out of the queue, picked up the corpse, and quickly disappeared into the street. Who happened to see the scene couldn't help but twitch his mouth. He was sure that this should have been specially arranged by Wu Laoxing and others, but he felt that the young Tianlong person was very familiar. After thinking for a while, he was sure that the other party was St. Charles, who was beaten by Luffy in the original book, the well-known idiot Tianlong. After knowing the identity of the other party, he is not going to stay here any longer. After all, this Tianlong person is not very smart, and he is likely to do relatively mentally retarded things, which will be embarrassing at that time, so it is more correct to leave first. Select. Hey, has Major General Luo Shu seen Tianlong people before? Spandane, who was catching up, couldn't help but ask Luo Shu in a low voice. He used to lead the way for the 3 generals. After seeing such a scene, almost all 3 of them were a little angry, especially the green pheasant. Run away in no time. Never seen a calm person like Luo Shu, otherwise he would not have asked about it. You're trying to say why I didn't do anything about the slave's death, right? First of all, I think this is normal. It is unfair between people. The law of the world is the law of the weak. Since you are weak, you must have the mind that you may be killed by the strong at any time. Secondly, that is because he was unlucky, but he became a slave of the Tianlong people. God wants him to die, so what chance does he have to survive? Even if I save him, it doesn't make any sense. He will die sooner or later, in the hands of others. Luo Shu stopped, turned his head, looked directly at Spandane, and said word by word. He had thought about these words for a long time. In fact, he really didn't hate Tianlong people. At most he just hated them. An idiot in this group, and he also sneered at those sour dogs who madly attacked Tianlong people with words in his previous life. If they were replaced by Tianlong people, what they would do would be even more extreme than those scumbags, because they were too envious of that kind of power, and they couldn't get it, so the only virtue was to scold them desperately. Dragon people. Fandane opened his mouth, but in the end he didn't say anything. Luo Shu's answer was perfect. 1. He didn't deliberately say what he did to support the Tianlong people. 2. The other party didn't say anything. Loyalty to the world government, etc. High-sounding word. At the end, Then, after becoming these two factors, the other party also achieved what the 5 old stars most wanted to see. At this moment, Bandane looked at Luo Shu's back with a bit of admiration. Yes, it was admiration. Even if he was a human being, thinking about changing positions with Luo Shu in his heart, he couldn't do it at all. To this perfect, he has some doubt. How can Luo Shu be so good at this age? If his son Spandam can be half as good as Luo Shu, he will burn high incense. Just like that, after another 20 minutes, Bandane brought Luo Shu to the door of a small garden, and then gradually stopped. This is the 5 old stars, a place to enjoy when there are not many official duties. Not only are there many precious flowers and plants, but also various leisure places. All the entertainment items in this world can be experienced here, and it's the highest end kind. Major General Luo Shu, I'll go ahead and let me know. Please wait. Bandam first said apologetically to Luo Shu, then quickly walked into the garden. He wanted to tell the 5 old stars about Luo Shu's performance before. Luo Shu nodded his head to show his understanding. He didn't feel any dissatisfaction because of it. Instead, he admired the surrounding scene. At the same time, he told himself over and over again in his heart that he would occupy Mary Joa in the future. Go in. Be careful not to talk nonsense at that time. I'll say goodbye first. After a few more minutes, Bandane trotted out, wiping the cold sweat from his forehead, and speaking to Luo Shu. Obviously, when he is weak, when facing the 5 old stars, the pressure will be very great. That is a kind of physical and mental torture, and it is a normal phenomenon. Thank you. Luo Shu raised his brows and thanked Bandane, and then he restrained his breath, including the domineering, and did not turn it on. Who knows if the people he is about to face have any special taboos, such as not liking others to spy on him with their knowledge and domineering looks measured. Few old people sitting at a table, drinking tea. That his face became solemn. His body also stood upright, and he gave the 5 people an extremely standard military salute. Front of them, all of whom are full of powerful auras, are the 5 old stars who are the most powerful people in the world government today. Kid Luo Shu, you are very good. You have not disappointed us, as expected of the Navy's history. The strongest genius. You deserve this title. Who was the closest to Luo Shu, put down the teacup in his hand, looked at Luo Shu carefully with his eyes, and said with a slight smile on his face. Bandane had already told them about Luo Shu's performance before. I don't know what other people think, but he is more satisfied with Luo Shu. He thinks that the other party is very valuable to cultivate. Although Tianlong people are hateful, but the protagonist does not have that strength now. Kill them all directly, so I can only bear it for now. 4th update. Thank you very much for your great support. There are flowers, monthly ticket, and evaluation ticket for free. In other words, let go for a walk. Love reading. Let me remind you. Collect 3 things in reading. Recommend. And remember to collect. Save the unique domain name of m.iconshu8.com and enjoy high-speed reading. Chapter 72. Lieutenant General and Governor of Beihai. This is what I should do. The Revolutionary Army is not only the world government's #1 enemy. If it is allowed to develop, even the Navy will become his target of elimination in the end. Luo Shu replied humbly to the 5 old stars. Those damned guys are just mice hiding in the shadows, and they will only jump out from time to time to be disgusting people, but their threat level should not be underestimated. After all, there are many civilians living in this world, and they are more or less longing for it in their heart. Be fair and just. After being inflamed again, it's easy to do something hot-headed. No matter what, those weak people have poor will. However, today we won't talk about the Revolutionary Army. Tell me what you think about the current situation of the Navy. Leaning on crutches and wearing a flat hat, first mocked the Revolutionary Army with disdain. Then he changed the subject and asked Luo Shu in a deep voice. The Navy is a bit rotten. If you want people in this world to have a deep memory of the Navy again, you must make a big change from the bottom to the top, and there are newcomers. In the Navy, there are almost no talented people. Existence is mostly cannon fodder. This is because, in the eyes of most people, the Navy is incompetent. They would rather go after that shit treasure than join the Navy. And the Navy has become worse in their impressions because of 2 things. 1, because of the collusion with the pirate. There are a large number of admirals and captains who are on the side of the disaster, making the civilians under their jurisdiction miserable. 2. The Navy hasn't done anything for a long time, and it's more beneficial to civilians. The headlines in the news every day are praising the so-and-so pirate, or which pirate's bounty has exceeded 100 million, and which pirate has done something big. If things go on like this, the civilians have become numb, and they don't think the Navy will play any role. Luo Shu pretended to think for a while, and then began to narrate with a blank face, saying everything he was dissatisfied with the Navy. It makes a lot of sense. If the Navy can be recognized by the majority of civilians, the prestige of our world government will also increase, and the control over the entire world will be more compact. That's right. The prestige of the world government has continued to decline in recent years, and it is not even as good as the Navy. Here, the bald-headed 5 old star and the long-bearded 5 old star, the two spoke without a word, as if they did not treat Luo Shu as an outsider, and there was no shyness in their word. As the rulers of the whole world, even if they are only on the surface, they have a very clear view of their own forces. In addition to Luo Shu's word, they also hope to change, so as to bring more benefit to the world government. Big benefit. Luo Shu, you are indeed smart, and this is why we are right. If you were the Marshal of the Navy headquarters, how would you change the status quo of the Navy? To be specific, who had not spoken for a long time, saw a ray of light in his eyes. After Luo Shu's words just now, he was more interested in him now, so he asked, "It's very simple. Start at the bottom, and let some of the admirals who collude with pirates on weekdays settle down a bit, and then, in the naval headquarters, those who rely on seniority and relationship receive high wages every year, but are fundamentally the Navy generals who have no strength will be fired, and then the Dove faction Navy, that is, the Navy of this faction headed by Garp and Iokiji, will be weakened. At the same time, support the Hawks of Akainu. At that time, the Hawks will teach those new cadets who join the Navy and transmit their ideas. After this, it won't take long for the Navy to be extremely tough, and no one will dare to say that the Navy incompetent. At that time, as long as I lead them and capture an emperor or two, everyone in the whole world, including the officials and kings of those countries, will re-establish their senses of the Navy, and the Navy is worthy of its name. It has become the most powerful weapon under the world government, and can better stabilize the world for the world government," Luo Shu said confidently. This time he didn't even think about it. Almost as soon as the other party's voice fell, he was talking eloquently. Clap, clap, clap. Well said, Luo Shu. You are still a little young now, but we can assure you that if you do everything you say in the future, then you will not stop at the Navy. I believe you should also know that above the Marshal of the Navy headquarters, there is a Commander-in-Chief of the entire army, but this is still not the end. As long as you remain loyal to us, the rights you will obtain will be unimaginable. And before you came, we have decided to promote you to Lieutenant Admiral of the Navy headquarters. This is your badge, and you will be the governor of the North Sea. Since you want to change the Navy, let's start with the North Sea first. We look forward to it. With your achievement. The blonde 5-old star clapped his hand, and after the other 4-5-old star nodded, he stood up, walked towards Luo Shu, said with a smile, and put a badge representing the Lieutenant General of the Navy headquarters on. It was on Luo Shu's shoulder. They were indeed moved by Luo Shu's word, especially the last sentence. The Navy is a weapon in the hands of their world, and it is the most important thing that Luo Shu can see through. As for worrying about the rebellion of the world government established for 800 years, how much power is hidden in it? Who will know? They are not afraid anyway. Thank you, Lord 5-old star. I will definitely do everything I say. Luo Shu looked happy, and looked at the badge on his shoulder. He knew that he could go to the system again to receive the reward, but he didn't forget to thank him and made a loyal subordinate. Kid Luo Shu, you don't need to be so serious in front of us, because you are different from other navies. You are the person we look up to, and we don't want you to become like them. Otherwise, it will only make us appear between us. Estrangement. It should be the first time you have come to marry Joa. This time, you will stay here for 2 days. Let Bandane take you to experience the beauty of the Holy Land. The one who spoke to Luo Shu first, Wu Laoxing, with a character who smiled and waved his hand. In this way, Luo Shu left after chatting with a few 5-old stars for a while. After all, the 5 people 5 are busy every day, and it is impossible to keep wrangling with Luo Shu. Chapter 1. Send it. Thank you very much for your great support. There are flowers, monthly passes, and evaluation tickets for free. In other words, go for a walk. To read the underlined version of the novel, please download the novel and remember it. Save the unique domain name of m.iconshu8.com and enjoy high-speed reading. Chapter 73. Domineering. Physical skill upgrade card. Strength breakthrough. Leaving the exclusive small garden of the 5-old stars, Luo Shu was taken by a world government to a building that looked like a villa, but the decoration was very ornate. It should belong to the place where the 5-old stars entertained other high-ranking officials or kings, because there is a row of the same buildings here, but he doesn't sense other people because of his arrogance. It's really tiring. It's really uncomfortable to be stared at by these 5 people. However, the 5 bald-headed stars, like Zoro, can manipulate ghosts, and the 2-color domineering has reached the top level, plus the advanced physical skills and the swordsmanship of the advanced swordsman. The overall strength is judged to be plus, but it is normal. After he entered a room at will, Luo Shu took a deep breath and thought to himself, except for the bald 5-old stars, the strength of the other 5-old stars is generally the same. Although he has long guessed that as the most powerful person in the world government, it is impossible to have no strength, but should be very strong. But when he actually saw this scene, he couldn't help but feel that the strength of the world government is really strong. If all its hidden powers are gathered together, it can definitely push the world horizontally. System. I want to receive a reward. After pondering for a long time, Luo Shu communicated with the system. He wanted to see what kind of reward he would get when he was promoted to Lieutenant General of the Navy headquarters this time. Ding. Congratulations to the host for getting a domineering upgrade card. This card can make the host's overlord look domineering, armed look domineering, and knowledge look domineering, and the level can be upgraded by 1 level without any side effect. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining a physical skill upgrade card. This card can increase the host's physical skill level by 1 level without any side effect. The reward this time is not talent, but these 2 upgrade cards are very practical. For me, they can quickly improve my strength. Immediately. Use. Improve the domineering arrogance and physical skills. At the reward presented to him by the system, Luo Shu was stunned for a moment. Tell the system to use these 2 cards. That's right, he finally chose to improve the domineering arrogance of the overlord. First of all, his armed arrogance has improved a lot after the battle with the dragon. He feels that he will be able to break through in a short time, and the same is true of the knowledge and arrogance. With the blessing of the thunder fruit, it will not waste too much effort to break through to the top. In order to be domineering and domineering, his current state of mind and spirit, although he has far surpassed himself in his previous life, still has a big gap compared to the real powerhouses in this world. Addition, he is in the Navy camp. Currently, the restrictions are not small, and he cannot do things unscrupulously, and his disrespectful character will make him want to be more domineering and domineering. It will be extremely difficult. Until now, he was still brooding about the domineering arrogance that Meng Qilong displayed at the beginning, and instantly disintegrated his arrangement in the 20th branch of the Navy. Therefore, Luo Shu's promotion of domineering and domineering this time, the benefit can be imagined. It is the most correct choice. Of course, he himself thinks so. He doesn't know if he will be rewarded for upgrading cards in the future, and he doesn't want to waste it like that. A bit embarrassing to stop at the intermediate level, which seriously affected his identity as a transmigrator. This is the world top power. The system opens my panel. Ding! Panel is opening. Host. Luo Shu special talent. Copper skin and iron bone. Super divine power. Natural tyrant. Heterosexual physique domineering. High level overlord color. High level armed color. High level knowledge color. Physical skills. Top level swordsmanship. Never beginner ability. Natural system ringing thunder fruit comprehensive strength. Plus, now, if I meet Meng Qilong again and fight him one-on-one, I should be able to defeat the opponent, but if I want to kill him, it is impossible. Unless he dies and doesn't run away. Looking at his panel, Luo Shu murmured in a low voice. Now that his physical skills have been upgraded to the top level, the previously developed physical skills have also been strengthened, and the attacks that can be exploded are more powerful than before. Because of terror, in one fell swoop his comprehensive strength reached plus, which is the representative of the world's top strength as analyzed by the system. But being in a level, there are also strong and weak points, coupled with the state and mood when fighting the enemy. This will affect the final result, so you can't take the analysis of comprehensive strength too seriously, and you can't see him there at that time. They could fight with Meng Qilong in the same battle, but the other party didn't release the water at all, and the 2 of them were also full of firepower, but because of Luo Shu's special talent and the ability of the thunder fruit was too powerful, even when he was overwhelmed in domineering and physical skills, he was still able to deal with the opponent's attack. This time, my rank has not only been promoted to the Vice Admiral of the Navy headquarters but also served as the Governor of the North Sea. It seems that I am destined to be a hero of the North Sea. Those bastards, if they knew my appointment, they would probably flee from the North Sea or join forces with the North Sea. It's getting more and more interesting when I fight to the death. After feeling the improved strength for a while, Luo Shu suddenly thought of the pirates who were in the North Sea and hated him to the bone, as well as the Germa 66 who dared to make trouble in his territory when he just took office as the top chief of the 20 branch. He decided that when he went back, he must take good care of this group of people, otherwise they would not know why the flowers were so red. Close. Buckle. Come in. Congratulations to Rear Admiral Luo Shu for being promoted to Lieutenant General of the headquarters. I believe that in a few years, you will be able to be promoted to Admiral of the Navy headquarters. After a while, when Luo Shu was about to rest, there was a knock on the door, and the person who came was Spandane. After he came in, he was stunned for a moment, and then he congratulated Luo Shu with a smile on his face. Fan. That's right, although his strength is not strong, it does not mean that he has no eyesight. For some reason, he feels that the breath that Luo Shu exudes from time to time is more unfathomable than when he saw it before. He had some doubts in his heart. Did Luo Shu deliberately hide his strength at the beginning or made a breakthrough in this short period of time? Is he such a genius? Luo Shu leaned back on the sofa, glanced at Spandane in front of him, felt that the other party should have other purposes beside congratulating him on his promotion, so he asked directly. Chapter 2. Send it. Thank you very much for your great support. There are flowers, monthly ticket, and evaluation ticket for free, saying that you can go for a walk. I love reading book. To remind you, 3 things to read are favorite, recommended. Remember to save the unique domain name of m.iconshu8.com to enjoy reading at high speed. Chapter 74. The top powerhouse among the Tianlong people. There are indeed need some things, but it's a great good thing. A big man living in the ancient city of Pan is very interested in you, so I sent him here to pick you up. Spandane smiled awkwardly at first, then his expression was extremely exaggerated, and he began to dance, as if telling Luoshu that you are lucky this time. The big man you mentioned should be a Tianlong person. Sorry, I don't really want to see a Tianlong person. Luoshu frowned slightly, and refused without thinking. If the big man in the other's mouth is the kind of St. Charles Tianlong person, it is impossible for him to meet the other party, otherwise there will definitely be an accident. Luo Lieutenant General Shu, this big man is not an ordinary Tianlong person. Her family is one of the top 3 existences in the Tianlong people. Moreover, her own strength is also very strong. You'd better meet someone. See. Hearing Luo Shu's refusal, Spandane seemed to have prepared in advance. Not only did not get angry or show other strange expressions, but explained to him patiently. And the Tianlongren he was talking about was still a female Tianlongren. Oh, you lead the way. Luo Shu became a little curious, and decided to meet that Tianlong person. It's not that he made this choice because the other party was a woman. Instead, he heard about the family of the other party and the strength of this female Tianlong person. In this case, the other party is definitely not an idiot, and the chance of conflict between himself and the other party will be greatly reduced. So what reason does he have to reject the other party's kindness? What? Haha. Good. Let us go now. Spandane nodded with a smile, and he breathed a sigh of relief. If Luo Shu insisted on not going, it would be really difficult for him to do it. At that time, he might suffer because he did not complete the order given by him. Punishment. Then he would be too unlucky. So he took Luo Shu to the ancient city of Penghu. During this period, Luo Shu saw a large number of guard soldiers. He felt that the strength of these people was stronger than the elite of the navy. A lot of them, even though it was already night, there was no trace of exhaustion on their faces, and everyone was on guard. When he watched anime in his previous life, he was puzzled by the fact that Fisher Tiger climbed to the Red Soil continent and released the slaves of the Tianlong people, and in the end he did not die in the Holy Land. Now I see this situation. Luo Shu is sure that the incident at the beginning was not as simple as he imagined. Perhaps some of the big figures in the Tianlong people negotiated with the world government in advance, just want to teach those lower level Tianlong people a lesson so that they can pass this incident, can grow a little bit, don't just want to get drunk every day without making the slightest effort. Otherwise, with the security measures of the Holy Land Mary Joa, none of the freed slaves and Fisher Tiger can leave alive. Lieutenant General Luo Shu, we are here. We'll be waiting for you at the door. After entering the ancient city of Penghu, the person who turned left and right finally came to a huge palace. At the same time, Spandane turned around and said to Luo Shu, the meaning is obvious. He is not rich, mainly because of what he said. The heavenly dragon who was there did not invite him. Okay. Luo Shu didn't talk nonsense. After nodding to Spandane, he set off and walked forward. Looking around, the golden walls inlaid with various gems and the white jade pillar does not admit that the Tianlong people are really rich. You are Vice Admiral Luo Shu of the Navy headquarters. My name is Lekka. Please come with me. Not long after Luo Shu entered the palace, a figure suddenly appeared in front of him, and said with that emotionless voice, I saw that he was over 3 meters tall, wearing a black uniform, and his muscles were showing incisively and vividly. The strength. This should be the powerhouse responsible for protecting the Tianlong people. It can also be called a shield. Luo Shu followed the opponent silently, but through the function of the system, he checked the panel called Lekka, and found that his overall strength rating was unexpectedly, and the opponent was an ancient devil fruit ability, and his physical skills were also very powerful. The Tianlong family that can cultivate such a strong person can be seen in general. The strongest genius in the history of the Navy. You are indeed worthy of this title. You can become a Lieutenant Admiral of the Navy headquarters at the age of 17. It's amazing. You can call me Clarina, a Draco. After a few minutes, Lekka took Luo Shu to an inner hall, and turned and left without saying a word. Then, a very pleasant voice sounded. A woman sitting on a chair made of white jade, leaning on her chin. She looked at Luo Shu, who was standing below, with her extremely intimidating beautiful eyes. This woman was wearing a fiery red tight-fitting long skirt, which showed her concave and convex figure without a doubt. Her bare skin was extremely fair, and she had a feeling of ice muscle and jade bone. Long golden hair was casually scattered, and her face was extremely delicate. It was as if Judian Shuanvi had descended to the earth, and her whole body exuded an unusually noble aura. Any word praising beauty would not be too exaggerated to use on her body. Open the other party's panel. Ding. Panel is opening. Name. Karen Clarina. Special talent. Natural Overlord. Top E. Top Brute Force Domineering. Advanced Overlord. Advanced Armor. Advanced Witness Body Art. Advanced Swordsmanship. Not entry-level ability. No comprehensive rank. Your talent is enough to rank in the forefront of the Tianlong people. Besides, you are not too old. Your strength is stronger than that. Lekka just now. Luo Shu suppressed the heat in his heart and forced himself to calm down. After After looking at Clarina's panel, he said in a low voice, "Clarina's talent is much stronger than that of Tautu, who is the general's backup, and her strength naturally exceeds the former, but for Luo Shu, the opponent's is too tempting. He has never seen Boya Hengke, who is known as the most beautiful woman in the world, but he has seen his bounty list. From his aesthetic point of view, the appearance of this female Tianlong person in front of him is by no means worse than that of the Empress. The title of the world's #1 beauty of the Empress is somewhat watery, mainly because the superhuman sweet fruit has a perverted ability, forcing others to see her, and they are fascinated. Of course, I personally like the Empress very much. Ha ha ha, really fragrant." Chapter 3. Send flowers. Monthly ticket and evaluation tickets will be given away. To read the underlined version of the novel, please download the novel, remember to save it, and save m.iconshu8.com, the unique domain name of Ikonshu. Enjoy high-speed reading. Chapter 75. Extremely crazy speed. And because he was in Baccarat, he experienced the happiness of being a man not long ago, and he was a little intoxicated. Now he is seeing this beautiful, powerful, noble temperament, and his body exudes an inviolable aura. Female Tianlong after the person. The thought of wanting to take possession of the other person was born. Moreover, after this idea appeared, it was expanding rapidly. He was afraid that he would not be able to control himself, so he rushed up, but fortunately his willpower was firm enough. As long as the other party did not do anything excessive, shouldn't have turned into a werewolf. Hee, shouldn't you be curious? In your eyes, aren't all of us Tianlong people extremely unbearable beings? They are degraded to have no world government, no navy and other forces to protect them. It's a rubbish race with nowhere to go. Clarina stood up from her seat and said with a bit of self-deprecation, but there was no trace of anger on her face, because in her heart, people with this kind of thoughts are all trash that can't stand on the table. This life is destined to be mediocre. Until the day of death, it will not bring a little shock to the world. I'm not one of the group of people you mentioned. If the Tianlong people are all those unbearable ways, how can they be gods in this world for 800 years? Luo Shu shook his head. His eyes looked directly into Clarina's eyes, and he said word by word. His voice was very firm, and he could not tolerate other people's doubt. You understand quite well. You all say that geniuses are different from other people, both in thought and will. Even if those people's mouths and hearts are sullying the Tianlong people, but after seeing us, they are not kneeling with fear on their faces. On the ground, it's really laughing to death. Lieutenant General Luo Shu, if there is a chance for you to become a Tianlong person, would you like it? Clarina walked slowly in front of Luo Shu. She was nearly 2 meters tall, only a head shorter than Luo Shu, but when she spoke her words, she gave people a domineering feeling. With her innate temperament, she is really like a god. Clarina Palace. What are you kidding? Luo Shu finally couldn't control the surprise in his heart. The voice in his mouth immediately an octave higher, and even the title has changed. If he becomes a Tianlong person and gets this status after crossing over, then he is afraid that his whole body will cramp with laughter. If you don't have it, how can you become a heavenly dragon who is called the bloodline of the creator? Even if you use some special method, such as entering a family, you can be accepted by other heavenly dragons logically. Luo Shu is not so childish. People of that family can be said to be inhumane, and they will be disgusted with ordinary people, even strong ones. Even heavenly dragon people like Charles Ross have never been treated, except for heavenly dragon people. The race is treated as an adult, and there are not a few Tianlong people who have such thought. From the current point of view, you really have no chance to become a Tianlong person. Even if you marry me and become my husband, you will not be accepted by those Tianlong people. But if those rubbish are dead, or they're gone, who would reject a strong man like you and become a member of this family? Clarina didn't seem to hear Luo Shu's exclamation. She was still talking about her own word, but there was something in her word, a kind of longing for realizing what she thought in her heart. As a Tianlong person, she of course, I hope that there is no garbage in this noble group, and everyone can be like her, with good strength. Only in this way, in order to make the Tianlong people continue to prosper, and the waste that affect this family also needs to be eliminated. Although this idea sounds reasonable, it is a bit unrealistic. I didn't hear anything. If there is nothing else to do in Rena Palace, I will leave first. Luo Shu took a deep breath, and only then did he realize how dangerous the woman in front of him was, especially the other party's thought, which could be described as extreme. If he stayed, he was afraid that something might go wrong, so he decided to retreat first. You can't have anything to do with this woman in front of you in the future. Luo Shu, you have a very high level of domineering. I don't believe your ambition. You are just an ordinary navy, although you can become the navy headquarters in the future. General, but I tell you, if you leave like this today, you will only be a general in the future. Even if you take over the position of the marshal of the warring state period, don't even think about it. Actually, as early as many years ago, some of the more powerful families in the Tianlong people no longer let the main members of the family marry other incompetent Tianlong people, but in the Tianlong people people. After all, the strong people are rare, so they most of them choose those ordinary people with powerful talent. Although the selected people will not become Tianlong people, but the children they give birth will be absorbed into the Tianlong people. I think back then, 20 kings created the world government together, ruled the world with overwhelming power, and even named their descendants a race of God, known as the Tianlong people. What an extraordinary achievement. But now, because of those, too much rubbish has caused the power of this clan to get worse and worse, and even if it goes on like this, even if it is still a Tianlong person, it has lost the power it should have. At this moment, Clarina's face is full of madness. It turns out that her dream is to become as great as the 20 kings. As long as the Tianlong people are reformed, if they are successful, this race will be in the future. Even the strongest in the world will remember her as a benefactor, so even if she does not rule the world, her prestige is no less than that of any of the 20 kings in the new Tianlong people. What does what you said have anything to do with me? I'm not a Tianlong person, and I'm not interested in your family's affairs. Luo Shu, who took a few steps outside, stopped his figure. If the other party was not a Tianlong person, if this place was not the Holy Land Marijoa, even if the other party had the strength, Luo Shu would kill him. Because Luo Shu hates it the most, someone threatened him. But he is no longer tempted by the other party, and he doesn't want to do anything with it. When he speaks, his voice is colder, and there is no emotion mixed in it, but it is somewhat similar to the previous Lekka. The weak and arrogant Tianlong people are not worthy of this sacred blood. If you are willing to help me and clean up those rubbish, then when the incident is over, I will marry you, and the people blocking the way will be dead. Who else can you stop you from becoming a celestial dragon? Clarina didn't mind Luo Shu's performance. She came to Luo Shu again, stretched out her weak and boneless white jade hand, and gently stroked Luo Shu's handsome face. At the same time, with that incomparably gentle the voice said, no longer as crazy as before. This Tianlong person is a very important heroine in this book. Chapter 4. Here it is. Thank you very much for your great support. There are flowers, monthly ticket, and evaluation ticket for free. In other words, go for a walk. Iconshu8.com reminds you 3 things about reading collection, recommendation, and remember to save the unique domain name of m.iconshu8.com. iconshu8.com. Enjoy high-speed reading. Chapter 76. High-five the oath and reach an agreement. Reason why she did this was because she saw Luo Shu's talent and strength. She knew that her plan, or dream, could not be realized by her own ability, and she had to find help. The most suitable person she has met in so many years. First of all, she is powerful and covet power. Second, she is highly valued in the Navy, and will definitely be in power in the future. If there is such a person to help her, she has a chance of success will be greatly improved. Do you know that your thoughts are very dangerous, that if you are not careful, you will die, and your family, including your family, will be targeted because of you, and then your identity will be useless, and you will never. It's not as effective as a protective umbrella. Speaking of which, the 5 old stars and the others should also be members of the Heavenly Dragon clan, and each has a family. Their descendants may not be idiot, but if you want to kill those trash, or deprive them of their Heavenly Dragon identity, they will definitely suffer punishment. After all, other people's ideas can't be as extreme as yours. At that time, what you will face will be the attacks of the world government and other families of the Tianlong people. Even if your family is relatively high among the Tianlong people, there will only be a place to die. Although Clarina's idea is very close to his ultimate goal, it would be a good thing to cooperate with such a Tianlong person, but Luo Shu is not ready to promise the other party too early. After all, he still doesn't know the person in front of him very well. If there is a problem on the other side while planning, wouldn't he also expose it in advance? He never fights uncertain battles, and he doesn't want to let his years of hard work go to waste because of other people's reasons. Civilians want to get the fruits of a bumper harvest. They have to work hard, and they want to gain supreme authority from ordinary people to Tianlong people. How can there be no risk in it? Quote, as for the strong enemy who wants to stand in the way, you and I will join forces to eradicate him. No matter what his identity is, even if the power in our hands will be greatly damaged, as long as we spend some time and use huge resources, it's easy to recover, isn't it? Clarina seemed to hear Luo Shu, and she intended to cooperate with her in her word, but she was a little worried, so she explained, I suspect that even you may not know some secret. Why don't you come and talk to me about today's matter when you become the patriarch of your family? Luo Shu carefully looked at Clarina's hairless face, and he spoke to her with a serious look. He didn't mean to perfunctory the other party, because he thought that Clarina might not even know about IM, which was normal. Even though Clarina was an important member of the top-level Tianlong family, she might not have access to this kind of secret. Shin, not to mention, there is a high probability that the strongest ancient weapon is somewhere in Marijoa, Uranus. Even the Pluto battleship lower than him is rumored to be able to sink an island with one cannonball. Then what kind of power the king can burst out? Maybe only Kay's father, that is, the patriarch of the Karen family, knows. But Luo Shu is not sure sure about this matter. The king is more than Yimu. The original work only a few words were mentioned. I don't even know the secret, but you are right. Some things may only have the right to know if you are in your position, so we will make an agreement here. When I become a card, we're the patriarch of the Loon family. It was when you and I cooperated. After Clarina thought for a while what Luo Shu said. She was not a fool, but very smart, and she understood the meaning of the other party's words at once, so she raised her right hand and made a pair of words to talk to Luo Shu. The appearance of a high five. Crack. Then you have to hurry up, because it won't take long for me to become an admiral of the Navy headquarters. As for the position of marshal, I am bound to get it. Luo Shu didn't hesitate. He stretched out his right hand to collide with his left hand, and after making a crisp sound, he did not forget to instruct the other party. Within 5 years, I will be able to take over the position of the patriarch. At that time, I will take over all the power of the Karen family. Like a strong man like Lekka, there are 2 in our family. The other 2 top families are only just 1, but the level may be higher. Forget it. Don't mention these things first. It's getting late. You can go back. This is a phone bug with my special line, which has the function of preventing others from eavesdropping. If you need any help, you can use it to contact me. Clarina withdrew her left hand, took out a red phone bug, and handed it to Luo Shu. Since the 2 sides had made an agreement, they naturally had to leave their contact information, which would also help to pass information between the 2. Yes, Luo Shu took the phone bug, and without looking at it, he put it into his arms, then turned around and walked outside the temple. This trip to the ancient city of Pancheng was a huge gain, and he was close to the top of the Tianlong people. The interviewer made him confirm the previous conjecture in his heart. First of all, the Tianlong people are divided into 3, 6 and 9 grades. As long as the higher level Tianlong people have a shield, the existence of the clan, and the family patriarch, or its main members, all have good talent, even if they may not be comparable to Clarina, but their strength is definitely not weak. In this case, everything makes sense. Thieves, or powers, left with the legend of the capture of the Holy Land may have such a lawless existence in history, but they died tragically, and they were not exposed. The Holy Land Mary Joa, where so many powerful people gathered, was simply with a piece of iron barrel. Even Kaido, who is called undead, would not dare to come here to do anything wrong. Otherwise, his immortal talent might fail. What an interesting man. I hope I can really accomplish that goal in the future. Looking at Luo Shu's back, Clarina clenched her pink fist tightly and thought to herself. She didn't know yet. Her own thoughts were actually in Luo Shu's arm, because the other party wanted to eradicate the world government, pull the Tianlong people down from the altar, and then take over the position of the highest power in the world. In the original book, the Revolutionary Army entered the Holy Land just to save people sneakily, not even an invasion. Plus its small strength, unable to, it is normal for the world government and the true power of the Tianlong people to be exposed. This is the setting of this book. I think it is only reasonable. I have seen before that the world government has no other power except the navy, and the Tianlong people are garbage. Book, I can only laugh at this. Don't make any comments and send them first, with flowers, monthly passes, and evaluation tickets for 1 free. You can also go for a custom order. Everyone, please download Love to Read, the underlined version of the novel. Read the novel, remember the collection, save the unique domain name of m.iconshu8.com, and enjoy high-speed reading. Chapter 77. Enter while taking advantage of it. The mastermind behind the spike. And LT, IMG style equal, width 100%, margin 0, auto, SRC equals, class equals, image content, and GT. Chapter 78. The famous scene from A Smile. Look at the sky, it's the blind man. The port of the branch. The 2 men and horses were killing it in the dark, but after killing Diamante with a smile, the pirates did not know who it was, and the eyes were very poisonous. After he was defeated by a navy, found the existence of a smile, he almost exhausted the strength in his body, and shouted to the companions around him, "Wow, damn, run away, brothers, that guy didn't even leave the 20th branch. Don't stop me, I must escape. We have already lost this battle, and even if we swarm us, we are not the opponent of that monster at all. Even the commander of the Revolutionary Army's Northern Army, Karas, is not his opponent. If we don't escape, we will have no chance. Even the captain is not enough for the opponent to slash. I'm not reconciled that the navy left here, but there is still a monster. Even if we leave, we can't continue to survive in the North Sea. Even the top cadre under Doflamingo's command, Diamante, was killed by the blind man in second. We have no chance of victory. We should escape together." Quote. Although this voice seems very small on the battlefield, but in 1 past 10 past 100, just in an instant, 80% of the pirates noticed the smile standing in the air, and their faces changed. He was terrified, and screamed in despair. The original mentality of being brave and not afraid of death has also changed. They threw down their weapons and quickly ran to the pirate ship behind them. After all, a smile is powerful, and most of these pirates are watching from the Big Green. It is very clear that the war that happened not long ago, although the newspapers newspapers did not mention much about the smile, but the people living in the North Sea, especially the pirate, of course remember that. The blind man with a stick and a knife, whose strength is terrifying. If they fight with these navies and fail to die, they can still accept it. But this monster with a smile appears. They say that they and others are still here. Isn't that the same as sending to death even those pirate captains who haven't fallen yet? And also organize the pirates under his command to quickly evacuate from here. Before they wanted to gamble, now they just want to survive. Che, don't let these bastards escape. Kill them all. It's hard to get together just to catch them all in one net, so that the number of pirates in the North Sea will be reduced a lot. Those pirates who did not participate in this matter will also curl up because of this. Seeing the pirates evacuated, the Navy soldiers were still a little stunned, but Drake and Thor responded quickly. The two of them took the lead and rushed to the front of the Navy, attacking the pirates who escaped, while give orders to the Navy behind you. For justice, kill all these sea. Dare to attack while our Supreme Commander leaves. It's a crime that deserves death. This group of rabble, actually doing some shameful thing, dare to come to my Zero Branch to take advantage of the fire, and they will never come back. With Major General Drake and Major General Thor here, we won't lose at all. Catch up with those pirates. Quote. After hearing the words of Thor and Drake, a large number of Marines immediately raised their arms and shouted, their faces madly rushing like those pirates. At this moment, they seemed to have been beaten by chicken blood, and they were tireless. Time passed and more. In a few minutes, only a few hundred of the more than 2,000 pirates jumped onto the pirate ship, and they all showed the appearance of the rest of their lives. Stop shooting. Leave those to me. If I let them leave so easily, then I haven't fulfilled my promise to that man. Gravity ray meteorite falls. A smile came to the front of the Navy, and first stopped the Navy soldiers from firing in turn. At the same time, he sensed the moving trajectories of the pirate ship. Then, he suddenly twitched the staff and knife, and ejected a purple ripple-shaped shockwave. Disappeared into the sky in the blink of an eye. Ha 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 ha. I finally survived. No matter how strong the blind man is, what the use of it? When I recover from the injury, I must kill more civilians to celebrate. That's right. Why don't we go and destroy a few small towns to vent the anger in our heart? This idea is very good. We have so many pirates. How can they be so busy at that time? As long as we split up and act separately, the Navy will not be able to spare manpower to hunt us down. It would be great if my strength could be as strong as the leader of the Revolutionary Army. I must slaughter all the Luo Shu, the civilians in the sea area under his jurisdiction, and then squeeze his subordinate to death in front of him. Quote. The Navy standing at the port couldn't understand what Yi Xiao was doing, but they all stayed there honestly and didn't ask any questions, including Drake and Thor, but they had already sent the pirate ship. The pirates who started and drove to the distance made a harsh sarcastic sound, quite like a villain's ambition. There's nothing they can do. They are already weak, and after escaping from the strong, they will inevitably have a sense of accomplishment that they don't know, and they even forget their surname. As if he regards himself as a big pirate in a famous town. There are even a few idiots among them, thinking that when this matter is over, they want to kill civilians to celebrate, and I have to admit that these broken brain circuits are really weird. Boom, boom. At this moment, the already gloomy sky suddenly turned fiery red, and two meteorites with huge diameters, entwined with raging fire, cut through the cloud, and were falling down at a very fast speed, which made the first meteorite fall. The Navy who discovered the situation opened their mouths one after another. If they couldn't guess that this was the ability of a smile, wouldn't it be a mental retardation? Boom, boom. On the other side, when the pirate found the scene above their head, they were stunned, unable to say anything, and no one jumped off the boat to escape. They swore that they had never seen such a thing in their lives. Especially the area of the two meteorites is very wide. The moment they fell, several pirate ships were directly smashed into pieces. As for the pirates on board, none of them were spared. The surrounding sea was set off by waves of more than 100 meters. After a few minutes, everything returned to calm. This time, the pirates who attacked the 20 branches all died here. Chapter 3. Here. Thank you very much for your great support. With flowers, monthly ticket, and evaluation ticket, give it away. Let's go for a walk. To read the underlined version of the novel, please download the novel. Remember to save it. Save the unique domain name of m.iconshu8.com and enjoy high-speed reading. Chapter 79. The North Sea Sheikh, the desperate yaksha. Okay, I'll leave the rest to you. Feeling that the Navy was looking at him with adoring eyes, there was a little smugness on his face. After all, no one didn't want to be recognized, even the strong one. Then, he threw a sentence and quickly disappeared in the port. Next morning, Luo Shu received a report from Baccarat. If it was changed to the past, it would be either Drake or Thor, but since the relationship between Baccarat and Luo Shu was made public, this kind of thing naturally had to be handed over to the other party conveyed. However, Luo Shu was not surprised when he knew that the pirates who attacked the 20 branches were all wiped out, leaving no survivors, and that Doflamingo contributed to this incident, because after he left at that time, I guess those miscellaneous thought. Who is familiar with the original work naturally understands why Doflamingo would trouble him. It must be because Beihai under his management has seriously affected the other party's underground business, so he wants to teach himself a lesson. Don Quixote Doflamingo. Haha. As expected of the Shichibukai that was called the most dangerous by the Warring State period. If there wasn't a smile this time, maybe the loss of the 20 branch would be not small, but this time the sea hooligan. It is a bit interesting to damage a top cadre. At this time, Luo Shu, who was in a luxurious villa in Marijoya, put the hung-up phone bug in his arms, sneered at the corner of his mouth, and drank the wine in his hand, thinking secretly in his heart, since he has already met Brother Doflamingo, he certainly will not be cowardly, but will take the initiative. With the strength of the opponent, Luo Shu can no longer be taken seriously. There is one person in this world who can break the well-known saying that there is no garbage devil fruit, only incompetent people. It is Don Quixote Doflamingo, the former Tianlong person. Since he was a child, he has shown that he has the aptitude to become a king in the future, and his own talent is enough to be called powerful, but his superhuman line fruit ability has restrained the upper limit of his strength, which made him even develop the fruit to the limit, awakening, but still unable to enter the level of monsters. If you replace him with a one other fruit, even if it is a one ancient species, with his talent and his own effort, it cannot be said to be comparable to the three generals, but it is definitely not much weaker. But unfortunately, compared to today's Luo Shu, he is not a little bit worse, and don't forget that Luo Shu's current strength is still far from the peak he can reach, and the outside world, major newspapers, received Luo Shu yesterday. After becoming the Vice Admiral of the Navy headquarters and serving as the governor of Beihai, he copied the newspaper overnight, and Luo Shu did not have any surprises and made the headlines again. Heaven's favorite Luo Shu was promoted to Vice Admiral of the Navy headquarters, breaking the historical record of the Navy again, become the youngest Vice Admiral of the Navy headquarters in history. The civilians in the North Sea can cheer. There is such a sea general governing the North Sea. Those see how dare a thief go and loot. Close black lens bracket open black lens bracket. Since the era of the great pirate started more than 10 years ago, such a character has appeared in the Navy. Looking back at the pirate camp, there is no one who can compare with him. The era of thieves. The rise of the Navy. The North Sea has entered the era of no thieves. Just yesterday, thousands of pirates in the North Sea invaded 20 branches, but they were wiped out, leaving no survivors. It is one of the 7 seas under the king, and there are many Tianishes. Flamingo's subordinate, the highest cadre Diamante. Close black lens bracket. A series of newspapers exaggerating the achievements of Luo Shu in the Great Route and the sky of the 4 seas. There are similar news scattered over the islands of the New World. Not only did it describe Luo Shu's promotion, but even what happened in Beihai was dug up by the members of those newspapers. I have to say, the intelligence of those in their line is very powerful. When he was in the New World, Doflamingo in Dressrosa Palace, when he knew about this, immediately ran wild. If he hadn't been stopped by a group of his men, he almost took people to Beihai himself to meet Luo Shu. A life and death battle, of course, all because of his anger, otherwise he would not have such an unwise idea. After a while, Doflamingo gradually calmed down, but he made an oath in front of all his men, claiming to be immortal with Luo Shu. Although Diamante is not very strong, he works the efficiency is not high, but its identity is very special. When Doflamingo was the most difficult, it was Diamante. Torapal was the first to be loyal to him and gave him devil fruit, and teach him to practice. The scenes from the past appeared in Doflamingo's mind. He was very painful now, but he knew that the current self was not Luo Shu's opponent at all, so he thought of the powerful help of the Beishaido. But the other party has always regarded him as a small person. If you want to take advantage of the other party, you need to think about it in the long run. Ha 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 ha. I saw today's news headline. Our Rear Admiral Luo Shu has been promoted to Vice Admiral of the Navy headquarters, and he has also become a governor of the North Sea. In this way, which pirate dares to plunder the North Sea, we finally don't have to worry about living our lives anymore. That's right. Originally, I was thinking of going to the sea area under the jurisdiction of the 20th branch to buy a house, but the house prices there have been raised too high. That's it. The entire Beihai is under his jurisdiction, and I too no need to move. Thousands of pirates were actually killed. God's eyes are really open. With Lieutenant General Luo Shu sitting in the North Sea, we can sit back and relax from now on. I have asked my son to join the Navy. I hope he can become an admiral like Lieutenant General Luo Shu in the future. The senior officers of the Navy have done the right thing. The governor of the North Sea should have been replaced a long time ago. It is because of that incompetent guy that our North Sea has always been smoky and pirates are rampant. Looking back at the Beihai civilian, after seeing today's news headline, they were overjoyed and their whole body was about to split. They gathered together and shared the news with some people who didn't know about it. Long for everyone living in Beihai, from the old to the elderly, to the children who had just become directors, including those high-ranking officials and kings, all learned that Luo Luo Shu was promoted to Lieutenant General of the headquarters and also served as the governor of Beihai. Most of them were crying with joy. Yes, they were so excited. They had waited too long for this day. Think about it. These ordinary people once lived in a sea area called the most pirate. What kind of life you live every day. Now that those negative factors are finally freed from the influence, you no longer have to worry about your own safety. Even if you are excited to the point of sudden death, it is very normal. Chapter 4. Send it. Thank you very much for your great support. There are flowers, monthly ticket, and evaluation ticket for free. In other words, let go for a walk. Love reading and remind you. Collection of 3 things in reading. Recommended. Remember to save the unique domain name of m.iconshu8.com and enjoy high-speed reading. Chapter 80. Germa 66's Ultimate Plan. Beihai, the headquarters of Germa 66. When Smogage sitting on the throne, constantly flipping through the newspaper in his hand, his face seemed extremely calm. It seems that our choice is right. Luo Shu, now that he has been promoted to Vice Admiral of the Navy headquarters and is also the governor of Beihai, if we choose to oppose him from the beginning, the consequences can be imagined. Gage slowly put the newspaper aside, took a deep breath, and sighed in a low voice. He is really lucky now that when Luo Shu and Meng Qilong fought, they did not go to the sea area under the jurisdiction of the other party. Make trouble, otherwise he doesn't know how to face the current Luo Shu. Father, our choice is indeed right, but from now on, we are afraid that we will not be able to accept any war business in Beihai. Do you want to leave here? Leiju stood at the bottom and said with a painful expression that she has deep feelings for Beihai. After all, this is her hometown, and she really doesn't want to leave unless she has to. I have saved a lot of money, and the reason why I want to accept those businesses is to cope with the large amount of gold that I have to hand in every year, so I can't keep paying for it. In this case, what can we do to restore the former glory of the Vinsmoke family? However, since we can no longer make money from the war, we can do some serious business, and it is also a good thing for Germa 66. This is the least you can brush up your reputation and change the way those civilians think of us. The beard on his chin, and said with some pride. In fact, he had already thought about it for a long time. In the past few years, Germa 66 has done all kinds of bad things. In the entire Beihai, there is almost no one who does not know the name of the army of evil. If you completely change Germa 66, it is not too late. At the same time, if you want to dominate a sea area, you can't let the people living here hate this ruler. Father Wang Yingming, I didn't expect you to already have a plan. Looking at the headlines of today's newspaper, the thousands of pirates who invaded the 20 branches this time were all slaughtered. Among them, there were even the top cadres under Doflamingo's subordinate Chihuahai. I think this incident is mostly due to this insidious guy is behind the scene. Now he has caused his subordinates to die in Beihai. I'm afraid he will jump in anger when he learns of this. S-word. Reiju's eyes flashed with a gleam, and she first flattered, then changed the subject and brought the topic to Doflamingo. Since last year, she has hated the cold-blooded and cruel Shichibukai. The other party had negotiated a business with their Germa, but they wanted to make a deal with them, but the power of Germa 66 was poor after all. She suffered a bit of a loss, and she has been brooding about this matter. Speaking of which, he paid me back before, and wanted us Germa 66 to cooperate with his subordinates and invade with a large number of pirate 20 branch, but being rejected by me for such a silly thing, and wanting to bring us Germa 66 together, it is really wishful thinking. By the way, the 3 who have contacted you, how are they doing? Gage snorted heavily and sneered. Then he asked Reiju a word. I contacted the 3 of them last night, and they said that the thing has been obtained, and it is returning to the northeast. I believe it will arrive in a few days. However, the price we paid this time was very high. Most of the elite soldiers of Germa 66 were damaged, and even the 3 of them were damaged. Also suffered a serious injury. The White Wolf also sacrificed because of this. Reiju nodded and said, but at the end, her voice became lower. The White Wolf in her mouth, although not from their Vinsmoke family, is the army commander of Germa 66. He used to be a famous pirate in the northeast, but because of its high reward and many evil doings, the Navy branch lieutenant general was sent to hunt him down. He was seriously injured after the battle with the opponent, but was accidentally rescued by their Germa 66. Since all the men of the White Wolf were killed in the battle, he no longer wanted to be a pirate, so he joined Germa 66, and, very heartfelt to their Vinsmoke family, if you want something in return, you must first know how to give. The White Wolf sacrificed for us, Germa 66. Since then, treat his family well. That thing is very important to us, and I believe it is the only one that can resolve our relationship with Luo Shu. Grudges. The legendary 7-star sword. Although I don't know what level of famous sword it belongs to, but from the perspective of its strangeness, it is still better than the 21 work of the Bigwick sword. Gage clenched his fist and said in a very firm voice, even though the loss this time was big enough to hurt Germa 66, he thought everything was worth it. Even if it was damaged because of it, his strongest subordinate, the White Wolf, did not hesitate. The holy sword called the Curse was discovered by him not long ago from some documents of the Vinsmoke family, so he immediately dispatched his strong men, along with his 3 sons and elite soldiers, to the kingdom of Askar to snatch it. I have to admit that Wensmogage is indeed very courageous at certain times. He wants to rule the Northeast, but if he doesn't have a certain brain and mean, he can't survive for such a long time under the supervision of the world government. Is it beyond the Big Knight 21 work as the Supreme Big Knight 10 secondary work? Leiju was completely shocked by her father's word. There are only 12 supreme swords in the world. She knows what it means. The only known person who has the supreme sword is the world's #1 swordsman, Hawkeye, and Edward Newgate the Whitebeard. And these two people are both world-renowned powerhouses, and now a famous sword of the same grade is about to appear again, and it was obtained by them in Germa 66. Even if this sword is to be given to others, it can pass through their hand. It is an honor to send it out. Who knows? Anyway, that holy sword is not bad. Gage shook his head. The document did not specify the grade of the holy sword, only that it was extremely strange and had brought countless disasters to the Askar kingdom, but based on this information alone, it was impossible for him to assert that it was the supreme sword. Quick Knight 12 workers. Whitebeard is so famous. Logically speaking, he holds the supreme Quick Knight 12 workman from Yuncho in his hand. Many people should know about it. Of course, I am the author, so I said it like this. After all, the other party, there is nothing to hide. Are you still afraid of being robbed by someone with a heart? The 7-star sword is set to the grade of the supreme sword. There is no problem. It shouldn't be surprising to see things in other countries. Anyway, I don't think there's anything wrong with it. The first one will be sent, including flowers, monthly passes, and evaluation ticket. You can also go for a custom order. Everyone, look at the underlined version novels. Please download the novels of Ikenshuba. Remember to collect and save the unique domain name of m.ikonshu8.com. Enjoy high-speed reading. Chapter 81. Cart Worry. At the same time, in the mountains and forests of Donghai Windmill Village, 2 little ghosts, one tall and one short, were entangled with each other, scrambling desperately, their whole bodies covered with dust. Of one of the little ghosts curled up strangely, like a root, a twist. If ordinary civilians with less knowledge saw this scene, they would be scared to faint on the spot. Damn Ace, I'm the man who wants to become the Pirate King. I must defeat you today. At this time, the kid whose body was wantonly pulled by the other party, that is, Monkey Luffy who ate the Superman rubber fruit, stretched out his soft arm, trying to entangle the person in front of him, with freckles on his face. But Ace, who is a few years older than him, is also cheering for himself, even though it sounds like a middle school. Ha 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 ha. How could my brother beat my brother? Get down. Bang, bang, was a hint of slyness on Ace's face. Just as he grabbed Luffy's arm and was about to throw it out, a tall and burly figure appeared behind the two of them. Then, 2 muffled noises came out. On the heads of the 2 little devils, a large bag appeared on each of them. Damn old man, when I grow up, I must teach you a lesson. Wow wow wow. It hurt. The pain made both of them immediately sitting on the ground. Although Ace cursed loudly, he covered his head with his hand for fear of hitting him again. As for Luffy, he hugged his head and cried without any image. It is impossible to resist this so-called iron fist of love. That's right, it was the naval hero Monk Cap who used violin. Now he is on vacation. While waiting for the news from the warring state period, he can return to the Marin Vando officer and resume his duties, but during this period he can be fine. Teach your 2 grandchildren. Come here with the old man. I have something very important to tell you. Cartface was expressionless, and he didn't laugh like he used to, or deliberately pretend to be ruthless and play with his 2 grandchildren, but look very serious, not a joke at all. This made the 2 brothers, after looking at each other, neither of them talked back, but silently followed behind Garp and walked into the depths of the forest. Although they are curious in their heart, this is usually annoying, but he is also considered a pleasant old man. How could he put on such a face? But obviously, they did not dare to ask aloud, and could only think secretly in their heart. You can't be pirates in the future, especially Ace. You must never go out to sea secretly. After a while, the 3 of them came together and sat down under a big tree with a diameter of more than 5 meters. There was a huge wild boar in front of him, and it was the kind that was roasted. After eating it all, Garp, who has not spoken, said with a solemn expression, with surprise in his words. It turned out that Garp, who went to the shop to buy condiments not long ago, saw today's new newspaper, and after finding out that Luo Shu was promoted to Lieutenant General of the Navy headquarters and served as the governor of Beihai, he took a moment, and then thought of himself those 2 days. He shouted that he wanted to be the grandson of One Piece. When he was in the Navy headquarters, he didn't think much about it, but now he is a little scared. Yes, he is a legendary Navy, and he has a Navy with the title of hero actually gave birth to a trace of fear. Reason is very simple. He understands the relationship between himself and Luo Shu. If the other party finds out that Monkey Luffy Portcases is his grandson, and he is still a pirate, the consequences are really unimaginable. He even doubted whether Luo Luo Shu would personally take action at that time, arresting his two grandsons, or killing them on the spot. With the character of the other party, he would definitely be able to do such a thing. At that time, where should he go? Find Luo Shu desperately. But even if he kills Luo Shu, will his grandson be resurrected? Or in other words, he will not be able to betray the navy he has been loyal to for decades, so he is in a dilemma. The Garp can only choose to have a good talk with Luffy and Ace, hoping to change their mind. In fact, this is mainly because he does not have the confidence to move Luo Shu down before his two grandsons go to sea. Otherwise, there is no need to be so troublesome. But the reality is cruel, and there are not many choices left for him. Start with these two grandsons. As for Luo Shu, blocking him from entering the high-level navy, he has not regretted it until now. In Garp's heart, he always regards the navy as his home, and does not allow anyone with other purposes to bring this family into the abyss. Since he discovered Luo Shu's ambition and his character 2 years ago, I firmly believe that the other party wants to use the navy to accomplish the ulterior purpose in his heart. This is the reason why he opposes Luo Shu. Perhaps because Luo Shu at the time had just gained power from the system for too short a time, he did not disguise himself well, but instead he appeared sharp-edged from the inside out, which led Garp to see something. If at that time, Luo Shu shaped his image into that kind of virgin, no, even if it was just a little kind, Garp might have admired him very much, and even helped him to talk about some things, or personally guide him to practice. But Luo Shu really didn't care about it, and he didn't bother to pretend that he hated it. Are 10,000 people in the eyes of 10,000 people, and he can only be the truest self. Anyway, if Luo Shu wants to achieve the goal in his heart, he will definitely face many powerful enemies. So far, he has one more card. What can you say? Smelly old man, what are you talking about? Ace, the old man said you can't be a pirate. Do you understand? Before Ace could finish his impatient word, Garp had a grim face, his eyes fixed on each other, and the aura that belonged to a top-level powerhouse on his body was violently suppressed. At the same time, he said in a very low voice, too, he felt that he had been too indulgent to these two brothers before, which led them to sing against him everywhere, and did not take his grandfather in the slightest. It was other things. How could Garp care about his grandson? But it was a matter of life. Can't tolerate him not taking it seriously. And Ace was so frightened that he was sweating profusely. He opened his mouth, but he didn't say a word. The powerful aura made it difficult for him to breathe. He knew very well that his titular grandfather is really angry. The second one is sent, including flowers, and a valuation ticket for one free. Self-ordering is also a wave. Everyone. Love reading. Remind you. 3 things to read. Recommended. Remember to save m.iconshu8.com's unique domain name and enjoy high-speed reading. Chapter 82. The Arrogant and the Final Decision. If he dared to refute again, he would definitely be slapped with an iron fist of love. Simply, Ace sat there without saying a word, and lowered his head, trying his best not to be with him. Garp and this state looked at each other. Grandpa, why do you decide for others to choose? I must become one piece. At this time, Luffy stood up from the ground, straightened his thin body, pinched his waist with his hand, and yelled at Garp heartlessly. If it's other things, he may be able to promise his grandfather, but if someone wants to stop him from becoming the Pirate King, let alone the grandfather Garp, even if it's Luffy's father, it's useless if Monkey Dragon comes. Luffy's dedication to the title of One Piece exceeds that of any pirate in this world, not even the original Roger. Perhaps this is all due to the fact that he is mentally retarded. With a single muscle in his head, he has identified one thing, and even 800 cows can't be pulled back. And then, the protagonist's halo blessing made him extremely helpless. Bang! Puff! Damn boy! How dare you talk to me like this to your grandfather? However, as soon as Luffy's voice fell, Garp's iron fist hit him on the head. It may be that he used too much force this time, and he knocked his grandson unconscious, but he didn't care about it, and then he set his eyes on Ace. It seemed that he wanted to hear the answer that the other party was about to tell him. Old man, I was born a sinner, and I have the most evil blood in the world. Do you think I have other choices besides being a pirate? Even if I go to the Navy, will those people let me go after they find out my background? Ace looked at Luffy, who fell to the ground, and the corner of his mouth twitched, but he didn't dare to be as reckless as his younger brother, but asked Garp with a serious face. Even though he is only 12 years old, his mind is very mature, far surpassing those of his age, all of which are related to his experience. Addition, with a grandfather like Garp, his knowledge is also wide enough. After knowing that he has the bloodline of Gul Roger, the Pirate King, he understands one thing. When his identity is revealed, he will attract people, countless enemies. If you follow Garp to join the Navy, wouldn't it be self-inflicted? Only by joining the Navy, your identity will not be exposed so easily. You must know that the most dangerous places are often the safest. A new birth will be arranged for you, and no one will know from now on that you are the son of the Pirate King Gul Roger. Garp said with a confident look. He has long thought about how to solve this matter, and with his energy, it is not too easy to recreate create an identity for Ace, which is no effort for him at all. No, old man, I can't promise you. There's only one mother of mine, and that's Portcasaleo, and I won't let anyone defile her, not even in name. Ace shook his head heavily and spoke in a firmer voice. Has an almost paranoid respect for the biological mother of Potkasluju. In Ace's view, the other party gave him a new life with his life. Therefore, even his father Gal Roger was hated by him. When he got up, he thought that the other party was not worthy of his mother at all. And Karp's method touched his bottom line. If other people dared to say such words to him, even if they knew they were defeated, he will also fight with each other without hesitation. You, look at this. Karp's body trembled unnaturally because of the anger. He wanted to punch Ace too, but he finally held it back. Then, he took out a few chapters of the newspaper from his arms and handed it to Ace. In hand, there was no other way. He could only make things clear and try to put pressure on his grandson through Luo Shu so that he could change his mind. Well, isn't he a genius in the Navy? What's so amazing? When I'm as old as him, my strength will definitely be even more terrifying than him. Ace was stunned for a moment, took the newspaper and looked at it carefully, but when he found that these newspaper headlines were all praising a young Navy general, he said with a dissatisfied face, "Insanity. You can see the evaluation of him in the news. The old man can tell you. These words are always used to describe him. It is not an exaggeration. Even if the old man has a lot of grievances with him, he has to admire his talent and strength. Even, he now has the strength to fight alone with the old man. Not long ago, he was with Luffy's father in the 20th branch of Beihai, and the two were inseparable. If the old man said that after you go out to sea, once you become famous, it is very likely that you will be chased and killed by him personally. Are you still willing to be a pirate?" Garp shouted loudly at first, and then his face changed a little, calmly and earnestly speaking to Ace. As the top powerhouse in this world, he can naturally see how talented Ace is, so he does not think he can. At the same age as Luo Shu, his strength has reached the corresponding level. Then, if he really encounters Luo Shu, then he will only die. Old man, stop looking down on people. What if he is wrong? Like Luffy, I have a dream of becoming the pirate king. How could I be afraid of a navy? Ace curled his lip, threw the newspaper in his hand aside, and said indifferently that from beginning to end, he did not take Luo Shu seriously, even if he knew that the opponent was strong, but he did not think that his own strength. You can't surpass each other after a year. Call. Really? Since both of you want to be, what a piece of bullshit pirate king. Then starting from tomorrow, the old man will train you in hell. If you can't meet the old man's requirement, you should stay by the old man's side honestly. As a navy, the provincial people don't even know how to die when they go to sea. After taking a deep look at Ace and Luffy lying on the ground, Garp secretly sighed in his heart. He knew that no matter what he said, the other party would not be able to hear it, so there was only one last way. That is, in a short time, let Ace and Luffy have the ability to protect themselves, at least let them solve most of the dangers after going to sea, or in other words, can escape from Luo Shu's hand. And if the two of them can't reach that level in a day, he will not let them go to sea for a day, which is his last op. The third one is delivered. Too sleepy, go to sleep first. After waking up, write the words "there are flowers" and evaluation tickets for free, everyone, and you can customize it. To read the underlined version of the novel, please download the novel. Remember to save the unique domain name of m.iconshu8.com. Enjoy high-speed reading. Chapter 84. A new generation replaces the old. Luo Shu, who is now in Marijoa, doesn't know that because of his appearance, he caused the butterfly effect, which made Garp devote himself to the training of Luffy and Ace, and may wait for the two to go to sea in the future. The strength will be much stronger than the original. Of course, even if he knew about it, Luo Shu wouldn't care at all. He always believed in his heart that no matter how strong the opponent is, he will not be stronger than himself. The so-called aura of the protagonist will have no effect on him. After spending another day in Marijoa, Luo Shu boarded the warship and slowly left this place full of luxury and corruption land, and embarked on the route back to the North Sea. I will definitely occupy this place in the future. Standing on the deck of the warship, Luo Shu turned his gaze to the Holy Land behind him. Although he only stayed here for 2 days, it made him feel very comfortable. Maybe he was born to enjoy it, and the reason why he practiced so hard, and only so that many years later, he can live a life that others can't imagine. Maybe even Luo Shu didn't realize that since he went to the Holy Land Marijoa, his ambitions have been further sublimated, and his pursuit of power has also increased. Better than before. Took nearly 10 days for Luo Shu's warship to return to the Beihai Branch 20. Since he himself has not completed the handover with the current Beihai governor during this period, he can only return to his birthplace first. Looking at the rows of Navy soldiers standing at the port, and the smile at the head, Baccarat, Drake, and Thor 4, Luo Shu had a smile on his face. These 4 people will dominate the world in the future. The important team will be joined by more outstanding talents in the future. When I was in the Holy Land, I knew your performance that day. It was very good, very good. You didn't let me down down as a top officer. Those evil thieves dared to invade our 20 branches. Damn it. Drake, Thor, you are Rear Admiral of the Navy headquarters from today. Baccarat was promoted to Colonel of the Navy headquarters. The rest of the Navy who performed well in that battle will also be promoted, and I will put Drake in charge at that time. Anyone who dares to lie about their achievements will be expelled from the military once they find out. Now all are disbanded and return to their own post. Luo Shu, who jumped to the shore, announced in public that he would be promoted to a person of merit. Although Baccarat did not contribute in that battle, she was her own woman. Thank you, Lieutenant General Luo Shu. After a group of Navy soldiers shouted in unison, they all left with joy on their faces, and their loyalty to Luo Shu also increased a little. Congratulations, sir, for being promoted to Vice Admiral of the Navy headquarters. From now on, I will be in charge of Beihai. Congratulations to Lieutenant General Luo Shu. Luo Shu smiled and Baccarat, Thor, and Drake entered the office. The four of them congratulated him one after another, including the smile. They were sincerely happy about Luo Shu's promotion. In his opinion, Beihai really needs this kind of capable leader, and only in this way will the lives of those commoners be better. I will go to the Beihai governor's office recently, and the position of the highest officer of the two branches will be empty. Come out, it's up to Drake, Thor, Baccarat, the two of you in the governor's palace. As for your excellency, if you don't dislike it, you can go to the governor's palace with me. Luo Shu nodded. Then, he first recommended Drake to become the top officer of the 20th branch of the Navy. There was no way the other party was the first to follow him. If there is such a good thing, of course, he will think of the other party first. After that, he gave orders to Thor and Baccarat, and when he finally said a smile, he pursued the other party's opinion. After all, he is not his subordinate. Yes, sir, I'm willing to go to the governor's mansion with you. This will also allow this crippled body to radiate a little light at a critical moment. After the three people took the lead, Yi Xiao said in a very humble tone that he now likes the feeling of being in the naval camp more and more. At the same time, the Kular Island in the center of the North Yi, which is now the seat of the North Yi governor's mansion, has a large number of warships around the island, and even the number of navies on the island has reached tens of thousands of people. It's like a small naval headquarters. In the tallest building on the island, there is a luxurious office. An old man with gray hair and a lot of folds on his face is sitting on the throne. If it wasn't for him wearing a suit and wearing a cloak of justice on his back, there would be no one. It can be guessed that it turned out to be an admiral of the Navy, and also the governor of the North Yi. Close, buckle, come in. Governor Bia, the 20th branch just sent a message that Major General Luo Shu will be here in 2 days, so you can prepare for the handover. At this moment, a messenger knocked on the door and walked in, whispering to Bia, who was sitting there, especially the last sentence, which was almost squeezed out of his teeth. Understood, you go down. Bia waved his hand without raising his head and said, indicating that the other party can leave, but at this moment his face was frowning and looked even older. Sir, you are just stepping down as the governor of Beihai. When you return to Marin Vando, you are still the lieutenant general of the headquarters, and you are a high-ranking existence, so why worry so much? Sitting on the side, Lorden, who has followed Bia for more than 10 years, felt uncomfortable in his heart when he saw his own boss, so he immediately said something to comfort him. Hey Lorden, you've been following the old man for a long time, and now you have taken the position of the Major Admiral of the Navy headquarters, and the old man will not hide some things from you. This time you abdicated to make a virtuous person, and the Warring States Marshal did not let the old man return to the headquarters. Among them you should understand what it means. Bia supported his forehead, sighed and said, even if he is unwilling, there is no way to do it. He knows his current strength, and he may not be able to match this confidant in front of him. He also wants to ease his aging body, but this cannot be changed. What do you mean? Marshal of the Warring State period wants you to retire completely. How could it be? You are also a dove. Didn't Admiral Qingzi contact you? Loden exclaimed subconsciously. When he followed Bia, he knew that the other party was a dove. Even if he was very old, he had accumulated a lot of achievements in his life. Retiring the position of the governor, you shouldn't even lose your previous military rank. Fourth update. Send it. There are flowers, monthly passes, and evaluation tickets for free. Remind you, book 3 things to collect. Recommend. Remember to save m.iconshu8.com. Enjoy high-speed reading. Chapter 85. Officially take over as governor of Beihai. Lorden, don't you understand that the old man is too old after all, and his strength has been reduced by so many years? The most important thing is that when he was in the New World, he fought against the pirates and suffered a whole lot of damage. Dark injury. Even if I return to the Navy headquarters now, it will not help the Dove faction, and I was able to be transferred to Beihai as the governor thanks to the nomination of Admiral Qingzi. As for now, even if the old man is not willing to retire like this, it can only be like this. General Qingzi has not contacted the old man. Come to think of it, he has given up the old man. Bia shook his head and stood up from his seat. He didn't hate the Navy, let alone the green pheasant. To blame him can can only blame him for not having the value of being used. It is completely a waste of food, and who will care about him? Well, in the end, I can only choose to return to my hometown and die. Loden opened his mouth and said nothing. He knew that at this time, no matter how much he comforted the other party, it would not be of any use. Besides, he was only in his early 30s, and he still had a great youth. Admiral of the Navy headquarters. As long as he worked hard, the worst in his life is enough to be promoted to Lieutenant General of the branch. The new governor of the North Sea. I think you have heard his name more than once. That is Luo Shu, known as the hero of the North Sea. Although this person is young, no matter whether it is his own strength or the means of controlling a party, are much better than the old man. You have to help him well in the future. Maybe you will have the opportunity to become a Lieutenant General of the Navy headquarters. Bia turned his hands behind his back and came to Loden, probably because he had no children and only had a confidant who had followed him for many years, so he hoped that the other party would not be affected by his departure. In his opinion, the other party followed him. A general like Luo Shu has a brighter future than following him. Yes, sir, I will visit you on vacation in the future. Loden also stood up and bowed to Bia. His eyes were full of tears, and he said a little excitedly, "Inform the top officers of the other branches to come. It's time for them to meet the new North Sea governor." Bia lifted Loden up and said in a flat voice, and then he turned around and walked out, regardless of what he showed, as if he didn't care about anything, but he was still very uncomfortable. Sometimes he even wondered, if he gave himself another chance to choose whether he would join the Doves or not, the final answer would still be yes, because the requirements of the Hawks are too high. Not anyone who wants to join can join. First of all, the first strength is to pass the test, which has already stopped him from the door, and secondly, not to mention the work style, personality and this kind of thing. If he wants to make a complete change, it is much more difficult than improving his strength, so he is destined to not be able to join the Hawk faction. After Bia's order was issued, the top officers of the other branches, all the lieutenant generals of the naval branch, all began to get busy. You said they were busy with a generous gift. Do you have to go to see your new boss empty-handed in the future, even if it is a mental retardation? 2 days later, there are tens of thousands of naval soldiers standing in the port of Hurl Island. They are neatly dressed and high-spirited. Despite the cool sea breeze, their tall and straight postures are still standing. Don't move. And standing at the front is the Admiral wearing the cloak of justice, of which the lowest rank is the branch rear admiral. The highest is Bia in the middle. They all looked at the sea in the distance, as if they were waiting for something. Woo, woo, was a sound of ship chirping, and a lieutenant-level warship appeared in the sight of everyone, and the man standing on the deck, wearing a black suit, was Luo Shu. He looked like a dragon. The entrenched muscles of the blouse propped up the shirt slightly, in line with the slender figure, the heroic face, and the majestic aura all over his body. The whole looked domineering. Standing behind him is the Baccarat, Thor, and Smile, who changed into a purple suit, but he had no badges on his shoulders and no cape behind his back, so he looked a bit like a member of the world government. As for Drake, he was the top of the 20 branches. Of course, you don't have to follow Luo Shu for the position of the commander, and this warship was sent by the Marshal Warring States of the Navy headquarters during the days when Luo Shu returned to the 20th branch from Mary Joa. After all, the identity is different. The boat you take will be different too. See Governor Luo Shu. After more than 10 minutes, when Luo Shu and his group set foot on the island, the Navy, including the generals in front, saluted and shouted in unison. As many as 10,000 people shouted together, and the voice was so loud that it could break the sky. Even after they shut up, Luo Shu's ears still echoed those words. Governor Luo Shu, I am Bia, and I will hand over Beihai to you from now on. At this moment, Bia slowly stepped forward, handed a delicate box to Luo Shu's hand, and said in a deep voice. A trace of reluctance flashed in his eyes, but it quickly returned to its original state. It can be seen that until now he was still a little unhappy. Click. Beihai. It will only be better in my hand. From today, I will officially take over the post of governor of Beihai. You are all my soldiers. I hope that you will be able to take on the posture that a navy should have when facing evil forces in the future. If anyone dares to flee, or if you speak to deceive others, I will punish you severely. Of course, as long as some of you perform well, you can also be promoted by merit. Now all of you are disbanded. All generals, come to my office for a meeting. Luo Shu took the box and opened it, and put a special badge inside on top of his chest. Then, he looked solemn and said aloud to the navy present, so he took Baccarat with him. 3 people, 3, took the lead in walking towards the office building in the distance. After all, he just took office, and he still has to manage it first. As for those who have power in their hand, as for those naval soldiers, he believes that his status in their hearts is definitely not low. All the people at the bottom, no matter which faction, more or less have the original heart, so they treat the hero, especially the person who belongs to their camp, and as the immediate boss of themselves and others, respect will naturally arise in their heart. The first one will be sent. There are flowers, monthly passes, and evaluation tickets for one free one. Everyone, and you can also order it yourself. To read the underlined version of the novel, please download the novel and remember it. Save the unique domain name of m.iconshu8.com and enjoy high-speed reading. Chapter 86. The extremely real Luo Shu. Not long after, the Navy gathered at the port left with smiles on their faces, leaving only an old man with a hunchback standing there. That is Bia, who abdicated. He finally took a deep look at the governor in the distance. The mansion, jumped into a small boat prepared in advance, and slowly disappeared from everyone's sight. From the beginning to the end, Luo Shu didn't look at this guy with his eyes at all, mainly because Bia was really incompetent, and because he belongs to the Dove faction general. He didn't deliberately send people to trouble the other party. It's already very good. Actually, you don't have to be so nervous. I won't settle old accounts with you. After all, for the stability of Beihai, sometimes you still need to work hard. First of all, I don't care whether you have bullied civilians before, or have colluded with pirates to achieve some of your own goals, or have done a lot of conscientious things for that sad money. From today onward, I hope that you can restrain yourself and become admirals of the Navy. And how many people will really stick to the justice in their heart? Obviously there are very few, and most of you are not in this rank, so listen to me clearly, otherwise when I find you, the consequences will be very serious. Not only will you be unlucky, but I will not spare your family. You may think that I am cruel, but what I want to say is that now, from this moment on, the entire Beihai is what Lao Su says. This is Lao Su's one-word hall. Your life, including yours, is earned in Lao Su's hand. Whoever wants to abdicate and become a virtuous one has no time to speak. Don't wait until you fail to meet Lao Su's requirements in the future, then it will be too late to regret it. Entering the place where Bia used to work, Luo Shu only felt that his previous office was like a garbage dump, and he couldn't compare with this place. He started to tell the story, and finally released a little bit of domineering arrogance to refresh these generals. Gudong, Governor Luo Shu, we must be able to do what we should do. That's right, we don't want to abdicate and let Xi'an go. Under your leadership, Beihai will only get better and better. How can I wait? I will support you. That's right, we have admired you for a long time. After knowing that you have become the governor of Beihai, we are very happy. Now that we can work under your hand, we will naturally go all out. After listening to Luo Shu's word, the admirals couldn't help swallowing their saliva. Some of the branch major generals who were not very strong even trembled, willing to retire. Choke. Being able to achieve the position of an admiral-level officer, especially a few lieutenant generals of the branch, how much effort they have made during this period, only they know, which way become extremely dangerous. They will not drink back because of it. What's more, Luo Shu didn't say anything about forbidding them to be greedy. He said that they could earn petty profits in private, as long as they were not as excessive as before, which made them feel that Luo Shu was a very real person, and he was very fond of this new boss. Satisfied, since no one is willing to abdicate automatically, then, now we have to issue a few orders. Firstly, the intelligence will increase its effort from today, and the area must cover the entire northeast. Second, the highest commander of all branches must strictly train the soldiers under his command to control the sea area under his control. If he cannot even do this, he will immediately find out. Severe dismissal. Thirdly, the official positions of the officials in the governor's palace remain unchanged, and there is no need to notify me if there is no major event, but if the incident expands because some of you make small moves in private, then you will be at your own risk. Finally, I hope to work with you to make the North Sea the safest sea area in the world. Luo Shu waved his hand to signal everyone to be quiet, and then began to talk at length. In fact, he quite enjoyed the feeling of sitting on the top and talking while the people below stood there listening carefully. Yes, Governor Luo Shu. All the admirals immediately said that although Luo Shu's few requirements sounded very simple, if they wanted to do it well, it was not so easy, but they had no right to refuse. In order to live a better life in the future, they could only work harder when they went back. Who was that? B's confidant before. Come out. After Luo Shu nodded with satisfaction, he spoke again. Subordinate Luoten. See Governor Luo Shu. Under the direct gaze of many, Luoten wiped the sweat from his forehead and walked out slowly. He was panicking in his heart now, for fear that because of his relationship with Bia, he would be punished by Luo Shu. The blow of the new North Sea governor. The intelligence chief of Beihai should be you. I hope you can do this job well. After all, there are many capable people. Am I right? Luo Shu squinted his eyes and said coldly to Luoten, the other party is Bia's confidant and has a high official position, so he would naturally have to beat him. In the stage of rapid promotion, he can't spend too much time on official business every day. He will definitely dismiss this Luoten. As for the reason, it is enough for him to be the governor of Beihai. If he wants to handle a major admiral of the Navy headquarters who would dare to gossip behind his back, yes, please rest assured Governor Luo Shu, I will definitely do my job well. I won't let you down. Overjoyed immediately, and said to Luo Shu a little excitedly. Originally he listened to Luo Shu's tone and thought he was going to be dismissed this time, but he didn't expect Luo Shu to just warn him, and it was considered a gift to him, an opportunity, so if he can't hold it, he can only blame himself. That's the end of today's meeting. Let's each go back to their job. For a while, Luo Shu announced his disbandment. After all, everyone present had a lot of work, especially these top officers of the branch, who also needed to guard their own bases. Leaving for a long time was dangerous. Of the branch who came this time did not forget to leave a lot of money to Luo Shu when they left, claiming that this was for the development of Beihai, and that he and others would save money and save money. Luo Shu said this also just smiled, and told Thor to take people and put them all into the treasury for future use. The second one is sent. There are flowers, monthly passes, and evaluation ticket for one free gift. Everyone, let's make a wave of your own. Love reading. Remind you, book 3 things to read, recommend, and remember to say them. Icon Shu 8. Chapter 87. Gift from the King. Germa 66. Your Excellency Yi Xiao thinks what I said before is wrong. At this time, only Luo Shu and Yi Xiao were left in the office. After realizing that Yi Xiao was on the verge of speaking, Luo Shu's mouth gradually turned up, and he asked indifferently. In fact, he knew that his remark to those branch lieutenants this time would make Yi Xiao feel uncomfortable, but he didn't think he did anything wrong. If he wanted to truly rule a place, at the very least, the people under his command had to treat him well, have a certain loyalty. Do you want him to deal with all the lieutenant generals of the branch, one by one? They can't be clean. If they really deal with them, I'm afraid they won't be able to eat and walk away. After that, where will he find someone to fill these positions? Even in the Warring State period, Wu Laoxing and others knew about this, and would not praise him. Instead, they would conjecture in their hearts whether Luo Shu was not suitable for managing a site that was too large. You are the governor of Beihai. How dare you question it? It's just that those people were extremely unbearable in the past, wantonly amassing wealth in the sea area under his control. Yi smiled and frowned. After hesitating for a while, he still expressed his worry, but his words were relatively euphemistic. In his opinion, these lieutenant generals of the naval branch have been degenerate, have no justice in their heart, and are not worthy of their own position. If they continue to hold position, they will only bring harm to the civilians living in the waters under their jurisdiction. Good influence. In a force, you can't ask everyone to have the central concept of this force, such as the justice that our navy believes in. There are so many navies in the world. How many people will really do everything for justice? In the end, only the powerful can talk about justice. They may not have done what a branch should do before, but it was also because their superiors were incompetent and could not take the lead. Look, from the day I took office, from now on, the North Sea will change. Luo Shu put his hands behind his head, leaned back on the chair, and said confidently, he does have the confidence to change Beihai. Even if his current subordinates are a little trash, it doesn't matter, because the Beihai now has no powerful evil parties compared to other sea areas. Jumping underneath. I believe in your strength, Governor. As long as you can uphold justice, they will naturally not go against it. After listening to Luo Shu's words, he smiled wryly and nodded his head. He had lived such an old age, and of course he was not someone without knowledge. He understood the meaning of Luo Shu's words. Then, the two chatted about some nostalgic things, and then left each other to complete their daily practice. In the evening, Luo Shu experienced the extravagant life again. The bed was big and comfortable. The next day, the kings of various countries in the Beihai sent a lot of money. Now Luo Shu was promoted to the governor of Beihai, and he was in charge of the entire Beihai. Such a good time. Of course they will. It is those, except for the lord of a country whose 20 branches have jurisdiction over the sea area, and even smiles in their heart. The past, they were still thinking about how to get on the Luo Shu line, so that the other party could take more care of their own country. Now, Luo Shu has become the real ruler of the North Sea. From now on, they no longer have to worry about the invasion of pirates, or the revolutionary army, to usurp power in their own country. Look, it's Yael. Ma 66, that, the army of evil. Quick, inform Governor Luo Shu that the evil army dares to openly invade the governor's palace and must not let them succeed. They succeed. All assembly, prepare to meet the enemy. Behind us, there are heroes of the North Sea sitting in the town. What kind of bullshit army? Don't be afraid at all. Take them for justice. Quote, quote. Time approached noon. The Navy soldiers in charge of patrolling suddenly noticed a large number of war houses transformed from sea slugs on the sea in the distance. Immediately afterward, the alarm sounded, causing the Navy soldiers in the port to quickly gather together and enter a state of first-level combat readiness. At this moment, all the dark cannon barrels pointed to the sea in the distance. As long as Luo Shu gave an order, the scene could be imagined. And those Navy's faces didn't have the slightest fear. Instead they looked like they were going to fight Germa 66 to the end. They held the guns in their hands and stood there extremely neatly, as if they were all waiting for orders. Father, look at those navies. Other side, Reiju, who was sitting on top of a huge war house, pointed nervously at the distant port and said to her father beside her, is this the benefit of having a good commander? It seems that those navies have really changed. Who was wearing a battle uniform, looked at the fearless navy with a sad face, and sighed inwardly. Once upon a time, these North Sea navies would show a look of fear when they saw them in Germa 66. Although they wouldn't throw away their weapons and surrender, they didn't dare to show their gun. But now, everything has changed. Those soft guys back then, under the leadership of Luo Shu, became iron-blooded soldiers. This made Jiaji feel a bit envious, and at the same time admired Luo Shu. The other party was only 17 years old, and he was already the ruler of Beihai, but he was still struggling hard on this road. Right, I'm the commander-in-chief of Germa 66, Vince Morkagate. I'm here not to fight the navy, but to give a generous gift to Governor Luo Shu in person. Please understand that there is no advance notice. Thinking for a while, Gage took out the megaphone bug and said loudly to the navy who was at the port of Hular Island, there is no way, if he doesn't explain his intention, I am afraid that there will be a conflict, and then things will only be serious. And even, Luo Shu may take this shot and wipe out all of them in Germa 66 here. All stand by. Thor raised his eyebrows. He didn't think that Germa 66 dared to come here to make trouble, so after listening to Gaji's word, he immediately gave orders to the navy. Wow, a short period of time, thousands of navies have gathered, many of them with some school-level combat power. At this moment, they all put away their weapons, but their eyes are still staring at the war house of Germa in the distance. The third one is sent. There are flowers, and evaluation ticket for one free. Everyone, please come and order. To read the underlined version of the novel, please download the novel. Remember to collect it and save it. m.iconshu8.com. Love reading its only domain name. Enjoy high-speed reading. Chapter 88. A very weird gift. And LT, IMG style equals width 100%, margin 0 auto, SRC equals class equals image content, and GT. Chapter 89. Holy Sword, 7-star sword. Click. Buzz. Thor nodded, stepped forward, and gently opened the box, and then, a negative aura filled with cold slaughter, resentment, etc. madly poured out of the box. I saw a green light with a mysterious pattern on the edge of the sword, lying there quietly. Although it did not move, it could make people who stared at it have hallucinations, especially the weak. It is almost a 100% hit. Vensmagaj really has you. The legendary Holy Sword 7-star sword will be obtained by you. Not bad. Not honest. Luo Shu's hands are quick and his eyes are fast. Immediately, he grabbed the white hilt, while exuding his own aura, to block the demonic force that seemed to want to control him. He really didn't expect that Vensmagaj would be so courageous. If it wasn't for the opponent's use of this sword when the sword came, he forgot about Askar Kingdom. After he let out a low sigh, the 7-star sword seemed to have spirituality, stopped exuding its aura, and honestly let Luo Shu play with it. The strength is enough to control this, almost comparable to the existence of the 12 masters of the Supreme Sword. As long as you like it, as expected of the governor, you can easily conquer this weird holy sword. After feeling the surrounding aura dissipate, Gage hurriedly bowed and said, now that he breathed a sigh of relief, he knew that he had passed the test this time, and he must be careful in the future, otherwise the end would be miserable. This is the scabbard you equip for it. Very good. Chong, Jiaji, Luo Shu, always keep my word. I really like the gift you gave me. I can pretend that the previous thing didn't happen, but Germa 66 can't continue to make money in the Northeast. Secondly, if you want to revive the dream of the Vinsmoke family, it's time to wake up. You Germa 66 do not have that strength at all. Even if there is no strong force sent by the world government to stop it, you won't be able to pass the navy alone. If you have that time, you might as well nurture it. These 444 little devils around you who have been transformed since childhood, maybe they can become strong. Hearing Jiaji's word, Luo Shu smiled disdainfully. From the other end of the box, he took out a golden scabbard inlaid with several precious gems, inserted the 7-star sword into it, and hung it firmly on his waist. After a while, he looked directly at Gage and said in a deep voice, although he chose to let Germa 66 go, he did not forget to warn the other party, or it was a warning. Yes, please rest assured, Lord Governor, I have already thought about it. From now on, Germa 66 will be on the right track and honestly become a country without fight. As for what, I have long had no such thought. Gage raised his eyebrows and said in a low voice, but he was perfunctory at the end. If there is a chance to dominate Beihai, he will definitely be the first to jump out, but it is still time. But he is not short of patience. Thinking about waiting for Luo after Shu left Beihai and was transferred back to Marin Fando, he could start planning. Before that, he had to get the reputation of the 66 first, and accumulate a large number of subordinates to prepare for the fulfillment of his ambitions in the future. My words are only said once and will not be repeated in the future. You can take these little devils away now. Luo Shu shook his head gently. How could he not guess what Jiaji was thinking? But neither would he. Pointing it out, if a person were to die, it would be impossible for God to stop him. So he waved his hand and said, indicating that he can leave. Sir, Germa 66 continues to live in Beihai. Sooner or later trouble will arise. Do you want me to take people and take them? After Vensmagaj and the three of Reiju left, Thor came to Luo Luo Shu and said in a low voice with a ruthless expression. In his opinion, the other party is not an honest person at all. Maybe he will put a knife in the back of the Navy at some time. The best way is to destroy it. Destroying today's Germa 66 really shouldn't be too simple. Hey, people have just given me gift, and you are going to kill them. This is a bit unreasonable. Besides, don't you think that a sea area will be boring if it's too quiet? Let this clown dance a little more. It's better to bring me a little more joy. When he's useless at all, even when I can't even be happy with my heart, I will personally give him his demise. Luo Shu sneered. A ray of light flashed in his eyes, and said in a very cold voice, in fact, the reason why he did not leave Jiaji and others this time was because of the gift the other party sent, and on the other hand, it was he felt that if Germa 66 was eliminated now, the North Sea would become a little boring. He didn't know how long he was going to stay here, so he wanted to enjoy more of the show this clown brought him during this period, and after he got tired of watching it, he would kill the other party. Gudong. Sir, wise, I don't know. That Supreme Commander of Germa 66, what grade is the sword that I gave you? Hearing Luo Shu's murderous voice, even Thor, who used to be a bounty hunter, couldn't help swallowing his saliva, but soon, his eyes were on the sword on Luo Shu's waist. He didn't forget what just happened. This sword could actually exude that kind of strange aura, which really made him puzzled. Even Baccarat, who was standing behind Luo Shu, stared at the 7-star sword on Luo Shu's waist with incomparable curiosity. Although she didn't feel anything just now, women have a natural affection for beautiful and delicate things. In addition to being inferior in quality to the supreme sword, it is even stronger in other respects. Let's call it a supreme sword for the time being. Luo Shu thought for a while and said that he remembered that the sword in the original book was destroyed by Zoro, which shows that its quality is not very high, but for him, there is no problem. Don't forget, armed domineering can cover weapons. If it is wrapped with high-level armed domineering, the power that this 7-star sword can burst out is absolutely greater than Eagle Eye and Whitebeard's supreme power. The sharp knife is much stronger. Perhaps only the bald-headed 5 old stars, the first-generation Goosh in his hand, can compare with him. After all, the supreme sword is also very strange, and with the blessing of Ghost that is not inferior to the demon power. Who is stronger between the two? Weak is really hard to say. At the 7-star sword that seemed to have heard the praise and trembled slightly, Thor opened his mouth and made no sound. This kind of weapon is really precious. It was the first time he saw it up close. It can be regarded as a lot of knowledge. The first one is sent. There are flowers, monthly passes, and evaluation tickets for one free. Everyone, and you can also make a wave of your own. To read the underlined version of the novel, please download the novel and remember it. Save the unique domain name of m.iconshu8.com and enjoy high-speed reading. Chapter 90. Time flies. 3 years later, even Baccarat covered her mouth subconsciously for fear of screaming. And it matter that she has a much more mature heart than her own age, but she has never seen the supreme sword and 12 workers. Maybe she just heard about it, and now she sees her man carrying this legendary weapon on his waist. Naturally, I was extremely shocked. Speaking of which, I am very fond of swordsmanship. Is ignorant, but who stipulates that he must have a strong swordsmanship, can be equipped with a supremely sharp knife. Luo Shu's face was slightly sullen, and his right hand stroked the scabbard of the 7-star sword, thinking secretly in his heart, with his current strength, even if he doesn't know how to use swordsmanship and can't release slashes, he can still use this holy sword to fight against the same level of powerhouse. Time passed quickly, and unknowingly came to the 151st year of the Haiyuan calendar. In 3 years, most of those pirates who were lucky enough to survive in the North Sea were cleaned up. The civilians worked every day with a smile on their faces. I haven't been attacked by pirates in a long time. During this period, Luo Shu had also been in the North Sea, except for returning to the naval headquarters every few months to report some situations to the warring state face to face, and almost never left. In addition to staying with Baccarat every day and guiding the other party to practice, he smiled and went to the deserted island to learn from each other. In the past 3 years, the large island located in the North Sea has been sunk by the attack of the two of them. Not to mention medium-sized islands and small islands, there are simply too many. As for Germa 66, who is regarded as a clown by Luo Shu, it is indeed as Wensmogage said since he left the governor. After obtaining Luo Shu's forgiveness, they never accepted war missions again. Of course, they had no chance to accept them, because under Luo Shu's governance, it was difficult for these countries in the North Sea to have conflict. But even if Germa 66 improved his style, he still couldn't leave a good impression on the civilians in Beihai, and the high officials and kings of those countries never got too close to him. Tegaji felt a terrible headache and couldn't think of any solution. It is worth mentioning that 2 years ago, Luo Shu's subordinate Drake accidentally caught a group of rookie pirates. It was the Heart Pirates who had just made their debut. It was not a lot of evil, but Drake was not. Regardless of this, when he was about to kill them all, he accidentally discovered the captain of this pirate group, Trafalgar's route ability ability is very strange, were sent to the governor's palace in Beihai. Although there were very few people who knew about this, under Luo Shu's suggestion, Draco beheaded several Navy soldiers who sought Trafalgaro and others. It's no wonder that Luo Shu is seriously ill, mainly because of Trafalgaro's ability, which he is looking forward to. It can make people immortal if he is pervasive. Even if Luo Shu's talent is high, contribution to the Navy, no matter how many, they have to hand over people to the world government. This is the result of no suspense. In order to do a good job of keeping secret, Luo Shu had to order the killing of those people. In the past 3 years, Luo Shu's two heart Drake and Thor both became lieutenant generals of the naval branch by virtue of their great achievement, and even their strengths have improved a lot. Thor's comprehensive strength is reach, and Drake is enough to compare with the veteran lieutenant generals in the Navy, and even slightly stronger. However, now Luo Shu's subordinate has added another strong man, that is, Shiliu of the Rain, he brought out from the Impelton undersea prison, known as the safest area in the world, coupled with the soon-to-be Cohen family patriarch, the celestial dragon Clarina Dredges. World government therefore sold him a face, pardoned Shiliu, promoted him to lieutenant general of the branch, and ordered him to perform well in Beihai to make up for the mistakes he had committed before. This also changed Luo Shu's strongest subordinate, Shiliu of the Rain, who was already powerful, tore allegiance to Luo Shu as soon as he came out. Hell, the strength that caused the fall has also completely recovered in the past 2 years, and it has reached a new level. The comprehensive strength assessment given by the system is plus the reason why he will not procrastinate allegiance to Luo Shu. 1. Because the other party is his savior. 2. He is very optimistic about Luo Shu's talent and strength, and believes that following the other party will definitely bring many benefits in the future. Moreover, he never treats pirates softly, and even asks him to kill pirates as much as possible when facing pirates. Rain really like this kind of boss who doesn't shy away from killing people. Although he can't shoot at his companions, as long as he can kill people, everything is easy to say. Referring to the machine gun, Kular Island, in the private training ground of the governor of the North Sea, a coquettish voice sounded, and I saw Baccarat, who was now much taller than before, with a more beautiful face, wearing a white uniform, looking extremely attractive, but at this time, her arm was wrapped in a dark, armed color, and she came to a relatively tall and straight figure. She flipped her fingers and quickly poked her chest. Clang, dang, dang, only this level. You can't even break through the defense of my body. A series of sounds of metal and iron intersecting. The owner of the figure was unharmed and stood there so quietly. It was Luo Shu, who was now 20 years old. His muscles were like steel, and in the face of Baccarat's storm-like attack, he didn't even use any means of defense, and just resisted with his body alone. Today's Luo Shu, let alone Baccarat, even if he doesn't use most of his strength with a smile, it is difficult to force Luo Shu to bless his armed domineering. After 3 years, this has made him, who already has copper skin and iron bone, his physical strength and defense, and has become more impeccable. Now he really dares to say that if he is given another chance to fight against the original Meng Qilong, he is confident if you kill him on the spot, even if the opponent wants to escape, it is impossible. Sir, your strength is too strong. My attack is useless at all. Baccarat took a deep breath, wiped the sweat from her forehead, and complained helplessly to Luo Shu, although she was abused by Luo Shu more than once. But the difference, I feel powerless. As the saying goes, I understand that no matter how hard I work, there are people who can't be surpassed. That is the real growth. The next plot will be very cool. The protagonist's current lineup has been arranged. Please look forward to it. The second update. Please, I want all subscription, flowers, and evaluation tickets. If you like it, remember to order it. Love reading it reminds you. The 3 things of reading to collect. Recommend. Remember to save the unique domain name of m.iconchu8.com. Love reading it. Enjoy high-speed reading. Come in and see. Free. I owe it before, but it was repeated. Fortunately, I quickly revised the content. I'm sorry, everyone. I kowtow to you. Please download the novel without underline. The only domain name. Enjoy high-speed reading. Chapter 91. The position of the targeted general and immortality. The system opens the other party's panel. Ding. Panel is opening. Name. Baccarat. Special talent. Top left domineering. Intermediate scene. Intermediate armament. Body art. Intermediate swordsmanship. Unexpected ability. Superhuman lucky fruit has not awakened comprehensive strength. Your talent is already good, and now you have a certain ability to protect yourself, but you still can't slack off. Luo Shu gently stroked his messy red hair and whispered to Baccarat. In his opinion, Baccarat's strength is still not enough, but the opponent does not have the aura of the protagonist, and the ability of the lucky fruit cannot make his own strength rapidly improve. It can take 3 years to be comparable to the weaker naval branch lieutenant general, also known as gotta be a genius. It is also thanks to him that he is a 2-color domineering physical art, and has reached the top of the powerhouse. Otherwise, it is impossible to achieve today's achievements by practicing alone and without guidance. People just want to shorten it. The gap between a sir sir. Your current strength should be enough to be a general of the Navy headquarters. I think the position of the governor of the North Sea is somewhat unworthy of your strength. Baccara stuck out her tongue playfully and teased Luo Shu softly. Don't look at her now. She is such a lively girl. Now as a Major Admiral of the Navy headquarters, she has a high prestige in the Beihai governor's mansion. She is also in charge of many navies, and they have great respect for her. At the beginning, it was because of Luo Shu. Anyone with a discerning eye could see the relationship between Baccara and Luo Shu, but after Baccara showed his strength, the hearts of these people changed. No one dared to underestimate this appearance. Beautiful female admiral. A general is not. I can be a person if I want to. Now my strength is indeed comparable to any top powerhouse in this world, but the Navy has its own system. What I need now is a big credit. It is enough to shake the world. That kind. Pinching Bacara's pretty face, Luo Shu said with a smile. In the past 3 years, the pirates in the North Sea have been cleaned up almost completely, and these achievements are dispensable to him at present. It's not enough for him to be promoted to the Admiral of the Navy headquarters. The headlines of the recent news are all breaking news about the New World, and the red hair pirates are getting closer and closer to the throne. If the pirates are defeated, maybe they can get the chance to be promoted to the general with this merit. After Baccara thought for a moment, a flash of inspiration suddenly came out, and the idea came out. Let's not say that the whereabouts of the red-haired pirates are uncertain. Even if I really kill Shang, it will not cause too much shock, unless he is already the 4th emperor of the New World. But I don't want to wait. I've already had enough of the position of Governor High. It's time to promote myself. Luo Shu shook his head, looked into the distance, and said it without meaning. In fact, a month ago, he had demolished Yishao and traveled to the East China Sea, and instructed the other party to let him use the super large range of knowledge and domineering to pay more attention to the floating island in the sky, and once he found it, he would immediately notify him with the phone bug. That's right, Luo Shu was eyeing a legendary pirate of the old time, the Golden Lion Shiki, who was known as the Pirate Admiral. Luo Shu, who is familiar with the original work, of course knew that the opponent had been foolingly singled out. The Navy headquarters, after being defeated by Sengoku and Garp, was imprisoned in the Impelton underwater prison. But after only 2 years, Shiki broke his leg, freed himself from the shackles of Halu stone shackles, and successfully escaped from the pushing city, which is known as a copper wall and an iron wall. Since then, he has been in the East China Sea, floating several large islands in the cloud, and with his subordinate he has studied the junk drugs that promote the evolution of beef, and tried to destroy the mentally retarded idea of the East China Sea. Due to his lack of training for a long time, his strength has dropped a lot, and he is no longer at the peak of the past, nor is he worthy of the name of the flying pirate. Luo Shu believed that as long as the head of the Golden Lion was beheaded, he would definitely be able to become the 4th general of the Navy by virtue of this feat. Even if there were many people in the headquarters who would interfere with his promotion, he would keep his mouth shut. First of all, killing the Golden Lion Shiki, regardless of his strength, just the identity of the opponent will cause a huge impact on the pirate camp. Secondly, the other party is the first pirate in history to escape from the advanced city, and he has offered a reward of billions of Bailey. No matter what aspect is compared, it is more convincing than the current red-haired pirate. You already have your own plan, but people are still expecting you to become an admiral of the Navy headquarters. Just think about it and you will feel majestic. Baccara snuggled into Luo Shu's arms like a little woman, her eyes twinkled with admiration, looking at her man, and joking softly in her mouth. She liked this the most, because listening to Luo Shu's strong heartbeat can give her a strong sense of security. In the past 3 years, she has long been inseparable from Luo Shu, and her relationship is very deep. If Luo Shu didn't have the idea of having children, she and Luo Shu's children would probably be able to play soy sauce. Let go. Follow me to see that baby. This guy must be taken care of. There must be no problem. Luo Shu smiled and didn't answer any further. Instead he took Baccara and walked to his mansion, while muttering earnestly. The treasure he was talking about was naturally a person with superhuman surgical fruit ability. At present he has not found pure gold, and in order to prevent himself from getting old, he can only pay attention to Trafalgaro. During the days when the other party was imprisoned, he secretly collected a large number of medical books, forcing the other party to study, and at the same time exercising his physical fitness, just so that Trafalgaro could quickly master the surgery of agelessness. Therefore, he did not hesitate to keep him in his own residence so that he could guard the other party 24 hours a day, and to a certain extent prevent other accidents from happening. After all, no one can resist the temptation of immortality. Obviously, Luo Shu is also the kind of person who can't stand the temptation. He is very afraid that he will grow old, and his strength will also be affected by age. Again, the red hair has only been the 4th emperor for 4 years since the beginning of the plot, which is the 152nd year of the Haiyuan calendar. That is to say, in the original book, he became the 4th emperor in the 151st year of the Haiyuan calendar. Harmful protagonist I don't want children now. At least I have to rule the world. After there is no threat, it is easy to become a poisonous bot. The third one is sent. Please subscribe. Flowers. I want all of them. If you like it. Thank you so much for your support. Love Reading Bar reminds you 3 things to read, collect, recommend, and remember to save the unique domain name of m.iconshu8.com. Love Reading Bar. Enjoy high-speed reading. Chapter 92. Luo, who is forced to perform the surgery of immortality. He can't rely on the system for everything, otherwise he will suffer a big loss sooner or later, such as the issue of longevity. How could he pin his hopes on the system? It's an ordinary thing, and it's not very useful to him. What should he do when Luo Shu arrives? There is a hidden dungeon in Luo Shu's residence. Now Trafalgaro is wearing a sea tower stone shackles, holding this thick medical book. He looked at it with an expressionless face, and in the cell next to him, his 3 companions, including the younger brother Peebo, who had the best relationship with him, were all imprisoned here. In the past 2 years, they did not know how many ways they tried to escape from here, but unfortunately, in the face of Luo Shu with super strength, all conspiracies and tricks seemed so fragile, and finally they stopped thinking about escaping. Well, after all, everyone has moments of despair. Crack, kick, of turning gears caught the eyes of the 4 of them, and they saw Luo Shu and Baccarat walking out of the solid black gate and heading towards the cell they were in. Boy, have you figured it out. I don't know how many times I've asked you this sentence. As long as you perform the immortality operation on me, I can not only let go of your 3 companions, but I will also take care of Doflamingo with my own hand. Chop off the head of the offal and put it in front of your grave. Unconsciously, it has been 2 years. I believe that under my training, you should have been able to perform the surgery of immortality. Luo Shu walked slowly to Trafalgaro's cell and spoke to him with a flat expression. Quack, quack. Luo put down the medical book in his hand, clenched his fist with both hands, and the teeth in his mouth seemed to be shattered. No one would care about his own life, and he was no exception. Even if he hated brother Doflamingo deeply, he didn't want to throw it away like this. But in the face of Luo Shu, he felt very powerless again. It was fine when he didn't master the surgery of immortality. Now he has no other choice. Lord Governor, I beg you, don't kill Luo Dang's family. Before Trafalgaro could answer, Peebo in the cell next to him knelt on his knees and shouted to Luo Shu that he was Trafalgaro's younger brother and was loyal to him. It's such a cute bear. It's the land of elephants from the New World. Trafalgaro, you'd better answer my question quickly, whether to agree or not. If you refuse, this alien is likely to die in front of you. Hey. Seeing this, Luo Shu stepped forward, his right hand quickly stretched out, grabbed Peebo's neck, and lifted him across the cell, while turning his head and saying word by word to Trafalgaro. He had read many One Piece web articles, and the protagonist just assured Trafalgaro that if he helped him kill Doflamingo, he would be able to easily let Trafalgaro operate on them. He really felt speechless about it. It was such a simple thing. Trafalgaro was not mentally retarded. Wouldn't people grow up and kill Doflamingo by themselves? Stop. You cold-blooded Navy doesn't deserve to be called a hero of the North Sea. Those civilians are all blind, thinking that you are the savior of the North Sea, but you are actually a devil. Trafalgar. Luo excitedly stood up from the ground, grabbed the icy iron pillar with both hands, and roared at Luo Shu with a hostile expression. He had lived in Beihai for so many years, and of course he knew the existence of Luo Shu, and even he had the idea of becoming a navy at that time, but considering his own fruit ability, he slowly played down this idea. But after he was caught here by Drake, he saw that the true face of the Beihai hero, how much he wanted to expose Luo Shu in front of everyone in the Beihai, so that his ugly face was exposed in front of everyone. It's just that he doesn't have the ability to do it. Even if he runs away now and smears Luo Shu in Beihai, no one will believe him, and he may be swallowed alive by those angry civilians. Ha 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 ha. What about the devil? Trafalgaro, when you were in the Don Quixote family, didn't Doflamingo tell you that the winner is justice? Besides, I am a lieutenant general of the Navy headquarters, and you are pirates. Our camps are different. We are born enemies. To be kind to the enemy is to be cruel to ourselves. Make your choice. Luo Shu couldn't help laughing wildly. He hadn't heard such childish remark for a long time. He never thought he was a good person. He was a good person in this chaotic world. Then, his right hand exerted a little force, making it difficult for Peebo to breathe, and his eyes turned upward involuntarily. At the same time, Luo Shu's voice became extremely cold, and his patience was about to run out. If he doesn't know the current affairs, he can only resort to mean. Put down Peebo. I promise you, I'll perform the surgery on you now. Seeing that his little brother was about to die in front of him, Trafalgaro finally agreed, and he tried his best to shout at Luo Shu. Ha! Smart choice. Baccarat. Take him out and open his sea tower stone shackles. Luo Shu looked overjoyed, let go of the right hand that was holding Peebo's neck, and opened his mouth to give Baccarat instruction. At this time, he was extremely excited. Immortality, and he will get it soon. I hope you will do what you say, and when I die, you must let my 3 companions go and kill killed Offran. Brother Ming, who was taken off the stone shackles of the sea tower, moved his body a few times and said in a deep voice in front of Luo Shu, I, Luo Shu, disdain to lie to a small character like you. I will complete what I promised you. You can start now. Luo Shu nodded and promised Trafalgaro that he couldn't wait now. Besides the superpower he admired, what else could be important for immortality? Roadmaster. Woohoo. Woohoo. Luo has eaten the fruit of surgery for many years, and his original talent is very good. In addition to the fact that the protagonist is deliberately cultivated and has the skills to perform ageless surgery, it should be reasonable. Fourth update. Sent. Ask for subscription. Flowers. Monthly ticket. Evaluation ticket. I want all of them. Remember to customize if you like it. Thank you for your support. Please download the novel without underline. Please download the novel. Remember to save the m.iconshu8.com unique domain name of Ikanshu, and enjoy high-speed reading. Chapter 93. Episodes and Immortality. Trafalgaro ignored it. His three companions came to Luo Shu's body, raised their hand, and prepared to perform the surgery of immortality. Puff, puff. But at this moment, Luo Shu, who was standing there without any movement, suddenly stuck out his index finger and used the extension technique of the finger spear to two of Luo's companions in the cell, and the two vigor instantly penetrated. It took less than 1 second from the time they were still shouting until they fell to the ground and died. It can be said that it happened between lightning and flint. Standing in the middle of the cell, Pipo opened his mouth and covered his face with his chubby bare paws. For fear of making a little noise, he was about to faint from fright. Ah, why? I have already promised that I will perform the ageless operation for you. Why do you still kill them? Trafalgaro was stunned for a moment, then stepped forward and grabbed Luo Shu's suit, and shouted with a ghastly face, oh, I really want to perform the immortality surgery on me, but why is it that my knowledge is domineering, and I sense what you think? Do you want to kill me while I'm not prepared? As a former member of the Tangji Keed family, you should have heard of the domineering, but I don't mind telling you some knowledge before you die. That is, when the domineering practice reaches a certain level, you can seeing a glimpse of the future. And that's exactly what I've reached. Luo Shu did not break free from Trafalgaro's hand, but looked down at the other party with a playful expression, and said lightly, but there was a bit of ridicule in his word. That's right, in the past 3 years, he has not only cultivated the two-color domineering to the top, but also has seen the color domineering to the level of category in the original book, and can briefly meet a glimpse of the future. And just now, his seeing the domineering look and clearly predicting Luo's next move, the other party actually wanted to take out his heart and crush it quickly. Trafalgaro's whole body began to tremble, and the hand that was holding Luo Shu was released immediately. He pointed at Luo Shu while gnashing his teeth out a word in his mouth. He was really about to collapse. Before, he thought that as long as he was fast enough, before Luo Shu had time to react, he would take out the opponent's heart and crush it, and maybe he would have a chance to rescue his companion and escape from the Beihai governor's mansion. Now he realizes that he is so naive, and because of his actions, his companion was killed. He doesn't know whether to hate Luo Shu or himself. Human. Sometimes it's like this. You know well, over the years, I have seen many people like you who think their ideas are foolproof, but in the end they are worse than anyone else because they are too self-righteous. You won't be foolish to think that I have no defense against you. I said before, I am a navy, you are a pirate, and we are born enemies that never die. How can I trust you? Ha ha ha. Luo Shu tidied up the wrinkled suit, sarcastically sighed at Trafalgaro, and finally let out a burst of laughter. If Trafalgaro didn't have the ability to operate fruit, Luo Shu really didn't want to kill this stupid boy. Maybe it would bring him a lot of fun in the future. But if you want to blame the other party's bad luck, you get what you shouldn't get. Ability. As the saying goes, no man is guilty, but he is guilty. Who calls him weak? If Trafalgaro has the world's top power, even if the world government knows the existence of the other party, it will not easily provoke him. Luo Shu's words were not poisonous, causing Trafalgaro to kneel on the ground, holding his head in his hand, and wailing from his mouth, I don't have the strength, and I have to do something to kill myself. It's really funny, kid. This is your last chance. Right now. Perform the surgery of immortality for my superior, or your last comrade will die before your eyes. Click. The side frowned and scolded Trafalgaro, and at the same time took out an exquisite pistol, loaded the bullet, and aimed at Pipo in the cell. The meaning is self-evident. She is a little scared now. After all, she has seen the strange ability of the surgical fruit. If her man really capsized in the gutter, she might collapse even more than Trafalgaro. I will perform the ageless operation for you now. PFF. Buzz. Life Bloom Ultimate Surgery. Soon, Luo raised his head and glanced at Pipo, who was still too frightened to speak. Then, he said with great determination, only to see a faint light emitting from his whole body, slowly converging on his chest. Location. Then, he instantly took out the heart that did not drip a trace of blood, like a crystal-like heart, and at the same time spurred a wave of light like life energy, into Luo Shu's body. Only less than 10 seconds. In his hand the red heart turned gray and stopped beating at this time. You must keep your word. Doing all this, Trafalgaro's hair was as dry as hay. His originally delicate skin became full of wrinkles. The flesh on his body seemed to have disappeared, and he was skinny, and his face just like that. Like an old man who was about to go into the ground. When he slowly fell down, he did not forget to instruct Luo Shu. Hey, I think my whole body has begun to change. This is the surgery of immortality. I am finally immortal. Luo Shu held his forehead with one hand, and a low smile came out of his mouth. He could feel the changes in his body, especially the multiplied vitality, and it would not pass away. Even his soul seemed to have been sublimated. He is now. I am sure that even if I am seriously injured, I can recover in a short time. Baccarat. Bang. After carefully feeling his own changes for a while, Luo Shu made a gesture to Baccarat, who pulled the trigger without hesitation. After a gunshot, the dungeon fell into complete silence. Trafalgar Luo and his 3 companions must die, otherwise it will be highly poisonous. If the 5 old stars know that the protagonist is immortal now, they will probably send someone to control him. After all, his strength is so strong, and he will not old and dead. How can you let the protagonist hold power? Isn't it an unstable factor that will explode at any time? First, please send it. Please subscribe. Flowers. I want all of them. If you like it. Thank you. Support. Love Reading Bar reminds you. The 3 Things of Reading Collection. Recommendation. Remember to save the unique domain name of m.iconshu8.com. Love Reading Bar. Enjoy high-speed reading. Chapter 94. 2 new special talents are added. System. Open my panel. Ding. Panel is opening. Host. Luo Shu special talent. Copper skin and iron bone. Super divine power. Natural tyrant. Alien physique. Top self-healing. Immortal domineering. High-level overlord color. Top-level armed color. Top-level knowledge color. Physical technique. Top-level swordsmanship. Advanced swordsman ability. Natural system ring fruit comprehensive strength. Plus 2 new special talents have been added. I didn't expect this surgical fruit to be so powerful, and it deserves to be called the ultimate fruit. However, this self-healing ability is top tier, that is, with super on top. Looking at his brand new panel, Luo Shu thought to himself, as for that, immortality was added to the special talent he said he could understand, followed by the top-level self-healing talent, which would make his endurance even stronger. In his opinion, beasts should have a super self-healing talent, otherwise they would have been killed long ago after the opponent challenged the Navy headquarters alone, or other pirate groups were arrested. But this is just his guess. Congratulations, sir. From now on, you don't have to worry about the enemy of the year. Withdrawing the pistol. Afterward, Baccarat turned around and rushed into Luo Shu's arms, and congratulated him. Her words were definitely from the heart, but the envy in her words was very obvious. No matter how she was also a woman, and she was also Luo Shu's woman. Now her man is immortal, but she is only a woman. Ordinary people with decades of life expectancy. This made her feel a taste for a while. Of course, Baccarat wanted to be like Luo Shu, who could not be invaded by time and stay by Luo Shu's side all the time. No matter how time passed, they would never be able to separate. Don't worry, this world can live forever. The method is not only the fruit of surgery, there is also a magical thing called pure gold. As long as you bring it, you can stop aging, although it is not so simple to get, but don't forget, you are the lucky fruit. While stroking Baccarat's hair, Luo Shu opened his mouth and comforted him. He is bound to win something like pure gold, even though he is immortal now, but he doesn't want his woman to grow old. There is no way. People originally greedy, and very unsatisfied. Luo Shu is the most extreme of such people. Pure gold. After listening to Luo Shu's word, Baccarat murmured in a low voice. She had never heard of this thing, and now that she knew its function, she also had some thoughts in her heart. When I am promoted to Admiral of the Navy headquarters, I will take this opportunity to explore the world. You have to absorb a lot of luck in the middle, so that there may be some opportunity. You go back first. I have to deal with this court. Luo Shu saw Baccarat, so he whispered in his ear. Moreover, he had to deal with the bodies of Trafalgaro and the others himself, so he couldn't let them rot here. After Baccarat left, Luo Shu found a huge bag and put all the corpses of the 4 people in it, then showed his super speed and instantly disappeared on Coral Island without disturbing anyone. Although I haven't let go of your companion, but seeing that you have added 2 new special talents for me, then, that guy Doflamingo, I will kill him. You just wait below. After dozens of minutes, Luo Shu came to a small island not very far from Coral Island. The vegetation here is lush, surrounded by the sea on all sides, and the scenery is not bad. Carnivores exist, so he buried the 4 of them together, and even the good and fast knife in Trafalgaro's hand cried. He stayed here. After all, this knife is really not very good, Lee said softly. He didn't feel anything strange. This didn't mean Luo Shu was cold-blooded, but he had already adapted to this chaotic world, and at the same time, he knew the rules of this world extremely well. That's all. Damn it. That guy is the evil ghost Shiryu. We were so unlucky that he discovered his whereabouts. Quick, look for a chance to jump into the sea. Only in this way can can we have a glimmer of hope of surviving? This evil ghost will never forgive the pirates who surrender. Ah, my arm is broken. Please save me, Captain. Ah, don't come here. I don't want to die yet. I swear I will never be a pirate in the future. Please let me go. I beg you. Me too. Me too. I already regret being a pirate. Quote. A certain area of the North Sea, a warship was docked on the shore of a small island, but there were bursts of screams from the island. Of course, there were also some voices begging for mercy. Tall and burly man in a black suit, with a justice cloak on his back, a military cap on his head, a cigar in his mouth, and a murderous look holding the famous knife in his hand, as if a tiger is catching a sheep. As a group, they charged the pirate. During this period, I don't know how many pirates were killed by him in an instant, and he didn't even have a chance to shout. All the pirates who stood in front of him were either dismembered or their heads cut off. The scene can be described as very bloody. The man is Shiryu of the Rain, and because he has dealt with a large number of pirates in the North Sea these days, his character is extremely cruel, and some pirates who escaped by chance have been crowned with the name of evil spirit. These chop. I can't help but chop. After about 20 minutes, Shiryu of the Rain returned to the warship, swayed the thunderstorm of the big sharp knife in his hand a few times, and put it back into its sheath, and then sighed with disdain on his face. As expected of Lieutenant General Shiryu, these pirates have no chance to fight back. Of course, Lieutenant General Shiryu is the strongest under the command of our Governor Luo Shu. Of course those rubbish are not his opponent. That's right, the captain of the Black Snake Pirates has a bounty of 80 million Bailey, and even Lieutenant General Shiryu can't take a knife. Quote. On the warships are not taboo about killing pirates like Shiryu the Rain, but instead tout it, mainly because they have long been used to it, let alone their immediate boss, who is in power in Beihai. Luo Shu is also a Navy general who advocate killing the so-called people who are close to Zhu or Red and those who are close to Ink or Black. These bottom navies have been more or less affected to a certain extent. I want all of them. Remember to customize if you like it. Thank you for your support. Please download the novel without underline. Please download the novel. Remember to save the m.iconshu8.com unique domain name of Ikonshu, and enjoy high-speed reading. Chapter 95. The Disappeared Golden Lion. The Hero Comeback. Haliu. How's the harvest today? That afternoon, Luo Shu, who was in the office, looked at Shiryu of Rain, whose body was full of blood, and couldn't help but make fun of it. He is very optimistic about this subordinate, not only for his rank but also for his ruthlessness in the face of pirates. Only one pirate group was wiped out, but it was all garbage. Sir, I feel that your strength seems to have become stronger. Shiryu of the Rain held a cigar in his mouth, slightly restraining the negative aura on his body, and reported to Luo Shu, but soon, his pupils shrank because he found that the strength of his elders had improved again, and this time the improvement was very large. At the beginning, Luo Shu's momentum at most made it difficult for him to lift his head, but now, he feels that his breathing is starting to be difficult. A kind of oppression on the order of life. Human. It's improving every day. I'm going back to the Navy headquarters recently. Shiryu, why don't you go there and see? Luo Shu first made a perfunctory sentence, and then made a statement to ask Shiryu of the Rain. Didn't want to announce the fact that he was immortal, at least until he found pure gold. The Navy headquarters. It's been a long time since I've been there. It's been more than 10 years. However, if you leave, sir, the North Sea still needs to be guarded. It's not very safe to rely on Thor and Drake alone. Shiryu of the Rain was stunned for a moment. Since Luo Shu didn't say much, he would not continue to ask, and then he expressed his concern. In his opinion, the strengths of Drake and Thor are still a little short. If there are any powerful pirates or the Revolutionary Army appears during Luo Shu's departure, it is very likely that they will not be able to solve it. For him, it doesn't matter whether he goes or not. He is more keen to help Luo Shu keep the territory. Okay, you go down and rest first. Remember that after I left, I stared at Germa 66. If Gage makes any small move, you can kill their majesty. Luo Shu nodded and said that he would not force such a thing to bring Shiryu back to the headquarters. He could see that Shiryu of the Rain did not care about the status of the Navy at all. The rank of general is entirely for following him. If he becomes a pirate now, the other party will definitely take off the cloak of justice behind him without hesitation. Yes, sir. After Shiryu of Rain saluted, he said solemnly, then turned and left the office. Next morning, Luo Shu took Ba on his exclusive warship and set off for Marin Fando. After all, sailing is very boring. Now, as long as he goes out, he almost always take him with him for more than 10 days. Luo Shu's warship leaned against in the port of the Navy headquarters. He didn't find any pirate group, but he used the phone bug to contact Yi Xiao and inquired about the island, but unfortunately Yi Xiao still did not find it. This can't help but make Luo Shu puzzled. First of all, he will definitely not lie to him with a smile. Then it is Rain. With a smile, he is domineering and accomplished. For such a long time, he has gone to many places. If the Golden Lion Shiki is now in the East China Sea, how could it not be found that Luo Shu still in? Thinking about this matter, after all, all, it is about his promotion to general, and he can't tolerate him not paying attention. But for now, he still has to go to the marshal's office and report the situation in the North Sea to the Warring State period. In this way, he asked Baccarat to return to his residence in the naval headquarters first, and he left alone. Close. Buckle. Come in. Boy Luo Shu, you're here. Who was sitting on the main seat, looked at the figure walking in, and said with a smile, nowadays, people in the whole world know that there are almost no pirates in the North Sea. It can be said that it is extremely safe, and it is a place that civilians in other sea areas yearn for. The prestige of the Navy has also increased rapidly in this short period of time. He, the Marshal of the Navy headquarters, saw it all in his eyes, and was very satisfied with what Luo Shu had done in his heart. Marshal of the Warring State. Come. Luo Shu saluted Sengoku very politely and said hello. At the same time, he felt an unfriendly gaze and looked over, and turned to find that it was Manchika. Because the other party exposed Meng Qilong's old bottom in public last time, he, as a father, has been trained for more than 2 years. He returned to the Navy headquarters a few months ago, and he has not seen the other party's figure. After that, return to Officer Marin Vando to resume your post. It turned out to be Lieutenant General Garp. Congratulations on your return to the Navy headquarters again. I haven't seen you for more than 2 years, but I found that you are still old and strong. You are indeed a naval hero. Now that he noticed the other party's gaze, Luo Shu couldn't pretend he didn't see it, so he said to Garp with a chuckle, it's really harmless to humans and animals. I don't know, I thought he had a good relationship with Garp. Of course the old man will come back, otherwise who can stop that? The careerist who wants to destroy the righteous image of the Navy. Garp also responded reluctantly, with a smirk that didn't fit his title as a naval hero. For nearly 3 years, he has been in the East China Sea windmill village, while carefully guiding Ace and Luffy to practice, while flipping through various newspapers, just making plans for a comeback in the future. But whenever he saw something about Beihai, he couldn't help frowning, especially when he found out that Beihai was vaguely called the safest sea area in the world. He felt extremely heartache. Yes, he remembered the past, especially the fact that Luo Shu did not have justice in his heart, which he could not tolerate, and the ambition of the other party had already been exposed in front of him. He believed that Beihai was nothing but Luo Shu. Shu wants to enter the top of the Navy as a stepping stone, and he himself has no sympathy for civilians at all. Have to admit that Garp is still very accurate in seeing people. Luo Shu does not have justice and does not care about the life and death of civilians, but he must do it now, otherwise how can he get closer to the day he will become a general? I want all of them. Remember to customize if you like it. Thank you for your support. Love reading. Let me remind you, the 3 things of reading are favorite. It is recommended to remember to save them. m.iconshu8.com. Love to read book, the only domain name. Enjoy high-speed reading. Chapter 96. Emergencies. Opportunities come. That's true. But the last time the leader of the Revolutionary Army was really lucky. Lieutenant General Garp. Believe it or not, next time if I meet him, I will kill him with my own hand. Luo Shu said indifferently. His face was still calm, as if the careerist in Garp's mouth had nothing to do with him. You, bang, it's enough for the 2 of you. Garp, don't forget that you just came back. Don't make trouble again. And Luo Shu, don't say a few words. At Luo Shu's word, and when he was about to stand up, Sengoku suddenly slapped the desk fiercely and yelled at the 2 of them. Was no way. He was afraid that if he didn't come out to stop it again, the expected consequences might not happen, and his marshal's office would have to be redecorated by then. Garp snorted heavily, and sat back on the sofa again, folded his arms around his chest, as if he was very upset, and looked at Luo Shu's body without any taboo. He can feel that in the past 3 years, Luo Shu's strength has improved a lot, and even gave him a sense of crisis. He has not experienced this feeling for a long time. The last time he may have been facing the pirate overlord Locke, and when Edward Newt was young. However, he didn't think that he was no longer Luo Shu's opponent. Instead, he felt that the outcome should be between 5 and 5. After all, his strength was not blown out, and the title of naval hero was not sealed by himself. Coupled with the fact that his strength is not affected by age, this made Garp very confident in himself, and he is not afraid of anyone in the face of the world top powerhouses. Luo Shu didn't even look at Garp, turned his head and started to report to the Warring State some recent events in the North Sea, and the situation of the pirate. Crack. Ha, Luo Shu, you are doing very well. Pirates in the North Sea are extremely rare now, and this is all your credit. You should be a role model for all navies. Half an hour later, while applauding, the Warring State praised Luo Shu. If he hadn't looked at Luo Shu little by little and managed the Beihai to the current state, it would be really hard to believe that this was all true. Marshal of the Warring State period has won the award. After all, as a Lieutenant General of the Navy headquarters, he is regarded as the backbone of the Navy and its facade. I will not let go of any opportunity to add prestige to the Navy. Besides, I am also the governor of Beihai, and I will naturally let the civilians living there live a good life, so you don't have to do this. Marshal of the Warring State period. Luo Shu said to the Warring Waring states with a proud face. Although he was full of humility, he made others think he was pretending. Particular Garp, who was sitting on the sofa, clenched his fist tightly, and even put aside his favorite shellfish. If it wasn't for the condition, he really wanted to use his iron fist to hit his head a few times. Poru. What did you say? Damn it. I immediately sent someone to help. Waring state just smiled at this, but at this moment, the phone bug in his arms suddenly rang, and after he connected, he immediately staged a Sichuan opera face change and yelled at the phone bug. Kid Luo Shu, Peach Rabbit got into trouble in the Chambord Island. She actually had a fight with that monster Edward Wable. You immediately rescue. I believe that at the speed of your thunder fruit, you will arrive soon. After hanging up the phone, Zhongguo looked gloomy, but when he saw Luo Shu, a light flashed in his eyes, and then he immediately. An order was given to Luo Shu. Shampoo Land. No problem, Marshal of the Warring State period. Then I'll leave first. Luo Shu agreed without thinking, turned around and left the Marshal's office quickly. He met Edward Wable 3 years ago, and the monster's strength had already been achieved. Rabbits are the most at the moment. It's not surprising that they can't beat them, right? But it should be able to hold the other party for a long time. After all, the difference in strength between the two is not large, and it is not so simple to decide the winner. And Luo Shu agreed so happily this time. Obviously, he has something else in his heart. Purpose. At this time, on the 13th island of Chambord, all the buildings were destroyed, and two figures, one big and one small, were fighting together. Wherever they passed, the aftermath of the battle set off a huge wave, so that no one around dared to stand there and watch. These two are Tautu and Edward Wable, and even Ba Jin, who is inseparable from his son, is now hiding far away, for fear of being accidentally affected. On top of a building in the distance, there are two people standing there. They are a man and a woman. The man has silver hair and glasses. He looks quite old, but his figure is still burly. It has a strong strength. If a well-informed person sees his face, he will be stunned there. That's right, he is the right arm of the pirate King Gal Roger, the former vice-captain of the Gia pirates. Silba Zarelli, who fought beside Rayleigh, was extremely young, which formed a sharp contrast with him. This was the monster girl Shachi, who was his old favorite and who was also very famous when she was young. The strength of this female navy is not weak, even if it is not much worse than the original Crane. She is indeed qualified to become a general. Rayleigh took out the wine bag around his waist, poured 2 sips into his mouth, and said, his eyes flashed a bit of confusion at the same time, as if he was caught in a memory. That's true, but she's not that monster's opponent. If the two fight alone and the navy doesn't send support, this lieutenant general named Tautu can only choose to retreat. Otherwise, she will be in danger. Shachi nodded at the side. With her eyesight, she could see the gap between Tautu and Edward Wable. No matter what, she was once a big pirate. Even if she was defeated by Garp, she retired and abandoned the pirate. The identity of her, but it does not mean that her strength will stop in situ. Who chose to retire at the beginning was only in her early 20s, and her own strength was far from reaching its peak. She possessed a great talent, so how could she waste time in vain? Don't worry, that guy in the Warring State period is not a fool. He will definitely send the strong men in the navy to support. Rayleigh shook his head with a wry smile. He knew very well about the Warring State period. The other party would never let Tautu suffer this defeat, much less put his own life at risk. Sha was hunted down by Pooh 40 years ago and has since retired. I am here to say that she retreated after being defeated. It should be no problem. If she can defeat Garp, she will not retire. I have already guessed it. The protagonist will soon be promoted to the Admiral of the Navy headquarters. I will send you the first update and evaluation ticket. I want all of them. If you like it, thank you for your support. Please read the underlined version of the novel. Download the Ikanshuba novel. Remember the collection. Save the unique domain name of m.ikanshu8.com and enjoy high-speed reading. Chapter 97. At a critical juncture. Domineering debut. And LT. IMG style equals. Width 100%. Margin 0. Auto. SRC equals. Class equals. Image content. And GT. Chapter 98. The opening. Crush Wable. It's you. Edward Wable, who came back to his senses, widened his eyes and stared at Luo Shu's figure. That's right, he recognized the identity of the opponent, that he fought against him with 2 moves in the past, and he did not lose. The past 3 years, he has occasionally been able to think of the powerful young navy, which also forced him to practice hard every day to achieve his current rank. Gaba. Quack. Wable, you won't leave today as easily as last time. Use all your strength, jokingly said to Edward Wable while shaking his fingers, shaking his head, and making a sound of rubbing bone. He felt that the fruit was ripe and it was time to pick it up. It would be a waste to kill someone like the other party. I killed you. Hearing Luo Shu's word, Edward Wable roared angrily, swung the naginata in his hand, carrying a high-level armament and domineering, and slashed at Luo Shu ruthlessly. He wanted to cut the navy in front of him who dared to underestimate him in half. Chong. Crack. Kick. Buzz. Flash of lightning. Edward Wable's knife was blocked by Luo Shu. However, due to the the strength of the two of them, the surrounding ground is cracking rapidly. It can be said that smoke and dust are everywhere, and gravel is lying around. If there are wee people who appear by their side, I am afraid that they will directly turn into meat mud. The strength is enough, but unfortunately, the speed is a little worse. After a few breaths, when the dust dissipated, I saw Luo Shu's posture was extremely domineering, stepping on Edward Wable's naginata with one foot, looking directly at the other party and sneering. Ah, shockwave. Edward Wable's face was hideous. He raised his left fist with a white halo, and slammed Luo Shu's head. If this punch hit, even if Luo Shu may not be injured, at least he will be hit. Fly out. Bang. Boom. However, in the face of Edward Wable's attack, Luo Shu did not choose to use the speed of the thunder fruit to dodge. Instead, he raised his other foot and kicked it up quickly. At his wrist, the terrifying shockwave could not help but swell. Rushed to the sky. Bang. Whoosh. Boom. Without waiting for Edward Wable to do anything, Luo Shu's right foot, which was originally stepping on the naginata, flew into the air and reached his chest, kicking Edward Wable's fat body hundreds of meters away, smashing a large number of pieces in the process. The building eventually smashed into a barbecue restaurant that had long been empty. From the time the two fought until Edward Wable was knocked into the air, the whole process only took a few seconds. Luo Shu's movements were so smooth, without any delay. Hold your chest and just stand there. Ba Jin, who was in the distance, saw the scene. Her mouth was open, and even the crutches in her hand fell to the ground. She really did not expect that Luo Shu's strength is so strong that even his favorite son, he can only insist on these few tricks. In situ, and Sil Basriali and Shachi were not much better. They were all looking at Luo Shu in the distance, but they were thinking that the Admiral who fought against Meng Qilong at the beginning now has such power. As for Taotu, she frowned and stared at Luo Shu without blinking. Although she had long known that his strength was strong, she did not expect that Luo Shu would be so much stronger than that monster. She had fought against Edward Wable before. She knew the opponent's strength very well, and Luo Shu was able to knock him flying within a few moves, so that means Luo Shu could also kill her in seconds. Who had always believed that women were no worse than men, gave birth to a sense of self-confidence. Yes, she was a bit hit by Luo Shu's strength. Boom. It hurt. Damn, I'm going to tear you to pieces. Edward Wable, who had blonde hair scattered wantonly and blood on the corners of his mouth, completely entered a state of rampage. He held the naginata in both hands and rushed towards Luo Shu quickly. Even the buildings in front of him that blocked his path were also hit by him. Messy. Son, stop fighting that. Navy, it's time for us to leave. Hurry up and stop. Seeing such a scene, Ba Jin couldn't stand any longer, and hurriedly ran forward while shouting to Edward Wable. That's right, she was scared. She felt that if it went on like this, she and her son would really have to break up in the Chambord Island, so he wanted to stop the mad Edward Webb. No, I must kill him. Super chopper. Pity that Edward Well didn't even turn his head back. In this state, he couldn't listen to anything at all. Even Ba Jin, the most respected person he usually had, was useless. Yo, I'm angry, but if anger can improve a person's strength, the breathless pirates who were oppressed by me would have killed me long ago. Accept reality. Wable, battery fist kill. Crack, kick. Luo Shu made a joke at first, and then his right arm bulged, and a large amount of top-level armed arrogance poured out from the front of the fist. Then he shot out in an instant, and a huge fist-shaped shockwave was suddenly generated, carrying boundless destructive power. Edward Wable's attacks collided. After a violent roar, Island number 13 was also at this time finally unable to bear it. It was completely split from the middle of the two attacks, and even the seawater on the shore set off huge waves. It won't be long before this island will be immersed in the sea. I will send the first update, and I want all of them. If you like it, thank you for your support. Please download the ununderlined version of the novel. Love reading novels. Remember to collect and save the unique domain name of m.iconshu8.com. Enjoy high-speed reading. Chapter 99. Pluto, Monster Girl. Look, the island is cracked. Who is fighting on it? It's really strong. Thanks to Lao Su's quick withdrawal. Otherwise it would have been more fortunate. That monster with a naginata seems to be called Wable, with a crescent-shaped beard like the white beard. Is this the battle of the strong? Even the island can't bear the aftermath of their battle. If I can have half of their strength, I can roam the new world. If I had half of their strength, I would have joined the pirate group of the three emperors long ago, and at least I could be a captain. If you want me to say, we'd better leave. If there is such a big commotion, it will definitely attract a large number of navies. If a general arrives at that time, the consequences are unimaginable. The pirate gathered on other islands had long been attracted by the sound of fighting on Island 13, especially after the island was divided into two. They began to talk loudly. They have never seen such a scene before, and they are indeed shocked. Some people are afraid of it and are ready to leave, while a small number of people are ready to continue to wait and see, trying to watch the follow-up of this war. Bang! PFF. Luo Shu's attack finally destroyed Edward Wable's shockwave and sent it flying away, and the naginata that came out of his hand was kicked by Luo Shu and kicked at Ba Jin before the other party barely had time to react. Under the circumstance, it penetrated its body and nailed this ugly old woman there. PFF. Mom, Mom. Edward Wable, who was flying upside down, just saw this scene. After spouting a mouthful of blood, he screamed with a twisted face, then closed his eyes, fell to the ground, and fainted. Luo Shu's blow is not weak, even if it was hindered by its shock wave in the middle, so it weakened a little, but it was not something that Edward Will could resist. He didn't kill the opponent, thanks to his special talent and high-level armament color domineering defense. It's over. Who was a few hundred meters away from Luo Shu, breathed a sigh of relief and said softly in his mouth while walking towards Luo Shu's position. All this happened too fast for her. It only took a few minutes from Luo Shu's arrival to the Chambord Island to the complete defeat of Edward Wable. No, this battle has just begun. Sir Basriali, the Underworld King, and the monster girl Shachi, you two have been watching for so long. Why haven't you come out to me? Luo Shu shook his head, looked at Yuan Zushang, a man and a woman standing, and spoke loudly to them. From the moment he arrived here, he sensed the existence of these two people, and when he was on the road, he had already thought about it. Since the Golden Lion Shiji couldn't find it for a while, why not take the Hades Rayleigh, who used to be the pirate king Gal Roger? Let's open the right arm. Anyway, the identity of the other party, and the son of Shiucha, to a certain extent, even surpass it. After all, he was also the one who arrived at the End Island, Lavrude, with the pirate king Gal Roger. Why? Said to be a legendary pirate. Navy boy, are you trying to attack this old man? Rayleigh and Shachi slowly appeared in front of Luo Shu, and he said to Luo Shu with a bad expression, strength has dropped a lot due to his stable life these years. It does not mean that he has lost his fighting instinct. Rayleigh can clearly perceive that Luo Shu is full of malice towards him. No, or he can use killing intent to kill him. Describe. Open the other party's panel. Ding. Panel is opening. Name. So Bardsley special talent. Natural tyrant. Advanced brute strength. Advanced agility and domineering. Intermediate overlord color. Advanced armed color. Advanced knowledge color. Physical technique. Top swordsmanship. Intermediate great swordsman ability. No comprehensive strength. As a remnant of the era, you must have the consciousness to die in the wave of the new era. As the right arm of the pirate king Gal Roger, honestly hide in a certain in the corner. Is it bad to die without asking about the world? And it must appear in the sight of the Navy. And during the years of your retirement, you have done a lot to help some potential pirate newcomers, and secretly oppose our Navy. You think that your actions are naive and no one else knows about concealment. Looking at Rayleigh's panel, Luo Shu said with a bit of disdain on his face, maybe when the other party was at the peak, the two-color domineering reached the top level, and the overlord color should also be advanced. However, in the entire One Piece world, except for Meng Chikap is not affected by age, and everyone else will have their own strength weakened because of their age. In the original book, Whitebeard, who was on top of the war, is a clear example. If he was in his prime, how could he be beaten so badly by a Kainu in a one-on-one situation? Secondly, there is Zephyr, although he broke an arm, but not even Luffy can't beat it. This is all caused by years. Luo Shu, do you really want to do something to them? Taotu, who was standing beside Luo Shu, asked with a solemn expression. She had already learned the identities of the other two from Luo Shu's mouth, and she didn't need to guess to know that their strength was definitely not weak. Of course, that woman will be handed over to you. Her strength should be similar to yours. You just need to hold him back, and I will use the shortest time to solve Pluto Rayleigh. Luo Shu said without turning his head, and he did not shy away from the fact that Silbaz Rayleigh and Shachi, who were not far away from him, seemed to be narrating a fact. He is not bragging, although Rayleigh is indeed better than Edward Wable, but in a one-on-one situation, there is still a big gap with Luo Shu. It is a bit exaggerated to say that one move kills the opponent in second, but I am confident that I can kill Rayleigh in a short time, even if there is no chance to escape. Little devil, enough is enough. After listening to Luo Shu's words, Shachi, who had a more grumpy temper, rushed up first, and she wanted to teach the arrogant boy in front of her a good lesson. Chapter 100. Luo Shu with full firepower. Chong, monster girl, your opponent is me. Before Shachi came to Luo Shu, Taotu held Jinpai Luo in his hand and stopped him. The blade, which flashed coldly, collided with the opponent's domineering fist wrapped in high-level armament. Immediately, the island number 13, which was half smaller than before, trembled again, and waves of air spread around, carrying large pieces of gravel and splashing around. Luo Shu and Rayleigh rushed to the distance at almost the same time. After all, their strength is higher. If this place is regarded as a battlefield, it will definitely affect Taotu and Shachi, who are fighting together. Damn it, run away. Those two guys are rushing towards us. It's that Vice Admiral known as the hero of the North Sea. That guy is as strong as a monster. If we are hit by the aftermath of their battle, we will be dead. It's Vice Admiral Luo Shu of the Navy headquarters. But who is the old guy who fought against that monster? He looks so strong. Don't care about these. If you don't leave, there will only be a dead end. This kind of battle is not. We can watch it up close. 14th Island of Chambord. There there are several sharp-eyed pirates, and immediately after they found that Luo Shu and Rayleigh were rushing towards their island, shouted involuntarily. It doesn't matter what they shout. Under the circumstance that people living on this island have received the news, they don't care about taking any precious things. At this time, fleeing for their lives is the most important thing. So, I saw a large group of black figures, madly running towards the surrounding island number 15. They were very afraid of death, especially in the aftermath of the battle. It was really sad. Rayleigh, today is your life. In the last battle, show all your strength. At the same time, risk your life. Luo Shu stood on a building on the 14th island, looked down at Rayleigh below, and said lightly. His thoughts of wanting to be promoted to general are getting stronger and stronger. Since Rayleigh was chosen by him, even if the King of Heaven comes, he can't save the other party. Today, he will kill him no matter what. The old man admits that your strength is very strong. Even compared to the original Roger, it is not inferior. It is even better than that. But the era of the great pirate has begun, and one day there will be a proud man of the era who will bear Rogers will and turn the world upside down. Then what will happen to your navy? There was no fear in Rayleigh's eyes, but he said to Luo Shu with a chuckle, he always believed that the era that his captain opened up with his life would not be so simple. Nowadays, big pirates appear frequently, and one of them must be extremely an outstanding person who launched a charge towards the throne of One Piece, and after experiencing countless ups and downs, has really reached that point. Maybe the day you said will actually appear, but obviously, you can't see it. Thor mode. Luo Shu's own momentum was rapidly rising, and at the same time he opened his mouth to speak, and he entered the strongest state, and a large number of violent thunder and lightning spewed out, forming a one, wrapping his whole body in it, only to hear his heart pounding violently. The beating sound was like turning on the Imperial engine. He is now, let alone Basriali, even Edward Newgate in his prime, he has the confidence to be one of them. Fighting, even defeating the other side is not without Shu. Chong. Crack. Blink of an eye. Luo Shu appeared in front of Rayleigh, and the domineering hand knife covering the top armed color slashed fiercely on the blade set up by Rayleigh. The high-level armament was domineering, but he was still cut off, and Rayleigh was also blown away by that huge force. Just a face-to-face, Rayleigh was stubbornly crushed. He retired for many years. The famous sword that accompanied him in the sea has long since disappeared, but now it shows how important it is to have a high-grade weapon. Now he is Lien, the swordsman he is proud of. Can't work out. How is that possible? This kid is a monster. Rayleigh, who flew hundreds of meters upside down, stabilized his body and felt a dull feeling in his chest. Although he didn't vomit blood, he could clearly feel that his arms were still shaking. Immediately, he cursed inwardly, and his face became extremely solemn. He knew that he might be really bad today, but he didn't want to give up like this. He was once a great pirate who dominated the world. As a strong man, he did not lose the most basic fighting spirit, even if he couldn't use swordsmanship now. But his physical skills are also top-notch, and he didn't feel that this fight was unfair, because it was a gladiatorial fight about his life. It seems that you are really old compared to that. Edward Wable, who is not very flexible, is indeed stronger, but that's all. Although we don't have any grudges, you will surely die today. Shish. Thunder Tomahawk. Looking at the slightly embarrassed Rayleigh, Luo Shu couldn't help but sneer. He felt that he might have a high opinion of the other party, or that he was too strong, so he turned into a thunderlight again and appeared above Rayleigh. The right leg like a sharp blade suddenly fell. This trick, he used it when he was fighting with Meng Qilong, and now he uses it again, and the power is much stronger than that at that time. Don't be arrogant. The old man is the king of the underworld. Rayleigh. Ah! Rayleigh roared. His eyes were red, wrapped around the high-level armed domineering right fist, and instantly attacked the top of the head. There was no way. He had no chance to dodge. His domineering was like a display. Only he could only perceive to a trace of Luo Shu's trajectory. Boom. At the moment when the fist and the leg collided, the ground around them fell madly for hundreds of meters, and the smoke and dust in the sky formed a mushroom shape. The old guy's bones are hard, but you're still far from it. Bang. Deep hit. When Rayleigh clenched his teeth to resist, and had no time to counterattack, Luo Shu turned over and hit his chin. After a muffled sound, Rayleigh flew out again, and even lost most of his teeth during the period. It was also swollen and looked a little funny. Chapter 101. Hell stab. The strongest spear. Duck. Buckle. Buckle. Come in. Marshal of the Warring State, Major General Clare stationed in the Chambord Islands has just contacted the headquarters, claiming that there is an urgent matter to report to you. Currently Chambord. At this time, in the office of the Marshal of the Navy headquarters, the Warring States were processing the documents on the desk. Ever since he sent Luo Shu to Chambord, he had never worried that this matter would be out of his control. In his opinion, Luo Shu wanted to solve Edward Wable is very simple, let alone adding a peach rabbit. The opponent has absolutely no chance to run. Who knows? After a signal soldier knocked on the door and came in, he started talking at length, and cold sweat kept dripping from his forehead. Although he has never seen the king of the underworld, Sir Basley, but this he had heard of the name. But the other party was the right arm form of pirate king Gul Roger, and he also served as the deputy captain of his pirate group. Thinking about it, he felt terrible. What are you talking about? Luo Shu and that guy Rayleigh, and the monster girl Shachi. Immediately, inform Aokiji and let him go to the Chambord Island. Sengoku immediately stood up from his seat and ordered the signal soldier to arrive. Although he knew that Rayleigh was in the Chambord archipelago for a long time, since the other party had already lived in seclusion, the warring state did not want to look for bad luck. But now that Luo Shu and Rayleigh had a conflict, they could only defeat the remnants of this era, and once again wash away the prestige of the navy. It's better to let the old man go. No need. I believe that Luo Shu's strength is enough to suppress Rayleigh. As long as the green pheasant can arrive in time, it will not be difficult to catch the right arm of this One Piece. Just when Garp stood up and was about to take the initiative to ask Yang, before he finished speaking, he was rejected by Sengoku. No way. He was afraid that when Garp arrived, not only did it not play a role, but the conflict with Luo Shu broke out, and the Navy's face would be embarrassed. When the headlines came out the next day, the Navy's strongest genius fighting with naval heroes in Chambord, Sengoku is easy to vomit blood, so in order to prevent this from happening, he refused Garp's proposal without thinking. The old man is not willing to go. Quack, quack, quack. Garp opened his mouth. He wanted to say something, but swallowed hard. Then he snorted heavily and murmured with dissatisfaction. At the same time, he grabbed the senbei on the table and shoved it into his mouth, making a piercing sound. Of course he did it on purpose. However, he was too lazy to explain the intention of the warring state. It seems that the genius of our navy is interested in the position of the general. Let's take a shot at Rayleigh. If he really succeeds, the 5 old stars should add 4 generals to the navy. Who had never spoken flashed a light of wisdom in her eyes. She said softly while sorting out the documents in her hand. She also knew that Rayleigh was in Chambord, but she didn't think that Rayleigh would provoke Luo Shu for no reason. This must be the strongest genius of their navy, eager to get the general. Because of his position, this is the reason why he wanted to be promoted to Admiral of the Navy headquarters by arresting One Piece's right arm or beheading him. I have to say that her wisdom as a naval officer is really not low. However, only from one-sided analysis, I guess Luo Shu's purpose. Oh, if you say that, it really suits Luo Shu's character. Warring States was stunned for a moment, then came to his senses, and there was no deep emotion in his mouth. He was a little impatient just now and didn't think about it. Now, with the help of his hint, he thinks that there is a 90% chance that the truth of the matter is as he said. At the same time, he also admires Luo Shu very much. Courage, in order to be promoted to general, actually chose to take the head of this world's top powerhouse as a merit. That kid really dares to think. I hope Qingzi can get to Chambord soon. As long as he can fight against Rayleigh, then this achievement will not be enjoyed by Luo Shu and that kid alone. Garp's face was solemn at this time, but he didn't speak, just thought secretly in his heart. From the bottom of his heart, he didn't want Luo Shu to become an admiral of the Navy headquarters so easily. If it wasn't for the condition, he even wanted to fly to Chambord in an instant and arrest Rayleigh himself. Yo, it's pretty strong. You can stand up like this, so I don't even want to kill you. Well, as long as you say that Gul Roger is an asshole, I will send you to the cause with great mercy. Kelton retired. 20 minutes later, Chambord number 14 was full of ruin, and the whole island began to crumble, as if it had sunk into the sea, and Luo Shu, who had released the Thor mode, was just a little dusty in his suit, without the slightest scar on his body. He looked at Rayleigh, who slowly climbed up from the ground in front of him, looking in a state of embarrassment, and sneered at him. The current Rayleigh has been seriously injured, and the bones on his body are not known. If he holds a big sharp knife, he may be able to hold it in Luo Shu's hands for a while longer. Obviously, just relying on physical skills and domineering to fight against Luo Shu, he has no chance of winning, but is speeding up his own death time. Ahem. You are indeed a strong Navy brat, but you underestimate my Rayleigh a little bit, and it's a dream for me to insult Roger. Speaking of awful, I think you are more suitable for this brat. Rayleigh endured the piercing pain that came from all over his body, coughed out a mouthful of blood, and roared at Luo Shu with a hideous face. Strong man is a strong man. If he were another pirate, he would probably betray his own captain in order to survive, but a person like Rayleigh, even if Gul Roger is gone, he will not talk about his words in order to survive. Insult each other. Oh, I knew you wouldn't say it. This is the so-called strong man's integrity. Then, I will use my strongest move to send you back to the west. See, crack. The strongest spear of hell thrust. Luo Shu pretended to be helpless and sighed. Then, his body bowed slightly, and a lot of lightning appeared on his body. He slowly raised his right hand, leaving only a domineering index finger wrapped around a top-armed collar. Peaked at the time. Chapter 102. Self-suffering, desperate Mandarin duck. PFF. Just for a moment, Rayleigh, who was standing in front of Luo Shu, stared at the boss, and his domineering arrogance didn't catch anything. That is to say, the speed of Luo Shu's explosion this time made him have a high-level domineering arrogance. It didn't work, and when he reacted. He felt the stinging pain in his chest, and Luo Shu's arm rubbed into his body. Pooh, by the way, I forgot to tell you one thing. Gal Roger has a child who was born to him and Potka's Luju, and in the future I will send that kid with a sinful blood to hell myself. The moment Luo Shu stabbed his index finger into Rayleigh's chest, he shattered his heart, and the other party had absolutely no chance of surviving. But he didn't intend to end it like this. Instead he put his head against Rayleigh's ear and said in a weak voice. After listening to Luo Shu's word, Rayleigh was gnashing his teeth. At the same time, he wanted to raise his hand to attack the opponent, intending to tear off pieces of flesh from the opponent before he died. But his heart was broken, his vitality was rapidly passing away, and in the end it was just the throat making some noises. His eyes stared at Luo Shu with resentment, but his body slowly fell down. Until he died, his eyes did not close, which was really dead. PFF. What can I do as the deputy captain of One Piece in the past, not to lose to the years, the remnants of those times? I will kill you all one by one. Luo Shu pulled out the 7-star sword around his waist, cut off Rayleigh's head, and held it in his hand, looked at the location of the new world, and said viciously. He didn't understand very much. Some people who are already very old and their strength have dropped greatly, but still jumping around, honestly hide on a certain island, and live a stable life. In front of the world of the time, there is a sense of existence, and this kind of person is clearly courting death. Chong. Other side, Tautu and Shachi had already arrived on the fragmented island where Edward Wable was in a coma. The previous island had completely sunk into the sea because it could not support the aftermath of the battle between the two. Them held a knife and the other used a fist. Every time they collided, dazzling sparks and waves of air would erupt. However, since Peach Rabbit's comprehensive strength is plus, and Shachi is plus, there is no accident that this great pirate who was once famous is now being attacked by this General of the Navy. Shachi, your old friend has already taken a step forward. Don't you plan to accompany him? Puff. Just when the two of them were on fire and fighting each other again, the voice suddenly rang out, and at the same time, a black shadow appeared not far from the two of them. Ah, Rayleigh. PFF. Although she only glanced at it, Shachi was sure that the headless corpse was still Basrieli, which made her cry out in grief. He cut off Shachi's arm and kicked it out. You goddamn Navy. You killed Rayleigh. Got up from the ground, didn't care about the blood gushing out from her right shoulder. She was like an evil spirit and said to Luo Shu, who had come to Tautu, in a very cold voice. She can't even feel the pain in the wound now, but the heart is the most painful place for her. Looking back on the bits and pieces she spent with Rayleigh over the years, and now that her beloved dies in front of her, she really feels he is about to collapse. People are inherently dead, so why be so sad? What's more, you will be able to accompany him soon. Don't be so excited. The corners of Luo Shu's mouth gradually turned up, and he teased him aloud. Although Shachi has a good figure and a beautiful face, as long as he thinks that the other party is in his 60s and has been used by Lei for so many years, he is suddenly a little interested. Argon. Ha 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 ha. Navy brat, I curse you to die. PFF. As if she hadn't heard Luo Shu's words, Shachi staggered and came to Rayleigh's headless corpse. She trembled for a while, then suddenly laughed, and then took out a dagger. She stabbed her heart fiercely, and until now, she didn't forget to say some vicious words to Luo Shu. It's really decisive. This is a pair of desperate Mandarin duck. Maybe other people see this scene and say it's not cool, or not worth it, or even broken. But in Luo Shu's view, there is no problem with the other party's choice. Anyway, it's about death. It's better to just cut it off on your own. At the same time, I also thought to myself, I have been working hard to cultivate since I crossed over to the present. Even if with the system, there is no slack in the slightest. In this world without three views, only one's own strength is real. Otherwise everything you have is likely to disappear one day. Peach Rabbit, go and cut off her head. The monster girl Shachi is not a small achievement. It can be used as a foundation for you to become a general in the future. After a few words of emotion, Luo Shu said to Tautu, who was relaxed beside him, and he himself walked to Edward Wable, who was in a coma. He didn't forget that this monster with a powerful talent and a stupid mind, this guy has now become one of the world's top powerhouses. As long as he works harder, he may not be able to go further. After returning to the Navy headquarters this time, I'm afraid this guy is going to become an admiral of the Navy headquarters. Looking at Luo Shu's back, Tautu murmured in a low voice, don't know why. From Luo Shu's appearance to save her before, and then to showing his absolute strength after that, crushing Edward Wable, killing Silvasrieli, and then forcing Shachi to death, she always had a feeling in her heart. Unexplainable feeling. Some people may feel uncomfortable reading this chapter, but a pirate is a pirate. Isn't a female pirate a pirate, and the other party committed suicide? Shouldn't it be poisonous? Monthly ticket, evaluation ticket, I want all of them. Remember to customize if you like it. Please download the novel without underline. Please download the novel. Remember to enjoy high-speed reading. Chapter 103. Beating Wable and Conquering. This guy won't grow up on feet. Luo Shu grabbed Edward Wable's blonde hair, there, dragged it on the ground, and walked towards the beach. But he did not secretly curse. He was complaining that the other party was more than 6 meters tall. Of course, in one piece. In the world, there are countless people who are taller than Edward Wable. Except for those giants. Even Charlotte Lingling is a lot taller than him. Even Moonlight Mariah's height is extremely impressive. So this world, it's like a monster running rampant. Puff. Oh, Gollum, Gollum. I saw Luo Shu grabbing Edward Wable's slender legs and immersing half of his body in the sea water with his head down, causing him to wake up instantly. Probably because of his intuition, he immediately woke up. Holding his breath, his eyes widened. The pain and powerlessness that came from his body made Edward Will extremely uncomfortable, but he could only hold on, and he couldn't get rid of Luo Shu's iron-like hand. Pooh. It wasn't until a few minutes later that Luo Shu dragged him up, and Edward Wable couldn't care less. Lying on the ground gasping for breath, he really thought he was going to die just now. Bang. Poof. Now that I have something to tell you, let me put my ears up and listen. Ba Jin is not your mother, and Whitebeard is not your father. From today, you will be my subordinate, and I will wash away the evil things you have done over the years for you. Listen clearly. Luo Shu stomped heavily on Edward Wable's fat stomach, forcing him to spit out a mouthful of blood, and then spoke to him fiercely. Although Edward Webb was originally simple-minded, all the evil things he did were forced by Ba Jin's guidance. Otherwise, what he would think about every day might only be what to eat. However, if a person like this is drawn into the Navy by him, Sengoku may not say much, but Garp, who has always been against him, will definitely get in the way. Even if he is not afraid, he does not like trouble, especially in when he was about to be promoted to the Admiral of the Navy headquarters. He did not allow any accident. Therefore, before he came, he had already communicated with Clarina through the phone bug, and asked her to take care of Edward Wable first, claiming that it would be fine to take him as a family shield, and then it would be considered a rebellion for the two of them in the future. Add strength. You killed Mom. Bang, bang. The moment Edward Wable saw Luo Shu, his eyes widened. He shouted at him, and even wanted to get up and attack Luo Shu. However, what responded to him were 2 punches and sandbag, which made his entire face even fatter and lost several teeth. I repeat, it's your mother. Whitebeard is not your father. If you dare to talk nonsense with Lao Su, believe it or not, I will cut off your flesh one by one, roast it myself, and then feed it to you. Luo Shu pulled out the 7-star sword around his waist, quickly cut several openings on Edward Wable's body, and finally cut off the little finger of the opponent's left hand, and he threatened him again. He knew the character of the other party well, and if he wanted to truly conquer Edward Wable, he had to make him fear him. Ah, it hurt. It hurt. Who was lying on the ground was no longer as tough as before. He was sweating profusely and kept rolling back and forth. As the so-called 10 fingers connected to the heart, he was more afraid of pain, especially in the face of strength. Luo Shu, who was stronger than him, could only be beaten passively, but could not fight back, which made him feel a little surrendered. I make you hurt. I make you hurt. Boom, boom, boom. Edward Wable, who was crying in pain like a child, Luo Shu felt a surge of anger in his heart, and then he hit the opponent with his fist like raindrop. The sound also sounded, I was wrong. I don't cry anymore. After a long while, Luo Shu stopped what he was doing, while Edward Wable knelt on the ground and curled up. At this time, his body was covered with fist marks, and the ribs on both sides were broken. The bridge of the nose was also collapsed, and the blood was flowing unstoppably, looking very embarrassed. Now you go to Shampoo Island number 1 for Lao Su, and someone will pick you up, and he will take you to other places later. Remember, don't be too careful. It's better to be obedient, otherwise what I say will definitely make it happen to you. Luo Shu stepped on Edward Bull's head and said word by word, Clarina's people are now waiting on the first island, where their family's business is, so it's not surprising, even if their family is wrong, not an ordinary Tianlong family, but also need human slave. Yes, I'll go. Edward Wable shook his body, slowly got up from the ground, bowed to Luo Shu and said a word, then ran in the direction he pointed. He doesn't want to stay here for a second now, or he is afraid that he will die in the hands of Luo Shu. And Taotu, who was standing in the distance, kept watching this scene silently, and didn't step forward to stop it or ask. As for why, even she herself doesn't know. Maybe it was because she didn't want Luo Shu to leave a bad impression on her, or maybe it was because she wanted to repay the other party's kindness for rescue. Anyway, she didn't know exactly what she was thinking. Let go. Back to the Navy headquarters. When passing by Taotu, Luo Shu lightly dropped a word and left without looking back. He can't wait to return to Marin Bando now, to see what kind of faces some people will show after seeing their achievement, and he is quite looking forward to this. Luo Shu, how many secrets do you have? What a mysterious man. While following Luo Shu's footsteps, Taotu pondered secretly. She found that Luo Shu, a naval genius who was much younger than her, became even more incapable of seeing through him after having some contact with him. For example, why Luo Shu let Edward Wable go. She couldn't guess the reason even if she wanted to break her head. Send the first update. I want all of them. If you like it so sleepy, sleepers, it is recommended to remember to. Chapter 104. The Navy's high-level shock. The doves are in action. Poru. Marshal of the Warring State period. I'm Luo Shu. I've already killed Rayleigh, and I'm returning to Marin Fando with Taotu. And Shachi was also killed by Taotu. As for Edward Wool, after he passed out, he escaped when we fought with Rayleigh and Shachi, but his mother Ba Jin was killed by me. Standing on the deck of the warship, Luo Shu took out the phone bug and communicated with the Warring State period, explaining what happened in the Chambord archipelago. Of course, there are many plots written, directed and acted by him, but most of them are relatively real. Taotu, who was beside him, twitched the corners of his mouth lightly, but he was quite happy in his heart. After all, Luo Shu put the merit of killing Shachi on her head. What? You have killed the Hades Rayleigh. The phone turned into Zhongguo's surprised appearance, and there was a harsh scream. Yes, Zhongguo, who was in the office of the Marshal of the Navy headquarters, was once again shocked by Luo Shu to the point of gaffe, and his voice inadvertently raised an octave. Of course, am I going to lie about the military situation? Marshal of the Warring State period. Luo Shu asked him nonchalantly. Call. I see. Warring State took a deep breath, said something to Luo Shu excitedly, and hung up the phone. His mood at this time was even happier than Luo Shu. No way, their navy hasn't made big news for a long time, except for Luo Shu's very good governance of the North Sea and occasional headline. The navy still seems mediocre for the past 2 years. Conceivable that after this news that is enough to shake the world. I believe that the prestige of the navy in the hearts of those civilians will rise again. Warring State. Luo Shu, that kid killed Rayleigh. Cap, who was sitting on the sofa, stood up abruptly and asked with an unbelievable face. As a naval hero who has driven the pirate King Gall Roger to a desperate situation many times, he knows all the combat power of his pirate group well, not to mention the deputy captain of the Roger pirate. He knew the opponent's strength too well, but what he couldn't understand was how Luo Shu was able to kill Rayleigh in such a short period of time. You know, killing the opponent and defeating the opponent are qualitative. Even if they belong to the same level, there is also a gap between the powerhouses, and it is usually not very big. But if these two people really fight, the weaker one will lose, but he will definitely be able to escape. Killed Rayleigh in just a few dozen minutes, which shows a problem. That is, Luo Shu's strength is more than one step stronger than that of Rayleigh, and the battle will not just last like this time. That's right. Luo Shu returned to the naval headquarters with Rayleigh's head, and even the Shachi you hunted down died in the hands of Taotu. After Sengoku gave Garp a deep look, he spoke in a very flat voice. Is that so? Garp murmured in a low voice. While his heart was shocked, he was also thinking about other things. That is there a way to prevent Luo Shu from being promoted to the Admiral of the Navy headquarters? Just like that, he didn't even say hello. Mine. Kong pushed the door and left the Marshal's office. This matter cannot be solved by himself now. He is now going to gather the doves and do something before Luo Shu officially becomes a general. After all, if Luo Shu is promoted successfully, it will be related to the benefit of all dovish navy. Garp still doesn't understand. Our navy is just a big force under the world government after all. Luo Shu is so optimistic about Wu Laoxing and others. After he knows the news, he will definitely add a fourth place to the navy. General's place. No one can change this. Warring States looked at Garp and sighed helplessly that his wisdom was much stronger than Garp. Naturally, he could see that Luo Shu's ambition was not as simple as wanting to become a naval admiral, but he was very interested in it. Don't care about that. Justice has always come from the victors. Only the strong are qualified to talk about it. Why can't pirates represent justice? Because they are not strong enough. If there are 3 pirate groups of the 3 emperors, each of them can be comparable to the naval headquarters, then the navy is evil. The rules of this world are so real. From the perspective of the Warring State period, no matter who controls this world, the navy needs the existence of the navy. Pirates will never be killed. Naturally, someone must protect the sea. Order. Even if Luo Shu's ambition is to climb to the top of the world power, the opponent still needs the strength of the navy. No matter what. No matter what, it must establish an image in the hearts of the commoners. Only in this way can a large number of fresh blood join its command. Therefore, the Warring State did not think that when Luo Shu took charge of the navy one day, he would do something outrageous. In turn, the other party might bring the navy to another peak, which is why he has always supported Luo Shu. That's how Garp is. It's useless for anyone to dissuade him. Maybe he will wake up after he hits the wall a few more times. Crane put down the document in her hand and said softly with a smile. She didn't want to think about Garp at all. Instead, she was thinking about the naval faction to which she was loyal, and there would once again be the most powerful force in the world. Let's report the matter to the 5 old stars first. Whether Luo Shu wants to be promoted to the general of the navy headquarters or not, he still has to give orders from these people. Warring State said with a wry smile, and at the same time took out a phone bug that was in contact with the Wu Laoxing special line from his arms and dialed. Other side, Garp, who came out of the the Marshal's office immediately. Use the phone bug to contact the Green Pheasant and let it be right away. Return to the Navy headquarters to discuss countermeasures. He even ordered the messengers to call the Dove Lieutenant General in Marivendo to his mansion. He wanted to convene a high-level meeting of the Dove Navy in response to Luo Shu's incident. Aokiji felt as if he had been tricked, but of course those complaints can't be told to Garp. They can only be hidden in his heart while riding his exclusive bicycle. Quickly rush back to Marin Vando. Send the first update. I want all of them. If you like it. To read the underlined version of the novel, please download the novel. Remember to save it as m-icon28.com. Love to read the only domain name. Enjoy high-speed reading. Chapter 105. Dove's response. Helpless Garp. Not long ago, Luo Shu beheaded the deputy captain of the Roger pirate, Pluto, Phil Basrieli, and the other party is likely to take advantage of this feat and ascend to the position of the Navy headquarters general. Now that the Hawks are gradually rising, if Luo Shu gets the position of the general again, then our doves will struggle. Therefore, my colleague, the old man thinks that the most urgent task now is how to protect the interests of the dove, and at the same time limit the Luo Shu gets more right. The Navy headquarters, in a special conference room, Garp sat on the main seat, with his arms wrapped around his chest, and said with an ugly face to the group of dove lieutenants in front of him, "What, Luo Shu killed Pluto Rayleigh? The other party is the right arm of Pirate King Roger. How could he be killed so easily? It's impossible. It must be fate. If Pluto Rayleigh was so easy to kill, the other party would have died long ago. If this is all true, then Luo Shu will become an admiral of the Navy headquarters. Is it a certainty?" Soon as Garp's voice fell, everyone was discussing in private, and some people even had sweat on their forehead. Now their Dove faction is still the largest faction in the Navy and has the largest number of members, but if Luo Shu is the general of the Navy headquarters, he and Akainu will definitely establish an alliance, and the Hawk faction will instantly become bigger. Thus it will be able to stand up to their dovish divisions head-on. This is the last picture that doves don't want to see. Most of these generals are conservative in their thinking. When encountering emergencies, they all hope that they can be resolved peacefully and try not to use force. Maybe they don't know how the Navy has become like this. Incompetent. Half of the reason is too much stability, not aggressive. This is true. The old man just came out of the Marshal's office, and now Luo Shu returns to Marin Vando with Rayleigh's head. Dark face. Garp yelled at everyone. He wanted to hear their ideas, not to doubt life here. Lieutenant General Garp, the news you said may have been passed on by the warring states marshal. World government. Regarding the promotion of generals, only those adults need to nod, but Luo Shu currently has no foundation except Beihai, especially in the naval headquarters. He does not have much right to speak. As long as we strengthen control just in the other 3 sea areas in the first half of the Great Route, the top officers of those branches are all of our dove. At that time, even if Akainu and Luo Shu join forces, at most they will only be able to make a few remarks on major events, and besides, you and Qing with General Pheasant here, the odds that the scale of victory will eventually fall to our side will be even greater. After the noisy discussion, the flying squirrel with a dark purple moganshi head, holding the whiskers on his chin with one hand, said with a solemn expression. In his opinion, he couldn't stop Luo Shu's promotion anyway, and restricted the development of his subordinate. In this case, their doves in the Navy headquarters could still lead some event. The flying squirrel is right, and secondly, there is the Haiyuan. Although most of the instructors are now from our dove, I don't think it's enough, and we should add more. In this way, the students who graduate from there will be trained in the future. The metropolis is the new blood of the dove, thus keeping our faction leader. The kind-faced Huo Shaoshan also agreed with the flying squirrel's speech. As the mainstay of the dove faction, he naturally needs to express his own opinion, so he said with a little excitement, "I have a bold idea. If Lord Wu Laoxing really adds a general candidate to the Navy, and identifies Luo Shu for promotion, all of our dove faction members will advise the world government together, saying that Luo Shu is not qualified to be a general. Perhaps it will be because of this start the general promotion battle at the headquarters. I don't know if the Qingzi general can defeat Luo Shu." At this moment, a slender lieutenant general standing in the corner said with a frown, "His idea is quite reasonable, but the most important thing is that the Green Pheasant will win the big war, which will not only make Luo Shu fail to be promoted to general, but also be humiliated and thrown at home, making the Navy who originally admired Luo Shu come into battle. Defection, and it can be strengthened again. The prestige of the Dove faction in the naval headquarters can be said to kill 3 birds with 1 stone. Don't joke about Ruba. Luo Shu killed the Hades Rayleigh, even if the opponent's strength is no longer at the peak, but still not to be underestimated. You want to send Admiral Aokiji to the promotion battle. Our Navy hasn't started it for many years. You know, if Admiral Aokiji is defeated, he will lose his official position. At that time, where will our Dove faction go? Ruba, you have a bad idea. You can't speak your mind. You should try to speak less in the future." Quote, just like that, before Garp could say anything, the rest rest of the admirals began to scold Ruba, who had just expressed his opinion. If it was meant for the close relationship, they would even yell at him. Ever since they knew that Luo Shu killed Lei after taking advantage of this news, no one of them would doubt whether Luo Shu's strength was hydrated, and more people believed that he should be stronger than the Qing Pheasant General. One-on-one tough battle. Luba, the old man also wants to carry out your plan, but I have to admit that Aokiji is by no means an opponent of Luo Shu, starting the general promotion war. In the end, the losses of the doves are immeasurable. Nowadays, in the dove faction, there are no newcomers with terrifying talents at all, so the position of the general of the Green Pheasant cannot be lost. Don't mention this again. Just do as the Flying Squirrel said. Starting today, we will increase control over the sea areas in the east, south, west, and the first half of the Great Route, and at the same time instruct the top officers of those branches to make achievements for this old man. Continue to mess around and let them all abdicate. However, don't do anything about the instructor of the Naval Academy. This matter needs to be considered in the long run. After continuing to listen to a few useless opinions, Garp decided to do as the Flying Squirrel said. As for the promotion of the general, let's forget it. He was sure that it was definitely asking for trouble. Doves do not allow Aokiji to lose the position of the general. Not only that, but also do their best to hold him to the position of the next marshal of the Navy headquarters. Only in this way can we ensure that the doves will continue to develop brilliantly and cultivate more what a righteous admiral. In fact, Garp deceived himself a little bit. He knew that only a few of these doves truly had the heart of justice, but he was still forging ahead and was willing to provoke this burden. Main thing is that the hawkish style really made him disagree. Going against the justice in his heart, there is no way for him to help the dove. I want all of them. If you like it. I love reading. To remind you, the 3 things of reading are collected. Iconshu8.com is the only domain name of Ikonshuba. Enjoy high-speed reading. Chapter 106. Inspiration of the 5 Old Stars. As for the Naval Academy, it can be regarded as an extremely important place in the entire naval headquarters, and must not be disturbed. Although Garp didn't want Luo Shu to develop, he wouldn't be crazy enough to make the Naval Academy a dovish instructor. If this kind of thing was done, it might really cause problem. Even if the warring state did not say anything, I believe that the world government would not help but intervene after they noticed this. After all, those big figures did not like their dove navy. Isn't it giving others a chance to trouble him? So, the meeting continued for nearly an hour before the end was announced. During the period, Qingzi also rushed back to Marinfando, but he did not express much opinion. In fact, although he was a dove, however, he is not good at making plans, and he is lazy, always giving people a feeling that nothing matters. When he heard someone propose before that he wanted to start the general promotion battle and let himself fight with Luo Shu, his face became stiff. Even if he didn't have the confidence to beat Luo Shu. And this idea has been around for nearly 3 years. That is to say, Luo Shu has just served as the top commander of the 20th branch of Beihai. In that public execution of the elite captain of the Revolutionary Army, he fought against Meng Qilong one-on-one. When he didn't fall behind, he felt that Luo Shu's strength was on par with him. At the same time, at the top of the Red Earth continent, in a palace in the Holy Land, Mary Joa 5 old stars and several people, they were getting together and chatting. After talking about the 3 emperors in the New World, we can now talk about Luo Shu's promotion to the Admiral of the Navy headquarters. That kid's strength has improved a lot, and he actually killed Zobazarelli in a short period of time. Even Manchikop is just like that. Wearing a flat hat and leaning on a cane, Wu Laoxing said with a sigh of relief. With his knowledge, of course he knows how strong Manchikop is. In his opinion, even the other party may not be able to beat him after killing in such a short time Rayleigh, whose strength has declined slightly. According to the information from Chambord, the battle only lasted for more than 20 minutes. Moreover, at the scene, a broken long knife was found. Someone saw that Rayleigh and Luo Shu used it when fighting, so they can analyze it. Rayleigh did not display his own swordsmanship. That's why Luo Shu was killed so quickly. But despite this, it is undeniable that Luo Shu's strength is indeed more than enough for him to be a general of the Navy headquarters. Holding the bald-headed 5 old stars of the first generation of ghosts sitting on an old seat, he said in a deep voice, "It's just that there is a bit of displeasure in his word, and there is a bit of an injustice for Rayleigh, and it may be the same as swordsmanship." Strong man, deep down in his heart, somewhat disapproved of Luo Shu's battle. That's how the battle is, especially the second powerhouse battle. Once one of them is completely restrained, the probability of death or disability is also very high. But what we are discussing now is whether to be promoted to Luo Shu and become the Navy's standard general. I personally think that Luo Shu is the highest combat power in the Navy headquarters. He thinks that if we keep talking like this, he doesn't know what time to get result. This time Rayleigh's execution, whether it is the Navy or our world government, the benefits are obvious, so I agree with Luo Shu's promotion to the Admiral of the Navy headquarters. A character who Wu Laoxing didn't even think about it, and directly agreed to Luo Shu's promotion. He was more optimistic about Luo Shu, thinking that he would be their right-hand man in the government in the future. I also agree with Luo Shu's promotion to the Admiral of the Navy headquarters. Before that, it would be better to convene a large number of reporters to go to the naval headquarters and at the same time publicize the award ceremony so that civilians around the world, as well as state officials, the king can see this scene. Our world government and navy, it's time to show our muscles to the world, and we can also shock those who are thinking about getting the big secret treasure all day long. The long-bearded Wu Laoxing expressed his opinion with a bit of pride on his face. There was no accident. He also supported Luo Shu to become the new admiral of the navy headquarters. Second, whether it is strength or merit, he is qualified. Promotion. And he doesn't have a bad sense of our world government. Won't be as paranoid as Garp. Second, although killing Rayleigh is a bit dangerous, his strength is indeed strong enough. The 5 old stars with flat hats and the 5 old stars with bald heads all expressed their opinions at the end. For Luo Shu's promotion to the Navy headquarters, the 555 world's highest powers approved unanimously, and none of them objected, so one of them took out the phone bug that contacted the Warring State period and began to give him a message. Man's command. By the way, the monster Edward Bull was brought back to the Holy Land by the Cullen family. Perhaps Luo Shu was involved. After all, he went to support Tautu before. It seems that this naval genius has the intention to catch up. The dragon line. It interesting. After a few minutes, after hanging up the phone bug, the 5 old star with a flat hat seemed to suddenly think of something, only to see a smile on the corner of his mouth, and he said it with no meaning. He just felt that the last time Luo Shu came to the Holy Land, he met Clarina of the Karen family, and this time, when he had the opportunity, he took the opportunity to send a monster to each other in exchange for a deeper friendship between the two. That kid is very good at looking for opportunity, but it's nothing. Trying to get close to the Tianlong people. Maybe he wants to use the other party's identity to accomplish some goal, but it's better than he resents the Tianlong people. Wu Laoxing with the 8-character beard said indifferently that he thinks this is better. If Luo Shu intends to curry favor with the heavenly dragons, then that means that he recognizes the heavenly dragons as a race in his heart. And the other 5 old stars didn't take the words of the flat hat 5 old stars seriously. They were just Edward Wable. Even if he became the shield of the Cullen family, it wouldn't do them any harm. Of course, that's because they don't know how crazy Clarina's heart is, and they want to unite with outsiders and engage their own clansmen. Even if they live for hundreds of years, they will never think of it. Sleepy. Go to bed for a while, and update in the afternoon. Dear brothers, I will send the first update and evaluation ticket. I want all of them. If you like it, see the underlined version novel. Please download the novels of Ikanshuba. Remember to collect and enjoy high-speed reading. Chapter 107. The highest meeting of the headquarters. The excited Zephyr and LT IMG style equals with 100% margin 0 auto SRC equals class equals image content and GT. Chapter 108. Kizaru, you can't be a marshal. Cough cough. Everyone be quiet. This time the highest meeting of the Navy headquarters is held, mainly to announce a major event. Not long ago, Lieutenant General Luo Shu killed one piece in the Chambord Island, the right arm of Gul Roger. Sir Basriali 5 the old star has added a place for a general of the headquarters, and Lieutenant General Luo Shu will officially become the new general of the Navy in half a month, and this general promotion ceremony will be broadcast all over the world. At that time, I hope that all navies will pay attention to their image on that day. Warring State Cough-White waved his hands to signal everyone to be quiet, and then started a long speech. It first announced the promotion ceremony of Luo Shu's general, which was scheduled for half a month, and then talked about what the Navy should pay attention to when broadcasting to the world that day. A good opportunity to show His Majesty in front of the world, and he had to take it seriously in the Warring State period. It seems that the 5 old stars want to use my promotion to the naval headquarters this time to promote the power of the forces under the world government, and jealous eyes of others. Luo Shu stood at the front of the lieutenant general, thinking secretly in his heart. In fact, he is not very surprised by this matter, for the current world government and the Navy headquarters doing so can bring many benefits. I believe that after this incident, the number of people in the world who are willing to become the Navy will increase exponentially, which is what Luo Shu wants to see. Congratulations to Lieutenant Admiral Luo Shu on his upcoming promotion to Admiral of the Navy headquarters. After the Warring State speech was over, all the lieutenant generals congratulated Luo Shu in unison, including the 2 sisters Tautu and Crane who were standing beside him. It doesn't matter if these people's words are sincere or not, but at least they sound comfortable. As the only lieutenant general, he just sat there with his head down, and his face was ugly. This is Mancha Cap. If this meeting was not important, as a naval hero and the spiritual leader of the Dove, he would not have come. Participating. This is not to make yourself angry. Shoyu-chi was so gloomy when he announced the date of Luo Shu's promotion. That's right, he can be said to be full of anger now. Looking at Luo Luo Shu's smugness. His whole person is not well, but unfortunately, in addition to being incompetent and furious, Garp can only endure it silently, and this headquarters highest meeting was not announced until the sky was getting dark. During the period, various matters were discussed, but most of them were about Luo Shu's promotion to general. "Oh, brother Luo Shu, would you like to go to the old man for a drink?" When Luo Shu was about to leave, Kizaru appeared in front of him and invited Luo Shu. Of course, this made Luo Shu, who had never had any contact with Huang Yuan, stunned for a moment, and then agreed, but he really wanted to know that this general was more lazy than Qingji and could paddle better. What did he talk about? The two came to the residence of General Huang, one after the other, except that the area was relatively large, and it was not much better than his residence. No matter what, Marin Fando could not have any fancy building. Maybe this is the reason why Luo Shu once lived in Marijoa for 2 days, and his taste changed. "This is the wine I got from the 5 old stars, and I have never been willing to drink it." In this way, Huang Yuan took Luo Shu to the sofa in the living room, and he took out a bottle of beautiful wine from a cabinet, and took it out. Hold two. After filling a cup for Luo Shu, he did not forget to introduce the origin of this wine, as if this wine was very high-end. That really has to be a good taste. System. Open the other party's panel. Ding. Panel is opening. Name. Pulsuino special talent. Super swiftness. Top leg strength domineering. Advanced armor color. Advanced knowledge color body technique. Top swordsmanship. Advanced swordsman ability. Natural type flash fruit comprehensive strength. Plus Luo Shu took a sip of the fine wine, and did not forget to make a joke, while privately instructing the system to check the board of the Japanese aide, the general of the headquarters. He really hadn't noticed before that Hayabu actually had 2 special talents, and they were both the ones that had a great bonus to combat power. He hasn't seen a Kainu's panel yet, but he is sure that a Kainu's strength and Kayabu should be on par with each other. If the two fight, it's hard to predict who wins and who loses. Who would have imagined that this ordinary-looking Kiwi would have such strength? I am afraid that Zephyr would have misunderstood. Kiwi is not that kind of just relying on the ability of the devil fruit, not physique. Brother Luo Shu think, who among the 4 of us can be the next marshal of the Navy headquarters? The two drank the wine one by one, and the atmosphere seemed a little quiet, until Kayabu took the lead in breaking the situation and asked an ambiguous question. "Well, what does General Huang Yuan mean? The Warring States Marshal hasn't abdicated yet. Could it be that you are already planning for that position?" Luo Shu put down the wine cup and stared straight at him for a while. The wretched-looking yellow monkey did not answer this question, but asked back, "Brother Luo Shu is also a smart person. You should know that at the age of the Warring States Marshal and his rank, he will abdicate in a few years. At that time, the new Marshal will be elected among the 4 of us." Kizaru waved his hand indifferently, still speaking in his weird voice. "Gudong, that's true, although I don't know which of the 4 of us will become the next Marshal of the Navy headquarters, but I'm sure, Admiral Kizaru, you have absolutely no chance." Luo Shu picked up the wine cup again, drank the wine inside, and said with a very serious face, "Original work. After the abdication of the Warring State period, the new Admiral of the Navy headquarters only chooses between Aokiji and Akainu. Among them, most people in the Navy headquarters support Aokiji, but the world government supports Akainu, and eventually the two broke out. In the battle, Akainu broke Aokiji's leg and won the battle, becoming the Marshal of the Navy headquarters. Beginning to the end, it can be said that there is no role for Kizaru. This is also because the neutral faction is too weak, the right to speak in the headquarters is too low, and the world government is not optimistic about it. A faction boss like this is not good for anything. He will have his share. Although Huang has a variety of strokes in the original book, I am sure that his strength can definitely be compared to Akainu, and may even surpass it. Waiting for the face-lapped number 1 to be sent, begging for reading, flowers, monthly passes, I want all of them. If you like it, please download the novel without underline. Please download the novel, remember to save it. Save. Chapter 109. The Navy's Infernal Affairs. Brother Luo Shu is really not cute at all. Huang Yuan pursed his lip, making him look more wretched, and then frowned and muttered. He is very self-aware. In fact, he just wanted to hear if Luo Shu had become a marshal. He himself hadn't considered this issue, and his character does not support him to become the marshal of the Navy headquarters. Admiral Kizaru, if you say that the next Navy headquarters marshal will only be me, do you believe it? Luo Shu poured another cup of wine on his own, and spoke to him without any deep meaning. Although his words sounded like asking the other party, in fact, the real meaning had been revealed, and he believed that Kizaru absolutely understood the meaning of his words. The old man naturally believes what Brother Luo Shu said. However, I have some doubts about what happened in the Chambord Island. With the strength of Edward Wabel, he should not be the opponent of Brother Luo Shu, even if you and Taotu are fighting against Rayleigh and Shachi respectively, and he shouldn't be able to escape either. Kazuna put down the wine cup in his hand, pretended to think for a moment, and then said, "Listen to Chambord from front to back in the Warring State, and and noticed Edward Wable, a monster. He really couldn't figure out how Luo Shu's strength could let the other party escape. There may be some hidden secret. And now, the reason why he mentioned this was not to ask Luo Shu to explain, but to deliberately make Luo Shu uncomfortable, who asked the other party to speak against him before. Hey, he didn't escape by himself, but I let him leave. As for why, you'd better not know. After all, sometimes, knowing too many things is not any good. It may cause trouble. A cruel smile gradually appeared on Luo Shu's face, and said coldly, he understands the character of people like Kiwi. The other person's mind is not generally smart, and it is impossible for him to do anything stupid. At most, some words are just said to him, and he will not take them too seriously. So to dig deep, I'm becoming more and more interested in Brother Luo Shu. It is said that you are about to be awarded the title of Admiral of the Navy headquarters, but you don't take the heroic spirit of the Navy lightly. Even Qingzi didn't speak at this meeting. It can be seen that he's in a bad mood too. A light flashed in Kizaru's small eyes, and then he quickly changed the subject. He had almost guessed why Edward Wable was let go by Luo Shu, mostly because the top officials of the world government issued some secret orders to Luo Shu, which allowed Edward Wable to leave unharmed. Otherwise, with Luo Shu's strength and character, how could the pirates retreat in his hand? If General Kasaragi is all right, I will leave first. Hearing Kasaragi's word, Luo Shu suddenly felt that he stood up and confronted him. After saying a word, he walked away. He doesn't believe that Kizaru is looking for him, just wrangling with him, and nothing important. You know, Bakura is still waiting in his mansion, and now, he still wants to share the news of his upcoming promotion. Hey, in fact, this time I called Brother Luo Shu. First, this old man wants to meet you and get to know you well. No matter how you say it, you are almost at my level, so you can't not know it yet. Quote, secondly, the old man here has a piece of information about the doves to tell you. Now they have no way to stop your promotion, but they want to contain the power of your subordinate. That is to say, they will remove the Beihai. In addition, the top officers of the branches in the other 3 sea areas have tried their best to be replaced by Dove, and even the first half of the Great Root. Although these small characters are not powerful, they are superior in numbers, and sometimes they can play a big role, such as influencing the decision of events, or even the promotion of the generals of the headquarters. If you are not wrong, they may really open the general. The promotion battle will let you compete with Aokiji. Whoever loses will not be eligible to become a general. Kizaru Dod appeared in front of Luo Shu, waved his hand apologetically and said, if Garp and Aokiji were here, they would definitely be shocked, because the news that Kizaru told Luo Shu was the decision in their highest meeting of the Dove faction. But if you think about it, there is nothing incomprehensible. The Dove faction, as the largest faction in the Navy, but conversely, it also has the most traitors, and Kizaru has a subordinate who is a lieutenant admiral in the Dove faction's naval headquarters undercover, and the other party told him this information. Ha 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 ha. How dare you think about the promotion of the general and these doves? Rubbish. Luo Shu's eyes suddenly widened, and even he was quite surprised at this time, but it wasn't because the Dove faction's actions were known by Kizaru, but because the other party just said the general promotion battle, and then he couldn't help laughing wildly. At this time, he was thinking in his heart, if the Dove faction really started the promotion to the general, it would be really great. In the original book, Akainu and Aokiji broke out in the battle for the promotion of the marshal, and Aokiji was interrupted by his leg. If Akainu was replaced by him today, Luo Shu said that he could kill the green pheasant. Of course, this is just a talk. It's not that he can't do it, but that he can't do it. But in the battle, if the green pheasant is abolished, there will be no problem. At that time, only Garp is left to support the Dove faction. He can take any opportunity to clean up the opponent. Compared with the green pheasant, Garp's weaknesses are obviously more, but unfortunately, this opinion was just put forward by the Dove, and the next second, it was opposed by most people, including Lieutenant General Garp. Speaking of it, young the pheasant is really miserable. The people of his own faction have no confidence in him as the boss. Ha! Kizaru said it again, and finally gave a symbolic sneer, giving people a feeling that he was also very disdainful of Dove. General Yellow Monkey, thank you for telling me. It getting late, so I'll leave first. The end. Luo Shu did not continue other topic, but thanked Kizaru. He could see that the other party was waiting for this sentence, and then he turned and left. Luo Shu, what a simple kid. Sending Luo Shu to the door, Huang Yuan stopped, looked at his back, and thought to himself that he found that he couldn't see through each other at all, and he always had a feeling that it was Luo Shu. I seem to know him very well. I will send you more. And evaluation ticket. Chapter 110. Shaking the World and Brother Ming. Sir, you are back. Why have you been gone for so long? Who was sitting at the table in the living room, waiting for Luo Shu to have a meal together, immediately got up and stepped forward after seeing the figure of his man, and asked with some doubt, there is no way to do this. Now that Luo Shu beheaded Rayleigh and is about to be promoted to the general of the naval headquarters, only people at the level of the lieutenant general of the naval headquarters know about it, and no one else has heard of it at all, including those low-level Admiral navies who returned to Marin Fando with Luo Shu and Taotu. They didn't know what happened to Chambord. After all, at that time, they had been on the warship and never left, so Baccarat did not. It's normal to hear the wind. Something interesting happened. Luo Shu squeezed Baccarat's face affectionately, and began to tell him what had happened for most of the day. Sir, that is to say, you will soon be promoted to Admiral of the Navy headquarters. After a full 10 minutes, Luo Shu slowly closed his mouth, and took a sip of hot soup to warm his throat. And Baccarat exclaimed, even though he has been with Lu Shu in the past few years, he has seen many in the world, but facing what Luo Shu said, she was still extremely shocked. As for the news that her own boss killed Rayleigh, she has not caught a cold. After all, as Luo Shu's pillow, he knows the strength of his own man best, not to mention the deputy captain of One Piece. Even if Gall Roger, what about resurrection? How could it be Luo Shu's opponent? Yes, in half a month, the Navy headquarters will hold a general promotion ceremony, and broadcast it all over the world. After that, I can go and show you around. Turn, drop by and play. Luo Shu hugged Baccarat in his arms and whispered to him that even if he didn't think much about it and put too much attention on women, he had been in a relationship with her for 3 years, and it would be impossible to say that he didn't love each other. Yes, it's just that he's not good at speaking sweet words. Fortunately, women in this world don't care much about those things. At least Baccarat doesn't care very much. Well, I will definitely use my ability to find the pure gold you mentioned, and I will always be by your side. Baccarat nodded heavily, and then said with a very firm face, this is how women are. No matter which world they are in, the better their men are, the more they can't leave you. Forget it, the dog head saves their lives. In this way, the two hugged for a while, and then enjoyed dinner together for the first time. The next morning, when Luo Shu was still immersed in the gentle village to rest, the outside world exploded. Under the vigorous promotion of newspapers, navies, and the world government, an earthquake officially landed in One Piece world. Not long after the sun rose, a large number of newspapers were scattered across the sea. The number of newspapers was exaggerated, the scale was huge, and the exposure was high, which was comparable to that of the former Navy headquarters. A great pirate ascended to the throne of the king. 3 things that can surpass Luo Shu's news volume are Gall Roger's becoming One Piece, his arrest, and his execution. The strongest genius will become the 4th general of the Navy. First kill the commander of the Revolutionary Army, then make the North Sea the safest sea area in the world, and now kill the right arm of the pirate king Gall Roger, Hades, Soba's Riley, and Luo Shu. It can be called the strongest navy. Close black lens bracket open black lens bracket. Luo Shu, who was only 20 years old, was promoted to the Admiral of the Navy headquarters after half a month. This is definitely the most powerful admiral in the history of the Navy. No one. Close black lens bracket open black lens bracket. Pluto Rayleigh was killed. The top of the Roger pirates has one more person, and Luo Shu said, what the bullshit era of the big pirates will be followed by the era of the great navy that he created. Rayleigh tragically died at the hand of the strongest genius in the Navy. The remnants of those eras. You are afraid maybe it will be one of you next. Close black lens bracket open black lens bracket. The strongest navy deserves its name. Solving the battle in 20 minutes. The former deputy captain of the Roger pirates was so unbearable when facing Luo Shu's strike. Close black lens bracket. All kinds of praise for Luo Shu can be said to occupy half of the entire newspaper. The death of Rayleigh and Luo Shu's upcoming promotion to the Navy headquarters are all described. As for the monster girl Shaw, the fact that she was beheaded by Taotu was selectively forgotten by the members of the newspaper. How could this guy? New World. In the palace of Dressrosa Kingdom, Doflamingo, who had just woken up, looked at the newspaper in his hand with a gloomy expression, and even his hands began to tremble unnaturally. Before, he was thinking about how to get revenge on Luo Shu, because the opponent's subordinate killed Diamante, but now, Luo Shu actually killed the Hades Rayleigh, and with this merit, he is about to be promoted to the general of the Navy headquarters. How can this make him? Revenge? More. Dover. Torapal didn't let out the unpleasant laughter that was on his lips in the past, but said something hesitant to say. On the other hand, Pika didn't speak, just stood there with her head down silently. The two of them can understand Dover's mood at this time. Luo Shu can be called the #1 enemy of their Don Quixote family, but the other party has become stronger again and again, and together with the power, his identity is gradually changing. They have high stools, and they haven't made much progress. If there is one word to describe them, it is only 2 words: desperate. Call. Hey. From now on, no member of the family is allowed to provoke this person. After a while, Brother Defran took a deep breath, suppressed the anger and unwillingness in his heart, and quickly tore the newspapers to shreds with both hands, with a few self-deprecating words from his mouth. Laughter, and told Torapal and others. Domineering look of domineering. When he was a child, he had an IQ far beyond that of his peers. In addition, he has been in the underworld business for so many years, and he has seen more blood and betrayal. Brother Doflamming is enough to be called a hero. At the same time, he also extremely able to bend and stretch, so in his opinion, Luo Shu is no longer what he can deal with. Just like Kaido, no matter how the other party squeezes him, he can only treat him with a smile. The second one is sent. Please subscribe. Flowers, monthly ticket, evaluation ticket. I want all of them. Remember to customize if you like it. Please download the novel without underline. Please download the novel. Remember to enjoy high-speed reading. Chapter 111. Furious Red Hair. The G5 branch being targeted. The world is like this. The best way for weak people to get room for development is to join the strong one. Otherwise the results you have made may disappear in the blink of an eye. The red-haired pirates in the New World were originally getting together and happily having a banquet, but after seeing the newspaper in the sky, all the members stayed on the spot. Wow. Especially the redhead. He couldn't even hold the wine bottle in his hand for a while, and it fell to the ground and shattered. Silbaz really is half his master. He used to be in the Roger Pirate. He is also extremely caring for him. Even after the other party retires, they still have contact. Now, he will never see each other again. If Rayleigh died normally, the redhead can still accept it. The only thing that made people resentful is that the old man who brought kindness and has long since retired, together with his lover Shachi. Inside, they were all beheaded, and their heads were cut off, as the exploits of the perpetrators. Buzz, the terrifying tyrannical arrogance of the red-haired man was integrated with his own aura. At the moment when you broke out, the surrounding ground even cracked, and all the animals on the island fainted, and some of them were hit to death by the tyrannical color. Yes, even though his subordinates are all elite, they are extremely uncomfortable at the moment. Even Ben Beckman, the deputy captain who is not very far from the red-haired, feels a tightness in his chest. They hadn't seen the redhead look so angry for a long time. Ben Beckman squeezed his chin and seemed to be thinking about something. As the vice captain of the redhead pirate, he was also a part-time think tank. He didn't want to because of Rayleigh's death. The redhead took all their members to Maravendo to avenge Rayleigh. That kind of behavior is tantamount to sending death, even if they are now very close to the Emperor's position. But if it happens with the Navy headquarters, a strong collision is likely to return to before liberation. The countless efforts of the past have been cancelled, and the probability of being destroyed by the group is almost 100%. Captain, thinking of this, Van Beeman quickly walked to the front of the redhead and called out, as if he wanted to wake up the redhead who had entered this state. Others also focused their attention. None of them they are mentally retarded, and most of them have guessed something in their heart, so they all want to hear what the redhead will say. If the red hair issues an order to go to the Navy headquarters to make a scene, they will definitely follow each other, but before that they must arrange a funeral. After all, some of them have already married and have children. Before I die, I have to meet again. Beckman, are you afraid that I will take your headquarters to death? How could I have red hair to do such an unwise thing? Since you are my partners, I will be responsible for your personal safety. Once you become a pirate, you will put your life and death aside. This sentence is from the past. What Captain Roger told me. I am very saddened by Mr. Rayleigh's death, but since he was a pirate, he must understand the meaning of this sentence in his heart. After a few breaths, the red hair withdrew his aura. He looked at the crowd expressionlessly, and said lightly, as long as he was not a fool, he could guess that he has it now. However, Mr. Riley has taught me a favor. He is now tragically killed at the hands of the Navy. If I don't do anything, it will make me feel guilty. Beckman, pay more attention to the movement of the 5th branch of the Navy in the New World recently. I believe that the Red Dog will definitely lead. Then we will have a chance. Just the day before Luo Shu was promoted to general, he gave the Navy slapped me in the face. Just when everyone felt a sigh of relief in their heart, Hongfa's words changed, and the tears in his eyes did not avoid anyone, and then he instructed his deputy captain. Although he did not plan to lead his pirate group to the Navy headquarters, he was making trouble, but he was eyeing the 5th branch of the Navy. If Rayleigh died, he couldn't just let it go. If he didn't teach the Navy a lesson, he felt that his mind would not be clear. No problem, Captain. Beckman nodded. He actually wanted to say that he would try to deal with the Navy as little as possible in the future, but in the end he still couldn't say it, because he knew that even if he said it, the redhead would not listen. Obey the other party's orders. Gu la 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 la. The remnants of the time. Rayleigh, I didn't expect you to go one step ahead of me. This wine I respect you. Poo dong, poo dong, poo dong. On the other hand, the Moby Dick was also relatively quiet. Most of them were immersed in the event that the 4th Admiral of the Navy was about to appear, but Whitebeard, who was sitting on the main seat, thought to himself, and picked up a huge wine barrel, drank in big gulp. He and Roger once met like old friend, both enemies and friend. Naturally, he was very familiar with Silbaz. No matter the character and strength of the other party, he was very recognized. Now that Rayleigh is dead, he can only silently bless each other. May heaven have no pain. Not only the red-haired pirate, the white-bearded pirate, but even the other 2 emperors were alarmed by this incident. Yes, that is Kaido and Charlotte Lingling. 2 monsters. When such a big thing happened in the world, their subordinates will of course convey it. Well, ha 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 ha. Katakuri, my dear son, you mean that this kid killed the wicked defeated Hades Rayleigh and is about to be promoted to Admiral of the Navy headquarters. Then, why didn't the old lady know any news about him before? Can you explain it to the old lady? At the same time, on the Cake Island in the Totland Sea, in a dreamlike palace, sitting in front of a huge dining table, a tall and fat man with pink hair and an ugly face dripping from his mouth from time to time. The old woman, who was as liquid as sulfuric acid, laughed cruelly and questioned her son, who had wrapped his face in a scarf in front of her, in a loud voice. This mother, he was just a small character before. I don't think he has the right to enter the eyes of mother, so he didn't report his news to you. Katakuri suppressed the fear in his heart, lowered his head and said softly to Charlotte Lingling, can be said to be panicking now. He knows who his mother is. He is absolutely synonymous with cruelty, cold-blooded and murderous. Children, they will kill them without hesitation, and even give them away after eating them in one bite. I want them all. I want them all. If you like them, remember to order them. Love reading and remind me you. Collection of 3 things in reading. It is recommended to remember to collect an. Chapter 112. Proud Aunt Kaido. That's right. An inconspicuous little character who can suddenly become an admiral of the Navy headquarters. You think that the Sengoku guy's brain is flooded immediately. Tell the old lady all the information about him. Charlotte Lingling, who has not erupted in eczema, her IQ is still online. With a gloomy face, she yelled at Katakuri with gritted teeth. If the other party is not her best son, she really can't help it. Punch hard and let him know the consequences of doing things badly. Yes, Mom. Katakuri hurriedly nodded and left the palace quickly. After a while, when he returned again, he had an extra document in his hand, and still, it was printed on that kind of oversized paper, in order to be able to make your mother look more convenient. The 20-year-old admiral of the Navy headquarters is still promoted by a head named Rayleigh. He once fought against Monchiron one-on-one, and made the North Sea the safest sea area in the world. It seems that in the Navy, there are a very talented kid. After receiving the document, Charlotte Lingling frowned tightly, looking at the information on Luo Shu. Her face was so gloomy that water was almost dripping, but she was muttering in a low voice. Obviously, she thought that Luo Shu's talent must be very terrifying, otherwise how could he have such a legendary military career? She even thought of herself. When she was young, she had hardly practiced much. As time passed, her strength had improved little by little, especially the 3-color domineering. Too much care has reached a very advanced level. Only, she has carried out in-depth development of her superhuman soul fruit ability, but most of the time she still enjoys life and eats all kinds of dessert crazily. Therefore, Charlotte Lingling knows a truth. If she wants to become a top powerhouse, she must have a strong talent, so she will think of using the method of having children to expand the strength of her subordinate. But what makes her helpless is that although she has many children, there are very few people with good talent, and the 3 generals can make her look lightly, but no one inherits her own terrifying talent. It's understandable. After all, Charlotte Lingling's parents are just ordinary people. It is a miracle to give birth to a freak like her. Just like your gold, the world government is very keen on it. It must have collected a lot of information about your gold. I hope that the scientific troops under my command can develop it, but the reality is very cruel. Has the wisdom that surpasses the current human beings for 500 years, and still can't make your gold. Mom, now the Navy is big. After the general of the headquarters takes office, the Navy will send 2 generals to guard in the New World. Katakuri wiped the cold sweat from his forehead, stepped forward and bowed and said, his meaning is self-evident. If the Navy really does that, then the pirates of the New World will be greatly affected. Whether it is the pirate group who are the emperors or the pirate group that is not well known, it cannot be avoided. What about the 2 generals? Old lady is Tai Lingling. If they dare to provoke our thief, the old lady will teach those brats a lesson. Throwing away the document in her hand, Charlotte Lingling opened her bloodshot eyes and said loudly with an angry face. At the same time, her high-level overlordism was also displayed at this moment, making the entire Cake Island. Many weak pirates fainted. She has never lacked courage. How could she be frightened by the Navy? And she is extremely confident in her own strength. Even if she is a general of the Navy headquarters, she does not think that the other party will be her opponent. On the other hand, in the country of Wano, a special island, called the Island of Oni, is the residence of Kaido, one of the 3 emperors of the New World. Pudong. I saw an extremely tall and burly man with black hair floating behind his head, wearing a purple coat, but it couldn't cover the hill-like muscles, with a pair of curved horns on the top of his head. A man with a long beard like a dragon's beard and a dragon scale tattoo on his left arm to his chest is holding an oversized wine barrel and drinking with great gulp. This person is the beast Kaido, known as the strongest creature in the sea, land and air. He once alone forcibly broke into other emperor pirates many times, the Navy headquarters, although he was finally defeated, but no one was able to kill him. Boss Kaido, if you want me to say, when that kid was promoted to general, our beast pirates rushed directly into the Navy headquarters and killed him. In this case, we would be recognized as the strongest pirate in the world. With golden ponytail standing in front of Kaido. Although he is the youngest and weakest of the three disasters, he has won the trust of his boss, but his brain is not very good, so that he doesn't look down on anyone except Kaido. When, in the original book, he was able to face the warring state period with a smile, and the three cranes on the warship dared to take action in order to save Doflamingo, which shows how courageous he is, just died in the sea. Bang, boom. How many times have I told you? You stop talking nonsense here when I'm drinking. You guys are still so clueless. Isn't there a new general in the Navy? What's so amazing? If that kid dares to come to the new world, I will personally teach him a lesson. However, as soon as Jack's voice fell, Kaido's huge fist smashed down, and after a muffled sound, a large pit appeared on the ground. Jack was lying there in an extremely embarrassed manner, and at the same time Kaido's deafening voice sounded. Final analysis. With Kaido's character, although sometimes there are thick and thin, he doesn't take Luo Shu too seriously. In his opinion, the other party just killed an old-fashioned Hades Rayleigh. It's fine to be him, so it's no big deal. The first update was delivered, although it was a little late, but luckily it didn't expire. Please subscribe, flowers, and all of which I want. Remember to order if you like it. Thank you so much for your support. To see the underlined version of the novel, please download the novel. Chapter 113. Sakazuki's visit. A week has passed, and people living in this world, even those who only know how to enjoy the dragon, have until the news that Luo Shu is about to be promoted to the Admiral of the Navy headquarters. It can be said that some people are happy and some are sad. The people who are happy are the commoners and princes and nobles, especially the people living in Beihai. Since they read the news, they have all decorated their light, as if celebrating some kind of festival. And the people who are suffering are the pirates. After learning that the Navy headquarters has added a general again, they are all about to collapse. The most serious ones are the pirates in the first half of the world and the Great Route. When they went out to sea, they may still be full of enthusiasm, but when they really become pirates, they have grown a lot. But now, they say that the road ahead is dark. Luo Shu also received congratulations from Shiryu of the Rain and others early in the morning, but he did not forget to instruct his subordinates to protect Beihai. After all, since his debut, he has provoked a lot of forces, and it may also be indirect he has sinned against some people. If he sees the news about him, his head becomes hot, and he take people to the sea area under his jurisdiction while he is in Marin Vidad, and make troubles, then the gains outweigh the losses. Not to mention, he did guess right. Just a few days ago, the Revolutionary Army held a meeting again on the island of White Earth. If it wasn't for Meng Qilong's repeated suppression, several Revolutionary Army commanders would probably bite the bullet and take their subordinate to Beihai to make a scene. Fan, who was guided by Mancha and already had some strength, and was eager to try, but his brain was still very smart, and he resolutely stood on the side of his own leader. However, his hatred for Luo Shu was no less than that of anyone present, because Meng Qilong told him that although the biggest enemy of the Revolutionary Army was the world government, the most active person hindering the revolution was Luo Shu. Moreover, when the other party does things, it is more unscrupulous than the world government. If there is a conflict with the other party in the future, we must pay more attention. General Akainu. This day, at the entrance of Luo Shu's mansion, several Navy members were standing upright and guarding. However, a figure in a red suit and a righteous cloak walked over slowly, and several Navy members immediately. Greetings and greetings. Akainu just nodded casually. He didn't care about these imaginary things the most, but paid more attention to the Navy who did practical work. Ever since Akainu knew Luo Shu, he always paid attention to what the other party did. He first graduated as a colonel of the headquarters, then went to the first half of the Great Route to make achievement, and after returning, he was promoted to Major General of the headquarters, and then sent to the 20th branch of Beihai as the highest commander, and then fought against the Revolutionary Army and killed the commander of the Northern Army, thus being promoted to the headquarters, Lieutenant General and Governor of the North Sea, and in 3 years, made the North Sea the safest sea area in the world. All these dazzling deeds. Now that the other party is in the Chambord archipelago, beheading Sil Basriali, and by virtue of this achievement, he is promoted to the Admiral of the Navy headquarters. Promotion ceremony, and meet Luo Shu, a young man he admires immensely. Well, Baccarat, bring a cutlery and 2 cigars. Originally finished his training and returned to the living room of his mansion. When he was about to enjoy the delicious meal on the table, he was domineering and sensed the arrival of Akainu, so he ordered Sakazuki, Rosie. Soon, not long after Baccarat left, Akainu appeared in front of Luo Shu. After the two looked at each other, they reported their names to each other. After all, they met for the first time. System, open the other party's panel. Ding, panel is opening. Name, Sakazuki. Special talent, top brute force, intermediate self-healing domineering, top armed color, advanced knowledge color physical technique, top swordsmanship, advanced swordsman ability, natural rock fruit comprehensive strength, plus, Admiral Akainu, please sit down. If you don't mind, we can eat something together. After Luo Shoshai looked at Akainu's panel, he put the shirt on the chair and sent sent an invitation to him since he had just finished practicing. After taking a shower, he had been naked with his strong upper body. Originally, it was only him and Baccarat, and he was too lazy to put on clothes, but now he has to restrain himself. Then the old man is welcome, Akainu said indifferently, and sat directly opposite Luo Shu, but since there was no cutlery in front of him, he did not grab the food with his hand. As a high-ranking official, it is impossible to have a bad habit like Luffy in the original book. General Akainu, welcome. Just when the two did not speak and looked at each other, Baccarat took a tableware and 2 cigars. First came to Akainu and welcomed his arrival. She seemed to regard herself as a woman here. Master, thank you. Akainu took the tableware and a cigar of excellent quality and pure taste. He didn't forget to thank Baccarat. Although the other party had the badge of a major general on his shoulder, as long as he was not a fool, he could see it. From the relationship between the other party and Luo Shu, he naturally has good eyesight. Sir, talk to Admiral Akainu first, and I'll let the kitchen make some food. Facing the smile, Baccarat nodded to Akainu, then came to Luo Shu's side again, put the other cigar aside, threw a sentence, and left quickly. That Akainu was humming to discuss important matters with Luo Shu, and it was indeed inappropriate for her to be present, so she naturally had to leave early. If she didn't even consider this, she would not be favored by Luo Shu. Luo Shu, thank you for governing the Northeast so well. After a few breaths, Akainu suddenly stood up, gave Luo Shu a standard military salute, and said solemnly, it turned out that Beihai was his hometown, but because his family was brutally attacked by pirates, he has not been back for many years. Sasuke has self-innate talent, which I analyzed from the battle between Whitebeard and Akainu. I think it should be very reasonable. After all, the level of self-healing I gave him is not high. Sasuke was born in the north, and I read it on Baidu. It's absolutely true. As for his family's death in the hands of the pirate, I made it up, but the credibility should be very high. The first one is sent. I want to read. Flowers, all of them. If you like it, remember customize. Love reading it. Reminds you 3 things of reading to collect. It is recommended to remember to love reading it. Enjoy high-speed reading. Chapter 114. Become a strategic partner. General Akainu doesn't have to be like this. As the governor of Beihai, I have an obligation to manage the waters under my jurisdiction. After Luo Shu accepted the ceremony with peace of mind, he put on a righteous and dignified look and said in a sonorous and powerful voice. At the beginning, he was still a little confused, and he couldn't understand why Akainu said such words, but how flexible his mind was. He just guessed a possibility in an instant. That is, Akainu was born in the Northeast. Otherwise, the other party would definitely. I will not thank him so solemnly because I have managed the Northeast in an orderly manner. Although it's been 5 years since you became a Navy, it's the first time we've met. This old man really has a feeling that he'll meet you late. Now the Navy has regained a lot of majesty under your excellent performance. Luo Shu, you are indeed better than the rumors. After Akainu sat down, instead of using the cutlery, he picked up the cigar, lit it, and sighed while swallowing. Although he is committed to carrying out absolute justice, it does not mean that he really doesn't care about the commoners in the world. In his opinion, if those evil parties don't kill them, more people will be killed because of it. That's why he will do anything to it, even if he hurts innocent people during the period. But this also makes him bear a lot of infamy in his military career for so many years. Even if he is the most accomplished general among the 3 generals, his reputation is the worst. There is a sharp contrast between the two. Fortunately, he is not. Why do you care about such a thing? Clap. Hush. In the O'Hara incident in the West Sea, those archaeologists who didn't listen to the dissuasion were attacked by the demon slaughtering order. You did not hesitate to kill the civilians on the refuge ship, and you also cut down the scholars who were mixed in with them. This matter, I totally approve of your approach. In the entire Navy, there are very few people with the spirit of a soldier like you. They will always be influenced by worldly emotions and forget the vocation of a soldier. If the Navy is in the hands of these rubbish, sooner or later the world will become more chaotic. People will regret touting those navies who only know justice and don't make any contribution. Luo Shu also lit the cigar, took a deep breath, and after spitting out a large plume of smoke, his eyes flashed a strange light, and his face began to become a little crazy. Most of his words are true. First of all, he really agrees with Akainu's actions at the beginning. Second, the Navy cannot be controlled by the sanctimonious people of the Dove faction, and it is absolutely possible to perish. In this world are extremely disappointed with the Navy, they will appear, and everyone wants to be a pirate, no matter what. Any small town, the country is resisting the Navy. When the time comes, the new blood of the Navy will cut off the strength of the strong generation due to the age problem. Even if the world government is useless no matter what. You're right, as a Navy, you should fight the pirates in this world to the end, and kill them all if you have the chance. Only by eradicating them, changing people's inner thoughts so that they don't dare to stop. Going to be a pirate is a real success. The old man has been working hard towards this goal, but unfortunately, until now, it has not seen any results. Sometimes the old man begins to wonder if the justice in his heart is wrong, and it was not until you appeared that the old man realized that it was right to implement absolute justice but also to have the matching ability of governance, otherwise everything is just empty talk. Akainu flicked the cigarette ash. His face could not be concealed for a long time. That excited expression. He was too lonely, not because he had no women, but in the naval headquarters, except for the few hawkish men, no one recognized him and no one supported him. Long time, relying on his firm belief, he kept running towards the goal, and encountered many obstacles during the process. Now a partner has finally appeared, and this person is much better than him, and his character is very similar to him in the face of evil forces. No matter how good Akainu's concentration was, at this time, he couldn't help it at all, revealing his inner joy. Yes, he finally had a person of the same rank and could stand on the same front as him. The Navy is to carry out this justice, otherwise he will lose the meaning of existence. Now I will soon become the Admiral of the Navy headquarters. At that time, I will do my best to change the status quo of the Navy, and severely suppress the Dove faction. At that time, I hope that Admiral Akainu can help me a lot. Seeing that the time was right, Luo Shu immediately speaking to Akainu. He chatted so much with Akainu, and the reason was to establish friendship with each other. Since both sides have this intention, he doesn't mind opening up in advance and let him become his strategic partner. Main reason is that Akainu has no ambitions at all. In the original book, he desperately competed with Aokiji for the Marshal of the Navy headquarters just to make the Navy in his hands rejuvenate the second spring and become more and more powerful, even more powerful. The purpose of moving the naval headquarters to the New World is not to deter the pirates in the New World. It can be seen that Akainu's courage is not ordinary. Of course, he does have the confidence. Even if the Emperor's pirate group, it is also impossible to fight the Navy head-on, such as the Whitebeard pirate. When they were at the top of the war, there were so many pirates that they still couldn't rescue Fire Fist 8. This is not to mention, except for Akainu, everyone else is suspected of paddling, especially the three people of Kyabu, Garp, and Aokiji. They can be described as two lazy eggs plus a sea king. Only Akainu is one the top powerhouses recklessly fighting against Whitebeard without hesitation. Luo Shu, don't worry, although the old man has fewer followers in the Navy, as long as a major event occurs and the two of us have the same philosophy, it will definitely affect the final order of the warring states marshal. I hope you can fulfill your heart. In this way, this old man will not waste his life. Akainu nodded and said, and his face gradually became serious. Of his coming here is first to meet Luo Shu, and second, to become an ally with the other party, and even the 5 old stars have contacted him privately so that he can have a good relationship with Luo Shu and deal with the Navy's doves together. The first one is here. Dasheng went to practice the car, and I came back, and I almost rose to death. There are 2 left and I will wake up. Please subscribe. Flowers, I want all of them. If you like it, thank you so much for your support. To see the underlined version of the novel, please download the novel. Chapter 115. The Mysterious I Am, the King of Dragon. In this way, the two chatted about other things for a while, and then began to enjoy the food on the table in large pieces. And when Akainu left, there was a bit of a smile on his face. You know, he was out. The name is serious, except for the occasional battle with the pirate. Maybe he will laugh a few times with disdain. The rest of the incidents are all with a paralyzed face. It is simply very cold, completely. It is a soldier whose image is engraved on it. People in the bone. In this way, it can be considered a good helper. I just hope that when I see my true purpose in the future, I don't go against the water. Otherwise, I really don't have the heart to kill you. Luo Shu sent Akainu outside the door, and then stood there watching the other person's back, thinking silently in his heart. One thing to say, he really appreciates Akainu, whether it is his personality or the justice in his heart. As a Navy, there is no flaw. But admiration is admiration. If he is against him, he will not hesitate to move his hand. Since the day he came to this world, he has told himself more than once that Luo Shu is the real protagonist. Poru, I'm Rose. Luo Shu, congratulations on your upcoming promotion to the Admiral of the Navy headquarters. Just when he was about to return to his mansion, a special telephone bug in his arms rang, and after connecting, a pleasant voice came out. This person was Karen Larina Palace. Thank you, my Tianlong wife. The corners of Luo Shu's mouth gradually turned up, and he immediately joked that he and Clarina had known each other for 3 years, and had contacted several times during this period. Naturally, they knew a lot more than when they first started. You're just a small admiral of the Navy headquarters, and you dare to call me the wife of the palace. You were really bold. The one you sent, Edward Wable. I'm asking Lekka to take him to practice every day. At present, his condition is very stable, except for eating a lot of food each time. He has no shortcoming. Clarina didn't mind Luo Shu's word, and picked up her body and scolded Luo Shu a few times, as if she was cooperating with the other party's chat. Of course, because the tone of her speech was not angry, she a flirtatious feeling. But soon, she turned the subject to Edward Wable. That guy is stupid and has a lot of strength, as long as he is obedient. If he hadn't been bewitched by Ba Jin, destroyed so many villages and towns, and killed Shu, I am now as a general, even if he used to be a seafarer. Thief, you can also clean it up and recruit him into the navy, but it doesn't matter if you live in the Holy Land, but you still need to pay more attention to let him make some trouble. Luo Shu pondered for a moment, and then reminded Clarina. In the end, he was indeed a little worried about Edward Wabel, mentally retarded. If this guy caused any trouble in the Holy Land, his life might not be guaranteed. On the other hand, wouldn't it mean that a top powerhouse was prematurely killed, and I didn't want such a thing to happen. Don't worry, I will be optimistic about him, but then again, according to our agreement, there are still 2 years left. If nothing else happens, I will become the patriarch of the Karen family next year. But when will you be able to become the Navy headquarters? What about the Marshal? Clarina suddenly changed the conversation and asked Luo Shu with a chuckle, as if she was deliberately letting the right. Fang was embarrassed, but she still remembered the cold attitude of Luo Shu when he met her, and now she thinks about it, she feels a little unhappy. The time has not come. What is the hurry? Kung Fu, you might as well find out more about the relationship between the world government and the world government. The secret of the Tianlong people is very important to us. Only by knowing ourselves and knowing each other can we be victorious in every battle. Luo Shu raised his brows and said indifferently that although the position of the Marshal of the Navy headquarters was regarded as the ceiling of the rank in the Navy, most people would not even dare to think about it, but in his heart he was right. That position is inevitable, as long as the opportunity comes. If he wants to take the position, there is not much pressure. Contrary, he was a little urgent, and wanted to know the secrets of Yimu and others. As the saying goes, the unknown is the most terrifying. Luo Shu firmly believed in this sentence. I already know a secret. 800 years ago, 20 kings built the world government together. One of them is still alive, living in the Holy Land, and has been guarding the Tianlong people and ruling the world behind the scenes. He has undergone the surgery of immortality, and his strength has not declined in the slightest. I just don't know how much his strength has reached. Clarina spoke proudly, and her words were full of excitement. Yes, this secret was told to her by her father himself not long ago. The level of confidentiality, apart from the 5 old stars, is only from the Tianlong people, the young masters. Only the patriarchs of some families are qualified to know. After she knew about this, she didn't feel afraid. Maybe because she was born with a domineering look, she felt that it must be very interesting to fight with Luo Shu in the future. I have to admit that Clarina's brain circuit is true. Weird, the king of the Tianlong people. It's kind of interesting to believe that you will know more secrets after you take over as the patriarch. Luo Shu's eyes flashed with a gleam of light, and he said in a low voice, as expected, he had suspected that in his previous life, Lord Yimu was one of the 20 kings who once established the world government. Now it seems that, guess right, with his current strength, he really doesn't dare to say that he can defeat Yimu one-on-one. After all, the other party is also the beneficiary of the ageless surgery, and he must have the same self-healing ability as him. Domineering, physique, swordsmanship, fruit ability must have reached an unprecedented height. Even if they are in the top or awakened state, there is still a difference in strength. But he will not despair about this, because the system has told him that no matter which strong person in the world has the highest comprehensive strength, Luo Shu can only be plus, including his host. Luo Shu was quite puzzled before, and now he seems to understand something. It is a big watershed, and the gap can be described as the difference between heaven and earth, so no one in this world can reach it. That is to say, if a person's comprehensive strength exceeds plus, then he can push the world of One Piece horizontally by himself. Hundreds of top powerhouses blocked the way, and after all, it was the cockroach who shook the tree. Thinking of this moment, Luo Shu couldn't help but secretly relieved. If this world had no restrictions, it would take his years of cultivation, or speaking of decades, how could it be comparable to I.M., who is already talented and lived for more than 800 years? The first one is here. I want them all. If you like it. Chapter 116. Promoted to General. Titled Black Dragon. Why are you so calm to hear this news? Shouldn't you be shocked? On the other side, Clarina was a little confused by Luo Shu's reaction. In his opinion, people living in this world, no matter how strong he is, can't keep calm like Luo Shu after learning the news of I.M. After all, the name of the Tianlong people is already big enough. To the king of the Tianlong people who has lived for more than 800 years, the people who rule the whole world behind the scenes, the influence it brings can be described as unprecedented. If it is exposed, it is no less than in the world detonating a one super bomb. What One Piece, what a Navy Admiral, a Marshal, all weakly exploded. It's nothing to be surprised, or in other words, will the other party be surprised by me? And when we rebelled, he can voluntarily surrender. Even if he is strong and his status is high, he is just one person. You Tianlong people, there is no way whose strength can be compared with him. So the soldiers will block the water and cover the soil. Remember, just live with him. Luo Shu curled his lips and said in a flat voice that he was carrying a lot of arrogance invisibly, and he could be called the strongest arrogant king in the One Piece world, as expected of the man I fancy. It's just different. Soon as Luo Shu's voice fell, Clarina was done, and hung up the phone subconsciously. In her mind, every word Luo Shu just said kept popping up. After a while, she just came back to her senses, and at the same time muttered in a low voice. She was born and raised in Tianlong. It is impossible to have Luo Shu's modern thinking, and she does not understand what it means to pretend to be coercive. She only thinks that Luo Shu is an unfathomable man. If she also came from the water blue planet and listened to Luo Shu's word, no matter how good she was, she would scold Luo Shu, but the reality is cruel. He can only eat this uneducated loss silently. Time in a blink of an eye. Another week passed. This morning, Malin Fando was extremely lively. A large number of Navy soldiers gathered in the wide square, a different kind of atmosphere, and standing in front of these low-level navies are the officers of the school level and the general level. They lined up in a series, stood there straight, and looked at the award podium that had not been built for a long time. Among them, the three generals, Crane, Garp, Tautu, T-Dolphin, etc., are all here. Even Bakura also appeared beside the generals, but her position is a bit special. She is next to Tautu. It may be that the warring states did it intentionally, and Luo Shu's relationship with him is no longer a secret in the Navy headquarters. On the other side were hundreds of reporters. None of them made a sound, silently watching all this, waiting on the spot for the general promotion ceremony to end, then hurried over to interview Luo Shu as soon as possible. At the same time, the phone bug placed in all directions have also started to operate, and the pictures of the Navy headquarters have been transmitted to the many islands in the world with large screen. You can watch how much power you have in your residence or on your ship. This scene, for example, the 5 old stars, senior officials of the world, Tianlongrengi, a certain powerful pirate group, the Revolutionary Army, nobles and nobles with strong background, etc. They all need to go to an island to watch. Today is a special child, Vice Admiral Luo Shu of the Navy headquarters. Since he became the Navy, with his talent and strength, he has eliminated a large number of pirates, and during his tenure, he has ruled the North Sea into the world, the safest sea area in the world, and not long ago, he was alone, and the former deputy captain of the Roger pirates, Sil Basriali, broke out in a war in the Chambord Islands, and killed him in one fell swoop. Warring State stood on the podium, with a flag representing the Navy flying behind him. I saw him holding a megaphone with a solemn face, speaking loudly in the face of countless navies in the audience, and at the end he was in front of him. The cloth covering the table was pulled away, revealing the head of Hades Raleigh. Since it has been professionally treated for a long time, this head is not rotten, and it will not have any peculiar smell. For a time, all the Navy reporters present, and the person in the world who was watching this scene from the screen seemed a little nervous at this moment, and even seriously, they had begun to hold their breath. Pooh, all for justice, all for justice. Soon, those low-level navies began to raise their arms and shout, and there was not the slightest fear on their faces. Some of them were just excited. They were extremely proud of having a general like Luo Shu in the naval camp. Lieutenant General Luo Shu said greatness should be learned and imitated by all navies, and he is also qualified to be a role model for all navies. Now, as the Marshal of the Navy headquarters, I announce that from today, Luo Shu will be promoted to the Navy headquarters Admiral, titled Black Dragon. Warring State pressed his palm, signaling the Navy to be quiet, and then he spoke again in a solemn voice, and finally, under the excited eyes of most navies, announced that Luo Shu was promoted to the Admiral of the Navy headquarters. And Luo Shu was wearing a black suit at the moment, wearing a justice cloak, and came to the podium with a serious face, even if he had been prepared. But in the face of such a situation, his heart began to become hot. Click. This badge represents the identity of the Admiral of the Navy headquarters. After you wear it, you will bear more responsibility. Warring States held an exquisite box and opened it to reveal a gleaming badge. Immediately, he looked at Luo Shu and said word by word, all for justice. Luo Shu also looked directly at the other party. At this time, it is unnecessary to say anything else. It can be summed up in one sentence. That is the central idea of the Navy. All the Navy salute to Admiral Hailong. Warring States nodded heavily, and put the badge on Luo Shu's shoulder with his own hand. Then, he took the lead to stand at attention, and while salute Luo Shu, he issued an order to the Navy General Black Dragon. In an instant, all the navies, regardless of their rank, gave Luo Shu the Navy salute, and shouted in unison. Even the other Navy branches in the world watching this scene did the same. Of this scene and the impact it brought made Luo Shu on the podium extremely excited. It is no exaggeration to say that this was even happier than when he got the thunder fruit. If it wasn't for the wrong occasion, he would be. They all wanted to let out a few giggles. Looking at the title of the protagonist, I believe some smart people have guessed the protagonist. What is the next devil fruit? Hey, the plot will be very exciting in the future. Please look forward to it. I want all of them. Remember to customize if you like it. Please download the novel without underline. Remember to save it as the unique domain name of Ikenshu. Chapter 117. Luo Shu, who speak with rank, and LT, IMG style equals, width 100%, margin 0 auto, SRC equals, class equals, image content, and GT. Chapter 118. The red-haired pirates attack. At the same time, in the outer waters of the fifth branch of the New World, a huge pirate ship appeared. At the bow of the ship stood a red-haired man wearing a white shirt and a black cape, holding a famous sword around his waist in one hand. This man is Shank. Behind him stood Deputy Captain Ben Beckman, Sniper Jesus VU, and various cadre. Although their numbers were small, they were all elite, and among these subordinate, the strongest is Ben Beckman, and he is also known as the presence of redheads with enough rank. Although there is some moisture in it, the gap will never be too big. Captain, you have to think about it. Once we take advantage of the absence of Akainu and destroy the 5 branches, we will be fully encircled and suppressed by the Navy, and the next day will be difficult. Who was standing behind Shank displayed his domineering arrogance, sensed the 5 branches of the Navy in the distance, and couldn't help reminding his captain aloud. His meaning was obvious, and he hoped Shanks would not be impatient. After all, he was not fighting alone. As the captain of the pirate group, every decision he made was related to the future of all of them. I've made up my mind. Anyway, it's not the first time our red-haired pirates have faced the Navy's sea. Beat up, Shank said without looking back. At this time his face was serious, and he was different from usual. Until now, the anger caused by Rayleigh's killing by Luo Shu has not dissipated. If it can't be vented, the impact on him will only be greater. Moreover, he is very confident in himself and his comrades. He does not think that the Navy has the ability to eradicate his pirate group without launching a large amount of combat power in pursuit. In the current situation, how could the Navy send 2 or even 3 generals to the New World because he destroyed 5 branches? This is somewhat unrealistic. Several cadres looked at each other and said nothing. Since their own captains have said so, they can only bite the bullet. Shah. The 2 warships that were patrolling the waters around the 5 branches were cut in half by Shank's lash at the moment they discovered the red-hair pirate, and the Navy on the warship, including the Navy, sank to the bottom of the sea. Woo. Soon, when the Radford appeared in the eyes of the Navy on the observation deck of the 5 branch, a series of sirens also sounded. Less than 2 minutes, the Navy appeared at the port. Some of them lined up to meet the enemy, and some had already arrived at the place where the cannons were being controlled, posing for a while. It's the red-haired pirate. Damn it, how could they show up here to destroy 5 branches? Go and inform Lieutenant General Virgo. Maybe only he can turn the tide of the battle. It's absolutely abominable. Smash even took advantage of General Akainu's departure to attack the 5 branches. That's the red-hair pirate. I heard that their Captain Shanks is about to become the 4th Emperor. How could we be his opponent? Quote. However, even these Navy soldiers are more cruel, cold-blooded and shameless than the navies in other places, and even the orders issued by the headquarters sometimes dare to. Defiance does not mean that they are not afraid of death, especially in the face of the red-haired pirate. This kind of powerful pirates is like the difference between heaven and earth. Band of thieves. Report to Lieutenant General Virgo. The red-haired pirates are attacking, and please go to preside over the battle. On the other side, in the office of the top chief of the 5 branches, a messenger didn't have time to knock on the door, and after breaking in, he panicked and confronted the person sitting on the main seat. A man wearing a plaid coat and sunglasses with lightning-shaped temples on either side of his face reported. What did you say about the red-haired pirate's notification? Don't act rashly. I'll contact the headquarters. Listening to the report from his subordinate, Virgo's eyes widened, and even the sunglasses hanging from his ears almost fell on the table. After adjusting his mentality, he first ordered the messenger, and then he didn't wait. When the other party left, he took out a phone bug that communicated with the Warring States line. Poru. Moses. I am the Warring State. Marshal of the Warring State. I am Vice Admiral Virgo of the Navy headquarters, the highest commander of the 5 branches of the New World. Now we are facing the invasion of the red-haired pirate. Please send someone to support us quickly. Boom. Virgo didn't care what the opposite Sengoku's mood was, and quickly reacted to the situation on the New World side, but as soon as his voice fell, a burst of deafening cannonballs rang out, and his heart twitched violently. He knew that the red-hair pirates had already started to attack their 5 branches, and he was afraid it was too late to ask for help this time. Do my best to hold back the red-hair pirate, and I'll send someone there. Who was sitting in the office with a smile on his face and chatting with Crane, has once again performed a Sichuan opera face changing since the last Chambord incident. Phone bug. Time can be said to be urgent, and he does not allow himself to delay even a little bit, otherwise the 5 branches are likely to become a thing of the past. The strength of the red-haired pirate. As the Marshal of the Navy headquarters, he naturally understands it very well, enough to be called terror. Now, if there are not many pirates under his command, I am afraid that he would have become the 4th. The Emperor has become an emperor, and he can't take it seriously. Just thinking for a moment, he thought of a way that was not a solution, that is, to inform Doflamingo of Dressrosa, this nominally only one of the 7 lower seas, mainly knew the world is not too far from their Navy headquarters. Even if they fly over from the Red Earth continent, they can take a shortcut, but whether it is Luo-Shu or Kizaru, no matter how fast they are, they will never have the chance to go to the rescue. So he chose Doflamingo, a sea rogue who can do anything for petty profit, and now he only hopes that the other party can be a little more acquainted. The first one is here. Too much. Sleepers, wake up and write 2 chapters. Please subscribe. Flowers, I want all of them. If you like it, remember to order it. Chapter 119. Massacre. And Virgo, who tried his best, made Sengoku even more surprised was that when he contacted Doflamingo, the other party agreed very readily, which made him extremely puzzled. Knowing the character of Doflamingo, he was ready to pay a small price, but the warring state period did not know that Doflamingo at this time was even more anxious than the Marshal of the Navy headquarters, because Virgo, but one of the top cadres of his family, had lost Diamante before, and he didn't want to lose another powerful man of this incident to let Virgo withdraw from the Navy, but he must not be allowed to die, otherwise he will be farther away from the goal in his heart. Damn, why doesn't Lieutenant General Virgo show up? Is he afraid of the red hair pirate? He doesn't deserve to be a Lieutenant Admiral of the Navy headquarters at all. This rubbish must have known that the red hair pirates were coming and escaped ahead of time, leaving us here to die. These guys are too strong. They are not something we can deal with at all. Those pirates that were killed before are simply incomparable to them. Fighting with them, you will die horizontally and vertically, and you must make the red-haired pirates come back to pay the price. The face of the massive attack of several cadres of the red-haired pirate, the navy of these 5 branches broke out their final voices. From the beginning of fear, to now being brave and not afraid of death, they are desperate at the moment, and they only think about themselves. Before dying, bite off a piece of meat from the opponent. However, the disparity in strength is not at all in quantity, and ruthlessness can make up for it. They are still unable to enter the bodies of those pirates. Even if they occasionally succeed in sneak attack, they are also blocked by the opponent's armed arrogance, and every move the pirates make can take the lives of several navy. For example, Ben Beckman, Jesus B.U., and Lakelu, they can blow up the heads of many navy with every shot they fire. That's right, the people of the red hair pirates are fighting a one-sided attack on the 5 branches. Massacre. Those navies have no power to fight back. To blame, it is only because they are too weak. Virgo, you haven't come out yet. 20 minutes later, looking at least 1,000 corpses of the navy lying down at the port, Shanks said coldly to the office building in the distance. He didn't dare to fight this now. He only knew how to let his subordinates, the Lieutenant Admiral of the Navy headquarters, who died, looked down on him very much, and even thought that the other party did not deserve to live in this world. Red hair, do you know what you are doing? This is the 5th branch of the Navy. You dare to invade this place openly. The matter has been reported to the warring states marshal. Even if you destroy this place today, don't think that it will be better in the future. Soon, Virgo knew that he could not escape this catastrophe, and jumped onto the battlefield with a moon step, frowning and shouting to Shanks in the distance. In fact, the anger in his heart is also very large now, but because of fear, he did not show it. No matter how he has been undercover in the Navy for so many years, it is impossible to see those former subordinates being slaughtered, but he has no reaction. Sengoku, I am the red hair pirate. You have encountered encirclement and suppression by your Navy, and since you are the top commander of the 5 branches, you can only be considered unlucky. Gamble with your life. The red hair pulled out the famous sword griffin around his waist, pointed to Virgo, and said that he was going to kill the Vice Admiral of the Navy headquarters in front of him today to pay homage to Silbaz's death. Spirit of heaven, do you think you are the 3 emperors of the new world? Red-haired Shanks is too arrogant. I am a Lieutenant Admiral of the Navy headquarters. Shave. Hearing what the red hair said, Virgo first opened his mouth to cheer himself up, then stepped on the ground with both feet, turning into an afterimage and rushing towards Shanks. No way, he knows his rank. If he doesn't take the lead, he may not have the chance to fight back. Have to admit that Virgo does have some brain, but with his plus rank, how could he possibly beat Shanks, a top-level powerhouse? Even if he let him have one hand, he could still hang him up and beat him. Chong. I saw Shanks easily raise the knife to resist Virgon's domineering fist wrapped in armed color, and his whole body remained motionless, as if a master was sparring with his apprentice. Ah, bang, woo. Looking back at Virgo, his face was hideous, and he saw that his full blow was blocked by the red-haired Shanks so lightly. At the same time as his despair, the anger finally broke out, so he raised his left fist and wanted to, taking advantage of the momentum, to attack Shanks' jaw, but the red-haired right foot kicked his abdomen ahead of time, and after a muffled sound came out, Virgo quickly flew out backward. This guy Virgo can't even resist a red-haired move. He's just trash. He should rely on relationships to achieve this position. Brothers, let's not rely on him, otherwise the death will only be worse. That's right, do your best to fight these bastards to the end. 5 branches of the Navy who were being slaughtered had a glimmer of hope in their hearts when they discovered that Virgo had taken the initiative to show up, but Soon, after Virgo was sent flying by a red-haired move, they opened their mouths and insulted him. Chief of the brand. No way, these navies are still unruly and unruly. They have no sympathy for the weak. Even if the opponent is a person in their own camp, it is still the same. Oh, Virgo, who flew 100 meters upside down, slowly got up from the ground, wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, only to feel that his abdomen was overturned, accompanied by a burning pain. Tear, armed color hardening, but at this time, he couldn't care about that much anymore. In order to let himself live longer, he could only show his housekeeping skills, so he tore off the somewhat damaged plaid coat, exposing his strong upper body, and then lowered his after roaring. The domineering armament that was about to reach the advanced level covered his entire body, turning him into a black-purple fighting machine, but it looked ugly. Ha! Seeing the big change in Virgo's appearance, Shanks just smiled disdainfully. He had mastered the opponent's fighting form many years ago. In the face of an enemy who didn't have advanced weapons and domineering, he wanted him to be serious. The first one is here. I want them all. If you like it. Chapter 120. On the occasion of life and death, Tianyasha appeared. In this way, time flies by, and the port is still there. With the cadres of the red-haired pirate, fewer and fewer navies are fighting. From a few thousand at the beginning to a few hundred now, it can be said to be everywhere. Seeing stump, broken arms, or falling head, the entire 5 branches of the navy were filled with blood. Bang! A figure flew out quickly. It was Virgo, the top officer of the 5th branch. At this moment, there was a shocking knife mark on his chest. Blood was flowing unstoppably, and some other parts of the body could also be seen. In the sunken part, it was obvious that all the bones were broken, and the whole person looked very embarrassed. You know, Shanks has never made a full shot. After all, he wants to vent his anger slowly. If he kills Virgo in one move, wouldn't it be too boring? Although he has no hobby of killing others, this method, but it is the best way to reduce your anger. I have to admit that you are indeed the top lieutenant general in the Shanghai Admiralty headquarters, but after all, it is still too weak. I will send you out of this world. Looking at Virgo, who was having a hard time getting up now, Shanks gradually lost his patience. He said in a deep voice while holding Griffin and walking towards it. PFF, redhead, even if I die, you won't have a good time. Tomorrow, the news of your destruction of the 5 branches will spread all over the world, and General Hailong has only been promoted to general today. You simply don't take him seriously. I will watch from the sky. What will happen to you, red-haired pirate? Virgo spit out a mouthful of blood, supported his body with his arm, and wanted to get up, but found that he had no strength, so he stared at the red hair walking towards him resentfully, and said angrily, he now hoped very much that after he and others die, the red hair will be madly revenged by the navy. It is best for the legendary General Hailongluo to take action himself. In this case, the success rate will be much higher. Of the Tang Jikid family, he has a very bad sense of Luo Shu, and even hates the other party, but he admires the other party's rank. In his opinion, as long as Luo Shu takes action against the red hair pirate, then it must suffer heavy losses. Oh, since you can think of this, can you guess why I would do something to your 5 branches? Shanks was suddenly stunned for a moment, then stopped, looked directly at Virgo, and asked aloud. He was a little surprised that the other's mind turned so fast. Difficult, don't you say? Virgo was stunned. He has been undercover in the Navy for more than 10 years, and he naturally knows a lot of news. For example, the red-haired Shanks was once a crew member of the Roger pirate. Everyone knows it, and he naturally knew more detail. That's right, that's what you think. He took Mr. Rayleigh's head in exchange for the position of Admiral of the Navy headquarters. How could my red hair make him wish? He is promoted to Admiral today, then tomorrow, I will slap him hard in the face, so no matter why, I will kill 5 of you. If you want to hate, then hate that guy Luo Shu. Shish, Chong, Shang point. Nodding, he raised the griffin in his hand, ready to give Virgo a fatal blow, but at this moment, a roar of wind sounded, but he was already prepared. Immediately, turning around and using the knife to block the opponent's sneak attack, I saw a blonde man in a pink feather coat, pointy-toed shoes, and sunglasses, who was maintaining his kicking motion and stalemate with Shank. This man was from Dressrosa, Don Quixote Doflamingo, who jumped from the clouds with the help of his superhuman tethered fruit ability. One of the 7 martial seas under the king. Tenyusha Doflamingo didn't expect you to accept the order of the warring state period and come to rescue the 5 branches. Shanks looked at the appearance of the person who came, and immediately, recognizing the other party, he said with a slightly displeased expression on his face, Brother Doflamingo, you dare to come here alone. It seems that you are ready to die. At the same time, Van Berman also pulled out, raised the rifle in his hand, aimed at the opponent's head, and said in a low voice, with Brother Doflaming, he had clashed with the red-haired pirates before, but the war was not started. He didn't understand what the other party was doing this time, but it was for the Admiral. Ordering to come to the rescue regardless of his own life is not in line with Doflamingo's character at all. Young, don't be so excited. I'm not here to fight you this time. Virgo is my undercover man in the Navy, but I can't watch him die. Everyone has the same enemy enemy as me. The so-called enemy of an enemy is a friend, and swords should not be opposed to each other. Doflamingo let out his characteristic laugh, and after pulling his leg back, he waved his hand and said to Shank, "Anyway, he also intends to let Virgo return to the family, and naturally he doesn't care about the identity of the other party being exposed, and if he wants to save Virgo from Shanks and others, relying on his strength alone is far from enough." "Huh, Tianyasha, I'm curious where you got the confidence to be my friend." Shank did not put away Griffin, but asked Doflamingo with a sneer. Although Brother Doflamingo's words made him a little unwilling to kill Virgo, he would not let him go so easily. After all, Shanks was the most fancy. "I'm here alone now. I don't think you red-haired pirates will embarrass me. As for my friend, you are about to ascend to the throne of the Emperor. I am indeed a bit high, but I can use my identity to help you. Provide some information. I think you will also be pursued by the Navy after you come. I believe that in terms of information, you need it." Doflamingo looked at Virgo, who was looking at him gratefully, then gritted his teeth and said to Shank, "No way. If Virgo was not an important force under his command, he would never risk his life to come here. Of course, mainly because he had some understanding of the character of the red-haired Shank. The other party was not the kind of indiscriminate killing. If you change to Charlotte Lingling, Kaido and the like will send it flowers if you like it."